don't have too many problems with what happened on the ground. Palpatine facing off with Rey and Kylo was kind of cool. I don't like exactly how it played out, but that's not the topic of today's video. Instead, I want to cover the space battle itself. And there's really so much here that doesn't make sense, starting from the basic premise. So apparently Palpatine has constructed a fleet of Imperial Star Destroyers, which, by the way, look exactly like the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer from Rogue One and A New Hope, but they're all actually new ships, and for some reason they're scaled up. Now, this could have been a point where we could have explained how the Empire lost so many Star Destroyers immediately after Endor, but instead, for some reason, Palpatine didn't want to make a new ship design or improve on the ISD, he just made it larger and put a gun on it. And he made everything larger as well. Not just the ship itself, but the shield bulbs, the cannons, even the windows. So pretty strange setup he's got going there. Every ship is a super weapon, of course. There's no fleet variety, there's no escort vessels, we just have Palpatine and a whole lot of firepower. That alone is fine, although really lazy. It's very clear that the Zeiston was created because there was an existing Star Destroyer model in very high quality from Rogue One and Solo, and they didn't want to make another one, despite there actually being designs found in the Episode 9 art book, which were leaked. By the way, if you're wondering how many Star Destroyers were there, well, the novelization clears that up. Not 1,000, not even 5,000. Here's the quote. More ships rose, and more, until tens of thousands hovered in the atmosphere. For a generation my disciples have labored, Emperor Palpatine said, his voice dark and deep. Kylo's heart was racing, so much power, a starfield of destroyers, the largest fleet the galaxy had ever known. So somehow, because Palpatine has a few dedicated lads under his control, he manages to pump out the largest fleet ever seen in history, each of which has a super laser attached to it. Yeah, that's a lot of power, and it's a little ridiculous. The annoying thing is, it just didn't have to be this way. Palpatine's fleet could have been small. It could have been a flagship and some new Star Destroyers. It could have been enough to turn the tide of the war and to completely subjugate the galaxy, but without being completely over the top and ridiculous. And there are aspects of the Zeiston fleet that I like. I like that it was made in secret on what's essentially a Sith fortress world. I like that all of the crew running it are basically brainwashed children, and I really like all of the uniforms of the Sith Eternal. But the fleet being so large really sets off issues that just can't be fixed, and the story is written around the absurdity, which really ties into the battle making no sense. So with this massive force, you need a way to beat it, and that gives us 3 really annoying points of this battle. The first is the idea of no shields in atmosphere, the second is the whole idea of it being impossible to leave Exegol, and the third is the ludicrous size of the Resistance fleet, which literally comes out of nowhere. Let's talk about that point first, the Resistance fleet. Before the rise of Skywalker, we got both a comic series and a book, and I'm referring to Star Wars Resistance Reborn and Star Wars Allegiance, which were supposed to show us how the Resistance was gaining forces back after their main fleet's destruction in Episode 8. The problem is that both of those stories really go to show us how hard of a time the Resistance is having securing allies. It takes them 4 comic issues and a bunch of stolen fan art to get the Mon Calamari to join their side, and in Resistance Reborn, they don't really accomplish that much despite scouring much of the galaxy. So in the years since Episode 8, the Resistance has managed to secure maybe 24 starfighters, a few capital ships, and has to take down this massive fleet. Well, that brings us the problem of what some people are calling the Galaxy Fleet, the one that Lando brings. And I really loved Billy D. Williams in this movie. I do like the shot where he comes and saves everybody, but the problem is this fleet is ludicrously large. He had 16 hours to find reinforcements for the Resistance. And listen, I know Lando's a charmer, but especially when you factor in hyperspace travel time and everything else, he's not that good. I was hoping the novelization would help explain what happens, but really all we get is that he and Chewbacca visited a few key worlds like Mon Calamari, but that aside from that, he would just essentially be dropping off beacons leading people to the final battle. Now, that kind of doesn't make sense because they all arrive at the same time, but that's only the tip of the iceberg. Yes, the First Order had been blocking some communication in the galaxy, but the size of the New Republic, Resistance, or whatever fleet here is just absolutely ginormous, and not only is it large, but if you look at the fleet composition, there are perhaps 1,000 Mon Calamari cruisers. I'm talking about everything from MC-85 variants to some capital ships which look even more powerful than what we've seen on screen up to this point. Very large, powerful looking Mon Calamari cruisers. Where were those sitting? How did none of those fight back against the First Order? I mean, at one point in the novelization, General Pryde says that this fleet will increase their strength 10,000-fold. Well, if that's true, then the forces in the galaxy would have vastly outpowered the First Order already. And I know there's something to be said about First Order communications jamming and fear keeping people from operating together, but there's so much power here. And the fleet composition doesn't make sense for other reasons. It's very clear that ILM just took whatever resources they had and used them willy-nilly. Not only that, apparently some of the ships were basically designed by an algorithm. It would take existing models and sort of kit bash them. But when we see the fleet, we see 3 versions of the Ghost, for example. We see, according to the Star Wars wiki, 25 at least of Han's freighters from episode 7, as well as a buttload of ships that have appeared at one time or the other. Now, obviously the Ghost is part of a larger freighter line, as was Han's ship, but it would have been much more unique to have just one of those vessels flying around than literally 25 plus of them. There's nothing really ILM could have done though. They were put into a terrible position. They had to make a fleet large enough to conventionally destroy this fleet of Star Destroyers. So of course they had to reuse assets. But it all ties back to that initial mistake, and it ends up making the final space battle really boring and, in my opinion, kind of lazy. But let's also talk about shields, because even with this massive fleet, they still couldn't take down the Star Destroyers if it wasn't for them not having shields. It makes sense that the main gun on the Zeiston was a weak spot, but why couldn't they put their shields up in atmosphere? I get the lack of control otherwise, because I guess they were sort of being coordinated by a central signal, but if anything, shields in atmosphere would help protect against Exegol's elements. It's just another needless explanation that only exists because the Resistance needs some way to win that doesn't logically break the universe, which, as we're discussing here, is just not possible. Finally, we have the issue of navigation, and this is really the smallest complaint I have. The idea is the Sith Star Destroyers were not quite finished yet at the beginning of the movie, so that's why they didn't leave earlier, I guess, but it still doesn't make sense why Palpatine wouldn't send out some sort of advanced force. I mean, even for Palpatinian standards, this is putting all of your eggs in one basket. We know that the one Star Destroyer which blew up Kijimi was designed exactly for that purpose, but for some reason returned to Exegol and was destroyed alongside the rest of the fleet. That, I will admit, is an unfortunate timeline for the captain of that vessel. But why would Palpatine announce his plans for violent galactic domination before, having his Star Destroyers ready? Palpatine does make some tactical errors, one would be the Battle of Endor, but it's always because he's got a greater plan. I guess you could say that his plan here was to show Rey the destruction he could cause during the space battle as he did with Luke, but overall I just don't like the way that this works out. Finally, the last thing I have to complain about is that General Pryde says fire all ion cannons, and the ships just fire all their ordinary guns. But that's just a me thing, I guess. Most people in the theater probably didn't care about that. But ion cannons would be the very last thing you'd want to target starfighters with. They are not very accurate, they're pretty slow moving. You'd want to use your ship's laser cannons, which are meant in an anti-starfighter role. Ion cannons are for shields and disabling things. Come on. Although the shift from Phase 1 to Phase 2 clone armor, occurring roughly halfway through the Clone Wars, was very noticeable, there's not a lot of discussion about what the new line of armor actually offered. Most quite reasonably assume that it was generally better, and while that is true, I thought it'd be interesting to track down the actual improvements offered by the Phase 2, and I've identified 2 major changes between the armor lines, which we'll discuss today. The first improvement was in the area of flexibility and just generally design. The old StarWars.com article on clone troopers had a nice description of the Phase 1, which was taken almost verbatim from several visual dictionaries. Pay attention specifically to the end. The first series of clone trooper armor, designated Phase 1 armor, consisted of 20 form-fitted plastoid alloy composite plates sealed to a temperature-controlled body glove via magnetomic Gryption panels. Jango Fett's Mandalorian heritage influenced the design of the armor, as seen in the T-shaped visor plate. The Kaminoans' aesthetic is also visible in its stark coloration and detailing. As the Kaminoans are not fully versed in human ergonomics, the armor was uncomfortable to sit in, though future generations of the suit corrected this flaw. The Attack of the Clones visual dictionary expands on this, adding that the armor allowed only reasonable freedom of movement, further stating that the black body glove protects from the elements, but is meant primarily for heavy use. The armor was, at times, so unwieldy or uncomfortable that some clones actively disliked it, despite the good degree of protection that it offered. Unsurprisingly, the primary thing the Phase 2 improved upon was this flexibility. Not only was it more ergonomic, but, according to the new visual guide, the Phase 2 was more flexible and lighter than the original Phase 1. This may be due to improvements in technology, or perhaps also the removal of some generally unneeded features. For example, the Phase 1 suit was vacuum sealed and included a full life support system. However, Season 6, Episode 1 of The Clone Wars shows that soldiers wearing Phase 2 armor need external oxygen, though they do have mag boots allowing them to fight in 0G. I wouldn't be surprised if the standard Phase 2 was stripped down of some redundant or unnecessary components, which would be added in for specialist roles. And this is all about modularity and effectiveness. We'll get back to this in a minute, but I'd just like to summarize this point. One of the main benefits of the Phase 2 was a general greater flexibility, brought on by likely improvements in material weight and design. These changes, especially the more functional design, would have been largely led by clones and the experiences they shared from their time on the battlefield. And although the Kaminoans actually manufacturing the suits is sort of weird to me, especially where almost everything else for the Republic Army was outsourced, having the species that created and controlled the training for the clones able to respond to these realities of the war is kind of nice. The second main benefit of the Phase 2 was its degree of customization options, and the fact that it generally allowed specialized soldiers to be much more effective. And this reflected a better understanding of the nature of war and a realization of the seriousness of the separatist threat. Look at the Phase 1. We see almost a cockiness within the aesthetics alone. The helmet almost reminds me of a Roman soldier's helmet with a crest or plume, which supposedly, by the way, is a comlink. Phase 1 troopers were uniformed almost totally in white armor, without camouflage, as they wanted their enemies to see them coming from afar and fear them. And this is some arrogance. The general idea was that the superior training of the clones and their state-of-the-art armor was itself basically enough to win the war. However, it was soon obvious that a more practical, versatile, and flexible army was needed. Here's a quote from the Revenge of the Sith visual dictionary. As the Clone Wars became entrenched, the need for specialization among troopers became apparent. Though a one-size-fits-all approach can provide the Republic with a ready-made infantry, it cannot hope to contend with the dynamic strategies of the Separatists and the tactical demands of 1,000 different worlds. By the end of the conflict, there were many mission-specific clone forces, which go on to form the basis of the Empire's stormtrooper specializations. So the primary way this was manifested with the Phase 2 was a high degree of suit configurability. And a Phase 2 clone could much more extensively alter their suit, depending on their needs. As a couple of practical examples, commanders had better communication equipment within their armor, scout units had better built-in binoculars and extra survival packs, you get the idea. The armor also allowed for more aesthetic changes. Trooper squads were made more customizable. Besides for arcs, Phase 1 armor was really only distinguished by rank colors. The customization of Phase 2 allowed an even higher degree of clone camaraderie and squad associations to form, both things which I think are a benefit. And I've talked many times about why the clone army is so great, and I often come back to its high degree of expertise and specialization. The Phase 2 allowed for this in a way that the Phase 1 just did not. Other than those two features, various sources have mentioned that the Phase 2 has better visor equipment, a more miniaturized but effective comm system, and was generally more hardened to laser bolts. Let's get started with a look at the Galactic Empire. And I'm not going to lie, besides for last episode, the Empire has had sort of a rough go during this series. They received poor ratings in both the Army and Navy-centered episodes. But I think things will change today. Special Forces is one area where I think the Empire actually has a really good chance of coming out ahead. First off, the Empire's army was born of the Old Republic, which itself had specialized clone trooper training. Not only were pre-existing regiments like the Clone Commandos incorporated into the Imperial regime, but the Republic's general favoring of Special Forces was not only maintained, but also expanded. Because of the size of the Star Wars galaxy, the variety of unique threats, and the degree to which the Empire militarized, the Imperial Special Forces divisions continued to be developed. Besides for just specialized training, the Empire also made numerous advancements in genetic manipulation, power armor, force manipulation, and various other areas related to combat effectiveness. Special units like Dark Troopers or Terror Troopers were crafted with a purpose and technology never seen before in the galaxy, all reflecting the Empire's extreme militarization and Palpatine's recognition of the incredible threats facing the galaxy. However, the Empire not only had excellent soldiers with the best experimental technology, but also a variety of soldiers. The Dark Trooper branch alone had over a dozen different subtypes. This meant that the Empire was able to effectively bring a great deal of force tailor-designed to any threat. Palpatine was crazy and evil, and thus the Empire was as well. This results in hundreds if not thousands of special projects, many which spawned a variety of Special Forces units. Due to that, along with, as I mentioned, the sheer militarization of the Empire, I think it's really tough to beat them in the Special Forces category. The Imperial Army grew out of the Republic, so let's also take a look now at that faction specifically. Because the Republic existed for thousands of years, we will focus on the Clone Wars era, and specifically on clone Special Forces. Most of the Special Forces clone troopers, including ARC troopers and clone commandos, fell under the Special Operations Brigade. ARCs and Commandos were actually the most well-known, in my opinion, of the SF units and were representative of the Clone Army's Special Forces generally. The regular clone trooper was trained from birth to be a fighting and killing machine. Clone Special Forces units received not only more training with a great deal more resources dedicated to them, but also better training. Commandos and ARC troopers had better teachers, they had more one-on-one time with their instructors, and they were taught how to succeed and survive dangerous missions. Both, but ARC troopers specifically, were also genetically modified to be more strong-willed and independent. And independent means not only that they could operate on their own or within small groups, but that each trooper had a distinct personality, something that you don't see to the same degree among ordinary clones. While all Special Forces clones were given fantastic armor and weaponry, I really do think it's this training that is key. The ordinary clone was already well trained, however Special Forces units, ARCs, and Commandos were on a whole nother level. Their whole life dedicated to not only being a better soldier, but also a better Special Forces soldier. We also see with clone Commandos that they're integrated into squads at a very, very early age, which allows them to operate as a unit in a way that most clones, and certainly most ordinary troopers, could not. There's really something to be said about being bred to kill. Now, there were other units that I could talk about, including Shadow Troopers, but I think what I've said so far about ARCs and Clone Commandos generally holds true for all Clone Special Forces divisions. Next, we have the other belligerents of the Clone War, the Confederacy of Independent Systems. CIS Special Forces were obviously unique, as they were droids. They were built rather than birthed and trained. I see two main benefits to using droid Special Forces. The first is that, at least theoretically, you can design a model to fit any situation. You can also design and produce droids relatively quickly, which ties into the second benefit. If a Special Forces droid is destroyed, well, you just build another one. You don't lose years of training and institutional knowledge, you just go to the factory and pop another one out. You don't have to train it for 7, 10, 15 years. This, however, is also the clear downside to droid Special Forces. I think that generally, battle droids are less deadly than organics, at least behaviorally. That lack of personality, institutional knowledge, and just experience that you get from years of battles and being a Special Forces commando cannot be replicated by programming. Sure, droids have quick reflexes, but they lack a certain instinct, at least in the Star Wars universe, that you see with organic combatants. The technological advantage should not be ignored, and even the Empire used some form of droids with their Shadow Trooper programming. However, even organic Special Forces units can neutralize that advantage by using things like vehicles or explosives. All in all, I don't think Confederate programming will ever be equal to training and experience. And as I stated a second ago, I think that any technological advantage, any durability, any firepower, any whatever, can be neutralized or equalized through the use of armor or vehicles. This is really not surprising, given the droid army more often than not relied on sheer numbers rather than individual killing machines. I will certainly acknowledge though that the Confederacy of Independent Systems created a variety of very dangerous droid types. The super battle droids, the ultra battle droids, Cortosis droids, droidicas, and more all gave Republic soldiers a lot of trouble. Finally, we have Rebel Alliance Special Forces, and I think the defining aspect of the Alliance in this respect is a lack of institutional training infrastructure. Now, the Alliance certainly did have Special Forces units, two in particular which I'll talk about later, but there is no denying that when compared with the Empire, the Alliance didn't have the time or the resources to overly train its soldiers. Many of the Alliance's best soldiers were primarily trained and defected from the Empire or from other military groups. Obviously, the Alliance did do some of its own training, however, there was somewhat of a lack of uniformity, in my opinion. The Alliance had both Spec Ops and Special Forces divisions. The Spec Op forces were kind of like spies, going undercover, performing missions of subterfuge, etc., etc. Special Forces, on the other hand, were more like Imperial Commandos or ARC Troopers. There's not really a lot to say, other than that these soldiers were the best of the best and underwent an additional level of training when compared with other Alliance soldiers. Still, the Alliance was limited. They had a lack of resources, a lack of personnel, lack of equipment, and they weren't exactly pioneering new forms of technology. The Alliance was much smaller than the other factions on this list. However, the Empire did piss off a lot of people, and they didn't generally use aliens within their ranks. That gave the Alliance two potential avenues for recruitment. There's also no denying that the Alliance did win the war. Much of this was because of the efforts of Special Forces groups on covert missions. With a brief description of the four factions out of the way, let's now rank them from best Special Forces to worst. The faction with the best Special Forces is, in my opinion, the Galactic Empire. They had the most type of troops, their troops were the best, and they had the best weapons. They also undertook the most research and were constantly developing new technologies and Special Forces units. I don't think any faction in Star Wars history can match the Empire when it comes to scale and quality of their Special Forces. Coming in at number 2 is the Clone Wars era Republic. I think the excellent training of clone units and the fact that they were birthed and bred to be successful fighters is what sets them apart from the lower factions on this list. Coming in at number 3 is the Rebel Alliance, and there's just the fact that the Alliance didn't have as much infrastructure and resources as the other factions on this list. However, I will say that they did use their Special Forces units very, very well, which more or less allowed them to win the Galactic Civil War. Still, I think the training of their units can't compare to that of the Republic, and they certainly didn't have the fancy high-tech technology or things like genetic manipulation that the Empire had. Still, they do manage to come ahead of the worst faction on this list, the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The Confederacy lands in this position purely because it is my opinion that droids in combat will never be as effective as an organic being, especially a being who has been hardened by years of battle and training. In my opinion, the CIS also placed less importance on Special Forces divisions, relying more commonly on sheer numbers, employing large amounts of basic battle droid models. We do see commando droids and other models, but those were relatively rare and still not as good as the Special Forces units of the other factions. As I mentioned, I think any of the technological advantages held by droids, for example increased armor, can be dealt with by organics using powerful weapons or vehicles. If we're imagining a situation where the Clone Wars somehow happens, maybe Palpatine is killed, could the CIS have won if we pick up, say, between episodes 2 and 3? Well, I think the answer quite clearly is yes. So, put simply, the Confederacy of Independent Systems is a self-sustaining faction in a small portion of space made up of several megacorporations with the backing of systems. The Republic, on the other hand, is what most see as the legitimate institution throughout most of known space. Prior to the Clone Wars, it had no standing self-sustaining military, rather relied on a decentralized military which saw individual systems providing for their own protection and policing, with of course the help of the Jedi and a very, very small judicial force. During the Clone Wars, for some reason the Republic thought it would be a good idea, I mean I guess their back was against the wall, to accept millions of advanced clone troopers grown in secret alongside a pretty much ready-made military. The biggest thing about the Confederacy to me is that it never feels like they're really operating to their full potential, and there's even some material in the expanded universe which touches on this. Clones in some of the Republic Commando books think about how something is a bit fishy and how there should be an order of magnitude or more droids on the battlefield than we see. And that I think is the main weakness of the Republic versus the Confederacy: attrition. The Republic, I guess, was in a state of total war, but they didn't have the resources, nor I think the willingness to completely transition their society into full-scale wartime production. Like, we see much of their forces come from the existing reserves ready in secret before the war. And there's also the issue that Republic clone troopers just aren't easily replaceable. You can't pop them off the assembly line. You have to grow them, and it takes at minimum a decade, even with the accelerated training. Now, in Star Wars Legends, and I do want to touch on this, there were ways that you could make up for this with faster cloning methods. Obviously, you could also use conscripts, but still, there was no way for the Republic to match and replace soldiers at the rate the CIS was doing. The interesting thing about the Confederacy is that these were massive corporations completely ready to flip a switch and go fully into war production, making starships, battle droids, tanks, anything. You can argue about the effectiveness of each military, and obviously the average clone trooper is many times more effective than a single battle droid, but I think this is why, even with the serious difference in held territory with the Republic versus the Confederacy, that Kalani thought the Republic had less than a third chance of beating the Separatists. And the CIS's decline in the last year of the Clone Wars was largely engineered by Palpatine. The Battle of Coruscant would end up being a disaster, and that of course was totally engineered by Palpatine, both to strike fear in the heart of Republic citizens in the core, but also to further turn Anakin to the dark side. I mean, at the very end, he completely deconstructs the CIS, sending the leadership off to Mustafar, only to have them slaughtered. But time and again, we see that Palpatine and by extension Dooku are not always operating in the Confederacy's best interests, rather in their own. A good example of this is from the Star Wars Republic comics, where Dooku and Sidious purposefully sabotaged what could have been a critical CIS strike on Kamino. That's not the Battle of Kamino in the Clone Wars, it's an earlier battle. In novels like Jedi Trial or the Revenge of the Sith novelization, you can also see more explicitly from the perspective of Count Dooku that he's thinking about after the war and setting individuals up within the military like Grievous to be either failures, scapegoats, or subjects of terror. And I do think if the CIS was waging a war in their best interest, you'd see less outright terrorism, bioweapons, although they would probably still have their use. And we'll get back to that in just a moment. But another way that the CIS was pretty much deliberately neutered was the dropping of successful weapons programs or vehicles. The example that I've always pointed to, and I mentioned this back way in the day when I covered it, was the CIS super tank, but we also have Cortosis battle droids, just the idea of Cortosis generally as a lightsaber deterrent. The thing was, it was always planned to go one way. The CIS was never going to win. They were always being held back, and the end goal was predetermined. They needed to be scary enough to justify the initial batch of clones and further clones, plus also to scare the galaxy into accepting Palpatine's rule. And again, that points to the general difficulty in answering this question. It's sort of nonsense because the CIS wouldn't be held together without Palpatine's will, nor do I think the Republic would have tolerated war for so long. But I mean, if we ignore that, I do think, as mentioned, that the CIS has the ability to simply outgrind the Republic. Now, especially on the ground, I'm a little more concerned about their shipbuilding capabilities. The Republic just has so many large, powerful shipyards which were dedicated to the cause, but politically the Republic was very unstable. So even if they did try to, for example, draft soldiers from the general population, I don't think the Republic could have survived that politically. And especially if you think about what winning the war meant for the CIS, it doesn't necessarily mean toppling the Republic, taking Coruscant, holding it. It simply means that they are able to exist as their own entity. I think the Republic was wrong to even fight that to the degree which they
did. Like, they wanted to separate. They wanted to no longer be a part of the Republic. I think a fully untethered CIS, not forced into dumb decisions, just has the personnel, the technology, and the production to at least get that goal, if not outright squash the Republic, which I don't think was ever really their purpose. Before we really get into things, I do have to make one quick clarification and distinction. The Star Wars galaxy has several smaller satellite galaxies, which the new Essential Guide to Warfare labels galaxies A through G. Galaxies A and B are very close to the main Star Wars galaxy, with B being only about 150,000 light years away. The other galaxies were much farther. So when I talk about extragalactic travel, I'm not counting travel to those galaxies, nor the other small star systems like Camino or clusters or whatever else, which were really close to the Star Wars galaxy, but technically beyond the rim. Alright, so the basic thing that makes travel beyond the edges of the Star Wars galaxy difficult, and certainly deep into intergalactic space, is what's been called the hyperspace turbulence or the hyperspace barrier outside the galaxy. The new Essential Atlas describes this as a hyperspace tangle, which strangely doesn't have a real space counterpart. I call this strange because most phenomenon which exist in hyperspace are shadows of things that exist in real space, whether moons or stars or planets or any sort of real space phenomenon. The hyperspace anomaly or the hyperspace barrier is different, and there are a bunch of theories about why that may be. Either way, by the Yuuzhan Vong era, it was widely understood that travel in and out of the galaxy would be very, very difficult, if not completely impossible. In fact, as we learn in Dark Tide 1, this was a factor that caused the New Republic to respond slowly to the Yuuzhan Vong's initial incursion. They didn't believe that the galaxy could be entered from the outside. Part of the reason I'm doing this video is because Vector Prime actually gives a really good description of what scientists thought about extragalactic space. This is a quote that, for whatever reason, I didn't mention in prior videos, so here it is. Before this moment, no one had ever witnessed evidence of, let alone the actual event of, an extragalactic breach. Many scientists argued that such a breach could not even be accomplished. Certainly several brave explorers and a couple of desperate outlaws being chased by the authorities had gone into the turbulence of the galactic rim over the last few decades, but none had ever been heard from again. Here might be the answer and the questions. So the book explains that something exists outside the galaxy, as we've discussed, that causes people to, well, not return. That actually significantly increases the lethality of the galactic barrier compared to the prior description, and also makes clear that people have tried it, but no one has returned. The character whose thoughts we're intruding on in that passage is known as Danny Kui. She was a member of the X-Gal Society. The X-Gal Society had outposts on various worlds near the very edge of the galaxy and essentially set up listening posts to look for extragalactic signals. The discovery of what they thought to be a large rock, but was in reality a Yuuzhan Vong world ship, was incredibly strange. They assumed that it either had anomalous properties, that it was actually a tightly packed set of gas, or that the mass had somehow passed through a strange gravitational field to allow it to bypass the barrier. In reality, what happened is the Yuuzhan Vong traveled through an area of space known as Vector Prime. Vector Prime was one of perhaps several areas in the galaxy where this barrier, for some reason, did not exist. If you imagine a giant moat between the galaxy and extragalactic space, Vector Prime is sort of like a bridge. How many of these bridges were there? Did the Yuuzhan Vong perhaps create it with their gravity manipulation creatures known as Dovin Basils? It's kind of hard to say. There is also, I will say, the distinct possibility that the hyperspace anomaly is simply imagined, and I know that was once a more popular theory online, but I think some of the new, more modern sources, including the Essential Atlas, have made it pretty clear that this was a real phenomenon. One thing I will note too that's, I think, not without a good explanation is the fact that some sources describe the barrier as only surrounding the western side of the galaxy. Some almost make a differentiation between some mythical barrier that surrounds the galaxy and also the hyperspace bramble that permeates all the way to the deep core and is primarily west of the deep core. I don't know for sure, but this is kind of how I imagine it. I've put an illustration on the screen here, which also indicates how travel to the satellite galaxies would be possible. The outbound flight was actually meant to break through this barrier and get to extragalactic space. This was a very interesting project. It was organized by Jedi Master Jorah Sabaoth. If you've read the Thrawn trilogy, you probably recognize his name. And basically the idea was that with several Jedi Masters and students, they would use the Force to simply break through and continue on their journey. The outbound flight was destroyed in the unknown regions. I think a very interesting story could have been the outbound flight, or perhaps some other Jedi expedition making it outside the galaxy, being lost for hundreds or maybe even thousands of years, then coming back disturbed and warped by their time in the void, with several generations of Jedi, or rather dark Jedi, ready to enact their revenge. In canon, there's a similar idea. Travel outside beyond the galaxy can cause insanity, madness, signals get distorted, navigation largely becomes impossible, and most people don't return. It's the same with legends. We don't know exactly how people die, whether they collide with something while traveling through hyperspace or simply get lost and can't find their way home, but the end result is pretty much the same. There's the legend of the Amaxine warriors in Star Wars canon, who we hear about most notably in Bloodline and Into the Dark, who purportedly left the galaxy, but more likely were simply destroyed by the Drengir.
By 35 ABY, with the emerging Dark Nest crisis, R2-D2 hadn't seen a proper cleaning in over 20 years and was starting to deal with some serious technical issues. As Luke takes the droid apart to try to figure out what's going on, he discovers a crack in R2-D2's deep reserve memory chips, which may have happened years or perhaps even decades earlier. As Luke is trying to fix it, R2-D2 does everything he can to avoid displaying the data contained, not unlike during their first meeting. Luke touched the tip of the soldering filament to Sector 222 and was astonished to hear a tinny female voice erupt from the droid's speaker. Anakin. It's a copy of a meeting between Anakin and Padme in Revenge of the Sith, specifically the one where Anakin shares his vision of his wife dying during childbirth. R2 claims the message is corrupted and refuses to play it again. When Luke says, "The woman in the hologram, show it to me again," well, R2 does the most R2 thing ever, displaying the original message of Princess Leia from when they first met. However, upon further digging, Luke believes the memory may actually be corrupted and that there's some physical damage. So the droid is brought to Ghent, the Galactic Alliance's top slicer. This ends up revealing another scene with Obi-Wan speaking to Padme and confirming that her and Anakin are in fact in love. This is a scene we see in the novelization, but we only hear reference to in the movie. Interestingly, this is actually where Luke and Leia learn their mother's name for the first time. Still, R2 refuses to release content following that recording, and it's revealed that there's nothing actually preventing him from doing so, just that he doesn't want to. When 3PO chides him, R2-D2 responds by saying, "You don't understand the secrets I'm hiding." However, before more progress can be done, Luke and the crew are forced to leave. By the second book in the trilogy, Alima Rar helps Luke unlock further memories, specifically one of Anakin and Padme meeting before the fall of the Jedi, ending with Anakin promising Padme that she would not die during childbirth. Luke notices that his father's arms were not so much embracing as claiming, with his father's brooding nature leaving him feeling quite uneasy. Luke keeps pushing, and R2-D2 does basically everything he can not to display the message. He attempts to run away. He grabs at the wall with one of his grapplers. He begs Luke not to access his memory. The next file is a recording from the Jedi Temple during Order 66, recovered by R2, who claims to have downloaded it on his own initiative. First, the Jedi children and teenagers are shown being mowed down by a column of advancing clone troopers. Then, as the Jedi begin to mount a defense, Anakin enters, slaughtering all those who stand in his way, cutting Jedi in half, cleaving off shoulders and limbs, defeating knights, and slaughtering children. This clip is only seen by Han and Luke is forced to meditate to handle the pain he's experiencing, though he is able to recover and continue his campaign. By Dark Nest 3, Ghent continues to work on the droid, attempting to access R2-D2's Omni-Gate, which would provide all droid memories. After successfully doing so, first they are able to watch the meeting of Anakin and Padme after the Jedi Temple attack. This is of course from the perspective of R2, which is interesting, because although 3PO is there, because because of his mind wipe, he doesn't remember any of it, and they're not even sure whether the Golden Protocol droid is him or not. There is a little extra detail here that's not in the movie, but seems to be based off the original script, or screenplay, as it's very similar to what appears in the Revenge of the Sith novelization. Anakin specifically talks about how he's off to end the war on Mustafar, and how Padme will have to disavow her former allies in the Senate lest she face an Inquisition. From a reader's perspective, after this viewing, the similarities between Jacen and Anakin are really driven home. Mara was the first to break the silence. "No offense, Luke, but your father gives me the shudders." "Why is that?" Jacen asked, sounding genuinely puzzled. Mara raised her brow in surprise. "You didn't catch the subtext? That little threat when he told her to distance herself from her friends in the Senate?" She frowned. "I know you're more sensitive than that." "What I saw was a man worried about his wife's safety," Jacen replied. "That's all I saw." "You didn't find him a little controlling?" Luke asked. He was really beginning to worry about his nephew's emotional awareness. It was as though all the tenderness had evaporated from his soul during his sojourn to explore the Force. By the final message, the war between the Killiks and the Chiss had reached its apex, and the Killiks had also insinuated that Mara had in fact killed Luke's mother, as she was an assassin for the Empire, and earlier on in the trilogy, one of her assassinations was exposed, with the Killiks generally trying to sow distrust between Luke and Mara. R2 is coaxed into revealing his final message, a series of recordings from Mustafar and the birth of the twins. Anakin's choking of Padme brings forth the single most visceral and emotional response of all those who had been viewing the recordings. Luke cried out in disbelief, and the Force grew heavy with grief and outrage. Even Jacen, whose time among the Yuuzhan Vong had taught him never to be surprised by the brutality one could inflict on another, felt his stomach turn at the sight of his grandfather using the Force to choke the woman he supposedly loved. Tears were escaping down Luke's cheeks now, and Jacen could sense him struggling with the anger he felt towards his father. It left a fiery, bitter taste in the Force, all the more powerful because of the forgiveness that Luke had already granted Anakin Skywalker. In order to give Luke some peace, and to remove the possibility of Mara having assassinated Padme, R2 shows her actual death. As he witnessed Padme die in childbirth, Luke is filled with grief, though also relief at the fact that his father did not actually purposefully and fully kill his mother. At the end, Jacen tells Luke to use his grief and anger in the upcoming battle, to harness it, a claim which fills Luke with disgust. This reflects the difference in Jedi philosophy between Luke and Jacen. Jacen, after the teaching of Vergir during the Vong War, is told to harness and use his emotions. He wouldn't fall to the dark side, according to Vergir, so long as his intentions were good, regardless of the source of his emotions or his power. Luke, on the other hand, is a more traditional Jedi, ignoring emotion instead for calm and serenity. By Book 1 of the Legacy of the Force series, Luke is sensing an incoming darkness, something he saw in Anakin's eyes as they turned Sith yellow. "I've had the dream a couple of times before. It's not just a dream though. It's coming to me through currents in the Force. He's all wrapped up in shadows, a dark hooded cloak, but more than that, shadows of light and..." Luke shook his head, struggling for the correct word. "And ignorance, and denial, and he brings great pain to the galaxy, and to me." What little of his face I can see reminds me of the features of Anakin Skywalker as a Jedi, but his eyes, as I watch, they turn a molten gold or orange, transforming from Force use and anger. Although Luke doesn't realize this, what he's sensing is not some long-dead Sith Lord or a formerly vanquished enemy, but rather his nephew, an individual who would not only spark a galaxy-spanning war, but would also kill his wife, Mara Jade. Why is the unknown region still unknown, and why isn't it being actively explored? Let's first look at Star Wars Legends, and there are a ton of great sources in Legends that help out with this very question. Probably the most notable one is the Unknown Regions Guide for the Star Wars RPG. The first thing that I want to mention is that the unknown regions actually are being explored, although it has been at a relatively slow pace. The RPG guide makes very clear that the unknown regions as it existed during the time of the Old Republic was much larger than it was in modern Star Wars history. The Empire especially dedicated a good amount of resources to trying to map out the space. Still, much remained untouched. Why is that? The guide says very simply, cut off by the lack of known hyperspace lanes and the dangers of mapping new routes, the unknown regions remain largely unexplored throughout all eras of galactic history. That sort of answers our question. It tells us that the unknown regions are unknown because they're difficult to map, largely due to the lack of hyperspace lanes. But let's kind of dissect that idea a little bit more. A secondary question that develops after that quote is, why are there not developed hyperspace lanes? And also generally, why has civilization not developed in that area of space such that hyperspace lanes would have developed alongside of it? In the Imperial era, we can explain it as the Empire is fairly core-centric and pretty xenophobic as well, so it makes sense that they wouldn't dedicate all of their time to trying to establish colonies outside of what they already have. However, there has been a divide between the unknown regions and the rest of the galaxy throughout all of galactic history. Much of this comes from the stellar geography of the galaxy. Specifically, the unknown region is full of dangers, black holes, gravitational anomalies, other things like that, things that make it difficult to plot hyperspace lanes. In particular, we know of the Tangle, and I also got this from the Unknown Regions RPG guide. It says that entering the unknown regions from within the galactic disk requires a trip through a chaotic web of hyperspace interference referred to as the Tangle. The irregularly shaped Tangle extends many light years into the western region of the galactic disk. So this is sort of a catch-22. Think of how regions and really on a grander scale countries develop in the real world. You see cities popping up along common trade routes, whether it's a natural one, something like a river, or an artificial one, like train tracks. The Star Wars civilization and the key points within the Star Wars galaxy largely developed around hyperspace lanes. For a hyperspace lane to exist, it needs to be clear of things like gravitational anomalies, because hyperspace jumps are impossible with those stellar phenomenon existing. On a macro-galactic scale, we also have super hyperspace lanes. Hydian Way, for example, is the major hyperspace lane in the Star Wars galaxy, and you can basically use it to travel from galactic north to galactic south. This lane was created thousands and thousands of years before the Battle of Yavin. However, it had a major effect on galactic politics, on galactic hotspots, and really just the general development of the galaxy as a whole. Planets that were near this major hyperspace lane obviously received a lot of attention and became very important. Because it's difficult to establish hyperspace lanes going through the galactic west, much of the unknown regions remains, to be honest, relatively unimportant. This issue is made worse by the fact that many hyperspace lanes were developed tens of thousands of years before the Battle of Yavin. At such a time, advanced hyperspace navigation would have been even more difficult. So what we have is that hyperspace navigation is not impossible, but it is difficult. And at this point, where galactic politics and just the setting of the galaxy has been established for so long, and there are still so many locations closer to major hyperspace lanes, really there just isn't the necessity to explore that part of the galaxy. Along with that, the unknown regions are very dangerous. I mean, besides for the stellar phenomenon that we've been talking about throughout this part of the video, we also have more tangible dangers. Things like very territorial but also very powerful empires like the Chiss, the Cyru, or countless others. So when venturing into the unknown regions, not only do you have to either plan your own hyperspace jump or rely on questionable calculations from somewhere else without official sources, but you also have to deal with whatever dangers are lurking on the other side of your jump. The Star Wars galaxy is huge, and there are so many fertile locations still left unexplored, and just generally, unless you're some sort of smuggler, deviant, or other person trying to escape the law, there isn't a whole lot of reason to venture into the unknown regions. Aside from things like black holes or the Kilix or the Chiss, we also have to deal with things like the Nal or other ancient, not fully understood terrors. It seems that even the Chiss, for example, were somewhat aware that the Yuuzhan Vong were lurking somewhere in the unknown regions, although they referred to them as the Far Outsiders. Threats like that existed, as did countless others that, just to be honest, unless you lived in the unknown regions your entire life, you likely wouldn't be prepared for. It seems like the hyperspace disturbance, which stops travel from outside of the galaxy, also bisects part of the unknown regions, although this isn't fully clear to me. This would make travel even more dangerous. We don't fully know what happens when you go through this hyperspace disturbance. Certainly it appears to be fatal at hyperspace speeds, but it appears to even be dangerous at sublight speeds as well. Additionally, we need to consider the development of hyperspace travel itself. Much of hyperspace development, although really the Ricotans were among the first, happened within the core world, and where early hyperspace technology was very rudimentary, much of this travel was just between nearby systems. This kind of had the effect of the oldest and thus most explored hyperspace lanes being more predisposed to being towards the center of the galaxy. Finally, and this is the last thing I'm going to mention, at least for Star Wars Legends, it's really not possible for an individual to do something like mapping out the unknown regions. It's really something that requires an empire or some other government to do so, and most empires, except at times the New Republic and the Empire, didn't really have the need or the want to do so. It also appears that by the late Legacy era of Star Wars Legends that there was literally no interest in mapping the unknown regions, and that they'd been largely ignored. Let's look now at Star Wars canon, and just off the bat we can assume that most of the things that we've said about the unknown region, except perhaps the hyperspace barrier around the galaxy and some of the more esoteric things, are probably the same. We don't know for certain, but it's likely that hyperspace developed in a similar way with a preference towards core worlds, and that because of the gravitational anomalies and other stellar events in the unknown region, that major hyperspace lanes aren't really feasible. We do, however, get a good discussion of the issue within both the Thrawn book and perhaps more prominently the Aftermath trilogy. There we learn that like Legends, there is some force, whether it's gravitational or something stranger, that makes travel throughout this part of the galaxy very, very difficult. I will say that the unknown regions actually seem more difficult to navigate within Star Wars canon. We know, for example, that most of the galaxy thought that the Chiss were legends, even those who lived within the unknown region are wild space, and travel generally just seems much more difficult. I'm going to, right now, include a snippet from Aftermath, which talks about the difficulty of exploring not only the unknown regions, but outside of the Star Wars galaxy.
For decades, these computers have been plotting a journey. Outside the known galaxy is an unexplored infinity, Palpatine explained. One closed off by a labyrinth of solar storms, rogue magnetospheres, black holes, gravity wells, and things far stranger. Any who tried to conquer that maze did not survive. The ships were obliterated or returned to the galaxy devoid of travelers. Communications from those explorers were incomprehensible, either shot through with such static as to make the content useless, or filled with enough inane babble to serve as a perfectly clear sign that the explorer had gone utterly mad out there in isolation.
People have often asked, well, why not just use probe droids to map this area of the galaxy? There are a couple of answers to that. The first is that it's extremely difficult to do and requires a lot of resources. It also requires a lot of computation power. We know that even simple hyperspace jumps take several minutes to compute, and mapping a large portion of the galaxy obviously needs a lot of resources. However, mapping the galaxy with probe droids is exactly what Palpatine appears to have done, and seems like the First Order, moving into the sequel trilogy, actually used that knowledge and those maps to somehow set themselves up away from Republic scrutiny. We also know that the Emperor's Super Star Destroyer Eclipse was hidden in the unknown region somewhere, and at the end of the Aftermath trilogy, we see that several Imperials are on their way to find it. Generally, though, the same considerations apply. The Empire and other governments most likely were fairly core-centric. Much of the galaxy was already developed. The hyperspace lanes kind of dictate the popular areas within the Star Wars galaxy, and there's really no need to explore what is unknown, dangerous, and just not easy to venture into.
For those who don't know, hyperspace in Star Wars is a different dimension. It allows starships to travel vast distances within a relatively short period of time. It's one of several dimensions in Star Wars. Other dimensions include other space, and perhaps also the dimension that Waru comes from, and Waru is an interdimensional creature featured in the novel The Crystal Star. And on that point, before I get on to the topic, I was reading the excellent Despoilers of an Empire article on StarWars.com, which was an old Legends piece about Imperial warlords, and part 3 actually makes reference to the Anti-Force being in other space. The Anti-Force is big in Waru's story and kind of suggests that Waru's universe and other space are actually one in the same, and I'll talk about that perhaps later or in another video.
But it's the whole strangeness of other space which really offers this danger. It's not as bad as, say, the warp from Warhammer 40,000, but there is still the serious possibility of being trapped. The first way is pretty simple, and actually is legend specific. In Star Wars canon, if you're in a spaceship and somehow leave that spaceship which is traveling through hyperspace, you simply revert to real space. However, in Star Wars Legends, if you're in hyperspace and eject in a non-hyperspace capable vehicle, you basically get stuck in hyperspace forever. So imagine a Star Destroyer launches a TIE in hyperspace. That vessel will now be stuck in hyperspace for eternity, with no engine to return it to real space. I've mentioned this in a prior video, but Neil Spar, who led the Avathan Duskon League, was punished at the end of the Black Fleet Crisis for his crimes against the galaxy, basically by being shuttled into hyperspace and left to go insane and die. And the thing is, it wasn't always people who were thrown into hyperspace or forced into hyperspace without an engine. Sometimes ships would have malfunctions that could result in either being ejected to real space, which could be really crappy in its own right because it means you're literally in the middle of nowhere. We saw that happen to, for example, Luke Skywalker in the Thrawn trilogy, and it was okay for him because he's a Jedi, so he had certain techniques which he could use to slow down his breathing and basically allow himself to survive and maintain the ship's supply of oxygen and whatnot. But for many others, if you're knocked out of hyperspace, that's certain death. I mean, the Star Wars movies don't really show this, but the galaxy is extraordinarily large, and the space between planets is, well, astronomical. It's really not practical to fly on sublight drives between systems, so you'll have to drop some sort of navigational buoy and hope for the best. However, also there's a chance that maybe your hyperdrive breaks and sends you into the middle of a star or a planet. That is probably what happened to the Praetor-class battlecruiser the Questor, which had a hyperdrive failure, propelling it into a planet which it proceeded to destroy alongside itself, of course. Alright, so if your hyperdrive breaks, we've covered 3 things that can happen so far. You get stuck in hyperspace, you get stuck in real space, and probably the middle of nowhere when you just look at the size of the galaxy and the proportion of it that's populated, or you crash into a planet, or another stellar body, or some sort of black hole, and you die an instant and comparably merciful death. However, is that all that can happen? Well, no. We've spoken already of other space, and I've mentioned it in prior videos, so some of you probably know what it is. However, other space is a third dimension, somewhat aside real space and hyperspace, that seems to be an inverted version of reality. The sky looks the exact opposite as it does in regular space. There's something called the anti-force there, most likely. Waru probably lives there, and if you have a hyperdrive malfunction, so could you. The Other Space West End Games books have a pretty cool story about rebel ships getting stuck in the other dimension after a hyperdrive malfunction, and how the violent race known as the Charon want to escape. But I think I've covered that all sufficiently in the past, and I'll try to link to one of my prior videos in the upper right hand corner. The West End Games source books of that era especially are more fun than really concrete lore or anything, but I still think Other Space has been integrated enough in later continuity that it deserves a mention in this video. Similarly, aside from being sent to another dimension, you can also be sent even outside of the Star Wars galaxy, as was the case with Luke and Leia in issue 38 of the original Star Wars run, where they're basically sent to the intergalactic void, an even worse place to be than just stranded in the middle of the galaxy. But there are even worse things that can happen due to hyperspace malfunctions or hyperspace weirdness. The Sith capital ship Harbinger made a jump with a malfunctioning hyperdrive and ended up 5,000 years into the future. Something similar, albeit on a much smaller scale, happened to R2-D2 and C-3PO in the Star Wars Droids comics as they went from before the Battle of Yavin to the time of Return of the Jedi after a hyperdrive malfunction caused by weapons damage. But presumably that would be pretty rare and would only happen to you if you were in a bit of a wackier Star Wars story.
How did Hutts, creatures so obese it's expected they'll be carried around, gain such a secure hold on power in the galaxy? Like in the Book of Boba Fett, could the slaves not simply have dropped the Hutt siblings? Let's talk about that. The first thing to point out is the level of incredible obesity achieved by Jabba is not the natural state of the Hutt species. In their natural state, Hutts are fairly muscular, they can move quickly even through the difficult swamplands of Nal Hutta. They're imposing physically and their tail itself can be a dangerous weapon. One famous example of a more fit Hutt was Beldorian. He was actually a Jedi for the Order, and was probably a level of strength and mobility actually beyond most Hutts. Hutts were also naturally very long-lived and could grow to be over 1,000 years old. So all of that I think does help justify the presence of so many Hutt crime families, but it doesn't fully explain the degree to which they've dominated the criminal underworld and the fact that they are now able to allow themselves through decadence and laziness to gain so much weight and generally achieve the more standard Hutt-like physique that we're familiar with. The true threat of dominance can actually be tracked back, according to the Essential Guide to Warfare, 25,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. The Hutts, after suffering a terrible civil war, decided that, rather than direct conquest or action, they would be better served by manipulating what they considered to be lesser races. The Hutts would still engage in war in this early period, and it's even said that they had special machines that they placed their bodies in so they'd be more mobile and dangerous on the battlefield. However, they also dominated many less sophisticated species and took them in as slaves. Some of these early enslaved species still serve under the Hutts, including the Nikto and the Klaatuinian. Even before the shift away from direct conflict, the Hutts had still been using slaves. And in 25,000 BBY, the Hutt slave empire was even able to defeat Zim the Despot in battle through sheer numbers, and eventually the Hutts gained dominance in their portion of space. They kept their slave species in check through brutal oppression, including the bombing and poisoning of a species' homeworld. Slave-crewed ships allowed the Hutts to aggressively and recklessly attack any who stood against them, and eventually they established a territory of space. Well, even the Republic was still fairly young. Perhaps it was the natural longevity of the Hutts which allowed them to remain successful for so long, but as the Republic flourished, the Hutts expanded from slavery and piracy to other forms of trade and commerce, both legitimate and illegitimate. For one, Hutt territory was fairly large and well situated. The Hutts would charge a fee for any trade that went through that area of space. They also ran protection rackets where they would sell guardianship services to trade ships and retaliate if their protection, and thus payment, was refused. The Essential Guide to Warfare states that refusing Hutt protection would mean you'd get a visit from strange-looking alien ships, alluding to the fact that at this point, the Hutts were still managing a vast cadre of client species. The Hutts did their best to avoid open warfare, but they didn't always do so successfully. They were the subject to, for example, the Pius Deus Crusades of the Republic, but were able to weather that storm for reasons I might have to break down in a future video. The Hutts generally were guided by the Khajiitic philosophy, which emphasized personal wealth and the superiority of the Hutts. As the Republic expanded, waxed, and waned, the Hutts were generally happy to maintain simply sometimes economic control over planets, even when the Republic staked a formal claim. So now most of this information has been Star Wars Legends based, but presumably it will apply to canon as well. If we go to, say, the Book of Boba Fett, the Hutts are still maintaining power over their cartel through incredible political and economic power. Now, Star Wars canon has dealt many blows to the Hutts after the Battle of Endor, which are kind of outside the scope of today's video, but this power makes up for the physical weakness that Hutts are now suffering. Could you kill any one individual Hutt? I mean, probably yes, but Hutt family bonds are strong, the species bonds are strong as well, so while you won't see direct retaliation from the Hutt physically, like the Hutt's not going to slug himself over and hit you, they've got unimaginable resources to do that, which is why Han Solo's life was so difficult for a while. The source of this power is very old, 25,000 years, but that's where it comes from. The Hutts, despite being, well, pretty funny looking, are an incredibly dangerous and well-established race in the Star Wars galaxy, and one that's been run exceptionally well, even compared to, say, the Republic.
To answer the question of why the Rebel Alliance never used Star Destroyers, we have to understand their most important asset, the X-Wing. The X-Wing was a beautiful and incredible fighter, effective against capital ships and other starfighters, well shielded, well armed, maneuverable, and speedy. However, it had two specific advantages which, when combined, allowed the Rebel Alliance to dominate the Empire despite having a much smaller navy. The first one is obvious: hyperdrive. Unlike TIE fighters, X-Wings did not need to be ferried into battle. They could make a jump, perform a mission, then leave. However, there were many ships that could do this. The difference with the X-Wing was that it was actually effective, working without a capital ship escort. This is thanks to its unique Fabritech sensors and the augmented specialist pack held in the fighter's nose. Unlike almost every other fighter active in the galaxy at this point, including every single fighter in the Imperial Navy by the Battle of Yavin, this allowed the X-Wing to operate independently of a capital ship, with the sensors doing extra legwork in the areas of navigation, tactics, communication, and targeting. The X-Wing was so effective because the multi-role vessel could enter battle, attack a Star Destroyer before the fighters were even launched, then retreat. These hit-and-run attacks were almost unstoppable by the Empire early on in the war, and relied totally on speed. Starfighter squadrons packing enough damage to disable a capital ship would enter the battlefield, avoid fire, unleash their ordnance, then simply leave. And something like a carrier would not benefit the Alliance in this mission type. If anything, it would actually remove their ability to run hit-and-fade attacks, as the Alliance would lose the timing advantage associated with not having to launch fighters. As an example, during the first attack on the Death Star, the Alliance brought with them a Lucrehulk known as the Fortressa, which was very quickly destroyed by the Death Star's super laser. However, what's more, by the time the Alliance had launched their attack squadrons, the Empire had organized their defenses and were able to cut apart the attackers with very little losses. Of course, most Imperial fleets wouldn't have access to a super weapon, but they still had overwhelming cruiser-level firepower, such that Alliance ships would be basically useless. This reality dictated the Alliance starfighter strategy created by Jan Dodonna. Before Dodonna took over the reins of Alliance starfighter management, the Rebels had tried collecting territory and turtling behind sector navies and planetary shields, but this proved to be untenable. Dodonna recognized the advantage of hyperspace-capable X-Wings and that they were key to undermining the Empire and winning key battles, and the Alliance did so, disrupting supply lines and disabling bases. But this wasn't something they only did sometimes. The Alliance's main offensive thrusts, in fact, were powered by starfighters, and as a stateless government, the Alliance could more or less stay mobile, avoiding the need for large capital ships. But, as I alluded to, although the Navy was starfighter based, it didn't need carriers. Carriers didn't fit the hit and strike mission profile, and fighters usually either jumped in on their own after refueling in a nearby system, or were sometimes covertly transported in disguised fighters. Obviously, the Venator doesn't fit here, and the fact that it was specialized towards a sort of obsolete function meant that the Alliance probably wasn't seeking it out, but we'll get back to that. Eventually, military doctrine did shift, and the Alliance, under the leadership of Mon Mothma, did start to collect capital ships to beef up their military. At this point, we see the introduction of the Rebel One and other CIS capital ships. Had the battle at Deep Space Besh not occurred, it's possible that some Venators would have entered Rebel service, but that battle saw the Alliance's fleet absolutely torn apart by the Empire in a nearly devastating loss. Thankfully, the Alliance was saved by the Mon Calamari, who had previously ceded from the Empire, but now were in outright defiance and revolt of Palpatine. They graciously supplied new cruisers to the Alliance Navy, which became the cruiser backbone of almost every Rebel fleet. And this is specifically where we can look at why the Alliance chose other capital ships instead of Venators. As I explained, we know that the Empire simply got rid of some of their prior Venators, so it certainly makes sense that if the Alliance really wanted some of the Star Destroyers, they could have secured some. However, the Mon Calamari cruisers, which they did go with, were all around better ships. Although the Venator was an exceptional carrier, the Rebels did not need specialized carrying vessels, just because of how their starfighter wings worked. MC-80s and similar vessels were superior in nearly every other aspect, especially survivability, while still taking some of the load from carrying if necessary. It's also likely that the Alliance, which had been seriously hurt at the Battle of Deep Space Besh, would have also struggled to secure Venators, at least from that point moving forward, and it would have been difficult to justify when they were getting Mon Calamari cruisers for free. What's more, Venators required a lot of crew, while providing a specialized need that could be met elsewhere, as I've been hammering on throughout this video. I think there's a similar reason why Lucrehulks, besides for the Fortressa, would have been used for mobile bases, rather than true battleships. However, even if the starfighters of the Alliance were not hyperspace capable, I don't think the Venator would have made a good choice. Venators could carry hundreds of fighters, and to be honest, most of that space would be wasted. It's much more efficient to go for a ship which would tightly pack assets while using the extra space for more shielding or weaponry. If you compare the Venator with, say, the Providence, the latter is more heavily configurable, it has better weaponry and probably defenses, and it has a more reasonable hangar size. What's more, large capital ships were fairly rare, and the Alliance preferred instead to rely on smaller corvettes, frigates, and gunships. After the Clone Wars, the galaxy, for the first time in thousands of years, moved from a voluntary democracy, where systems and individuals were given a high degree of autonomy, to an overbearing, violent autocracy, which imposed its will upon the galaxy. Now, if we accept that this violent model of governing is a required element of the Empire which must be preserved, which I think is fair, or else it's fundamentally changed and no longer, well, the Empire, I think we can see that most of the military decisions at least make a degree of sense. The main obstacle to managing a galaxy-spanning empire is scale. The Republic, for most of its history at least, kept the peace by making membership to the government voluntary and by offering advantages with few imposed restrictions. This is obviously not the case with Palpatine's empire, which very strictly imposed its will against the citizens of the galaxy. Obviously, this increases the probability of violent uprising, so some degree of force is needed to keep systems in line. And this is where the issue of scale comes in. The galaxy is just too big, with millions upon millions of inhabited systems. There's just no way to police this traditionally, and even at the height of their power, the Empire only had tens of thousands of Star Destroyers. So there's a disparity here of at least several orders of magnitude. The structure of the Empire was thus built around this problem. And I think there were three main prongs to their strategy. First is the centralization of power. And I mean this not only because Palpatine himself and his sycophants were all-powerful, but also because the majority of the Empire's legal authority and their economic and manufacturing base was centered in the galactic core. The core itself is a much more manageable area, at least in astrographic terms, and although spreading propaganda across the entire galaxy is certainly impossible, one can significantly change the mindset of people in one limited area, mostly through non-stop propaganda campaigns, limits on the arts and free speech, control of the HoloNet and reporters, etc., etc. Of course, in the core of your empire, you also do less overtly evil things. You won't be throwing the elites of Coruscant into slavery, for example, at least not routinely. So you disproportionately keep assets in one area, the core, keeping your centers of politics, science, and culture believing in the ideals of your empire. Now, of course, propaganda exists across the galaxy, but the real indoctrination is happening in this area. So you have a pacified heart to your empire, providing not only stability, but the lifeblood of day-to-day operations. And I mean that in a literal sense. You have loyal imperial families churning out new admirals, politicians, officers, bureaucrats, soldiers, whatever. These are the people who exert power on a day-to-day basis. And these are people who are loyal to Palpatine and who are loyal to the government. And this is why most people higher up in the military have core world accents or Coruscanti accents. And also why nepotism is rampant. Sure, you're not always getting the cream of the crop rising, but you are embedding loyalty within your government structure. Another effect of this, of course, is that with a higher resource allocation to core systems, they are generally much safer, so you're not having Imperial Center subject to random attacks by your enemies. Of course, this still leaves the vastness of the rest of the galaxy, and again, millions upon millions of systems, all which could house the beginnings of a new rebellion, or which could attempt succession. How do you handle that? Well, let's go to the second prong of the imperial policy trident, which is the oversector system. A few weeks ago, we talked about subsidiarity, the principle that the most local capable power should be the one making decisions. Obviously, in the Empire, a fascist dictatorship, that's not possible. But still, the galaxy was subdivided into 20 oversectors, with Grand Moffs exerting local political and military control, with a further 1,000 subservient Moffs spread throughout these oversectors. This allows for a degree of oversector, sector, and in some cases planetary specialization when it comes to military rule, while also generally allowing timely responses to most emergencies or insurrections. Most oversectors would have also had at least one dreadnought or big symbol of imperial power, but we'll talk about that in a few minutes. However, the oversector system also had some major issues which I think I would be remiss to ignore. Mainly, oversectors and the Moffs that ran them would often not work together due to a degree of protectionism over their power, leading to an overall inefficiency in the Empire. The issue of power is really the main driver here. We know the Alliance, for example, would purposefully put Grand Moffs or Moffs against each other. They would attack sensitive systems near oversector borders, then moving across the border itself, where the nearby Grand Moff would either not properly respond to the threat or might prevent Imperial starship movements. The problem is, it's really difficult to prevent this sort of competition against people power hungry enough to rise to the position of Grand Moff, but fostering a higher degree of unity among those in power, from leaders of the military to political Grand Moffs, Moffs, and even planetary governors, would have been a good first step. However, even with Smart Asset Division, the Empire and the forces of the Imperial Navy are still a minority compared to the combined powers of the rest of the galaxy. This is where the third prong of Imperial policy, the Tarkin Doctrine, comes in. Basically, the idea that overwhelming, unassailable force and the associated fear will keep systems in line. So it's true, the Empire doesn't have an unending string of Star Destroyers, and if every system revolted against the Empire, they could probably overthrow the government. And that's true for a military even much larger than the Empire, I would think. In response, you create psychological weapons like the Death Stars, which, more than being an actual useful military force, is a symbol that resistance against the Empire is impossible. The same can be said of Star Dreadnoughts, and to a lesser extent, even the Star Destroyer. Basically, the idea that, yeah, you might be able to resist us and even be successful, but eventually the Executor or some superweapon is going to show up and make you pay. You will not be able to resist and you will die. Obviously, this works well against systems and planets, but the Tarkin Doctrine does struggle against stateless entities like the Alliance. And this failure exposes some of the Empire's other major weaknesses. For example, the fact that they didn't eliminate major sources of Alliance revenue or ships like Mon Cala, or more importantly perhaps, the fact that they didn't have better designed mainline capital ships or starfighters. My point is, the Star Destroyer, for example, is a great image to conjure fear and to keep systems in line just through its mere presence. However, when you're fighting a faction that will use hit and run tactics, the fear isn't there, and the design flaws inherent in the Star Destroyer, like the lack of really good point defense weapons or better starfighters, are exposed. The thing is, this wasn't an either-or situation, and the Empire really could have upgraded their ships while still maintaining an element of fear. So looking at the Death Star specifically, if we strictly abide by Legends credit numbers, which I highly recommend against, then the fact that we could replace the DS-1 with 10,000 Star Destroyers misses the point. Yeah, that would swell the galactic numbers somewhat, but the Empire already had an absolutely overwhelming military advantage, against the Rebellion at least. The psychological impact, I think, is much more useful. To further the effects of the Tarkin Doctrine, the Empire smartly invested extremely heavily in starship design, while also limiting the advancements in non-Imperial vessels. So the difference between the average ship in the Imperial military and the average ship in any other galactic fighting force continued to widen. And we know that strategy would have been continued with the Eclipse and the Sovereign line of Star Destroyers. So to summarize, it's my opinion that if one has to rule through a violent dictatorship, that the Empire was best set up, or at least well set up, for success. The main thing that led to the government's failure was the destruction of the Death Stars. Had the first not been destroyed, the largest rebel cell against the Empire would have been annihilated, and there most likely would have been a chilling effect on other rebellions. The same can be said of the second Death Star. However, even if the Empire had lost at Endor, all they needed was for Palpatine to survive, and I truly think they would have been completely fine. Palpatine held the faction together. After his death, the Empire splintered into holdouts, warlords, and claimants to the throne. This infighting detracted from the fact that they still had an overwhelming military advantage against the Rebellion and the later New Republic. We see in the Dark Empire that even with the Empire crumbling and the New Republic having militarized, Palpatine's forces are still absolutely overwhelming. So the main issues are the arrogance of Palpatine, which arguably is not the fault of the Empire structure, though I think that point could be debated, and the competitiveness of especially Oversector Grand Moffs and the lack of a coherent chain of command after the Empire. So for an autocratic galactic government, I think you could do worse than the Empire. That being said, when ruling a galaxy, I do think the Republic or New Republic democratic voluntary model is much more successful. The First Order, Republic, and Confederacy of Independent Systems all will be using canon vehicles, while the Galactic Empire will be using one from Legends. I've done this because generally I want to pick the best ground vehicle for each faction. Let's start, as we usually do, with the Galactic Empire, and we're looking at one of, if not the most obscure vehicles ever featured in this series. Everyone knows the standard AT-AT Walker. However, what most don't know is that there was actually a variant called the AT-IC, which was a standard AT Walker with an ion cannon on the back. A few weeks ago, I made a video covering how the toy brand Kenner proposed the first ever post-Return of the Jedi content for the Star Wars EU. The proposal contained, among other things, the AT-IC, and although the pitch was rejected, the Walker did make its way into Legends through reference books. Although the AT-IC was very rare, functionally it doesn't seem to have any real disadvantages when compared with an ordinary AT-AT, except perhaps less armor around the back end. It does, however, have the advantage of now operating as a mobile artillery vehicle. In a way, it kind of reminds me of the SPHA used by the Galactic Republic, however, it's also more of a pure offensive threat as well. This gives the Walker some versatility. It can straight up attack a hard point as a traditional AT-AT could, but the ion cannon can also be used to shell targets from afar or defend key locations. Ultimately, the AT-IC was fairly silly, and it was designed as a toy, having a very small place in Star Wars Legends, but if you think about it, practically it does make some sense. Next we have the Galactic Republic, and one of my favorite vehicles in Star Wars Legends, the Republic Juggernaut. Specifically here, we will be taking the A6 Juggernaut, which was the one used prominently by the Republic, and in my opinion, the best of the series. The A6 is absolutely massive, longer, taller, and heavier than even an AT-AT Walker. It also fills a variety of roles. It can transport troops and vehicles into battle, it can operate as a command post, and it's effective as a direct assault vehicle. On that note, the Juggernaut has extremely strong armor and a variety of weapons. The vehicle made use of a heavy cannon, anti-personnel weaponry, laser cannons, and even ordnance launchers. These weapons were capable of devastating enemy positions, personnel, and vehicles. The Juggernaut was also fairly fast, especially for its size, easily capable of outrunning AT-ATs or other large walkers. On flat surfaces, it could reach almost 200 kilometers per hour, although it was not as adept at navigating difficult terrain as walkers were, or repulsor lift vehicles. It also did have some issues with maintenance, and the vehicles were prone to breaking down. However, even with those issues, it was still incredibly effective, capable of deploying troops, operating as a mobile base, or attacking an enemy directly. Next we have the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and I really struggled trying to decide which vehicle I would use for the CIS. They have so many droid types, and many function as you would expect a ground vehicle or a walker would. However, I ended up going with something that is actually a distinct vehicle, and that is the Confederacy's super tank. The super tank really only appears prominently in a single episode of The Clone Wars, however, it makes a fairly big impact. These experimental tanks were very impressive technological achievements by the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The most notable thing about them is their durability. They survive fire from not only AT-TEs, but also dedicated artillery without so much as a scratch. That's due mostly to their dedicated shielding, which is fairly rare for ground-based vehicles in the Star Wars universe. They also have strong hulls. An entire factory collapses on top of the super tanks, and although they are no longer functional, the hull doesn't even break. Weapon-wise, the tank does make use of blasters, however, more notably, it possesses very powerful missiles. A single salvo of which not only took out personnel, but also an entire AT-TE walker without any difficulty. The super tank's usefulness, however, is somewhat limited. They are fairly slow, they wouldn't be used to transporting troops, and really their effectiveness is only as far as their missiles can reach. Now, obviously, if deployed strategically right in the midst of battle, they could do some serious damage, but you can't sneak up on an enemy with them, you probably can't attack from any sort of range. There's just not the same kind of versatility that you see with the Juggernaut and to a lesser extent the AT-IC. Finally, we have the newest vehicle on this list, the Mega Caliber 6, the new walker from Star Wars The Last Jedi. The AT-M6 is basically a beefed up version of the AT-AT. It seems to be more practically built, it's larger, it's got more weaponry, and it's most likely more heavily armed. One of the key improvements is also in stability. Where the AT-AT was prone to tripping or being tripped, the AT-M6 makes use of heavier front legs, which give it the name the Gorilla Walker. Along with two sets of dual laser cannons, the AT-M6 also has the Mega Caliber 6 turbo laser mounted on its back, similar in a way to the AT-IC. This thing is just devastating. It carries far more firepower, especially with the dedicated cannon, than the AT-AT. It's much more practical, it's gargantuanly sized, and I just really don't see how you can kill it. Now, this being said, it does have some of the same issues as the super tank. It appears to be fairly slow. It probably will serve one purpose only, and that's attacking enemy positions, but I think it likely does what it does more effectively than any walker that ever existed. With that being said, let's now take the time to rank them from best to worst, and this one is kind of difficult. We have to decide whether we want a pure utility vehicle like the Juggernaut and maybe the AT-IC versus pure offensive weapons, and offensive weapons that do their job really, really well, like the super tank and the Mega Caliber 6. What I'm going to do is split the difference. What I mean by that is one of the top two vehicles will be a utility vehicle and a versatile vehicle, while the other one will be an offensive weapon. With that in mind, I think the Republic actually has the best ground vehicle. The Juggernaut is so good. It has a speed that's unique among the four vehicles on this list. It has very heavy plating and can resist a lot of damage. I think that it would be able to survive a volley from the super tank even. Plus, it does everything else. I mean, it even brings smaller vehicles into battle, it can operate as a command station, and it can surprise enemies again due to that speed. Even with some maintenance issues, I think everything that I've just said comes together to make a really well-rounded vehicle, one with offensive firepower, but with extra abilities as well. Coming in at number 2 is the First Order's Mega Caliber 6. I see this as a better pure offensive weapon than the super tank. Yes, the super tank does have that shield and has shown incredible durability feats, but I think that the Mega Caliber 6, although we don't really see it tested, is probably capable of doing the same. I think the weapons on the Mega Caliber 6 are also a lot more powerful. The main cannon, for example, likely dwarfs even the missiles of the super tank, and it's likely a lot faster and a lot more practical. To be fair though, it is hard to say because the super tank never really saw widespread use throughout the Clone Wars due to the destruction of its factory. Coming in at third is another offensive powered vehicle with the Confederacy of Independent Systems super tank. Everything I just said basically sums up why the super tank is good. Has incredible durability, and although it is fairly slow, when it reaches its target, it's capable of deploying a lot of ordnance. Had the super tank seen widespread use throughout the galaxy, the tone of the Clone Wars could have shifted dramatically. Still, it impressed me a lot in the one appearance we do see it in, and for that reason, it gets the number 3 spot. That leaves the very silly AT-IC as the 4th unit on this list. I will say, the AT-AT line generally had some issues. I think it was underarmed for its size, and it had various vulnerabilities, especially the legs. I do think that the AT-IC is a general improvement over the AT-AT line, and the ion cannon on the back gives it the ability to both defend targets and attack enemies from far away. I do think that the cannon could be crippled and that in most situations, dedicated artillery would do a better job, but it is a nice little addition to the Walker family. So to summarize, my ranking goes from A6 Juggernaut to ATM6 to Super Tank, and then ending with the ATIC.
The N1 really could not be more different than the Razor Crest. The Razor Crest was an ugly, in my opinion, bulky, somewhat tug-like excuse for a ship. It struggled in battle and chases, it couldn't compete with starfighters in terms of speed or maneuverability, but it was essentially Din Djarin's mobile home on the go. It had space for sleeping, it had a refresher, which is the Star Wars version of a toilet, it had a ton of space to store his weapons, and most importantly, it was perfect for bounty hunting. And when you see the N1 in action, it is hard to ignore the fact that the ship could not be much worse for his profession, or at least his prior profession. You're not easily going to fit somebody into that craft. There is some space where the astromech typically would sit, but there's actually very little room in there. You can maybe fit a head or a very small body, but if you've got a bounty who needs to be taken in alive, or if you've got a large body, you better be dragging it behind the spaceship as you're flying, not unlike cans on a just married car. The N1 of course does have some bonuses, which we'll get to in a minute, but there's something pretty obvious going on here. The Mandalorian is moving away from bounty hunting. The cards are on the table and he's headed somewhere else in his life. Even at the beginning of season 1 of The Mandalorian, the profession very clearly isn't what it once was. Mando was even temporarily kicked out of the guild for a while. I believe he's back in now after the events of season 2. But he's clearly moved on personally at the very least. What the Mandalorian will do for money, I'm not sure. Not to say that he'll never do odd jobs. I mean, it's the Mandalorian, that's almost certainly going to happen. But we see even in the most recent episode of the Book of Boba Fett that the Mandalorian doesn't even take the money associated with the bounty. He's got a much greater purpose now that is securing the best life for his child, and more broadly, trying to find out what should happen with the Mandalorians as a whole and with himself now that he has the Darksaber. I think even taking the ship is some acknowledgement that he's moving somewhere else in his life. When he went to Tatooine, he wanted to take the Razor Crest, and if you look in the background of a ton of scenes, you'll actually see a bunch of the ship types flying around, but he's taken the ship, and he's also now working with Boba Fett, again for free, probably because he knows he needs to find a new direction. So yeah, the discussion of why the N1 is not right for bounty hunting is spot on. The N1 is not right. You definitely want a much larger ship, especially if you're a bounty hunter who roams across the galaxy without a home base. Again, the thing doesn't have a bathroom, it doesn't have beds, it's not going to be appropriate for the Mandalorian alone, much less the Mandalorian and a guest like Grogu if he takes one. We'll get to this in a second. As I said, the N1 however does offer some opportunities, so if he does want to remain in that line of work, there's still a way that he can keep the ship available for certain missions, i.e. ones where speed or firepower or even discretion are necessary, while also still doing the traditional bounty hunting activities. The most obvious option is that he could find a larger ship. Something like the Gozanti they captured in season 2 would be probably too big for one person to run, but if he ever expanded his operation, that would be one option. A largely automated freighter could work well. That's basically what we saw Han and Chewie do with their ship they got, especially when they lost the Falcon, although there is an indication that they did have a crew in the past. Or they could get some sort of base of operations and take whatever ship is needed, which would be a kind of cool option. I would like to see them pick a spot, build up the base, and run ships out of there. Again, I don't think this is the likely option. I'm almost certainly seeing the Mandalorian move away from his bounty hunting ways into his new role as father or Mandalore or whatever he chooses. But yeah, another interesting option could actually be the Lambda shuttle that we saw at the end of season 2. It definitely needs some repairs, and of course he'd need to ask Bo-Katan to use it, but the Lambda would actually be a great choice for a bounty hunting ship. The one issue is that it does have a pretty high profile given the fact that it was a famous Imperial craft, but in both Star Wars Legends and canon, we've seen that Lambdas can be very heavily modified and could support a lot of armor, really powerful shields, and even interesting weapons, including rear-facing blasters and more. They can also be operated by one person, but still come with a ton of internal space, including weapon lockers and more. I would take out some of the space on the interior meant for troops and repurpose it for whatever my needs. Anyway though, let's talk about the N1 before we end off this video. The Razor Crest this was not a very flexible craft. It could get you there, but unlike, say, Slave 1, could not do a lot of fighting, so the Mandalorian was often at mercy of dedicated warships. The N1 does not have that problem. It's been very heavily modified, it has the boost that we see, and even a stock N1 is incredibly capable of dogfighting. As mentioned, the age of the ship also means that it's off most New Republic records, so he can operate somewhat anonymously, although he's sort of already shown his hands when it comes to authorities in the Outer Rim. Hopefully we get a good look at what specific modifications have actually been made. Obviously parts of the ship have been stripped away, probably for ease of maintenance, but perhaps also to minimize mass. This could be similar to what the Rebel Alliance did with Republic-era Y-Wings, taking them down essentially to their bones. That makes sense to me as the is somewhat flashy and serves as more than just a warship, it's also a symbol of the Naboo royal house. Additionally, probably the most obvious change is the addition of new blasters to the front of the craft. I'm not sure if these are meant to be more powerful or simply a replacement for parts that didn't work, but I also wonder whether Din is going to run any torpedoes. Note that these front apertures were for lasers. The torpedo launcher is actually on the bottom of the ship, torpedoes and missiles, whatever else anyway. If he wants to run light, he may choose to go without, and that may even be a good choice. This N1 clearly seems designed for a speed. Both Din Djarin and Peli Motto specifically look for aftermarket parts which can be made to work with the N1 that greatly boosts speed. It's very possible that this redistribution of power across the ship means that certain aspects like shielding or weaponry are much less potent than they would otherwise be.
Today, we'll be covering a time period which I think is underrepresented on YouTube, but I find incredibly interesting, and that's the pre-Clone Wars Republic era. To be frank, part of the reason this time period is so fun to look at is because of the excellent novel Plagueis, which in my opinion is one of the top 3 EU books of all time. Now, Plagueis is so good largely because it takes puzzle pieces which had been set up throughout Star Wars history and puts them together in a really interesting way. The book makes connections that serve to make the individual pieces of lore all that better. And one good example of this is Trade Federation battleships, or at first, Trade Federation freighters. So if you're familiar with Legends, you probably know that the 1,000 or so years before the Clone Wars were a relatively stable and peaceful era. And this was achieved, at least in part, because of the Ruusan Reformations. The Ruusan Reformations placed limits on the Republic military, decentralizing the government's main defensive forces, and instead moving the onus to individual systems and planets. However, other regulations also limited the size of warships, with any of the big ships that existed during the era, like the Kuwati Mandator, being heavily limited in terms of firepower and also hyperdrive speed. So that means before the Clone Wars, the Republic itself wasn't heavily militarized, and limitations were placed on the military of star systems. Now, while it is true that sometimes the Ruusan Reformations were skirted or even ignored, they generally prevented the creation of any large invasion armadas. That takes us to the Trade Federation, which, in the decades prior to their invasion of Naboo, had consolidated enough power within the galaxy to actually have a seat on the Senate. They were the perfect faction to create the backbone of a military which would existentially threaten the Republic. Let me explain. Although it wasn't possible to create large capital ships without facing Republic scrutiny, the Trade Federation engaged heavily in, well, trade. So it was not surprising when they created a fleet of several thousand Lucrehulk class freighters. The Lucrehulk was interesting. It was, at its creation, not armed, but also a massive platform where weapons could be added. It had an incredible amount of cargo space and a relatively fast Class 2 hyperdrive. The Trade Federation was likely the dominant non-Republic economic superpower in the entire galaxy. It had abused the Republic's formation of tax-free trade zones and had aggressively expanded over about a century to secure an enormous amount of political power. However, those who ran the Trade Federation didn't want to be simply a superpower, they wanted to be the superpower, even surpassing the Republic. This ideal would be later manipulated by Palpatine. However, with the Stark Hyperspace War, which saw Trade Federation vessels attacked by raiders, their ambitions became even more aggressive, and a plan was created to overthrow the Republic. Part of this was the formation of a secret droid army, but another part was the creation of a powerful navy, which is the topic of today's video. So with a fleet of Lucrehulk freighters created, the Trade Federation used the Inchori Uprising of 33 BBY as the first step to militarization. They did this by preying on angst surrounding the Ruusan Reformation, specifically the fact that without a centralized defense force, the New Republic practically could not respond as quickly to certain threats. Here's a quote from Plagueis. Should the Trade Federation be expected to absorb the losses it has sustained because of pirate attacks, the Republic refuses to create a military to police those sectors while at the same time prohibiting us from protecting our cargoes with defensive weapons or droid soldiers. Later, Palpatine reveals that the Republic will grant the Trade Federation the ability to arm their ship with both turbo lasers and droid starfighters. So by this point, the Trade Federation has essentially skirted the Ruusan Reformation by creating a fast, hyperspace-capable ship with strong armor and shielding, which is now carrying fighters and given turbo lasers. The capability of these ships, as well as their secret droid army, was obviously seen during the invasion of Naboo, but this was only step one. Although later the Trade Federation was ordered to disband their freighters, they simply removed the cores and heavily militarized both the central portion and the ring of the Lucrehulk battleships while seeming to comply with orders. By the time the actual Clone Wars itself was initiated, although these refits had only begun, the CIS still had a huge fleet of gigantic capital ships. With the war now fully underway and the legalities of the Ruusan Reformation now thrown out the window, the Trade Federation could then just upgrade their ships in plain sight. But the key is they had all of their pieces ready to build upon when the time was right. The Republic, on the other hand, had to scramble, trying to bring old Mandator-class dreadnoughts up to date, while thankfully also relying on a secretly constructed fleet of Venators and other capital ships. The Lucrehulk is genius because it allowed the CIS to militarize against a faction which had been in power for thousands of years, and they did so under its very nose. The Lucrehulk remained one of the most powerful Clone Wars era capital ships throughout the entire conflict, and to be honest, it gave the CIS a nice advantage. They were perfect for blockading planets, leading fleets, or basically doing whatever else. Also worth noting is that the Lucrehulk was basically perfect for their military doctrine. The Trade Federation and the CIS generally obviously relied on battle droids and mass-produced droid fighters. Guess what? The Lucrehulk has a crap load of cargo space, so that's another way that you can quickly bring your vessels up to military spec. Anyway, I just really appreciate the way that Plagueis suggests, if not outright points out, this evolution of Trade Federation capital ships, but maybe I'm also just a conspiracy theorist yelling about things that may not be true. We're looking at Palpatine's evolution from A New Hope to later Star Wars movies. I will not be mentioning the various other versions of the Emperor that existed in earlier Star Wars drafts like Emperor Xerxes, but perhaps that could be something interesting for another video. So the first real concrete evidence we get about the character of the Emperor actually comes from the novelization for A New Hope, which actually throughout Star Wars Legends continued to give insights into the galaxy. The prologue says, aided and abetted by restless, power-hungry individuals within the government and the massive organs of commerce, the ambitious Senator Palpatine caused himself to be elected President of the Republic. He promised to reunite the disaffected among the people and to restore the remembered glory of the Republic. Once secure in office, he declared himself emperor, shutting himself away from the populace. Soon he was controlled by the very assistants and bootlickers he had appointed to high office, and the cries of the people for justice did not reach his ears. This is a very interesting quote. On one hand, we can see the roots and the origins of some aspects of the prequel trilogy that would come to be very important. Lucas often focused on massive commerce guilds, largely affecting galactic politics. Although their involvement in Palpatine's rise to power would change, this is indirectly the first mention of the Confederacy of Independent Systems. However, this version of Palpatine and the Emperor is much different than the ones that we would later get. He is power hungry, but rather than being controlling, he is controlled. He's not the powerful figure that we'd come to know and love. The novelization also mentions that there were multiple emperors, and it seems that even when the Republic elected their leader, he was still called the Emperor. It also suggests that by the time of the Star Wars trilogy, Palpatine may not in fact be the Emperor anymore, and that the government may be being led by someone else. None of this contradicts what we learn in A New Hope. We know that the position of Emperor is a very powerful one, as he's able to dissolve the Senate, but we don't know who the Emperor is and whether that person is in control of the entire government. However, the novelization's version of the Emperor would not last very long. Remember, the novelization came out before the movie. By the time Star Wars was released, Lucas had already changed the backstory for the Emperor. He was still a corrupt politician, but he was no longer now being controlled by some outside shadow council. Lucas used Star Wars as a very thinly veiled critique for the modern world. We see the earlier critique of business interests meddling in the government, and the Empire was basically seen to be a version of America where Richard Nixon was given full power. I'll talk more about this later, but my point is the Emperor has now evolved from being controlled by corrupt politicians to being the corrupt Richard Nixon-style politician himself. Before the release of The Empire Strikes Back, Lucas described the history of the Old Republic to one of his colleagues. By now, the story had changed to the following. Much of the Senate in the Old Republic had been bribed, and a lot of influence had been vested in a few key individuals. This allowed Palpatine to be elected as Chancellor, and during some sort of crisis or conflict, he was allowed to run for a second term, although the Galactic Constitution only allowed Chancellors to run for one. Eventually, he was crowned by much of the Senate as Emperor for life. Then he killed off any opposing senators, and then also the Jedi, who rushed to their defense. Obviously, this version of the Emperor's backstory is now fairly similar to the one we get in the prequel trilogy. However, by now, the Emperor is still not a Force user. This is reflected by early versions of the script for The Empire Strikes Back, where the Emperor is seen in lavish gold robes, he looks like an ordinary person, he's basically supposed to be a corrupt politician. However, even in early versions of the script, the Emperor was supposed to make reference to feeling something in the Force. This would add some complexity to the character and would basically leave the audience wondering whether he was really just a corrupt politician. The second full draft of The Empire Strikes Back transitioned the Emperor from a corrupt politician to the sorcerer that we all know and love. In a 1980 interview, Lucas gave some actual concrete backstory to the character, saying that after the Old Republic wasn't able to elect a competent official, the government collapsed and a sorcerer, a bad counterpart to Yoda, declared himself Emperor. Then the Emperor subverted Vader and killed the Jedi. By this point, the character of the Emperor was fairly well established and wasn't drastically changed moving into Return of the Jedi. The actual story of the Emperor in Return of the Jedi would change quite drastically as the film underwent revisions. In early versions of Revenge of the Jedi, as it was then called, the Emperor was supposed to kidnap Luke himself and take him to a Coruscant-style planet. This is outside the scope of today's video, but perhaps sometime I'll talk about early versions of the Star Wars movies. That being said, the story that I've given you in this video represents the basic changes made by Lucas to the character of the Emperor throughout the writing process. I think one thing to take away though is that the key aspect of the Emperor's character has always been his subversion of the democratic process. More specifically, the creation of the Emperor's character was supposed to represent the dangers of a democracy decaying into a dictatorship. Lucas talked about this in 2006, saying it was never anything where the bad guys took over. It's always been a thing where it was given to them. It's based on Caesar. It's based on Napoleon. Star Wars is partially a message to the viewers about how to safeguard democracy and protect against tyrants like Palpatine in whatever form he takes. So, at the Battle of Ryloth, some quick thinking between Anakin and Ahsoka allowed the Republic to break through the Ryloth blockade just in time as things were getting really desperate for the Twi'leks and Republic forces on the surface. That being said, Anakin's strategies in this battle could be described as not very cash money, to put it lightly, and if we were looking at this battle through the real-world rules of war, well, Anakin would have committed a very serious war crime. Now, hold on to all of those typing away angrily. Yes, I know the Star Wars universe does not have to abide by the real rules of war that we use here on planet Earth. It's not like the Republic ratified the Geneva Convention or anything like that, but that notwithstanding,
most of these rules, and certainly the rule we'll be talking about in today's video, have a very logical basis that you would think would be upheld in the Star Wars universe. So let's look at the facts. The Confederacy of Independent Systems managed to secure a successful blockade of the planet of Ryloth, anchored by a Lucrehulk-class carrier. The Republic tries, but fails to break the blockade through conventional means, is sent retreating with their tail between their legs, and returns having devised a very sneaky strategy. Anakin Skywalker, in a heavily damaged Venator-class cruiser, offers to surrender to the Separatists in exchange for safe passage of aid to the Twi'leks on the surface below. Anakin offers not only his ship, but all the crew aboard and himself. The Confederacy seems to agree. They do not fire on the ship as it's approaching, but the Republic would jump in a reinforcement Star Destroyer, and Anakin would set the Venator on a collision course with the Lucrehulk, the Venator in actuality being completely empty, and him ejecting at the last minute to safety. At that point, Ahsoka, using a Marg Sable, is able to break the blockade, and the Republic is able to travel to the planet below. So what's the war crime here? Well, in the real world we would call that a false surrender, or more generally a perfidy, which is a violation of good faith between parties, with the offering party intending to take advantage of an enemy who weakens themselves in order to comply with the good faith agreement. Perfidy is outlawed in the Geneva Convention, with prohibitions against false surrender being found in Article 37, subsection 1a. Although it's not really important, the key elements of the offense under the Geneva Convention include inviting the confidence of an adversary, leading him to believe that he is entitled to or obliged to accord protection under the rules of international law applicable in armed conflict, with the intent to betray that confidence. And this includes with an intent to negotiate under a flag of truce or of surrender. But perfidy has been considered by far more than just the Geneva Convention, but also has been at times ignored throughout the history of warfare. Let's look at what Anakin does specifically, why it would violate the rules that we have in our real world, and why, even without formal rules perhaps in the Star Wars universe, it's still problematic. Alright, so essentially Anakin is relying on the good faith of the Confederacy of Independent Systems fleet to not fire on a surrendered enemy. By not firing, the Confederacy puts itself in a weakened position as the Venator is able to approach the flagship, which would otherwise not be possible just because of the overwhelming firepower by the Separatists. Then, of course, Anakin breaks that confidence and takes advantage of the weakened position of the Separatist flagship to ram it with his Venator. After that, Ahsoka compounds things by breaking the blockade with her ship and her starfighters. So, a false surrender. It's pretty obvious why this would violate rules in reality, but why is it still a problem in the Star Wars universe? Well, rules of war don't exist just for fun. They exist to govern how opposing sides operate during battle and when waging a war. They don't serve necessarily to make things fair, they serve to establish basic standards to help keep war, I guess, as civilized as possible. So in this specific situation, when Anakin gives a false surrender, not only does he take advantage of the Confederacy in this specific battle, but he also changes the standards for what's acceptable. From now on, the Confederacy will know what the Republic is willing to do, and they may be much more brutal when dealing with real surrenders, which is part of the problem. Yes, it is a tactical victory here for the Republic, but generally it contributes to the overall brutality of the war, which is similar why pretending to be a medic or dressing as the Red Cross is also prohibited. If someone's going to pretend to be the Red Cross or a war reporter or whatever neutral party and they fire on an enemy, well, that will lead to lots of civilians or at least non-combatants being killed. And what Anakin does here is problematic for another reason, one that I pointed out in the facts. When negotiating, Anakin says specifically that he will surrender in return for the Republic being allowed to deliver aid to the civilians on Ryloth. Now, not only has Anakin thrown doubt into future Republic surrenders, but now the Confederacy is also going to be concerned that the Republic is not offering in good faith when it comes to the welfare of civilians, or that civilians could be somehow weaponized, which is, well, not very good for civilians. Put practically, if the Confederacy thinks that the Republic is going to start weaponizing civilians or surrenders, well, maybe they start shooting every clone POW, or they start wiping out any civilian centers or aid or medics that don't have a tactical purpose. There's also a fairness principle, and it's just not fair to kill beings who are trying to do the right thing and accept surrender. Now, one defense could be, well, this was a CIS ship, there were just battle droids. Well, we don't know that. There could have been some organic beings aboard. We know that there was at least one who managed to escape. But there's everything we talked about. It's setting the precedent for what's acceptable. It's the fact that the Separatists could now do this to the Republic, and of course it devalues surrender. Of course, this wasn't the only false surrender of the Clone Wars. We see Obi-Wan pretend to surrender to the Confederacy. Anakin has a false surrender in Season 7, but it's also far, far from the only what we would on Earth consider a war crime in the Clone Wars as well. And that's to say nothing about Death Stars and super lasers, forced experimentation, and everything else really nasty that happens in the Star Wars universe. Nonetheless, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. It was maybe a little bit silly, but also an interesting look at how real-world policy and real-world international law can be applied to Star Wars.
So the first step in becoming a Jedi is to be an initiate, or a youngling, and this is basically the point where you can start to actually learn the ways of the Jedi. Younglings were separated into clans where they would study with 8 or 10 other students under the tutelage of a Jedi Master. There are too many clans to really look at each one individually in this video, but they were often named after wildlife. So for example, the Wolf Clan, or the Hawk Bat Clan, or the Dragon Clan. A young Jedi could leave this beginner stage after completing the initiate trials. So typically what would happen is you'd pass these trials and then you'd study under a Jedi Knight and you'd go along with them for missions, do whatever they did, basically job shadow them. And at this stage you were a Jedi Padawan. However, some students, for whatever reason, were either unable to pass the initiate trials and needed to become a Padawan, or unable to find a Jedi Knight to train under. One option available for these students was to serve in the Jedi Service Corps, and although they wouldn't be able to proceed further in the path of the Jedi, they could still do honorable work. The Jedi Service Corps had 4 arms: agricultural, medical, educational, and exploration. And again, these 4 arms are basically ways for Jedi to serve the galaxy as a whole and use their force for good. But assuming you did find a knight and you were training as a Padawan, you would typically do so for 10 years or so before undergoing the Jedi trials. And assuming you passed, you'd get to become a Jedi Knight, and this was the highest rank that most Jedi could expect to achieve. However, within that rank, you could specialize in one of 3 ways. You could become either a Jedi Consular, a Jedi Sentinel, or a Jedi Guardian, and each one of these ranks had subspecialities. Each one of these paths represents a different approach to how you see yourself as a Jedi and how you treat the Force. So let's look at a Jedi Consular first. These are basically Jedi who would focus most heavily on the mental element of being a Jedi.
For my ally is the Force, and a powerful ally it is.
So things like meditation, connection to the Force, negotiation skills, peacekeeping, things like that. And you wouldn't really see a Jedi Consular on a battlefield really engaging in direct combat unless things got really hairy. There are many subclasses of Consular, which I'll canvas now really quickly. So there was the Healer, and what the Jedi Healer did I think was pretty obvious. They would study medicine and how to use the Force to heal people. There was the Lore Keeper, who are essentially librarians, and there was also the Researcher, who would work with the Lore Keepers to update the Jedi library. Then there was also the Diplomat and the Ambassador, and I think it's pretty clear what these two would do. There were also Jedi Seer who would use the Force to try to predict the future, and if you were really good at this, you were known as a prophet, and you would actually use your talents to help steer the direction of not only the Jedi Order, but really the galaxy as a whole. Kind of the opposite of the Jedi Consular would be the Jedi Guardian, and this is the second of the main path for Jedi Knights. And they would use the Force to complement their physical ability, so how expert they were with a lightsaber, how fast they could run, how high they could jump, even how they could handle a starfighter. And again, there were many sub-orders for the Guardian. So there's the Weapon Master, who obviously is very skilled in using a lightsaber and other weapons. There's the Peacekeeper, and I think the name there kind of explains what they would do. There's the Lightsaber Instructor, who would focus on passing down lightsaber skills to the younger generations. And there's the Jedi Ace, who focused on starfighter combat. Many Guardians would also work as part of the Jedi Temple Security Force, and within that kind of class, there was further sub-ranks of Gate Master, Sniper, or Brute. Finally, there's the Jedi Sentinel, who basically acted as a balance between the Jedi Consular and the Jedi Guardian, so they wouldn't focus solely on mental or physical skills, but would try to improve both. The subclasses for the Sentinel were the Jedi Investigators, the Jedi Recruiters, who would basically find new Force sensitives to join the Jedi Order, the Jedi Shadow, who were basically a secret police force who hunted down dark side users, Jedi Watchmen, who were basically diplomats on a sector or a solar system level scale, and Jedi Temple Guards, who are different than Jedi Temple Security Forces. These guys are basically, they dedicate their whole lives to protecting the Jedi Temple. So that's a lot. Clearly there's a high degree of specialization available to Jedi Knights within the Order. However, I would argue that the ultimate goal for all of these Jedi were to eventually achieve the rank of Master. And Masters were very elite Jedi who basically were strong not only in the Force and their abilities, but also their knowledge and their wisdom. It should also be noted that sometimes a Jedi Consular who'd achieved the rank of Master would be referred to as a Sage Master, while a Jedi Guardian would be referred to as a Warrior Master. However, Master wasn't necessarily the highest you could reach within the Jedi. The best of the Jedi Masters would be selected to sit on the Jedi Council. And the very best of the very best would get the title Grand Master and was basically the leader of the Jedi Order. So that's it, guys. Those are the basic classes or the basic ranks achievable by a Jedi during the time before the Galactic Civil War. I will note that some of these ranks do have further sub-ranks. So for example, if you started as a Jedi Librarian, you could eventually work your way up to be the Chief Jedi Librarian. There were also extra ranks available during warfare. So for example, Anakin and Obi-Wan were often referred to as Jedi Generals, and there were also Jedi Commanders.
Though such a basic action of turning your lightsaber off for a tactical advantage could easily be performed on the fly, and surely was, there was also a specific name for the move, Trickata. I'm mostly familiar with the use of Trickata by Corran Horn in the New Jedi Order, but first let's look at its background, and specifically the Jedi Path, which discusses, among other things, lightsaber fighting styles and advanced techniques. The description is pretty basic. Trickata takes advantage of the lightsaber's unique ability to turn off its blade. The guide implies several sub-techniques, including passing the blade, where a Jedi shuts off their lightsaber as they attack, only turning off their blade briefly as the sabers are about to clash, reigniting it for a killing blow. Alternatively, Jedi instead may deactivate their saber as a way to throw an enemy off balance, or as a way to confuse their opponent. So, pretty logical, and it makes a lot of sense, but it's interesting to me to know that it was feasible enough to be categorized as a specific fighting technique and thus analyzed and used by the Jedi. This brings us to the New Jedi Order and the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. She swung her blue blade to batter Corran Horn's blade aside, but got no spark and hiss from a collision of the blades. Her mighty swing spun her around, and as she completed the circle, the blue blade carved an infinity symbol in the air before her. She dropped back 2 steps, then thumbed her blade off and bowed in Corran Horn's direction, before slumping to her knees with sweat, pasting locks of hair to her cheeks. So, besides for the overuse of the word blade, what happened in that excerpt I just read? Well, that's Corran and Mara in a sparring contest, with Corran goading Mara into an aggressive lightsaber strike before turning his weapon off. Mara doesn't meet the expected resistance, and her momentum carries her around, exposing her back to Corran in what would have been a killing blow, had they not been simply sparring. And this technique actually worked really well for Horn, because alongside his study of Trickata, he had what was known as a dual-phase lightsaber. Dual-phase lightsabers were able to very quickly vary the length of their blade. Well, almost all sabers could do so manually, usually by adjusting a knob. With the dual-form saber, you simply clicked a button and the length changed almost right away. Corran basically experimented with using Trickata as a third phase, attacking with reach, attempting to force his opponent to strike back, then using Trickata. Later in that same book, Dark Tide 2 Ruin, he has a chance to try it out against a Yuuzhan Vong warrior. Specifically, Corran battles Yuuzhan Vong commander Shaydao Shai in an honor duel. Basically, Corran forces Shaydao into aggressiveness, while also taking a near-fatal wound to his side. As Shaydao batters Corran to his knees, he brings down his amphistaff to smash against the Jedi Master's lightsaber, but meets no resistance. Corran had turned off his lightsaber at the very last moment, while also leaning forward and dodging the killing blow. That caused the Vong's amphistaff to both miss and be stuck in the ground. Corran very simply put his weapon up to the side of the Yuuzhan Vong warrior and ignited it, severing his spine and killing him almost instantly. So Trickata does seem pretty useful, but its effectiveness admittedly is limited. As Mara says, turning your lightsaber off in the middle of battle is a foolish thing to do. Corran, however, employed it as a way of evening the odds against the Yuuzhan Vong, after the Jedi were unable to use the Force to aid them during battle because of the Vong's lack of connection to the Force. It's tough though, because it only works, as I said, in certain situations. If the enemy is going to strike at your blade, then turning it off means that you run the risk of just being hit yourself. That's why the technique is probably best used offensively, where the enemy has positioned their blade defensively, or in a position where the enemy's slash will miss. Corran used his during the sparring match in a sort of unique way. He lengthened the blade and basically gave Mara an opportunity to knock the saber out of his hand, then used her aggressive swing against her. Presumably when fighting Force sensitives, the difficulty is that battles can be ended in mere seconds. So if the attacker is able to bypass your basic defenses, then you also run the risk of being killed extremely quickly. However, Corran was far from the only Jedi to use this technique. Interestingly, the book states, although this isn't clear in the movie, actually turned off his blade immediately before being struck by Vader. That's certainly not what it looks like to me, but okay.
Season 3 of The Mandalorian has introduced a ship which I really love, the Cumulus-class Corsair. This was of course the warship used by Pirate King Gorian Shard, which we saw taken down at the end of the most recent Mando episode. But there's actually a lot to dissect when it comes to this ship, and that's what we'll be doing in today's video. But let's start with the basics. The name, Cumulus-class Corsair. In the real world, cumulus, it's a type of cloud, and that could indicate that the Corsair is actually optimized to work in atmosphere. So that's cumulus, but Corsair. This actually gives us even more things to talk about. A Corsair in the real world, and presumably in Star Wars, is basically a piracy vessel. That's really interesting because it means either there's some ship maker building ships specifically for pirates, or perhaps this specific modification is so common that it's been given a specific designation. I'm thinking, for example, like the New Republic Assault Frigate, which was of course a modified dreadnought. In this episode, we did have hints of a greater pirate nation, so it is possible that these guys are pumping out their own ships. I've got to say, I was pretty much assuming that this was a repurposed ship. At first, I thought Imperial because of the look of the exterior bridge. However, we got a better look at the inside of the bridge this episode, and I don't know, something about it to me just screamed CIS. I think it's these monitors especially, but that was just a feeling. I will say the sort of internal ship launching system would have also worked very, very well with droid starfighters, which in Revenge of the Sith we see often just clamber across the surface of their ships. That, however, is just pure speculation, and I guess it's more likely that this is a new class of ship. But let's talk more about what she's sporting, because we get a better look at the Corsair in this episode as the Mandalorian and Bo-Katan take it apart piece by piece. First, the weaponry, and this is pretty interesting. The Corsair has 4 quick-firing quad laser cannons on the top side of the ship. On the bottom, we see 14, which is actually more than I expected, double turrets, which obviously can extend from the ship's bellies, almost like gunwells on an old pirate ship. This setup to me actually further cemented the idea that this could be a specifically designed piracy vessel made to operate in atmosphere, because it's perfect for what Gorian Shard does here. Basically bullying planets which don't have the resources to fight back. You can bombard the citizens with your slow-moving, heavier cannons, and they are slow-moving, I'll get back to that, while you defend from real threats, i.e. any incoming aiding starfighters with the quicker quad laser cannons. But yeah, those turrets on the bottom, they're slow. In this episode, we see them fail to track the Mandalorian. It also appears that they may have a variable loadout. In episode 1, we see very briefly one firing a traditional laser, while in this episode, they're bombarding the city with probably unguided rockets, but perhaps some other form of projectile. This could be like a mass driver or something, which is just shooting a projectile very, very quickly, a sort of basic weapon. It makes sense if Gorian Shard knew that they were going to bully a city instead of, fly around and engage opponents in space, that he'd have them switch to this more destructive weapon. Overall, though, I think the way the turrets roll out is very interesting and very clever, especially for a pirate ship, which is probably trying to hide the full extent of its firepower when under scrutiny. When it comes to size, I would guess the ship is probably about 150 meters long. It does, however, manage to carry 12, albeit small, starfighters. We don't know the exact model of these. So far in show, they've only been referred to as snub fighters or pirate snub fighters. That's when listening to the descriptive audio. My guess, as I mentioned, is that it's some form of Star Chaser that was a legend ship, and their performance generally would match that. They have almost nothing in the way of shields. They're pretty fast and flitty, but certainly no match for a true highly powered starfighter like the N1. I also get the feeling that the Corsair is not the most advanced ship in its own right. It does have shields, we hear from the bridge crew, but they're constantly being overwhelmed by even the Mandalorian's laser fire. On a really big warship like a Star Destroyer, you'd probably have dedicated shield projectors, and most likely you're not going to seriously damage components until you're popping through the shields itself. In this case, the shields are still standing, but most likely they're being overwhelmed because of, only a few shield projectors, not enough power. Thus, the Mandalorian is getting through and even disabling weapons. It makes sense. This thing is a Corsair. It's going to be picking its targets and feasting on the vulnerable. It's not expecting to come across highly organized resistance or even just two very powerful starfighters. Then obviously it's taken down because of the loss of presumably its engines and its repulsor lift generators. We actually see that Bo-Katan is firing missiles or rockets at the ship alongside lasers, which I thought it was a nice touch. And of course, while it crashes, it does have that SSD sound from Return of the Jedi. I didn't really find much else about the Corsair. I looked online, there was some stuff Ryan Church posted, mostly about the paint scheme. He said that the original design was made first, the paint was added after, and he also made a post about the paint schemes on CIS ships in the Revenge of the Sith, maybe indicating that the Corsair could be of that vintage, but I'm not sure.
The Sith were originally a people native to the planet Korriban. They were barbarous, but also sophisticated and intelligent. The native Sith were unsurprisingly powerful in the dark side of the Force. At some point, exiled Jedi Knights from the Republic would visit the planet Korriban. Wowed by their Force powers, the Sith inhabitant species would name them the very first Dark Lords of the Sith. With their new Dark Lords, the Sith shared many of their ancient secrets, including various dark side magics. With their new powers, the Dark Lords of the Sith, led by Ajunta Pall, raised an army and attacked the Republic, sparking a conflict known as the 100-Year Darkness. The Sith in the end were defeated, and again exiled from known space. The remaining Dark Lords and subsequent generations of Darkside users would then breed together with the Sith, creating the first distinct era in Sith history. It's at this point that we see the creation of the Sith Code and the development of a discrete Sith philosophy. It seems like during this era the Sith ruled together with multiple masters, although there was a single dominant lord at most times as well. Sith often fought each other for power, openly challenging their rivals. We saw many Dark Lords rise this way, including Marka Ragnos, Nega Sadow, Freedon Nad, and Exar Kun. This Sith style of inner conflict and the most powerful rising to lead dominated most of the Sith's history. During this time period, we saw not only major Sith empires like the one led by Lord Vitiate, but also smaller factions like the Sith Triumvirate. However, common among all those groups is that the powerful seized control and that rivalry and self-destruction were never far behind. The survival of the fittest Sith existed until the formation of the Brotherhood of Darkness. The Brotherhood was unique in that Sith within were all supposed to be equal. Lord Khan, creator of the Brotherhood, saw Sith infighting as wasteful and believed that aggression should be focused on the Sith's true common enemy, the Jedi. Although all Dark Lords within the Order were supposed to be equal, some were more equal than others, and powerful leaders still obtained power. Khan, through consent of the other Lords, was the Brotherhood's head. In a show of equality, however, the Sith even dropped the title Darth, which supposedly had some connotation with Sith power struggles, instead choosing to use the moniker Lord. It was during this time that Darth Bane entered the galactic stage. Bane was a student at the prestigious Sith Academy on Korriban. Through meditation, research, and the discovery of a Sith holocron, Bane realized that the Sith's focus on conflict, strength, and survival of the fittest is what makes them strong. Bane learned firsthand at the Academy that if one put an artificial limit on the dark side and didn't allow themselves to be fully consumed, that they would ultimately remain weak. To Bane, you had to give yourself in fully to the dark side, which includes aggression, rivalry, and destroying others, even those with the same common objective. Anything else is only a half measure. Thus, in his mind, the Brotherhood was fundamentally flawed. This brings us to our next era, the Rule of Two in the Order of the Sith Lords. Bane realized that at any time there must be only two Sith, one to possess power, a master, and one to covet it, an apprentice. When the student was powerful enough, they should, and really they must, kill their master and assume the rank of Sith Lord for themselves. This new system ensured that the Sith always had powerful dark side users who were making progress and discovery, and that the death of one person would not spell the end of the order. Bane chose 2 as his magic number because he believed that the apprentice should only be able to assume power if they were able to defeat their master alone. He knew from his time at the Academy that if there were multiple apprentices, they would eventually work together to kill the Dark Lord, weakening Sith stock and allowing lower quality Force users to rise to power. He also believed that the dark side was best used when it operated through only a few vessels. Finally, Bane believed that some of the dark side's greatest strengths were in subterfuge and trickery. The current Sith had been fighting an open war against the Republic. He believed that by remaining in the shadows, the Sith would stand their best chance of defeating the Jedi. The Sith operated by the Rule of Two, slowly going stronger out of the view of the Jedi until the days of Darth Plagueis and Palpatine. Palpatine was the last true Sith Lord. Darth Vader never was really in the position to challenge him. Luke may have been able to had he converted him to the dark side, but Palpatine more abided by the rule of 1.5, and he never wanted to die. He wanted to remain in power forever. With the death of Palpatine's spirit during Operation Shadow Hand, the Bane era of Sith Lords came to a close. In the middling years, some dark side groups remained or popped up, but were generally not large enough for formal organization or philosophy. The final major era is that of the One Sith, a creation of Darth Krayt. Krayt had been forging the Empire in secret on Korriban for 100 years by the time of its emergence. The One Sith utilized the Rule of One, which was drastically different to any other Sith philosophy. Instead of either having only 2 Sith Lords, or full competition among the powerful, or even a cooperation, Darth Krayt ruled the Empire alone, with everyone else being completely subservient and brainwashed. All Darkside users under Krayt were told to follow him and his orders without question. Unsurprisingly, when he died, his order fell into chaos, and the remaining Sith would be destroyed by Darth Red, a proponent of the Rule of Two. He would later die without an heir, seemingly spelling the end for the Sith. But I just want to read a brief quote. In the words of the arcane scholar Mark Lundy, the Sith, though oft vanquished, understood and fully embraced a fundamental concept that was certain to assure their survival and resurrection, an ideal that most Jedi refuse to accept. Simply, if the will of the Force demands balance, then evil can never die.
The Low Altitude Assault Transport. This was a dropship used primarily by the Republic during the Clone Wars, but also by other factions, especially the Empire afterwards. The interesting thing about the LAT is that there are actually several variants. We'll be talking about all of them in today's video. The most common LAT variant was the LAT-I, with the I standing for infantry. However, most versions of the vehicle share several common features, primarily the fact that it operates not only as a transport, but also as a gunship. As explained by the Attack of the Clones visual dictionary, the LAT is armed with, and I quote, massive twin missile launchers allowing concerted over-horizon strikes on slower fixed targets, 2 pairs of widely rotating blaster cannons which defend the gunship with bolts of deadly precision, finally 3 chin and tail mounted laser cannons which can swivel and depress to devastate enemy infantry and other light ground assets. It's not shocking that the LAT was so heavily armed, given that it was designed to drop troops in hot locations. We see this at the Battle of Geonosis, but it would be a common strategy during Republic offensives. Acclimator-class transports carried a complement of LAT gunships which would deliver troops in waves of 2,000 each, with, again, the ship's weaponry ensuring that not only would troops get to the surface, but that the Republic could also soften up the enemy in the area. LAT infantry variants could deploy up to 30 passengers, but as mentioned, different models of the gunship could also be used to deploy vehicles vehicles or other assets. Before I move on though, I do want to focus on the weapons for 1 second. Everyone points out that the LAT is super heavily armed, but one thing I don't always see discussed is the diversity of the armaments. Not only does the LAT have anti-air, anti-ground, and anti-personnel weaponry, but there are so many different types of weaponry being used. Something like the beam cannons on the LAT are great at hitting targets in the LAT's field of view, whereas the missiles can go over the horizon, around obstacles, with the pair of mass drivers also being capable of firing a variety of munition types. There is also the sliding doors allowing troopers within the LAT to fire at targets with their personal weapons, although that may not always be advisable. Moving on from weapons to armor, the LAT was not a tremendously sturdy vehicle. The new Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels says the LAT's armored hull is meant to absorb a great deal of punishment, but I just don't agree. Even with its shield, you don't often see a LAT take too many hits. Rather, the dropship seems to rely on its incredible ordnance, its field of fire, and also its speed, rather than its armor or shielding to shrug off attacks. Despite its somewhat bulky frame and all the weapons on the thing, the LAT actually had really great speed and maneuverability, which made it perfect for areas like Geonosis, which provided lots of natural protection. But I mean, that's also kind of the great thing about the LAT. It's heavily customizable, and the Essential Guide to Warfare notes that alongside heavy-duty vehicle carriers, there were also anti-armor gunship, top-secret special force transports, and more. The Republic, interestingly enough, also had another heavily armored ship, which it could use if defense rather than speed was necessary, and I'm talking about the Acclimator. The Acclimator was rare in that it was a capital ship optimized for surface landing, so I guess it makes sense that you complement that with a fast-moving, quick unload dropship. Additionally, the LAT was equipped with top-of-the-line survival, sensory, and electronic systems. The ship was also designed to survive hard landings, and the cross-sections visual dictionary actually has a great point. The LAT is so advanced because individual clone troopers are so valuable. They're so expensive. One clone is worth however many battle droids, so the thing that's taking them into battle needs to be robust and it needs to be extremely high quality. The new Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels also points out that the Republic is successful in a large part due to its diverse array of military vehicles, which can only reach the battlefield through landers like the LAT. In other situations, we see that the LAT's secondary features as a reconnaissance, search and rescue, or assault vessel make it absolutely critical to the success of the Republic. One perhaps strange feature of the LAT is how it operates in relation to space. The LAT can perform a landing from a space-borne vessel, however, it's not able to return to space. When I talk about the LAT dropping off waves of troops, well, the Acclimator is going to have to be in atmosphere. I'll read a quote from the Essential Guide to Warfare, which explains why. At the center of the ship, where the wings meet the hull, sits an advanced repulsor drive coupled with two robust turbofan engines capable of achieving speeds of Mach 0.5. Light shielding and detachable external drive tubes enable the LAT to orbit drop from a spaceship, although sustained friction interaction reduces the effectiveness of the deflector in atmosphere to essentially nil, and the standard LAT is unable to return to orbit from a surface launch. Now, we do see LAT variants made to operate in space. They usually, however, are lacking features like the sliding troop transport door. And honestly, I think the LAT does pretty much everything it sets out to do extremely well. I also really do like, however, the CIS's most common dropship, the HMP, but they have the benefit of being able to deploy droids, so there's not the same concerns about space that obviously an army of, well, living beings needs to consider itself with. The Empire had a successor to the LAT known as the IDT. It was smaller than the LAT with less diverse weapons, and I think that's probably a practical consideration, considering the fact that the Empire wasn't really actively dropping in combat zones or fighting offensives. And that's why you see something like the Imperial Sentinel being completely set up differently. Yeah, it carries a lot of troops and even vehicles, but it doesn't need the speed or even the pure firepower of the LAT, because the Empire is not usually dropping on contested worlds. Instead, it focuses on survivability and shielding. So is it better than the LAT? I mean, at certain things, but I think the LAT is pretty much perfectly designed for its role. It's deadly, it's versatile, it's configurable, you could draw cool designs on it. What more do you want? I think the LAT was the perfect dropship for the Republic. That, however, is just my opinion.
In the story, most of A New Hope goes the exact same way as it did in the movie, with only one critical difference. We get to the Battle of the Death Star and Luke successfully launches his proton torpedoes. However, one doesn't detonate and the Death Star is not destroyed. Luke's attack does enough to damage the station, but not enough to actually destroy it. They've knocked out a power grid, but the super laser is still functional. The Death Star fires on the planet of Yavin 4. However, because it's not fully functional, it doesn't actually destroy the planet, but it does do massive damage to the Rebel base. As the rebels on the surface try to evacuate, Luke and Han are also trying to get away from the planet, realizing that there's nothing else that they can do. Eventually, the two manage to escape from the pursuing TIE fighter squadrons and jump away. Meanwhile, the Rebel High Command has escaped from the planet in trusty GR-75 transports. However, those transports are almost immediately intercepted by the Empire, and Princess Leia is captured and taken to the Death Star. Han and Luke meet at the rendezvous point away from the Death Star, and at this point, Luke Skywalker is very emotional. Not only has he lost Obi-Wan, as he does in the film, and his aunt and uncle, but now he thinks that he's lost the entire Rebel Alliance. He also hasn't really been trained at this point, so his anger is getting the best of him, and he draws his lightsaber to strike at Han Solo, who doesn't want to continue the fight but wants to run away. But before he's able to attack him, the ghost of Obi-Wan Kenobi appears. Obi-Wan tells Luke to go to Dagobah to be trained by Yoda, as he does in The Empire Strikes Back. Because Luke's X-Wing is broken, Han takes him to the planet. Elsewhere, on Coruscant, Vader has presented Leia to Palpatine. Palpatine, seeming to sense something within her, tells Darth Vader to train her. On one occasion, Darth Vader actually gives Leia Obi-Wan's lightsaber. She strikes at him in anger, but Darth Vader uses it to begin her transformation to the dark side. On Dagobah, Han and Luke meet Yoda. Funny enough, Han handles this situation completely better than Luke does in The Empire Strikes Back. He lands the Falcon without crashing into a swamp. He realizes who Yoda is immediately. He doesn't get angry or frustrated like Luke does. Eventually though, Han does have to leave, and Luke stays at the planet to start his Jedi training. He initially does, as he does in The Empire Strikes Back, fail his test in the cave. However, after striking down the dream image of Darth Vader, he sees, instead of his own face, the face of Princess Leia. The story then jumps ahead 5 years. Princess Leia is now an Imperial Senator for the planet of Coruscant and is also a trained Dark Force user. Han Solo sees this and is angered by this and goes to seek out Luke Skywalker, who is still on Dagobah. For these 5 years, Luke has been training basically non-stop with Yoda, and at this point, he's quite the Force wielder. He successfully passed the test of the Dark Side cave, and his last bit of training is accepting from Yoda that Darth Vader is his father and that Leia is his sister. Han arrives, and together Yoda, Luke, Chewie, and Han go to the planet of Coruscant, hoping to rescue Princess Leia from the Imperial Palace. On Coruscant, grand celebrations are underway, celebrating an unprecedented success of the Empire, which has been flourishing since the defeat of the Rebel Alliance. The Death Star, which has been recently renamed as the Justice Star, is parked in orbit along with what seems to be most of the Imperial fleet, including dozens of Super Star Destroyers. Our heroes land on the Death Star with Yoda disembarking, telling the nearby stormtroopers to take him to Tarkin and telling them to allow the Millennium Falcon to leave. They do so. As Yoda and R2-D2 get to work on the Death Star, Luke and Han attempt to assault the Imperial Palace from the ground. Han and Luke confront lightsaber-wielding Imperial guards, which they do manage to dispatch, although with some difficulty, but we do see Luke's improved and very powerful Force powers at work here. Tarkin, as I mentioned, is still alive, given that he survived the Death Star trap. He's also changed his position to Admiral, which, to be honest, does seem like a bit of a demotion. Nonetheless, he is confronted by Yoda, who uses a mind control technique, which he's obviously very adept at, to take control of Tarkin. Back on the planet's surface, Luke and Han run into C-3PO, who has been with Princess Leia this entire time. 3PO takes the two to a throne room, in which they encounter Palpatine, Vader, and Princess Leia. 3PO takes Han as a hostage, and yes, you heard this right, while Leia viciously attacks Luke with her lightsaber. Defending from the attacks but not attacking back, Luke reveals to Leia their family connection, a connection which stuns Darth Vader, but which doesn't surprise Palpatine. he had sent something all along. On the Death Star, Yoda has forced Tarkin to take him and R2-D2 to the Death Star's control room. There, R2-D2 controls the station's super laser, using it to destroy the orbiting Imperial fleet. Back on Coruscant, Vader seems completely rattled by Luke's revelation, and although he doesn't turn on the Emperor, he seems unwilling to continue fighting and continue serving. This causes Luke and Leia to stop fighting and greatly angers Palpatine. As he often does, Palpatine descends down the stairs and starts electrocuting the two young Jedi. Darth Vader responds by grabbing Palpatine, not killing him, but giving the two enough time to escape. At that moment, Yoda appears on a holo projector, telling Palpatine that he's destroyed most of his fleet and that he'll be down to see him in a second. And by the way, he meant that very literally. As the heroes manage to escape Coruscant on the Millennium Falcon, the Death Star crashes into the planet, killing not only Vader, Palpatine, and many Imperials, but likely also trillions of people. With much of the Imperial fleet destroyed by the Death Star and the Imperial capital itself, along with much of its leadership also destroyed, the New Republic is eventually able to form, with Princess Leia elected as its Chancellor. R2-D2 is also revived, his memory bank was apparently uploaded into the Millennium Falcon, and he's given a new droid body. Unfortunately, Darth Vader does not survive this, as he does in the other Infinity story, but this is still a relatively happy ending, and the Force ghosts of Yoda, Obi-Wan, and Anakin still do appear to wish Luke good luck.
It's very difficult to match the feeling the original trilogy gives us and the sense of scale to what would really be necessary to run a galactic government, and that's notwithstanding the fact that Star Wars is a space opera. The numbers are just very difficult to imagine, and it's hard to figure out how a government and a military that large could fall. Legends, I think, did a pretty good job by having lots of little Imperial losses over time, then eventually having a peace with the New Republic and the Essential Guide to Warfare and other books cleaned up lots of the background lore. That being said, there weren't as many novels which actually dealt with the scale of the Empire, instead focusing on specific threats, if that makes any sense. The new canon, however, has gone for a different approach. The Aftermath trilogy, one of the earliest Star Wars canon series, actually sets an end date for the Empire, about 1 year after Endor. Now, that does come with a massive asterisk that we're going to discuss in just a second, but I do think that date is troubling, and that little bit of world building has set the sequel trilogy up and the later eras for maybe a bit of difficulty. So, in book 2 of Aftermath, Rey Sloane goes to Coruscant to basically look at the records of remaining Imperial ships. First of all, she learns that the Empire has but one remaining, at least confirmed, Super Star Destroyer with a second suspected, meaning that essentially, including the Executor, they lost 11 dreadnoughts in a single year. Now, some of that was due to accidents or the ships being commanded poorly, but that is a lot of military hardware to lose in a single year. However, we also get the following quote: "The inventory of the Star Destroyers is similar, but on a far grander scale. 75% of the Star Destroyers in service before Endor can capably be tracked to similar fates. Destroyed, captured, lost in confirmable, if curious ways. But a full quarter of those ships could not be accounted for. Records show fateful ends that contradict their black box recordings." There are some key numbers to break down here, and this is how I interpret them. Let's say the Empire had 100 ships before the Battle of Endor. 75% of those, or 75, are now missing, destroyed, or captured by the New Republic. 25% of those 75, or 25 however, have a sort of dubious destruction and may still exist somewhere, perhaps as a shadow fleet or just under control of rogue Imperials. We'll come back to this, but even if we suggest that all of those ships survived without difficulty, somehow the New Republic still managed to destroy 50% of the Star Destroyers in service before Endor. Now true, I guess some of those would have been destroyed during Imperial infighting or, crashed into stars or whatever else, but especially given the size of the New Republic and the Rebel fleet, that is a ludicrous amount of ships to lose in a single year. The New Republic, when founded, would have started to militarize, but the Empire had been building ships without really concern for much else for 2 decades. I mean, their Super Star Destroyers alone should have easily been able to stand up to the Rebel fleet. However, with the New Republic being able to seriously whittle down these many forces in 1 year, makes the factions out to be almost even strength. And this is one of the major issues I have with this trilogy. It went way too deep into things. Normally, I want Star Wars to give me details, but the details given by Aftermath are just, well, ridiculous. There's no amount of confusion after Endor, or Imperial division which can justify that sort of shift in geopolitical power. I mean, I don't think in a year New Republic ships could move around the galaxy fast enough to kill that many Star Destroyers. A massive navy amassed over 2 decades cannot just be overthrown in a year by such a smaller force. But let's get to that asterisk I mentioned. As Ray Sloan deducted, a significant portion of the Empire's navy was actually brought out of service and hidden immediately after Endor. There are several nebula with hundreds of Imperial Star Destroyers across the galaxy waiting in service, and we also know that other Star Destroyers and also the Eclipse Super Star Destroyer are even further away in the unknown regions waiting to begin the First Order. However, that notwithstanding, as I've been reiterating, we know that the Empire still took enough losses for Ray Sloan to think that it was on its last legs, and that's again in a single year. When we read the Aftermath trilogy, the Empire is basically being run by, well, bottom-of-the-barrel commanders. I mean, during the Imperial Summit on Akiva, Ray Sloan is just an admiral, not a fleet admiral or a grand admiral. It makes no sense for the ranks to have been decimated that quickly. I know I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but it's just a baffling bit of world building. Then of course we get to the Battle of Jakku. So I was always a little bit unclear about this. It seems that some of those hidden nebula fleets do appear over Jakku, while others may have been headed straight for the unknown regions. Regardless, Jakku represents the majority of the Empire's power in the galaxy, but they're still actually outnumbered by the New Republic at this point. Early on in Empire's End, we get the following quote: "Their fleet will be larger than ours, but we have the Ravager, the Super Star Destroyer. Theirs is still a ragtag force, strategically ill-fed and cobbled together of incompatible ships and squadrons. We are unified, and in that unification, we will win this battle." Then later, when the New Republic fleet joins in, the numbers of the New Republic fleet are superior, put simply. Some of the Aftermath trilogy does deal with the New Republic building new ships, and of course, they get the Starhawks, but yeah, I think I've said it all. And to me, the most frustrating thing is that this little bit of weird lore isn't actually caused by the movies. The movies tell us that there was a Battle of Jakku, but it's the Aftermath trilogy which puts that battle 1 year after Endor, and more importantly, sort of makes it the Empire's last stand. Had it been moved to, say, 10 years out, well, that would have made a lot more sense. Another good explanation would have been, well, that was simply one Imperial faction, and although that does appear to be true to an extent, the new canon has really minimized the importance of Imperial warlords. And also frustrating is the fact that later books like Bloodline set the era up to be pretty much without major conflict. There would have been better alternatives. One would have been to set Jakku a significant time after the Battle of Endor. Maybe 10 years or so, that would be much more realistic. Then later material could have filled in the explicit details of how the Empire broke up so significantly. Another detail would have been to have many more ships simply disappear. I mean, we see in The Rise of Skywalker that there are massive Imperial fleets waiting, well, somewhere. We also know that Palpatine basically did whatever possible to break the Empire up, but within a year, it's not really possible without more drastic measures, like the total destruction of many ships, Star Destroyers leaving en masse to a position that no one knows. One of the reasons I've heard for the inclusion of GR-75s in battle is that they're refueling ships and that the Rebel Alliance needs these ships to refuel during and after major battles. I guess that does make some sense, but it seems to be inconsistent with how Star Wars Legends and Star Wars canon have treated fuel in the Star Wars universe. I think starship fuel lasts a while, at least for longer than a battle and 2 hyperspace jumps.
If it was the case that the GR-75s did need to be refueled, then they could simply wait somewhere outside the battle and refuel the ships afterwards. I pretty much outright dismiss this idea, as I do the notion that the Alliance only brings the GR-75s with them to Endor and other battles because they've got literally nowhere else to put them. The Star Wars galaxy is huge, and battles last hours, possibly days, but very seldomly longer than that. Even if you can't spare a couple of X-Wings or a small ship to guard the GR-75s, you could easily jump them somewhere and just have them sit for the duration of the battle. So those are two options that I'm going to outright dismiss, but what theories and what rationale are actually believable? Before we do consider these rationale, I think it would be useful to look at the GR-75 as a ship and how they're usually positioned within a fleet. GR-75s were heavily modular. That basically means that you could change it to suit your needs. However, even with that adaptability, they were still primarily transport ships. However, they could be modified to transport weapons, transport people, whatever. Even the most heavily modified GR-75 would not have been any sort of warship. Didn't have the capacity, both on an energy level and on a logistics level, to mount more than a few light weapons. From what I understand, for a GR-75 to be well armed and maxed out, it would have had 4 light laser cannons. The ship was also quite sluggish, it wasn't very agile, and just generally it was slow. However, they did have a decently thick hull and dedicated shielding. Based on the vulnerability and really lack of utility of these craft, at least when looking at them plainly, you'd think that they would be in the middle of the fleet. However, in both Rogue One and Return of the Jedi, this isn't the case. In Rogue One especially, we see that the GR-75s stick around the larger capital ships. With all that being said, what are the possible roles of the GR-75? What rationale makes sense for the Rebel Alliance's inclusion of them within their fleets? The first option is they're used as kamikaze ships, perhaps filled up with fuel and driven at enemy ships, or used as fire ships. We've seen this once in Rogue Squadron 3 when a GR-75 crashes into an Imperial ship, but given that GR-75s usually stick relatively close to Rebel ships, and we've never actually seen them ram anything other than in that one instance, this doesn't seem like a likely rationale. Another, more probable scenario is that the ships are used as target saturation, basically to increase the size of the Rebel fleet to help either draw fire away or protect larger ships. I think this actually makes some sense. Going back to Rogue One, we can see that the Profundity Mon Calamari cruiser typically has several GR-75s surrounding it. We know, at least in Star Wars Legends, that the Rebel Alliance received a good deal of these ships after the company that manufactured them, Gallifrey, went bankrupt. Obviously, logistically, these ships would have been used during peacetime, but the Rebel Alliance was really scant for resources, especially when combating the much larger, infinitely more well-funded Empire. It makes sense that if they have ships, they're gonna find some use for them. However, that doesn't necessarily point to them being in a target saturation role. I'll get to that more in just a second. One other thing that leads me to believe that they may somehow work in target saturation is just the sheer amount of them that you can see in battle. Particularly in the ending scenes of the Battle of Endor, especially on the special editions, you can see that the Alliance had a load of these ships. This is also true for the Battle of Scarif. Despite the fact that we don't really see any of these ships do anything, there are a lot of them. It does seem fairly callous for the Rebel Alliance to waste lives and to make personnel man these ships, but it's very possible that they were somehow slave-rigged or on a beck and call, which would mean that they would be mostly automated. Given that these were very slow transport ships, which we know were quite easy to modify, that does seem possible. Additionally, aside from target saturation, we also have the other possibility that they were used in an anti-starfighter capacity. This is a related role to the previous one, also based on the fact that the Alliance had a bunch of these ships and they had to do something with them. The ideal anti-starfighter ship is basically everything that the GR-75 is not. It's nimble, it's well armed, it's able to track starfighters, and has many anti-starfighter weapons. The GR-75 is slow, it's not meant for combat, and it has only a few laser cannons. Still, some sort of starfighter defense is better than nothing. And in desperate situations, although you are risking lives, it does make sense that the GR-75s would nonetheless participate in battle. I think that those are really the main two options. Either the ship is used as target saturation, or it's used in an anti-starfighter capacity. In order to try to determine which, I watched both the Battle of Endor and the Space Battle of Scarif at 0.25 speed to try to see if the GR-75s actually did anything, whether they shot any starfighters,
whether they moved in any sort of meaningful way, and really nothing. At one point during the Battle of Scarif, I thought I saw lasers coming from the ship, but it turned out to be a much more useful CR-90. Admittedly, usually when you see shots being fired, they're turbo lasers, and laser cannons are much smaller, but just the fact that we never see any of the ships do anything besides kind of leech around the bigger ships leads me to believe that they're more likely used as target saturation. It would have been fairly expensive to upgrade these ships with lasers, especially when in their stock form. They have no weapons, and military hardware is fairly difficult to come across. Where these ships are fairly big targets and the Rebel Alliance was strapped for resources, I think that they most likely just threw them in the battle so the Empire had something else to shoot at, and so that their larger capital ships were somewhat protected. By this point in the post-Endor period, the New Republic is fighting conflicts on several fronts, but is primarily concerned with the hunt for the warlord Zinj, an ex-Imperial who has created a sort of mini-empire and is directly opposing the New Republic. Princess Leia has been sent on a diplomatic mission to the mysterious Hapes cluster and is courting their support in the New Republic's war efforts. In response, the Hapens put forward Prince Isolder as a potential match for Leia alongside a massive navy and untold riches, basically bringing the Hapens and the New Republics together through marriage. Leia actually begins to fall for Isolder, at least somewhat, and that obviously drives Han Solo crazy. One of the main things plaguing Leia here is still the loss of Alderaan, and now Hapes, with its peace and very regal nature, offers a sort of quasi-replacement. So how does Han respond? Well, he enters a very high-stakes card game and wins, I'm not joking here, an entire planet, a mysterious world known as Dathomir. Han and Leia, against the latter's wishes, travel to the planet of Dathomir, deep in Zinj's territory, and find the planet occupied by a massive force, including Zinj's Super Star Destroyer Iron Fist and many orbital facilities. The Falcon is thus forced to land on the planet, and Han and Leia discover that Dathomir is certainly not empty of life, sentient or otherwise. Dathomir is home to not only an Imperial base, but also clans of Force-sensitive witches. The witches were disciples of a Jedi exile on the planet and had developed into distinct tribes. Some, like the Singing Mountain clan, generally served the light side of the Force, though in their own way, basically endeavoring never to use their magic for evil. Others, like the Night Sisters, freely used the dark side, and this is where Palpatine's fear came in. Gethzarian, the leader of the Night Sisters, and an extraordinarily powerful Force user. But we'll come back to Gethzarian and the Night Sisters in just a second. First, a bit more background. The Empire used Dathomir as a unique and secluded prison. Here's a quote from the book. "Political prisoners?" Han asked. "And conscientious objectors," Leia said. "Politically too valuable to the Empire to lose, and too dangerous to let free and join the rebellion. That's why the Empire imprisoned them here," Luke said, "on a virtually uncharted planet. If they were dangerous felons, they'd be sent to a maximum security facility where the Empire could boast that they'd never escape. But these are people that the Empire wanted simply to disappear." The problem, of course, was that after setting up the prison and putting supplies and personnel down on the planet, the Empire ran into the Night Sisters, and Gethzarian specifically scared Palpatine so much that he scuttled the operation almost entirely. Another quote, "I believe the Emperor himself was scared of the Night Sisters. That's why he interdicted this planet. Years ago, he started a nice little penal colony here, not knowing about the Night Sisters. When he learned about them, he blew the planet's airfield from orbit and stranded hundreds of his own people here, along with the prisoners, rather than risk letting Gethzarian escape. That's how frightened of her he was. And as we'll get to in a second, he was right to be. But Palpatine literally sacrificed assets to ensure that the Night Sister could not leave the planet, which of course she was always trying to do. But what's more than that, Palpatine also stationed Star Destroyers in orbit around Dathomir, and probably not an insignificant force either. Zinj was the Grand Moff of the Queliover sector, where Dathomir was, and it's very likely that the ships stationed here formed at least part of his fleet. after the Death Star 2's destruction, but he also maintained a defensive guard. Those warships up above us were put there to keep people on this rock as much as to keep them fenced out, and now that Zinj was in charge, he is still afraid. Dathomir is sometimes called an interdicted planet, though this doesn't seem to actually relate to interdictor technology as we would usually understand it, but just to the sheer amount of force that prevents anyone from entering or exiting. This was for good reason, as Gethzarian was extraordinarily powerful. She was cruel, had no qualms about killing civilians or Imperials, and, as mentioned, desperately wanted off Dathomir and to cause havoc across the galaxy, along with, of course, the Night Sister clan that she commanded. She was essentially unchallenged on Dathomir, and Gethzarian became continually more strong in the Force, preying on lesser clans and Force users. Gethzarian's Force lightning seemed even more powerful than that of Palpatine, bringing Luke to the edge of death with a single blast. In Gethzarian's fury, massive storms were whipped up, and she could force her way into the minds of people even from kilometers away. Probably Gethzarian's most impressive feat, however, was the simultaneous murder of over 100 soldiers, seemingly without effort. And allow me to do you one more favor, Gethzarian whispered, stepping forward, by giving you this. Her eyes opened wide, blazing, and she made a raking motion with her index finger. Beside Han, the general gasped, reached up to hold his temple, then staggered forward a pace. A simple death, Gethzarian cackled. All around Han, 100 stormtroopers crumbled simultaneously, some of them staggering a step or two, some firing blaster rifles in the air so that Han instinctively ducked. Within 3 seconds, the stormtroopers lay on the ground like drugged birds, unmoving. Han looked up at the carrier, waiting for the gunners in the ship to open fire. Nothing happened. The ship remained deathly still. So we have an insane, very, very powerful Force users essentially leading slightly lesser insane and slightly lesser powerful users. It makes sense then why even Palpatine was afraid of Dathomir, and why Han Solo could never hope to actually properly own the planet. Gethzarian was eventually killed during the final battle with Warlord Zinj and the Hapan Navy, and eventually a Jedi Praxium would be established on Dathomir, but those are all stories for another day. So if we look at the Battle of Endor, the scene in question featuring the Tector Star Destroyer comes right after the Rebel fleet engages the Star Destroyers at close range to try to avoid the firepower of the Death Star. We see the Millennium Falcon fly over what appears to be the body of a Star Destroyer in a pretty long shot, and if you're not really paying attention, you won't really notice anything here. However, especially if you know what a Star Destroyer looks like, you will notice a couple of things, and especially the fact that this supposed Star Destroyer doesn't have the typical terraces. The Falcon flies across its surface and it's almost completely flat. So from a filmmaking perspective, this is a bit of a weird scene, because why would they just have some random model lying around that's not an Imperial Star Destroyer, which they would use to fly over? Practically, it may have been because the scene looked really good with the Falcon flying in a straight line and the sort of vast background, but it's still really, really odd. I mean, how new is this model? Is this an adapted Star Destroyer? What's going on? Well, the interesting thing is, if you look at the Tector here, there are a lot of little details that match the underside of a traditional Imperial Star Destroyer, but there are also some really weird exclusions. So we do have that little negative space right in front of the hangar. I don't even know what that's called. Maybe it's where the tractor beam projectors are or something. It's almost like the space between two opened plates, I guess? But there are some differences as well. Even in this particular part, it does look like there's maybe more armor covering the negative space. However, that difference is pretty minor compared to what comes next. This ship doesn't have the large main hangar, which, as we see in even A New Hope, should be right after this point, and it's also missing the ventral bulb, the large protrusion on the bottom of the ship. What happened probably is that ILM took this Imperial 1 or 2 Star Destroyer base, changed it slightly, sort of kit bashing it, put stuff over the hangar, removed the reactor bulb, and there was a nice sort of scene for the Falcon to fly over. And while that may have been it from a filmmaking perspective, there's definitely a lot more going on behind the scenes that has been really fleshed out by authors and the expanded universe lore. So taking in mind the similarities of this ship to the underside of the ISD, the explanation created was that the Falcon was flying over a Star Destroyer that's upside down.
The explanation for no reactor bulb or large hangar is because this Star Destroyer is not in fact an Imperial, but what's called a Tector class. This change was first made by Curtis Saxton in the Revenge of the Sith cross-section book, but has been confirmed by other sources in both Star Wars Legends and the new canon. Interestingly, and I'll have to admit I didn't know this before looking at the Wikipedia page for this ship, the Episode 6 novelization shows that it may have even been the intent of the filmmakers for the Falcon to be flying over a belly of the ship in this case. Either way, the lore for the Tector after this point was that it was essentially meant as an even more combat-focused version of the Imperial Star Destroyer. That's why there's that extra armor to help protect against vulnerabilities, the hangar is probably replaced with that additional reactor space, and generally the Tector would be more specialized for capital ship combat with the expense of certain new added vulnerabilities. You'd need to have the Tector protected by corvettes or something because it has no fighter complement of its own. How practical is that for the Empire to build? Well, in my opinion, the Tector isn't really needed. The ISD was already outgunning almost anything else in space, and the Empire was losing a lot more ships to starfighters than they were capital ships, so the Tector is a bit of a step in the wrong direction, in my opinion. Unsurprisingly, the Tector has always been a sort of oddity of Star Wars lore and hasn't really featured importantly in many or perhaps any stories. Interestingly, in Legends at least, the Tector wasn't the only non-Imperial class Star Destroyer which appeared at the Battle of Endor. We don't know much about the other two ships other than that they were called the Ithmar's Fist and the Pride of Tarlandia. So the new Essential Chronology has a nice breakdown of early faster-than-light travel techniques, and one of the first documented, at least after the Celestials, who had powers really beyond comprehension, was that of the Rakatans. Rakatan technology as a whole was unique in that it was almost totally based on the Force. It's probably unsurprising then that the Rakatan hyperdrive, which operated through unknown means, was mostly effective at reaching planets with a strong Force signature. I'm sure that this means that the Rakatans ended up finding some of the most interesting places in the galaxy, but this limitation also helps explain why the Rakatan so-called Infinite Empire was limited to only a few hundred planets, albeit one spread across the galaxy. The Rakatans are not the only species to use the Force to navigate through hyperspace. In Star Wars canon, for example, use Skywalkers who can travel throughout the unknown regions through the Force. Star Wars Legends has others, including the Ang-T, who don't so much as travel, rather they teleport. Very unique. Either way, as we can see based on this map, the limitation of the Rakatan hyperdrive meant that while they could travel throughout the galaxy, many planets were left unfound, and I'm somewhat curious whether there are secret hyperspace lanes throughout the galaxy that the Rakatans found with the Force, but which were never blazed through traditional methods. I will note that the Rakatans were only the most dominant of the very early spacefaring civilizations. Some of these even managed to achieve interstellar travel. We know the mechanisms for some, others are more mysterious. According to the Old Republic, the Gree, for example, had an incredibly advanced computer which, despite being at the time nearly 100,000 years old, still baffled scientists of the Old Republic. Others like the Shari managed to travel to other systems, but we just simply don't know how. And the galaxy even had some very advanced forms of interstellar travel, which disappeared after the dominance of the Rakatans. Both the Gree and the Qua used essentially wormhole technology, with the Qua having what was known as the Infinity Gate system, and the Gree using hypergates. Anyway, let's move now back to the point after the fall of the Rakatan Empire, and this saw, galaxy-wide, a significant drop in technological sophistication, and it took a while for true interstellar civilization to return to the galaxy, and that was because people were essentially rediscovering and recreating, often from lost Rakatan technology, faster-than-light travel. Before a true hyperdrive was created, one method of traveling between star systems was known as the sleeper ship. I'm going to read directly from the new Essential Atlas here. The discovery of the hyperdrive led to the birth of galactic civilization. Eons ago, even short interstellar trips required putting travelers in cybernetic hibernation or dispatching sleeper ships. I just want to reiterate that these ships were probably moving faster than the speed of light through some unknown method. Relativity doesn't really work in the same way in Star Wars as it does in the real world. But still, given that a modern hyperdrive can travel 100,000 light years in a couple of days, We're talking incredible speeds, which it seems like ordinary FTL engines just couldn't meet. Anyway, sleeper ships did allow populations to spread, but the next evolution was what was known as the hyperspace cannon. This is such a cool idea. The new essential chronology explains that ships would be launched into hyperspace through large cannons, located presumably in orbit around a planet, though perhaps on a planetary surface, I guess. Then the ship would use a built-in mechanism to pull itself out of hyperspace, what the book calls inducing a drag mechanism. You can almost imagine a ship having hyperspace flaps or whatever else. The problem was, however, this was a one-way trip, and to return to your origin point, you would need a second hyperspace cannon, but overall, for the time period, this does seem like a pretty distant system. I'm guessing hyperspace cannons, however, are only really effective over relatively short distances when compared with modern hyperdrives. They were probably a lot more accident-prone and would still have required a significant investment in terms of astrogation and more, which we're going to talk about again in just a moment. Eventually, humans and other species were able to essentially reverse engineer Rakatan hyperdrives and create their own versions which were not based on the Force. The issue in this era was that navigational computers were not keeping up with the advancements of hyperdrive engines themselves, and that's what I was referring to when I was talking about navigational or astrogation data. The first solution was to use hyperspace beacons, and in truth, this wasn't really much more advanced than the hyperspace cannon in practice. Well, that's unfair. Certainly it's a lot cheaper to deploy a hyperspace buoy than it is a hyperspace cannon, but you still need something at your beginning and your endpoint if you want to travel back and forth. Presumably, these early locations had to be scouted out through either automated ships or sleeper vessels, but travel in Star Wars was about to see a big change. I will note that hyperspace buoys were still used in the modern era sometimes, especially in really unstable or less well-mapped areas. That'll make sense when I explain how a navigational computer works in a second. One shortfall and serious danger of the beacon system in earlier systems, I think, would have been the lack of frequent updates. Space is always moving, things can drift into the middle of your hyperspace route, and you can end up dead. A safe hyperspace trip requires the avoidance of what's known as mass shadows. Hyperspace is an adjacent dimension, and real objects cast this mass shadow. Eventually, these early beacons turned into massive supercomputers. This is essentially just a further refinement of the beacon system, but according to the new Essential Atlas, at this point, individual supercomputers could be tied into a network with perhaps dozens of other nodes and thus routes. Eventually, we get to the modern era where these buoys are no longer needed, and computing power has advanced to the point where many of the galaxy's hyperroutes can simply be downloaded onto a navigational computer. Now, this doesn't fully insulate a pilot from the rest of the galaxy. As mentioned, space moves, so navigational charts need to frequently be updated. The updating of charts was done through whatever government was in power, or perhaps even a third party, and you could get route updates at planetary or space-based ports. That's for official routes though. If you want to act a bit more like those of the past, smugglers or others would sometimes try to find and of course save their own hyperspace routes. Some, like Darth Bane, would even try using the Force. Today we are talking about the Coruscant Undercity, which is, in my opinion, one of the most interesting places in Star Wars. The Coruscant Undercity I've described in the past as sort of like a deep ocean. The surface provides almost no hint of the massive amount of life and space beneath. Generally, the deeper you go within the Coruscant Undercity, the stranger things get, and there are creatures who live and die without ever seeing the light of Coruscant's sun. Even on the higher level, there are seedy cantinas, crime is rampant, there are strange creatures you can't find anywhere else in the entire galaxy. The deeper you go, the stranger and potentially more disturbing things get. There are foundations which are perhaps millions of years old, but which have now been built on by towering structures thousands of feet higher. There are places which are outright ignored, and the entirety of the Undercity is far too vast to explore or document. Unsurprisingly, even at the best of times, life in the Coruscant Undercity was very, very difficult, and even more so the further you went away from the surface. Food was scarce, there were many large predators, disease was rampant, as was crime, but things only got more difficult for the citizens of Coruscant after the New Republic took control of the planet. Although it's not necessarily fair to lay blame on the government, the decades after the capture of Coruscant would see the Undercity turned into a literal hell. So the first major event I want to talk about is actually pretty minor compared to the subsequent ones, and that is the ravaging of Coruscant during the Imperial Civil War. So basically, in the weeks before Palpatine returned as part of Operation Shadowhand, there was a massive Imperial Civil War. It started off with the Empire taking back the planet from the New Republic, but then several sub-Imperial factions split apart and began a massive war. Coruscant was the center of this, and the planet was completely ravaged. Strafing runs were done against the surface, capital ships in the hundreds were knocked out of space, and well, they have to go somewhere, and there was non-stop fighting on the ground. Even Luke Skywalker at one point crashed a Star Destroyer onto Coruscant's surface without really worrying too much about the local population. Now, after the Empire was pushed back and Palpatine was defeated, the New Republic began some reconstruction efforts, although they really only focused on the planet's surface, and this is a theme that we'll see throughout this video. And in fact, this most likely made things even worse in the Undercity. How the New Republic would repair Coruscant was through the use of massive construction droids, which would basically take up debris and build new buildings. They would do so in a way that would keep things efficient on the surface, but they paid very little attention to what happened down below, and it's quite possible that entire pockets of the Coruscant Undercity would have then been cut off from the surface. What's more, the battle would have been just as bad on the Undercity as the surface, with fires, buildings collapsing, explosions, etc., etc. So that was pretty bad. But for the next decade and a half, things would really be okay on Coruscant. I mean, they wouldn't improve, and it was already a step down from the time of the Empire, but although Coruscant was attacked by Thrawn and others, nobody really successfully damaged the surface, except in small localized bombings like the New Rebellion, but really the Undercity was fine, or not made worse. However, the Yuuzhan Vong War would see the darkest days, perhaps, of history brought to Coruscant. The Yuuzhan Vong began at the Outer Rim, but pushed inwardly towards the core, with the New Republic only offering an ineffective resistance. Coruscant was the seat of the New Republic's government, and was an important planet to the Yuuzhan Vong. Thus, they launched a massive attack known as the First Battle of Yuuzhan Tar. Thousands of Yuuzhan Vong ships were able to overwhelm the New Republic's defensive forces as they beat down the planetary shield and got access to the surface. Many citizens would have died during the battle itself, while others would be injured or, worst of all, captured by the Yuuzhan Vong. The planet itself was devastated by orbital bombardments and crashing ships and the destruction of orbital facilities. But worse still was yet to come to the planet. The Yuuzhan Vong decided that Coruscant would be transformed into Yuuzhan Tar and made in the image of their homeworld. The planet underwent massive changes, not only terraforming, but the planet itself was given a new orbit in order to increase the temperature. Now, the planet would be moved back later, and these two events most likely had some catastrophic effects on the planet's structure, which would certainly be felt most acutely in the underworld. But it's the terraforming efforts I want to talk about mostly. Yuuzhan Vong shapers began transforming the planet with native flora and fauna of the Yuuzhan Vong galaxy, many of which was not very friendly to those still living on Coruscant. The planet was covered largely in Yorick coral, and many of the city's remaining structures were destroyed to make way for the new Yuuzhan Tar. Eventually, of course, the New Republic, then the Galactic Alliance, would win the war and would recapture Coruscant, even making it again their capital. However, this was not helpful to the Undercity, and even the meager attention that had been paid to that area and the citizens who lived there was dropped in favor of surface-level reconstruction efforts. Here's a quote. "Half a kilometer down, and that's not very far for the Undercity, the structures were so crusted in Yorick coral that it was impossible to see the buildings themselves. Curtains of moss dangled hundreds of meters from ped bridges, and 10-meter stalks of fungi grew on balconies. Strange four-winged reptiles soared through the darkness, their claws clutching still struggling rodents, or limbs torn from decaying corpses. In many ways, it looked as though the Yuuzhan Vong had never left this part of the planet, and in some ways, that was true." So this is in the Legacy era, and
And it was so bad at this point that there was an entire program on the Perry Needmo News Hour about the plight of the individuals living still in the Undercity. The program is discussed in a few of the Fate of the Jedi books, but I've just got a few quotes from allies. Keep in mind, all of this here is from fairly high levels within the Undercity. It's much worse the deeper you go. This place has been forgotten. There's no order, no civilization here. There's no health care for beings trying to eke out an existence. There's no stopping the sale of drugs, or illicit activities, or investigation of murder. Violent deaths are an everyday occurrence, and the bodies are looted before they become food for ferals. This is a dark place, a frightening place, and it's just easier to forget about it since we are not forced to see it every day. But things were due to get worse, and much, much worse. At this point, the Coruscant Undercity, as we've discussed, was largely alive and ready to be corrupted. This corruption would be brought to the planet in the form of Abeloth, a near demigod and the harbinger of the apocalypse. Abeloth could cause psychosis. She could break the minds of people on a planet and dominate them just by being there. And that's what began to happen on Coruscant. This effect magnified not only by the many people, but by the still many living creatures from the planet's transformation into Yuuzhan'tar, especially in the Undercity. The beginning bits of this transformation were noted during the Perry Needmo News Hour, where we learned that the Undercity looked worse than ever. It seemed as though the Yorick coral, slash vines, and other plant growth, far from being beaten back, had all but taken over. Whereas before the inhabitants had tended to shy away from cams, now the Holo film crew, who had received hazard pay for obtaining the footage, captured gangs brutally and openly terrorizing those unfortunate enough to be overtaken. Needmo ended by saying one thing is tragically certain: it is a darker and far more dangerous place than ever before. Abeloth fed on fear, so this transformation continued to make her more powerful, and as the Jedi began to discover her deception, she created massive supervolcanoes across Coruscant, which, again, disproportionately affected the Undercity. I've got one final quote which will sum up the state of things at the end of Fate of the Jedi. The volcanic activity has stopped everywhere on the planet, though it will probably be years before we even have a basic survey of the damage to the Undercity. The team has identified over 100,000 sites that need investigation down there, and it's not easy to tell whether we're looking for a magma well, a terrorist attack, or a building collapse. This next part is kind of funny. Tell him about the death clouds, Kip Duron suggested. Dorvin's face grew dim. That's right. Clouds of ash, poisonous gas, and toxic smoke are still spreading through the Undercity. We think Underdweller casualties are huge. They could be in the billions already. So when I said Coruscant was transformed into a literal hell, some of you probably thought that I was just clickbaiting or whatever, but let's just check up. We have literal, active megavolcanoes and lava fields. We have, and I quote, death clouds. We have people being torn apart, mentally and physically, due to the presence of an angry demigod. All of that on a planet which has already been almost unimaginably ravaged by war, and even before that was in a pretty crappy state. You do not want to be in the Coruscant Undercity at any point, but you definitely do not want to be there about 40 years after the Battle of Yavin. Black holes are one of the most interesting phenomenon in nature, essentially a region of space with gravity so strong that once beyond the event horizon, not even light or particles can escape. In the Star Wars galaxy, where space travel is extremely common, black holes are incredibly dangerous. They heavily interfere with interstellar travel, while also being a source of some very strange and esoteric resources. The galaxy also had many famous black holes, including the supermassive one at the center of the galaxy, the twin black holes of Doran, homeworld of the Keldar, and, most famously, the Maw. A fear of black holes was healthy and helpful to surviving if you were going to spend any time in space. However, many were struck by something beyond the rational fear. And Ben Skywalker, in Fate of the Jedi Outcast, explains that while some, particularly scientific-minded people, can look at black holes from an analytical point of view, most are disturbed by what they see, and Ben specifically sees the twin black holes of Dorn like a pair of evil eyes. However, in that moment, Luke also explains that Force users, and Force sensitives in particular, have a real dislike or even dread of black holes. He assumes, and I quote, that the Force derives from life. Even death is not all that disturbing to a Force user, since it is a necessary consequence of life. Black holes are something else, a cessation outside of life. Maybe the way they draw in all energy and trap it forever runs against our instincts. Basically, as Luke explains it, black holes are almost like a stellar version of Islamari. They represent a point void of the Force, because black holes are totally void of life. They're almost like a universal garbage chute, not only destroying light and matter, but even void of the Force. He further explains that Force-sensitive children hid at shelter during the Yuuzhan Vong War did not like being in the Maw, surrounded on all sides by black holes. He says to Ben, "You're too young to remember, but the Jedi caretakers at shelter said there was a lot of crying." Just to explain a little backstory, during the Yuuzhan Vong War, the Vong went on a purge of Jedi, so younglings or those not fighting were often hid at shelter within the Maw cluster. This is a really interesting point for a couple of reasons. It suggests that being cut off from the Force in this sort of way is almost innately terrifying even to young Force sensitives, but it transitions into another point, and that's the connection between black holes, especially the Maw cluster, and Abeloth. In reality, and this is pretty crazy, the Maw was constructed by the Celestials with the help of the Killik in order to trap the immensely powerful being known as Abeloth from the galaxy at large. And while this was mostly successful because of the immense natural power of black holes, in Fate of the Jedi, we learn that children who had spent time at shelter, again near the Maw, began to develop what was known as Force psychosis, basically an illness of the mind which led them to believe that all of those in their life had been replaced by imposters. This often led to violence, as was the case with Corran Horn's children. It's very likely that this Force psychosis was brought on because of Shelter's proximity to Abeloth, again an extremely powerful Force being who was able to dominate others. The same was true for the Mindwalkers of Sinkhole Station. Abeloth was an extremely powerful entity, powerful enough that the Jedi and Sith actually came together to fight her. I wonder whether her association with black holes somehow led to Force sensitives having an innate fear and dread associated with them. Regardless, I think it's an interesting connection. Palpatine can also be associated quite heavily with black holes. In Plagueis, he quotes a passage which says, "What celestial body is more luminous than a singularity, hiding in plain sight, but more powerful than all?" On another occasion, Dooku refers to him as a black hole in the Force, purely dark with no light whatsoever to be found. This is distinct but similar to Darth Nihilus, who, rather than exuding purely darkness, is instead a wound in the Force itself. Black holes have other evil associations in Star Wars. For example, the Yuuzhan Vong were able to generate black holes with Dovin basils, and that was their main method of defending their ships. On a different note, Palpatine's henchman Cronal, a dark-side Force user, sometimes took the identity of black hole, especially when working for Imperial intelligence. So to summarize, Jedi in particular find black holes disturbing because of the way that they're totally void of the Force, and perhaps due to their innate connection with the being Abeloth. That being said, even ordinary beings were in awe and fear of their pure destructive power, and for that reason, black holes were often used as symbols of the dark side or of evil, whether that's the case with Cronal, black hole troopers, or more.
One thing that I've noticed time and time again is that Hera's not that cool actually, and in fact some of her plans are downright ass. I want to first go to Season 2, Episode 7. The Noble Phoenix Squadron rebels are trying to help the citizens of Ibar who are suffering under Imperial sanctions. Specifically, the rebels need to deliver food as well as generators. The only problem is there is of course an Imperial blockade, and not really a small one, especially compared to the rebel fleet. The Empire has has 3 Architans-class command cruisers and 2 Gazanti transports. Additionally, the transports are rounding out the fleet with carried TIE fighters. The rebels are attacking this formation with 1 CR-90, about a half squadron of A-Wings, and the Ghost. And I say attacking, but that's not really what they were attempting to do. They were trying to literally run the blockade. You'd think that a rebel blockade runner could perhaps do that job, but the amount of firepower that they're facing off against here is significant. An Architans has 4 double turbo lasers, and these things are outputting a lot of power. This is a completely different grade of weapon than what you'd see on the blockade runner. Additionally, the A-Wings are being completely neutralized by the Imperial TIE fighters. I've mentioned this quote many times, but the Thrawn trilogy tells us that very fast ships like A-Wings are misused in escort formation. Because they sacrifice armor and shielding for speed, any situation where they have to go slower or in a predictable way in order to protect or escort a ship is just really setting it up for failure by emphasizing its weak points and not allowing it to use its strong points. The rebels seemingly weren't surprised by the blockade, which was well situated, by the way. The Empire is right next to the hyperspace exit point, and for the blockade runner to get through, it would have to pass through an absolute maw of Imperial ships. Like, this plan had 0 chance to succeed. Hera seems surprised that she didn't even get close to winning. She wasn't even in the deadliest part of the Architans' firing arcs. In total, the rebel fleet would lose 1 CR-90, all the supplies it was carrying, plus the A-Wing, which was being piloted by Phoenix Leader. This is a significant loss, and the rebels accomplished literally nothing. It reminds me of the Republic's poor first attempt to break the Ryloth blockade, and I'm guessing maybe Hera was looking up in the skies when that happened and used it as an inspiration for her strategy. The rebels here acted predictably. Callus knew that starving these people out would get their attention. They took the bait and they paid for it. But even otherwise, I don't know how you find success here. If you want to get through a blockade, you're either going to take down a portion of the net and hope that it can't be reinforced, or really break through with pure speed. But when a blockade is as tight and as overwhelmingly powerful as this one compared to your forces, it's not going to happen. What the rebels need to do was what they did in the end: focus on one of those Architans, take it out, then use the speed of the blockade runner. But they just had A-Wings in the VCX. Neither those interceptors or the Ghosts have anywhere near enough firepower to take down a shielded, battle-ready Architans. They needed like at least a half squadron of Y-Wings, and for the fighters to go in before the Corvette. I think ideally what you do is you pick one side, whichever side looks weaker, either is too far offset, and just start gunning it in that direction. Most likely won't be able to go around the blockade, it'll move into interception point, but you pick one of those edges and quite simply you try to break it and go through, then just gun it to the planet's surface. The Architans are going to have a tough time turning it around. If you can get through at that point, you can probably deliver the supplies, and that is what we sort of see happen at the end of the episode when the special prototype B-Wing with the heavy beam weapon comes in and just murks one of the command cruisers. The other one of Hera's missions I want to talk about, and there are many in the show of course, but I wanted to choose one of a similar theme, is when Hera tries to break Thrawn's blockade at Lothal. To set the stakes, there are several members of Phoenix Squadron on the ground, including Ezra. The rebels are trying to get reinforcements through the blockade. This time, however, they don't have any clunky corvettes, simply the pilots and their X-Wings, which they need to get through. However, Thrawn has a much bigger fleet this time, including several Star Destroyers, Architans, Gazantis, and Hera basically takes the exact same situation. Her ships simply try to blast through the blockade, which I will admit is probably a better idea when you're talking simply about snub fighters, especially against Imperial Star Destroyers, which are, well, notoriously bad at taking out fighters. However, Hera immediately runs into a hiccup. Thrawn has prepared for this, and he sends out not only snub fighters, but new advanced TIE defenders. Hera is only partially successful here, and that is simply due to blind luck and skill, which I don't think is something you want to rely on. She's able to take out one TIE defender, and that basically sets off a hilarious and somewhat ridiculous sequence of events where an entire portion of the fleet is destroyed. But even still, we see a lack of planning from Hera, as although they've neutralized ground cannons, Thrawn has more fighters waiting in reserve, and pretty much the entire invasion force is taken out. Hera survives, although her ship does go down. I think Hera is a great manager of people. I think she does a good job of walking the line between motherly when needed and harsh when also needed, but she often displays serious issues when it comes to tactics and strategy. Now, part of this is obviously obviously because Star Wars Rebels is a kids show, and in novels like Alphabet Squadron, she seems to be a fine enough leader, again with those strengths of managing people, but I'm curious to see tactically how she faces off against Grand Admiral Thrawn, who is certainly her better when it comes at least to naval warfare.
So today we're counting down the 5 most advanced races in Star Wars Legends. When I say advanced, I'm not referring to a biological power or a strength, but rather a species' technological or scientific achievements. There are a few rules associated with this list. First of all, I'm going to exclude any purely machine races like the Silentium. I'm also going to exclude any purely interdimensional beings like Waru, just because it's really hard to actually determine how advanced they are. I'm also going to exclude one-off powerful beings because the focus here is on civilizations rather than powerful or advanced individuals. Finally, I'm not going to be counting groups like the Republic or the Empire. I want to focus on homogeneous alien civilizations. Before we really get into things, I just want to give a notable shout out to some entries that just barely missed making the list. First is the Qua, one of a few ancient civilizations who I'm going to be talking about in this video. The Qua invented their own version of hyperspace gates, allowing them to traverse the universe almost instantaneously. Were it not for other advanced races which actually resided in the galaxy at the same time, the Qua would have most likely made this list. There's also the Yaka, who enhance their newborn children with cybernetic implants, and these implants allow each member of their species to operate at a genius level. Unfortunately, as a civilization, they don't really have any technological feats to point to, so they're left off this list. There's also the Cathal, one of my favorite weird species in the Star Wars universe. The Cathal stored themselves within a large crystal known as the Life Well, and were guarded by the Dark Strider. The Dark Strider was one of the many biological creations of the Cathal, and I love him because his design is really unlike any that we see in the Star Wars universe. Finally, we have the Sairu, a race of militant dinosaur creatures who I've mentioned in a few previous videos. The Sairu don't make this list because while they do seem to be quite advanced, they only have one really remarkable bit of technology, and that's the Entekment tech that they use. Entekment is pretty cool though, and it allows them to convert the life force of a living being into pure energy for their use. And again, while that is impressive, I would want to see more scientific achievement for them to actually make the list. So let's start at number 5, and this one was hard for me. You guys know that I love the old Lando Calrissian trilogy just because it's so campy and it's totally fun. During that trilogy, Lando actually encounters several advanced civilizations. Throughout the trilogy, he's with his friend Vufi Ra, who is actually a young Silentium, which are a very advanced civilization, although totally droids, so not eligible for this list. And he also meets the Sharu and the Oswaft. Ultimately, in my mind, the Sharu are the more impressive of these two species, so they will take the number 5 spot on this list, but I do think the Oswaft are interesting as well. The Oswaft are essentially a race of very intelligent flying manta rays. I think the most notable thing about them is that they're able to travel through hyperspace organically. However, besides for that, it's not really clear to me that they have any real impressive scientific achievements. The Sharu, on the other hand, were quite impressive. Like many ancient species within the Star Wars universe, they created these massive pyramids. Much more notably than that though, they created the Mind Harp of Sharu. Long before the main events of the Star Wars saga, the Sharu encountered a race of extraterrestrial attackers. We don't know exactly who they are, but they were dangerous. To hide themselves, they essentially went underground and devolved their race, turning themselves from the advanced Sharu into the primitive, not advanced Taka. Upon the activation of the Mind Harp, the civilization returned to its former glory, and the Sharu removed all human settlements from the planet. The fact that the Sharu have the ability to transform their species into a lesser one and then reactivate themselves when the time is right is really impressive to me, and is why the Sharu are number 5 on the list. Coming in at number 4 is likely going to be a controversial one. It's the Yuzang Vong. The Yuzang Vong were technologically advanced in a quite different way than every other member of this list. Instead of improving or furthering classic mechanical-based technology, they instead innovated, becoming masters of biological weapons and biological tech generally. The Yuzang Vong bred countless biological entities solely for the use of furthering their civilization, and they created everything from organic ships to brains which would coordinate their war efforts, to unique and deadly weapons. And what's probably most interesting about their creations is that they're each made perfectly, while still maintaining biological individuality. The Yuzang Vong were so advanced that they managed to wipe out or expel every race within their own galaxy. That even includes the Silentium, which I mentioned just a couple minutes ago. They also came very, very close to defeating a united Star Wars galaxy. Number 3 is the Gree, an advanced civilization, and you should get used to this because actually the rest of the civilizations on this list are from a very, very long time ago. The Gree utilized technology, the likes of which is not otherwise seen in the Star Wars galaxy, including even in the modern era. The Gree visited other dimensions, could actually interfere with stars and planets, and unlike most species and civilizations in the Star Wars universe, actually developed their own artificial intelligence. Like the Qua that I mentioned earlier, the Gree also used hypergate technology such that they could travel throughout the galaxy in just an instant. Rather than going through hyperspace, you step through this gate and you're at the other end immediately. Notably, the Gree also invented their own hyperspace technology. They didn't just get it from another civilization, they actually developed it themselves. And this may have been one of the first faster than light travel technologies invented in the Star Wars universe. This hyperspace technology from long ago was actually more advanced than most modern systems and it allowed the Gree to travel through even difficult parts of the galaxy, not having to worry as much about potential hazards. The Gree would eventually become enslaved by the Celestials, and they weren't very prevalent in the modern galaxy. However, their technology was still very advanced, and people would often plunder former Gree planets trying to find advanced tech to use for themselves. Number 2 is one of the contemporaries of the Gree, the Rakata, and the Rakata formed the Infinite Empire, one of the first actually galaxy-spanning civilizations in history. The Rakata were initially introduced to the Force by the Qua, who I've continually mentioned throughout this video. However, unlike the Qua, the Infinite Empire was not at all good, friendly, or civilized, and they immediately began expanding throughout the galaxy, fueling their technology with the Force. Although they never mastered the use of hyperspace gates, the Rakata had very interesting and very advanced technology. Probably the most notable creation of the Rakata was the Starforge. The Starforge was essentially a giant factory that would use power from a star or some other energy source to create an almost endless stream of starships. However, it wasn't just ships that the Starforge could create. We know for a fact that it could make battle droids, and I really don't see how its production could in any way be limited. We don't know a whole lot about the Rakata and the technology they use. Most of what we know comes from the game Knights of the Old Republic and its associated media, but in my mind it is very remarkable that they actually used the Force to power their machines. And I really think that that's unlike any other species in the Star Wars universe. Interestingly enough, this connection to the Force, however, actually led to the downfall of the Rakatan Empire. After a virus caused the Rakatans to lose their connection to the Force, they stopped being able to work their technology. That led to the quick decline of their civilization. Anyone who's a fan of the more esoteric or weird parts of Star Wars legends or is really into the deep history of the Star Wars universe probably knows what number 1 is. The Celestials were a race of extremely powerful, perhaps even unimaginably powerful beings who existed very early on in the Star Wars universe. The Celestials created countless of grand works which existed into the modern Star Wars age. And this is everything from ancient machinery to Sinkhole Station to possibly even the hyperspace anomaly that borders the edge of the galaxy. More than that, it's actually believed that the Celestials formed and manipulated individual star systems. It's pretty clear that they impacted the galaxy on a grand scale. The true nature of the Celestials has never been fully revealed. We know that, for example, the Ones are actually Celestials, but we don't know whether they're gods, just really an extremely advanced race, or maybe something in between. We do, however, know that with creations like Centerpoint Station, this race was clearly the most powerful in Star Wars legends. So this Star Wars Infinities episode actually begins relatively early on into The Empire Strikes Back. Luke has just escaped the Wampa Cave and has collapsed on the cold surface of Hoth. Han Solo has left Echo Base to find him, but before he can, his Tauntaun dies. The death of the Tauntaun has 2 effects on Luke. 1, it slows down Han's recovery of the very injured Jedi, and 2, it means that he's got nowhere warm to stay for the night. And with that, Luke unfortunately does die, but not before passing on the message that Obi-Wan Kenobi told him to Han Solo. Han Solo misinterprets the message from Luke, believing that he means for Han Solo to go to Dagobah and be trained as a Jedi. And he says as much to Leia and the rest of the rebels as he's recovered with the body of Luke during the next day.
As the Alliance is holding a funeral for the young Jedi, the Empire launches a surprise attack. Presumably, if the rebels weren't so preoccupied with the death of Luke Skywalker, they may have noticed this attack like they do in the movie, but as it stands, they are hit totally unprepared. The evacuation of Hoth is hardly successful. Wedge dies, as do many other rebel pilots, several transport ships are blown up, and Han Solo and Princess Leia only barely manage to escape. While escaping, Han is now convinced that he must go to Dagobah. However, like in the movie, the hyperdrive is not functional. However, instead of hiding in the asteroid field, Han realizes that he has to go directly to Cloud City so the ship can be repaired, and so they can go see Master Yoda. Funny enough, Han actually sticks the Millennium Falcon to the back of a Star Destroyer, like he would do after escaping from the space worm in the movie, and it works in this comic just like it would later on, but he is still tracked by Boba Fett. Han and everyone else arrive at Cloud City fairly quickly, and they actually do beat most of the Empire there. However, they did not beat Boba Fett, who is strangely sitting in a room without a helmet on, waiting to interrogate Lando. Fett ends up threatening Lando, tells him to give over Han Solo, but Lando is not intimidated, and with the help of Cloud City Guard and Chewbacca, they manage to subdue the bounty hunter. Before being subdued, Boba Fett mentions that his employer wants Han Solo. Both Han and Lando assume that the employer that he's referring to is Jabba the Hutt, because Han still has a price on his head. However, after the Falcon is fixed and Han leaves Cloud City, the Empire appears, and it becomes clear that Boba Fett was actually working for Darth Vader in the Empire, not just Jabba the Hutt. In retaliation for freezing Boba Fett in carbonite and, funny enough, using him as a desk, along with letting Han Solo and the rest of the rebels escape, Darth Vader orders his ships to open fire on Cloud City. They completely destroy it, killing everyone including Lando. As the rebels now arrive on Dagobah, Princess Leia starts to sense weird things, some sort of knowingness around the planet, some sense of destiny. Still, Han believes that he is the Jedi to be trained. Nonetheless, Yoda appears, reveals to Princess Leia that she is a Skywalker, sister of Luke, and daughter of Darth Vader, and that she is the one to be trained. Han accepts this, tells her to do her training, and says he has to go leave and pay off Jabba the Hutt because that bounty on his head is following him everywhere. Off screen, Han spends some time earning the money necessary to pay off Jabba, returns to Tatooine, and is ready to pay him off, but he's betrayed by bounty hunters who have been newly hired by the Empire. While all of this is happening, Darth Vader is still searching for the rebels, believing that Luke Skywalker is with them. He denies that he died on Tatooine because he can still sense him in the Force. However, of course, he is not sensing Luke, but rather Leia. Back on Tatooine, Han has been handed over to Jabba himself. Jabba, like to Luke in Return of the Jedi, puts Han and Chewie in a cage where they're expected to fight an animal. Thankfully, with the help of R2-D2, they are able to escape, and the rebels run to try to secure a ship to get off planet. Unfortunately, C-3PO is not fast enough to escape with them and is left on Tatooine. Vader later appears, expecting Han to still be there, but finds only C-3PO. This leads to an interesting conversation between the Lord of the Sith and the protocol droid, where Darth Vader basically tells him, "I made you, you must listen to me," and C-3PO says, "Well, I don't remember that, and I will not betray my current masters." This leads to Darth Vader channeling his young Anakin. He takes the droid's head off and finds that Yoda is training a Jedi on the planet of Dagobah. He departs immediately. On Dagobah, Leia is performing the last rites of her Jedi training. While she is doing this, Darth Vader arrives and confronts Yoda. Yoda performs a mind attack on Darth Vader, much like the trial of the Dark Side cave. This causes him to fight several spirits, including those of Obi-Wan Kenobi, Mace Windu, and Qui-Gon Jinn. The spirits appear to inflict damage on Vader and they demask him. However, Vader is eventually able to overcome the mind attack and no physical harm has actually come to him. He strikes fatally at Yoda. However, before Yoda dies, he does reveal to Vader that Luke has actually been dead this whole time and that he did in fact perish on Hoth. Vader goes to strike a final blow against the Jedi Master, and Princess Leia jumps in, defending him with her lightsaber. Through Leia's surprising blows, she's actually able to cut off one of the arms of the Sith Lord, and the family connection between the two of them is revealed. Much like in The Empire Strikes Back, Vader offers Leia a place at his side in order to rule the galaxy in a better way than the Empire is doing now. She, of course, resists.
As the fight's looking fairly bleak for Princess Leia, a shot rings from off-screen and kills Darth Vader. It's Han Solo. He's returned to Endor in order to save the princess. Simple blaster fire has ended up killing Darth Vader, Lord of the Sith. In his final moments, Anakin Skywalker contemplates the fact that not only did he have a daughter at one point, but he still has one now. In his dying words, Yoda urges Leia to train more Jedi. She contemplates this, burns Vader's armor in a funeral pyre just like Luke did in Return of the Jedi, and leaves the planet with Han. And that is the end of this Star Wars Infinity's Tale. This one probably has the broadest ending of any of them. We don't know whether the Rebel Alliance is going to succeed. Sure, Darth Vader has been killed, but the Alliance has lost Luke, they've lost 3PO, and of course, Palpatine is still at large, with most of the Empire's military. Also, the Rebel Alliance suffered an even worse loss at the Battle of Hoth, and now they also don't have General Calrissian to help them at the future, perhaps, Battle of Endor. All in all, a very dark tale, but we are left with the possibility of Leia continuing the Jedi Order and training more Jedi Knights, although she now does not even have the guidance of Master Yoda.
Despite the Jedi being present in the galaxy for thousands of years and playing a seemingly major role in galactic affairs, especially after the Old Republic's demilitarization, by the time of A New Hope or The Force Awakens, the Jedi seem to be mostly a myth. And remember, A New Hope takes place only 19 years after Order 66. How is it possible that people forgot about the wonders of the Jedi in that short time period? Even Admiral Mahdi, who would have been alive during the Clone Wars and in the core, doesn't have much respect for the Force. Well, the easy answer is that initially George intended the Jedi Purge to have been further in the past, and the quote is simply one of many oddities created by the prequels. But that's obviously not a satisfactory answer, and I think we can do better. Let's look at things from a logical, in-universe perspective, and let's get the obvious out of the way first. The Jedi were a small force of about 10,000 in a galaxy of a few hundred quadrillion beings. Thus, most would never have even seen a Jedi in person, and the Order most likely would have played no role whatsoever in their lives. Still, they were legendary warriors, known as the Guardians of Peace during the Republic era. And they sometimes were involved directly in galactic disputes. During the Clone Wars, for example, Anakin and Obi-Wan are described as well-known heroes in the Revenge of the Sith novelization. So it's not like people didn't know the Jedi existed, and even Han acknowledges this. The real issue is whether they are real. Not whether they existed, but whether they actually did anything miraculous. Whether they had genuine powers, or just overstated tricks, as Han said. This general sense of doubt was due not only to the machinations of Palpatine, but also the nature of the Force and the Jedi Order itself. Basically, everything the Jedi did could be hand-waved away and given a rational explanation. For a lot of their history, especially modern Republic history, they didn't really do much. Sure, they helped mediate conflicts and sometimes won battles, but who can't do that without the Force? The Jedi weren't doing advertising campaigns, and a large part of being a Jedi is about inwardness and self-betterment. Thus, it's very easy to understand reality as being simply overstated legends. This is especially true given the fact that there was always a sort of quasi-legendary status about the Jedi, and what was real or not wasn't clear. As an example, Anakin on Tatooine, who had never seen a Jedi, believed that they were basically unkillable, godlike beings. When the Jedi were vilified, it's very likely that their power was simply seen as exaggerated and now debunked. This is especially true in a galaxy as large and as strange as the Star Wars galaxy. There are beings who, without aid of the Force, could shapeshift or even read minds. We also have Palpatine, who of course hid his own Force sensitivity while painting the Jedi as traitorous and deceitful, general feelings which had also been bubbling up for some time in the Old Republic, at least among some. Now that being said, of course there were some who would have understood or seen the first-hand power of the Jedi, but most of them were slaughtered. The Jedi Order was very insular. Most Jedi certainly did not have a family, and most were friends with primarily other Jedi. There are, of course, exceptions. However, those people most likely kept quiet because of coercion, perhaps indirectly, to not speak positively about the Order. As we see in the rise of Darth Vader, the Jedi hunt was public, and the Jedi were labeled enemies of the state. So, speaking in a positive manner about them wasn't something you'd want to do openly. And even if you did, you would have been drowned out by the much more public and much larger negative smear against them. And we've seen in Legends especially how the Empire can absolutely dominate conversations and attitudes, especially in the core where their presence was more significant. I'll link a video which explains that in greater detail, but the Jedi were fully vilified for almost 2 decades, and in canon, we hear from Del Meeko how he heard hundreds of stories growing up about the horrors and terror of the Jedi Order. Spreading of the truth was also limited by Imperial control of the HoloNet, and the free sharing of ideas, even the truth, was generally not possible. Even with all of this, many of course did remember or know the powers of the Jedi, but many more probably did not. Let's look at Han. He grew up as an orphan, wouldn't have had any direct experience with the Jedi before A New Hope, and although he had probably heard some rumors about the Force, the Empire had so thoroughly controlled the narrative about the Order, painting them as not only fraudulent, but also treasonous, that the stories were seen simply as legends. For those in the Outer Rim, for example, the lack of knowledge of the Jedi is even more explainable. Even under the Free Old Republic, they may have heard about the largest battles, or even names of famous Jedi like Anakin Skywalker, but they wouldn't have understood the Order's power. Just like how I know the military exists, but as a civilian, don't really understand the specifics of how it operates, and certainly not what a general actually does. As another example, I know that ninjas historically were a thing, but I know so little about them, and so much of their nature is basically a legend to me in the West, that a dedicated misinformation campaign could probably make me believe almost anything about them, even that they didn't exist. This phenomenon would have continued even after the Galactic Civil War, and I think Rey shows this well. Of course, she knows someone named Luke saved the galaxy and was said to be very powerful, but who really knows exactly what happens? There aren't YouTube videos of Luke dueling Vader, and most of her life is spent scavenging anyway. The greater affairs of the galaxy, while interesting, don't really affect her day-to-day life, and something like the powers of the Jedi is just so far away from her as an individual, at least until the events of The Force Awakens. In 33 BBY, 1 year before the Battle of Naboo, and also 60 years before the Yuuzhan Vong invasion, Darth Maul is still apprenticed to Sith Lords Plagueis and Sidious. The warrior is sent to a prison station known as Cog Hive 7, where he is responsible for finding an arms dealer and retrieving a weapon for his Sith masters. Within Cog Hive 7, prisoners were pitted against each other in brutal gladiatorial death matches. By the time Maul arrived, an unknown alien had been champion for some time. Let me read an excerpt from the novel. Last night's former champion had been a particularly monstrous species that the prison's most sophisticated recognition algorithms hadn't been able to identify. 2 meters tall and cross-hatched with ritualistic scars, brandishing some kind of living staff and little else, the inmate had arrived here on Cog Hive 7 6 months earlier with a shipment of other convicts, 2 of whom it had already dispatched in transit. Since that time, the thing had defied all attempts at classification. It had screeched and chattered a language none recognized, and systematically slaughtered everything pitted against it. This is clearly a Yuuzhan Vong warrior. It uses an organic staff, which is clearly a Vong amphistaff. It's unrecognized by the station's computers because it's from another galaxy. It self-mutilates and matches the Vong physically. The book actually opens up with the fight between an undercover Maul, the newest inmate of the station, and the Vong warrior. I'm going to read a shortened version of it here, but just for the record, it's very, very brutal. Wham! Then came a punch at Maul sideways, spinning his upper body around with the sheer force of the impact and driving him back a half step before he fully recovered his equilibrium. He spat out a tooth and wiped away the blood. The creature in front of him was a walking trophy case of previous kills. 2.5 meters high, its massive shoulders and upper torso encased in jagged plates of primitive armor that clearly had once served as the jawbone and carapace of a much larger predator. It seemed to occupy an entire corner of the prison cell. Maul stared at the thing. The gray slope of its face was a surgeon's nightmare of ritual ritualistic scars, organic rings, loops, and fibrous hooks, with bluish sacs pulsating beneath its eyes, all of it siphoning down and inward towards a gaping, razor-toothed mouth. As a quick note here, the description of the face, including the small blue sacs here, confirm that this was a Yuzan Vong warrior. Continuing, even its arms seem to have been plucked from two different organisms. The right hand was a blunt-knuckled fist, the left an elongated spider-fingered claw. Together, they formed a mallet and blade, one made for pounding, the other for slashing. The thing reached down and picked up Maul's incisor from the floor of the cell. Straightening up, it shoved the tooth into an empty space in its own mouth, twisting it until it lodged in place. Then it grinned at Maul as if it was asking how he liked the sight of one of his own teeth in its mouth, another trophy for its collection. Maul sprang at the creature, so close now that he could smell the corpse stink pouring off it like rotten meat. He fell into a reflexive series of moves. Both hands shot out and grabbed the creature by its throat, hoisting it up over his head and squeezing until he felt the deep tendons of its neck beginning to give and weaken in his grip. There was a wet, muffled click from somewhere inside the thing's chest, and a sudden glut of warm, thick, sticky fluid began spurting out from its throat. He tightened his grip, and more blood leapt up, inky, black, and viscous, pouring from its mouth and eye sockets. Maul swung the creature around and slammed it to the floor with a sharp clang. The thing's head drooped on its broken neck, lolling sideways to expose the throbbing vessels beneath its gray flesh. He raised his foot and planted his heel into the exposed throat, ready to pulverize the trachea or whatever the thing used for an airway, with one decisive stomp. With blinding speed, the creature yanked loose and burst upright, reaching behind its back to produce what appeared to be a long bow staff. Maul realized that the weapon, which he'd first taken to be a piece of wood or some biomechanical hybrid, was actually a living organism, a serpent whose head lashed out at lightning velocity, latching onto his face, slashing at his eyes. Maul recoiled and his vision was gone, burying him in instant darkness. This was the second time in as many seconds that the creature had caught him off guard, and now he knew why. The creature was somehow cut off from the Force, utterly attached from the deep field of heightened sensitivity from which he was constantly drawing information about his surroundings. An acidic heaviness took hold of his optic nerves like a slow drip, seeping in, sinking deep, and he realized that he could already feel the poison taking control. Reaching up, Maul grasped the head of the serpent staff, seizing its blunt nose and fanged mouth. His fingers took a hold of the distended upper part, twisting, wrenching, until he tore the serpent's head off its body with a moist and meaty pop. He then grabbed his opponent, reaching into its open mouth, feeling the moist warmth of its breath on his hand as he retrieved his tooth, plucking it from the thing's gums. Holding the mouth agape, Maul crammed the serpent's severed head inside, then clamped the gray lips tight to keep the snake's head from falling out. He ripped 3 of the larger piercings from the thing's right arm and jammed them upward through the lips, bedding them back into barbed hooks and fastening the mouth shut with the serpent's head still trapped inside. Inside his attacker's mouth, the snake was sinking its fangs in reflexively, squirting out venom while the attacker jerked and spasmed in vain, trying to scream. Still sightless, now holding his opponent at arm's length, Maul inclined his own head down. He thrust forward, driving his horns into the thing's sagging eyes, feeling them crushed to jelly against his scalp. The spasm stopped, and Maul stepped back, releasing the body and allowing it to collapse at his feet. So this is an absolutely brutal battle. Maul is temporarily blinded, he loses a tooth, but he inflicts serious, devastating damage on the Yuzan Vong warrior, breaking its neck, using its own amphistaff as a weapon, destroying its eyes with his horned head. All in all, this is one of the most brutal battles in Star Wars. And it makes me wonder, how useful would have Maul been during the Yuzan Vong War? In this battle, he defeats an armed Vong warrior with only his hands. As instructed by Sidious, he did not use his lightsaber or the Force. And really, I think the Sith would better counter the Vong than the Jedi. The Jedi rely largely on self-reflection, given that the Vong are cut off from the Force, but can still be affected by things like thrown rocks, and on some occasions even Force lightning. Perhaps an army of Sith could have better repelled the invasion. The first half of The Rise of Skywalker largely centers around the hunt for Exegol, which is sort of a Sith fortress world deep in the unknown regions. One way to reach Exegol through the maelstrom that is that part of space is through the use of wayfinders, which are sort of like holocron maps. Anyway, the hunt for the Emperor's Wayfinder brings our heroes in the movie to the planet of Kef Bir, one of the many moons of Endor. On that note, before we go any further, we need to talk briefly briefly about wording, because even in the community post I made before this video, there seemed to be some confusion. Endor is the name for a few different things in Star Wars. We have the Endor system, the moon of Endor, and also the planet of Endor. The planet of Endor, also known as Tana, is a massive gas giant around which orbit 9 smaller moons. The forested moon from Return of the Jedi can be called the forested moon, it can be called the sanctuary moon, but calling that Endor is also acceptable. The visual dictionary itself even recognizes that the whole setup is pretty confusing, but just know you're not wrong to refer to the sanctuary moon as Endor, the gas giant as Endor, or the system. But let's move on. Kef Bir is another of Endor's moons. Although it's sometimes called the ocean moon of Endor, the name Endor itself does not seem to refer to it as well. In episode 9, we see the remnants of the Death Star, including the Emperor's throne room, on the planet of Kef Bir, not the forest moon. So the obvious question is, given the fact that the battle was above the forest moon of Endor, why did the debris end up on Kef Bir, which isn't even visible in any shot in the original trilogy? To be frank, the answer here is a bit of a stretch, but here's what the visual dictionary said. Decades ago, the sky fell over Kef Bir. The eruption of the Death Star's reactor core upturned local physics as titanic explosive energies were shunted into hyperspace. The result was that the populated moons of Endor were spared the worst of the debris' fallout. No sentient beings on Kef Bir's surface witnessed the Death Star's wreckage crash into the oceans, for the moon had no intelligent life forms. No scientists recorded the resulting impact or could explain what variables prevented such a catastrophic event from simply obliterating all life on the moon. It would be just one of the many mysteries the Death Star would take to its grave. So this is a bit of a weird one. Basically, and somehow, the destruction of the Death Star 2 involved some weird hyperspace trickery. The debris was thus sent across the system, landing on planets like Kef Bir, but not Endor. Why? Well, I'm not sure. There wasn't really anything like this in Star Wars Legends. When the Death Star 2 exploded, it sort of left a dark spot in the Force, largely related to the death of Palpatine, but nothing that I can remember about weird hyperspace anomalies. Same too with the destruction of the Death Star 1. When Starkiller Base exploded, the visual dictionary reveals that it created a miniature sun, which was named the Solo, but still no hyperspace trickery. And it's pretty obvious that this is just a shoehorned explanation to explain why the debris is somewhere where it should not be. But I question whether that was really necessary. I mean, I would have believed that Endor had multiple biomes, including a large ocean, so why not just make it the same planet? And I would suspect that this was probably an intended purpose at some point, especially because we see the Ewoks at the end, but perhaps JJ was a little too worried about the Return of the Jedi comparisons. A lot of this also doesn't mesh well with pre-existing lore. For example, we see the Death Star debris in Star Wars Battlefront 2. Many of them have not been shunted through hyperspace to other locations and are still around the forested moon. And it's just a little weird that such a strange anomaly is supposed to have occurred, but we've never heard anything about it until this point. So just a weird little, I guess retcon's not the right word, but creative lore choice that nonetheless is not that bad by Star Wars standards, and in the end gives us what I think is one of the coolest planets, at least visually, of the sequel trilogy.
You ever stopped and thought about just how weird the Gungan versus droid battle is in Star Wars Episode 1? You've got an army of underwater frog people facing off against a droid army in what's essentially like a Napoleonic war formation. The boys literally just stand across from each other and go at it, which, hey, I think it's nice. It would make a battle breakdown very simple to illustrate, but why is this battle so weird? Well, there actually is some rationale, some of which is implied by the film itself, others which comes from the expanded universe or source books. I first want to talk about the Gungan army, how they were so advanced, how they were able to at least temporarily face off against the droid army of the Trade Federation, and a lot of this actually comes from the Essential Guide to Warfare. Let's start off with why the Gungan army even exists, and I think if we look at context clues from the film, it's pretty obvious. The Naboo human population does not seem seem to get along very well with the Gungans. The peace talks, which occur before the end of the battle, are seen to be massively important and indicates a shift in Gungan-Naboo relations. That being said, it's not like they were pushed to the water. Like, the Gungans aren't a nearly extinct species, that's simply where they choose to live. In fact, their migration to the water can actually be tracked to far before their interactions with humans on Naboo. We're getting off topic, but if you've ever seen these statues, the lore is that this species, which are called the Elders, were the ones who forced the Gungans underwater, where they fully transformed into the civilization we see in the movies. These statues are not made by the Gungans, they're ruins from the Elders. Let me know your fan theory on that down below. Anyway, the Gungan military was essentially its police force just called into action. It was made up of, and I quote, able-bodied Gungans who provide their own uniforms and weapons. Each Gungan settlement is required to maintain combat readiness and conduct annual drills, ensuring that the Grand Army can be assembled in less than 36 hours. I always found Gungan technology so interesting because it's just so different from what the rest of the universe offers, and when you see Jar Jar for the first time, you'd not be mistaken to think that the Gungans are primitive, when in fact they're simply in tune with nature in a different way. Militia Gungs, which are the soldiers of the Gungan army, use energy balls, which are basically a membrane containing plasma energy taken directly from Naboo's core. The Gungans living underwater presumably have easy access to geographic features, which allows them easier access to plasma. I actually really like this lore because it ties in nicely with what we see in the rest of the movie. For example, if you've read Darth Plagueis, you're probably familiar with the discussion of the Theed plasma refinery, which is meant to take advantage of the planet's abundant natural resources. That refinery complex is the same place we see Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon face off against Darth Maul. So presumably this energy traveling up these shafts here is the same thing contained in the Gungan energy balls. The Gungans also use plasma energy to make their big shields, and I'm guessing most Gungan technology, really, from Oto Gunga to their personal shields, were based on the same technology, which I like because the Gungans seem to be in tune with nature, so I guess this is some way to explain how they're fairly technologically advanced, though I mean there's still some questions to be answered there. The plasma was particularly effective against the droids given that it short-circuited electronics. If we want to talk about how the Trade Federation was able to make an entire military, well, that might be a topic for another video, but it's all explained in Darth Plagueis. The weirdness comes from the fact that the galaxy is supposed to be at peace, and at peace for 1,000 years. The expanded universe tells us that the Ruusan Reformation limited the size of militaries and battleships, yet we see the Trade Federation, a corporation with large battleships and an entire standing military. Well, it all comes down to the fact that they were using supposed pirate attacks on their shipping lanes and cargo ships to justify the creation of all of these weapons of war, and that would really mark the beginning of what would become the Clone Wars. When we talk about the battle itself, it's a very odd one. As I mentioned, it's seemingly straight out of like a Napoleonic or Revolutionary War, both sides standing and fighting, and the Essential Guide to Warfare even notes that this was very, very odd for this point in history. We weren't seeing many ground battles, and specifically not many ground battles where infantry were forced into direct combat. Now, some of this was forced by the powerful Gungan shields, but there was another factor at play here. The Trade Federation rightly realized that this was all probably a ruse, and that there was another main target. However, their big fear was an attack on their droid control ship, which, yes, did come, but they didn't quite foresee the attack on the capital. Now, that doesn't really matter because it ended up being the attack on the droid control ship which was determinative, but that's why, despite them being present earlier, we didn't see droid starfighters active on the planet's surface. They were getting ready for an attack in space. I honestly can't really fault the Trade Federation here, because even without their droid starfighters, they still easily beat the Gungan army. It's true that the shields provided some protection, but the droids were able to surround and pick apart the Gungans, which only really had weapons effective against large bunched up enemies. It all came down to the shields, and here's another quote. The resulting plasma shield is 150 meters in diameter and typically calibrated to repel small, fast-moving objects that generate heat, as well as big, slow-moving objects objects. At Great Grass Plains, it protected the Gungans against the Trade Federation's artillery and tanks, forcing individual battle droids to engage the Gungans. The two-part dynamos overheat quickly and are typically among the first units targeted, giving the cockpit of the shield generator the grim nickname Suicide Seat. And if you're wondering why this technology didn't see wider use after the battle, it's because it was flawed. As we see, you can simply walk through the shield generators and the handheld versions burn out very quickly, which is actually the same problem that all personal shields in Star Wars have, plus the pesky radiation, which can kill you. Those are the details about the battle itself. There's also just some weirdness about how the Battle of Naboo worked generally. The main question is, well, where is the Republic? And it's sort of a weird issue where apparently the blockade itself isn't legal. I don't see how that's possible. How is it legal to starve out a planet because you're a corporate entity with a monopoly on trade? I don't know, like people are dying. Apparently that's legal, but the invasion itself wasn't. I'm guessing the Republic wasn't able to help because they just didn't know until it was too late. There was no fleet close enough to engage the Trade Federation. They kind of had to do it themselves on the ground. Presumably, had Sidious not forced them, this is not something the Trade Federation would have done, because had the Gungans in Naboo not been successful, the Republic would have had to eventually step in, I think, once the invasion became obvious. My biggest question is, how are Newt Gunray and Rune Hako not being hanged on Coruscant for this blatant act of war? Like, they're arrested at the end of the movie, then they kind of just show up later. I'm guessing the Republic at this point is meant to be just so corrupt and beset by corporate influence that, yeah, you could buy your way out of a little thing like a war crime, but whatever.
One of the preeminent legal and philosophical issues of the Clone Wars era Republic was related to the authority of the Jedi. The Republic, of course, was a democracy, and thus all uses of power are expected to flow from the law, and those exercising power are supposed to be accountable to those who elect the government. Republic police forces were probably created by legislation. War was declared with the permission of the Senate. You get the idea. The thing is, the relationship between the Jedi and the government was always, at best, tenuous. It is clear that, at least normally, the Jedi acquiesced to the control of the Senate, and that the relationship itself was codified in the Constitution. We learn as much in the Revenge of the Sith novelization. However, practically, the Jedi were a distinct entity from the government, who only cooperated with the Republic so long as the government itself remained aligned with their values. Ultimately, the Jedi's true alliance, above all else, was to peace and order.
Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy!
On that note, you can make a very strong argument that the Jedi should have removed themselves from the Republic upon being ordered to lead armies during the Clone Wars, or at the very least refused the order, but they had become too entangled with the government and were serving improperly as warriors. Still, the Jedi Order was powerful, its members unelected, and it was self-governed, such that it was not truly accountable to the citizens of the galaxy. On that point, the novelization also has the following very helpful quote from Yoda. Though nominally in command of the Council, the Senate may place him. The Jedi he cannot control. Moral, our authority has always been, much more than merely legal. Simply follow orders Jedi do not. Then, later, but even disbanded, even without legal authority, still Jedi we would be. Jedi Knights served the Force long before there was a Galactic Republic, and serve it we will when this Republic is but dust. This divide between the moral and legal duties of the Jedi became far more pronounced with the passing of the Enhanced Security and Enforcement Act, which, as you may have picked up from the prior quotes, transferred authority of the Jedi from the Senate to the Chancellor himself, which is why Palpatine was able to order Anakin's appointment to the Council. So we've got some background. The Jedi were technically under the legal authority of the Chancellor, though morally they ultimately served democracy, peace, justice, and the Republic, so long as it furthered the former values. Even before the actual confrontation with Palpatine, the Jedi were more than willing to violate the letter of the law to uphold its spirit. After asked to spy on the Chancellor, which is certainly treasonous as it preferences the Jedi's interests against their mandate, we have the following exchange between Obi-Wan and Anakin in the novelization. Obi-Wan, that's treason. We are at war, Anakin. Obi-Wan looked thoroughly miserable. The Council is sworn to uphold the principles of the Republic through any means necessary. We have to, especially when the greatest enemy of those principles seems to be the Chancellor himself. Keep that in mind. The novelization takes it a step further, as Mace openly contemplates removing Palpatine from power in a Jedi-led coup in hopes of saving the Republic. The Republic is civilization, it's the only one we have. Mace looked deeply into Yoda's eyes, and into Obi-Wan's. We must be prepared for radical action. It is our duty. But, Obi-Wan protested numbly, you're talking about treason. I'm not afraid of words, Obi-Wan. If it's treason, then so be it. I would do this right now if I had the Council's support. The real treason would be the failure to act. We can't let public opinion stop us from doing what's right. So, everyone who wanted to skip the Foundation stuff, welcome back. Eventually, Palpatine is revealed to be Sith, bringing us to the confrontation itself. A troop of Jedi confront and move to arrest the Sith Lord. Notably, they do so on a moral basis. Palpatine is being arrested because he is a Sith Lord, but as he rightly points out in the novelization, that's just a personal philosophy, and being a Sith is not technically against the law. Obviously, that doesn't stop the Jedi because they're basing their actions on morality. They're arresting him because he's evil. However, the argument could also be made that it's pretty obvious that the Sith Lord was controlling all events and orchestrated the Clone Wars in particular, which is obviously treasonous on his behalf. However, there's another problem at this point. Although the Jedi are legally servants of the Republic, at this point they derive their power from the office of the Chancellor, and by arresting Palpatine, they are betraying that power. Palpatine says as much, but Mace frankly doesn't care. Save your twisted words, my lord. There are no politicians here. Now, if I were a lawyer representing the Jedi in space court, my argument would be that although they violated the letter of the law, perhaps they did so to adhere to the constitutional principles which legitimized their power in the first place. Basically, allowing a Sith Lord to continue operating violates their greater duties to democracy. But there's a further counterpoint to all of the Jedi's actions, which I think is just hard to get around. Even if Palpatine is acting treasonously or against the interests of the Republic, arresting someone without authorization of the government, especially an elected official, is probably not the role of an unaccountable group of celibate monks. From a strict legal perspective, they should have sought authorization by either the courts or the Senate, depending on the specific laws. It's not within their purview to arrest a democratically elected leader, especially where the Jedi have not furnished proof to any other bodies, and they perhaps have the intention of holding and maybe even executing him extrajudicially.
I am going to end this once and for all.
You can't. He must stand trial.
He has control of the Senate and the courts. He's too dangerous to be left alive.
Of course, when first confronting Palpatine, Windu does cite the Senate, but he doesn't derive authority from the Senate anymore. And regardless, the Senate hasn't actually ordered him to arrest the Chancellor. I think the technicalities here just can't be avoided, and that the actions of the Jedi were in fact treasonous. If I were to, as a citizen of Canada, or perhaps more accurately, as a military official, arrest Justin Trudeau, especially during a time of war, from a strict legal sense, my actions would constitute treason, and I'd be leading a coup. And that's notwithstanding the fact that he himself may not be acting in the best interests of the state in this scenario. But let me be clear, I explained the moral authority of the Jedi earlier on because it's important to note while their actions may have been illegal, they were, in the end, the right ones, especially where the courts and the government had been twisted to serve Palpatine. Sheev was incredibly intelligent. He had been committing treason for years, but doing so behind closed doors. One of the smartest things he had done was only allowing himself to be revealed after he had a full stranglehold on the government. So yes, the Jedi probably committed an illegal act, correct by Republic standards, but their actions were justified from a moral sense and even within the code, which valued certain high principles upon strict adherence to Republic law. And at least until Mace went to kill Sidious, this was maybe one of the only right acts that the Jedi did throughout the entire war. So I've basically rambled now for almost 9 minutes to say what a lot of us probably expected. Yes, it was treason for the Jedi to arrest the Chancellor, but the treason was justified from a moral sense and within their code. Of course, this worked very well for Sheev. He was fine with the Jedi being morally right. He hid that part of the attack and focused instead on the legal treason. He had been drumming up anti-Jedi angst for a long time, both with Anakin and the galaxy as a whole, painting them as basically a non-accountable but extremely powerful force which threatened democracy. We have the following quote from the novelization. "The Jedi Council is not elected. It selects its own members according to its own rules and gives them authority backed by power. They rule the Jedi as they hope to rule the Republic by fiat." Sheev had this all planned from the start, and in the novelization, he actually manipulates the audio recording of the confrontation to make it look like the Jedi tried to arrest him and initiate a coup unprovoked. Near the end of their duel on Mustafar, Obi-Wan loses the will to kill Anakin and allows himself to be struck down. Anakin, on the other hand, survives, uninjured. And there are several key aspects of the lore we need to examine in order to fully understand this scenario. What was the effect of Anakin's injuries on Anakin himself? What are Anakin's motivations? And how would the relationship between Anakin and Palpatine, and perhaps Anakin and Padme, change in this situation? Most importantly, how would things change from a galactic geopolitical point of view? So let's start first with an examination of Anakin's injuries. And the best resource for not only this question, but the entire scenario, is the Revenge of the Sith novelization by Matthew Stover. We get the following passage detailing the first time Anakin awoke as Vader in his new suit. This is what it feels like to be Anakin Skywalker. The light burns you, it will always burn you. Part of you will always lie upon black glass sand beside a lake of fire, while flames chew upon your flesh. You can hear yourself breathing. It comes hard and harsh, and it scrapes nerves already raw, but you cannot stop it. You can never stop it. You can't even slow it down. You don't have lungs anymore. Mechanisms hardwired into your chest breathe for you. They will pump oxygen into your bloodstream forever, and you rage and scream and reach through the Force to crush the Shadow who has destroyed you. But you are so far less now than what you were. You are more than half machine. You are like a painter gone blind, a composer gone deaf, and you can remember where the power was, but the power you can touch is only a memory. And so, with all your world-destroying fury, it is only the droids around you that implode, and equipment, and the table on which you were strapped shatters, and in the end, you cannot touch the Shadow. The Shadow is all you have left, because the Shadow understands you, it forgives you, it gathers you unto itself, and within your furnace heart, you burn in your own flame. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker, forever. The book tells us that Anakin Skywalker, once injured and in his suit, was a shadow of his former self. A broken man, not only physically, but emotionally and spiritually. Vader is thus only able to wield a fraction of the power he once could. However, Anakin's loss to Obi-Wan also taught him something. To call onto the dark side in a measured sense, to only use its blinding rage, emotions, and anger sparingly while not letting it consume him, as he did against Obi-Wan. And Anakin, who wins at Mustafar, doesn't learn this lesson. If anything, he sees the successes of giving himself fully to the dark side, and begins to do so more often, becoming more powerful perhaps, but without the wisdom to harness the power correctly, like Sidious can. We'll come back to this. Right now I want to examine the power imbalance that existed between Sidious and Vader after the latter's serious injuries, and this was ultimately a defining aspect of their relationship. George Lucas has stated the following: Anakin ended up losing his legs and an arm and became partly a robot. So a lot of his ability to use the Force, a lot of his powers, are curbed at this point, because as a living form, there's not that much of him left. so his ability to be twice as good as the Emperor disappeared, and now he's maybe 20% less than him. Vader was forever a pawn and underling to Sidious, not only due to his difficulty harnessing the Force to his true potential, but also the life-saving electronics within his suit, which made him vulnerable to Sidious's Force lightning. This is why Vader sought out apprentices like Starkiller or Luke to help him destroy the Emperor. And destroying the Emperor was one of his main goals, not only because he sought power, but primarily because he wanted revenge. Everything Anakin did, his entire fall to the dark side, was because of his wish to save Padme from childbirth. He was manipulated by Palpatine with false promises of everlasting life. He made a pact with the devil and gave up everything that he held dear. And when Padme died, he realized that it was all for nothing. The full extent of Palpatine's deception is made very clear in the Revenge of the Sith novelization. For example, Anakin needed access to parts of the Jedi library only accessible to Masters. Palpatine engineers his placement on the Council, knowing that he will nonetheless be denied the rank of Master, in order to further sow discord between Anakin and the rest of the Council. At the heart of this is Anakin's possessive, obsessive love of Padme, a love that's mutual but not equal. Anakin covets Padme, which is used by Palpatine. However, that also means once she's taken away from him, that obsession is replaced with pure anger. In the quote I read earlier, we know that Anakin's first move upon waking up was to try to reach out and destroy the shadow, which had taken everything away from him. This shadow does not represent broadly the dark side of the Force, rather it's Palpatine himself. The table slowly rotated to vertical, and the shadow leaned close. Lord Vader, can you hear me? The official script for Revenge of the Sith also revealed that Palpatine was forced to protect himself from Vader's rage, and only through the Force was he not crushed by the nearby medical droids. In a scenario where Anakin wins his duel on Mustafar, but Padme still dies, I believe his first step will still be to confront Palpatine, although this time he will not be shackled by his lessened Force abilities, nor the literal table he's attached to. That brings us to the obvious question of whether Padme would have actually died in this scenario. In my opinion, probably. Anakin first attacks Padme in anger, and in a situation where he defeats Obi-Wan, he will only be further emboldened and blinded by his rage and the dark side of the Force. Let's be clear, even if she survives, there is no situation where Padme will join Anakin. She is too protective of democracy and the Republic, and she abhors fascism and the dark creature, which Anakin has turned to. But I don't think she will survive, because in my opinion, Padme's death is meant to coincide with the figurative death of Anakin Skywalker and the formation of Vader. She loses hope and the will to live. I think this is made pretty clear symbolically in the film itself, and if Anakin actually kills his brother Obi-Wan in anger, I think his transformation will be fully complete, and Padme and her children will be left to die on Mustafar. So now we have the confrontation between Anakin and Palpatine, one again that I think is inevitable upon Padme's death. Anakin, in a fit of rage, travels to confront Sidious, again unshackled by injury, but also blind with rage, as he was against both Dooku and Obi-Wan. Does he win this confrontation? An alternate scene for the Revenge of the Sith game tells us yes, but I don't think so. As the Chosen One, Anakin does have the highest potential of any character in Star Wars, but that's only when he's achieved balance, not as he's twisted by the dark side. Again, in his fights against Dooku and Obi-Wan, when giving into the dark side of the Force completely, Anakin suffers. This, however, is not the case for Sidious, who can harness the power and control it. Sidious is powerful because he is a master of the dark side and an embodiment of the dark side, while Anakin will always be manipulated by it. Anakin may be the greatest Jedi or Force user of all time, but Palpatine is the most powerful Sith, and we've heard that again and again within the lore. So if Anakin tries to fight him alone on his terms, he loses. Palpatine is the devil, and in any fight involving evil, Anakin will always be his underling. We also know that after his transformation to Vader, it was not only his physical injuries which held Anakin back, but as Palpatine recognized also his mental and emotional scars, these will still be weighing him down during the final battle. But what if I'm wrong? Say Anakin is able to overpower the Sith Lord. He will obviously seek power himself, and Anakin has shown a desire to control people in both Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. However, Anakin is brash and does not possess the strategic mind, especially at his current age, to not only manage but oversee the founding of the Empire. I find it difficult to imagine that the infrastructure Palpatine created, from a clone army that responds only to his secret commands, to a close circle of manipulators and advisors, to the Senate itself, would follow this supposed killer of Palpatine. Not only a killer, but a Jedi. Remember, Palpatine had recently told the Senate of attempts against his life, and had long been poisoning public opinion against the Jedi. I don't see any realistic way that Anakin just assumes the mantle of Emperor with the rest of the galaxy following along. However, even if he did, the Empire would crumble under his leadership. We know that because the Empire was based on authoritarianism and the galaxy was extremely large, too large to actually police conventionally with a military, that law and order was based largely not only on the Tarkin doctrine and fear, but on Palpatine's dark side powers. We have the following quote from the Dark Empire sourcebook. Palpatine knew precisely why the Empire couldn't last without his power. He had designed it that way. No one ever suspected how much he relied on the dark side of the Force. He shaped those of his government by using the Force against them. He used it to control his fleets and to drive his soldiers on to victory, to destroy his enemies from a distance and learn of conspiracies against him. Without him, there was no way the Empire could endure as he had designed it. The dark side flowed through him like some primordial ichor and was the key to his power. What's more, from Biss to Coruscant and other planets across the galaxy, we also know that Palpatine used the dark side to pacify those who would stand up against him. Anakin, on the other hand, did not have the decades of study, the natural inclination, or the teacher like Higo Damask, which would provide him with the knowledge and skills necessary to use these Force techniques. Also, I don't believe he had the intelligence to run a galaxy-spanning empire. In my opinion, after the death of Palpatine, Anakin would be assassinated, and power seized from his dead hands. But again, I think it's more likely that in the case of conflict between Emperor and Vader, Palpatine comes out ahead. The Star Wars galaxy is made up of billions of inhabited planets, and by the time of the Clone Wars, the Republic controlled a significant portion of these, likely several million in total. At their peak, the Confederacy of Independent Systems controlled far less territory, tens of thousands of systems, but were rapidly stealing constituents from the Republic. Given the size of the galaxy and the wide-ranging nature of the Clone Wars, many take issue with the following quote.
And now to business. You will be delighted to hear that we are on schedule. 200,000 units are ready, with 1 million more well on the way.
That's good news.
The controversial part there is 200,000 units ready, with 1 million more on the way. 1.2 million clones being produced on Kamino for the beginning of the war. That's maybe a single clone trooper for every Republic planet. And when talking about a full galactic war, that number seems to be off by, at minimum, several orders of magnitude. As a comparison, the United States military alone has 1.3 million active members. And remember, clones aren't just fighting on the front lines, but also piloting walkers and spacecraft, operating heavy machinery, etc., etc. The CIS, on the other hand, was said to have had, at their max, perhaps up to a quintillion, or a trillion million battle droids. However, that could very well be exaggeration or propaganda. Nonetheless, there's still a very clear discrepancy, and the purpose of today's video will be attempting to explain this issue. The first thing that people point to is that unit, as quoted, may not refer to a single clone, but in fact a designation for a squad or battalion. However, various sources have outright denied this, and let's turn to Star Wars Insider 84, which has a great breakdown of the Republic military. It explains that there were in fact 1.2 million clones being processed at that specific facility on Kamino, but others elsewhere. Tipoca City was not the only clone center on Kamino. A second generation of an additional 2 million clones was being grown at Baron Wu and Sudi stations in the north of Kamino. The bulk of these clones were deployed, and more still were being produced. The article explains that in total, and I assume this is by the end of the war, there were 10 systems armies, each with 300,000 troops, then an additional 3 million reserve clones, making 6 million in total. In the Clone Wars episode Pursuit of Peace, the Republic puts forward a measure for an additional 5 million clones, and an emergency requisition was needed to fund the project, otherwise it would have bankrupted the Republic. That shows that the scale here is pretty much right. So that leaves us with a clone army in the millions, perhaps the low tens of millions. How do we explain this? The first option is obviously that these limited numbers actually make sense, and this is addressed in the aforementioned Star Wars Insider article, which basically explains that the low numbers were successful for the Republic because the clones were undeniably superior and engaged heavily in CIS sabotage. Here's the quote: "Over a 6-month period, even rank-and-file infantry averaged over 200 confirmed kills per head, a kill rate which only increased as the war proceeded. The Separatists lacked the strategic ability and leadership to deploy their forces effectively, so the numerical superiority was wasted, while the Republic's Jedi generals were advised by Mandalorian mercenaries and their own historians and war theorists. Additionally, the GAR Special Forces inflicted sabotage on factories. A significant portion of the CIS army was either half complete or incorrectly assembled. On one occasion, a very small force of 1,000 Special Forces commandos effectively rendered billions of droids useless. While this does make sense, I suppose I just can't buy it. A single Venator, for example, has a crew of 7,000, many of which would have been clones. Thousands of ships were said to have fought at Coruscant, and what's more, clones were not only frontline soldiers, but were said to be ubiquitous at certain planets in the Republic. And we know that besides for waging an offensive war, clones also acted as planetary security forces, bodyguards, etc. With a million worlds, and certainly thousands of very important worlds, there's no way the clones could have done both of these duties, with only several million in population. So what other options help these numbers make sense? There is the issue of Sparti cloning, which was a separate cloning procedure to that used on Kamino. Sparti clones took only a year to mature rather than the full 10 of the Kamino system, but were much less sophisticated and effective overall. However, it was said that perhaps over 1 billion Sparti clones were produced during the Clone Wars. However, they were not introduced by Palpatine until shortly before the formation of the Empire, which was partially because the difference between Sparti and Kamino clones was very obvious. As of now, Sparti cloning exists only in legends, so take that with a grain of salt. Another option is that the clones partnered with the Republic's pre-existing military. However, we know that before the war, the Republic only made use of a small judicial force. And just from a logical perspective, if the Republic had a pre-war army, the clones wouldn't have been needed in the first place. However, we do know that there were existing sector defense fleets, which would have been used to fight against the Separatists. There's also the option of wartime conscription, and we know from Padme in the aforementioned Clone Wars episode that planets were supplying fighters, and the New Essential Chronology has the following quote: "Conscription, however, was a necessary reality. Countless beings of every species became draftees into the Grand Army of the Republic." In other words, although the GAR may have only been made up of several million clones, perhaps they were able to fight a galaxy-spanning war because they were supplemented by the defense forces of various planets, the judicials, and then later by conscriptees. However, I think the real conclusion for this video is that the numbers we're talking about are way out of scale, which represents a pretty common problem in Star Wars, just a lack of consistency and arguably a simplification of military realities. Similarly, people often point to the fact that even important space battles typically don't see more than 50 ships on each side. So, the AT-AT does have some very clear advantages over the AT-TE. Primarily, it has a really good field of view, it's really high so it can scope out the battlefield, it's very powerful, the hull is essentially impenetrable, especially by small arms fire, and perhaps most of all, it's just absolutely terrifying. The AT-AT looks like a gigantic metal beast, pushing unstoppably down the battlefield with massive cannons, just basically giving out destruction. Of course, the AT-AT can also navigate terrain pretty effectively, especially things like jungles. The large feet give it some stability, and it can basically blast through any sort of trees that get in its way, and we do see some of this during the Thrawn trilogy. So, as a very durable, albeit slow, but capable walker, the AT-AT is pretty good for transporting troops in certain circumstances. However, I will say I think the moniker all-terrain is perhaps a little too generous, especially when compared to the AT-TE. So after the fall of the Republic, the AT-TE, like most Republic military technologies, was essentially phased out of service, even more so than some vehicles like, say, the Juggernaut, which was changed but still heavily used. The Empire generally went for more obviously destructive but less nuanced vehicles, and that's why the AT-AT, of course, was more prominent. That being said, the switch really left a blind spot for the Empire. So let's look at the actual purpose of a walker, because walkers are a sort of weird creation, and there's honestly not always an obvious use for them. Generally, walkers are more reliable than something like a repulsor lift vehicle, i.e. a hovering vehicle. It's probably better for providing ground support than an aircraft. The legs allow it to navigate in terrain that would be impossible for a wheeled vehicle to navigate. And generally, I think the stability offers a lot in terms of a platform for very large weapons, like we see, for example, with the mass driver cannon of the AT-TE. Although walkers do have a lot of weaknesses, I'd say also that the legs themselves can perhaps be more armored or well protected than, say, wheels. So with that being said, I think if you're going to have a walker, you need to really lean into the attributes that the walker gives you, and the AT-TE I think does this quite well. The 6 legs give it a lot of stability and also allow it to literally scale vertical cliffs. We see that in the Clone Wars. And I mean, the AT-TE is an incredibly practical vehicle. It's low to the ground, it's not designed to be terrifying, but is, because it's brutally effective. It's armored, but not to the point where it can only move very slowly. It has versatile weapons capable of fighting off soldiers and also armor, and it can be thrown into basically any situation. But what I'm really focused on here is that bit about movement. It does all of this while being able to move around the battlefield like not only no other walker, but no other vehicle, period. What we see at the Battle of Teth, where the AT-TEs are literally scaling a vertical cliff face, is fairly dramatic, but the AT-TE can truly bring all of its firepower regardless of terrain, especially when you consider its ability to be dropped by something as light as, say, a LAT gunship. But we've also seen AT-TEs scale asteroids, we've seen them used as dropships in the Clone Wars, and just generally they take the idea of a walker, which is inherently ridiculous, and make it practical. Almost all of this was abandoned with the AT-AT, which does have 4 large legs, but really is far clumsier. And I think part of the problem with the AT-AT is that it tried to take all of the Republic's walkers and turn them into one. The Republic had, for example, the AT-TE, which we've been talking about, but also various transport walkers like the AT-OT, or heavy artillery like the SPHA. The Empire wanted to be very uniform, they wanted to clearly seem like an infinite unstoppable force, so they took many of these vehicles and just put them into one, while losing the real nuanced quality of each one. And I think we could probably spend some time also talking about the SPHA or the various other Republic walkers which were left to history, but the AT-TE to me is really the biggest loss here. Not only is it movable, but It also better directly supports troops and infantry with its laser cannons than something like an AT-AT. So the reason why I was thinking about this when reading Champions of the Force is because in that book we learn that the Empire has actually been working on a vehicle which can scale cliffs. That's the MT-AT, which looks like a giant spider. The MT-AT is used quite heavily during the Battle of Anoth, and that's in 11 ABY, and the Walker had only just finished its research and construction. Basically, it seems like the Empire invented a problem for themselves which they had to fix later on, because the AT-TE certainly could have scaled the cliffs like the MT-AT had. The AT-TE is also a much more traditional walker, with the MT-AT being sort of more like a droid and without the real sturdy hard points of the Republic walker. I don't know if the technology that went into the AT-TE's legs was somehow lost for time, or if Imperial engineers just thought they could do better, but I don't think they did here, especially given the fact that the MT-AT also heavily uses droid brains and just generally doesn't seem to be very practical. Had the Empire just introduced the AT-AT, which I understand, but kept the AT-T as a secondary walker, I think they could have avoided a lot of problems, not only having to make new vehicles, but if you look at, say, the battle plans for Hoth, we can see that the Empire was forced to follow the land when attacking the rebel base, and they certainly lost a lot of time doing so. They had to move between the natural breaks in the cannons, and even while doing so, they actually lost a few walkers to the elements. Had the AT-TEs been available, I think it's quite possible that they could have more effectively navigated the route and maybe even flanked the Alliance by passing through some sort of territory that was too difficult for the much larger walkers. We also see when they travel the North Ridge that they're basically forced to move in a zigzag pattern just because of the verticality, and that's really not an issue with the AT-TE. So I get it. Keep AT-ATs, they're scary, and they are effective, especially when the enemy's right in front of you, but also keep AT-TEs. They work well together and they serve an entirely different function.
I think it's very possible that this is actually still the original line of B-Wings, maybe just a post-Endor model. Like, there are some differences. The cockpit, for example, looks different, but we know that there was a B-Wing Mark II, and it didn't look like that. We know that because the Resistance shuttle is made out of B-Wing Mark II parts for some reason. It's interesting, and I thought I read something on this point, but the B-Wing would have been one of the first starfighters the New Republic would have cut down production on after the end of the Galactic Civil War. It kind of goes contrary to the Military Disarmament Act. It's just a big flying load of guns. Still, my guess is that the B-Wings we see are post-war New Republic vessels, I mean obviously, but shortly after Endor, or perhaps that they were basically replicas sold to planetary defense forces. Why do I say that? Well, let's keep talking. Although we get scant information on the B-Wing, the Y-Wing gives us a little bit more. So I'm going to read the blurb for the Y-Wing that comes in both the visual dictionary and the ship guide. One of the reasons why I think that book's a total ripoff, by the way. Anyway, a venerable design that dates back to the Clone Wars, the Y-Wing was long regarded as the tireless workhorse of the Rebel Alliance starfighters. In the years following the defeat of the Empire, when the political landscape stabilized and the Alliance transitioned from underground movement to legit government, the Kensair, I never know how to say that, corporation embraced its role in Galactic Revolution. It restarted the long-defunct Y-Wing product line to sell to planetary defense fleets, proudly proclaiming it to be the starfighter that broke the Empire's back. So, as with real life, in universe, the Y-Wing was reintroduced as a way to call back to glory days and hopefully get some sales. If you've watched the Clone Wars, you probably know that the Republic era Y-Wing was uncircumcised. Well, when resold in the post-Endor era, what had previously been modifications and removing the outer shell was now pretty much the standard design. This is sort of honoring the legacy of the Alliance and their pilots who like to tinker with the Y-Wing, who like to perform maintenance on the fly, and the ship is a little more customizable that way, allowing pilots to even add little surprises for enemy fighters. So by the time of the Battle of Jakku, many of the Y-Wings in the galaxy, if not, those original Clone Wars ones the Rebel Alliance used, were very likely belonging to planetary defense forces who donated them to the Resistance cause. The New Republic also did have Y-Wings of their own. It is is called the BTA NR2, but were frequently used as patrol craft and thus didn't even have bombing capabilities, which I know is super lame. But let's talk about the A-Wing next. I'm discovering the lore alongside you guys. The A-Wing is interesting because it's a little bit different. It seems like these vessels were basically taken from the New Republic off the front lines. The RZ-2 A-Wing is essentially a Rebel Alliance era vessel, just with significant maintenance and reliability upgrades. However, the reason it rose to prominence is actually pretty similar to what we got with the Y-Wing. I'll read again from one of the few canon source books we have. Kuat designers developed the original R-22 prototype, but it was rejected by the Empire. The company sold the initial batch, and some of the fighters ended up in the hands of Rebel cells who customized them and renamed them the RZ-1 A-Wings. After the so-called RZ-1s played a key role in the Alliance's victory at Endor, Kuat resurrects its forgotten prototype to create the RZ-2, standardizing years of field modifications and making the chassis slimmer and longer to yield even more speed. How that works in a vacuum, I'll leave that for you to decide, fair watcher. I don't know, that's all I've got to say about that. Let's talk next about the X-Wing, and this is an interesting one because we know that the T-70, the X-Wing utilized by the Resistance, at least as far as we see most prominently, was not actually the most advanced craft of its type by the Battle of Exegol or even before. The T-70 was introduced shortly after the Battle of Endor and was around long enough that at one point it was seen as an out-of-date vehicle. That led to the introduction of presumably a T-80 X-Wing, but certainly a T-85, as we do see in Star Wars Resistance. Honestly, the X-Wing kept pretty much the same general design because it was perfect. They pretty much nailed it right at the T-65, and each iteration was simply updating the craft so that it would fall in line with any technological advancements. And I mean, that's basically the general idea of the T-70. So we've taken a look at all four of these craft. Do we know now why the Resistance military end up looking a lot like the Rebel Alliance military? I think so, and I actually cut out a few key points as well to include at the end to make my argument even stronger. But hopefully this video was more about the journey than the destination. I hope you guys enjoyed looking at these ships and how the lore has changed. So the pipeline is like this. The Battle of Endor happens, the Rebel Alliance wins, and the ships of the Alliance become legend. This has several interesting results. For some ships like the X-Wing, the line continues with the T-70, the T-85, and perhaps more. Other ships like the Y-Wing or the A-Wing see their abandoned lines restarted, and presumably their stock swells in the post-Endor years. Either way, whether from excess stock or new models being sold directly, one thing happens, and that is these ships find their way quite frequently into the hands of sector and planetary defense forces. Hey, you've got a planet, you want to protect it against pirates or your nosy neighbors? Well, you could buy an older ship like a Z-95, you could make your own vessel like the Wookiees did or like the Naboo did, or you could buy a slightly changed version of the ship that helped kill the Death Star. We know specifically that Y-Wings, A-Wings, and T-70s all made their way, whether new or used, into the hands of these governments, and we also know, this is the part that I excluded, that this is how they made their way back into the hands of the Resistance. We have to actually look at where the Resistance comes from, how it's created. This is from Bloodline, and don't shoot the messenger. I'm not telling you I like the lore, I'm telling you how it is. The New Republic is ignoring the threat of the First Order. Leia and others set up a Resistance, which will be an active military ready to go when things get hot. The Resistance, however, is not a legitimate arm of the New Republic government. It has no mandate, it's not sanctioned. Where do they get their ships? Well, some defectors. Hey, if you can leave and take your X-Wing, that's great. But a lot of what they were getting was also from those same planetary governments, which took those Rebel Alliance surplus ships or Rebel Alliance new variant ships back when they were arming themselves. In the Rise of Skywalker Visual Dictionary, we see, and I quote, "The Y-Wings in the Resistance are a mix of personally owned vessels and ships brought in from the defense forces of sympathetic systems." The page on Black 1, Poe Dameron's ship, says something very similar. The Resistance can build few X-Wings of its own and instead must make do with fighters donated by local security forces or lent by senators who shared General Leia Organa's fear about the First Order. So, did the New Republic's Navy look like this? We don't really know. We don't know what starfighters the New Republic had. Does it make sense as well that every single ship the Resistance used was one of these X-Wings, Y-Wings, A-Wings, or B-Wings, given that they were, donated by systems? No. If there were a lot of them and other vessels, I think that would have been cool. The movie and the lore are certainly at a contradiction. I think the movie wants you to think that these are resistance ships. They're making them just like that's what you probably would have thought when you watch the original Star Wars movies and see a bunch of X-Wings and Y-Wings.
As we typically do, we'll start first with the Empire and an examination of the Royal Guards. Although the Royal Guards weren't the only guardsmen within the Empire, there were, for example, the Shadow Guards as well. They are easily the most recognizable variety, and they were the personal protectors for Emperor Palpatine. Despite their lack of real action in the original trilogy, the Emperor's Royal Guards were actually extremely talented warriors. The standard Royal Guard, however, was not the most elite unit in the Empire. We see, for example, Sovereign Protectors, who had the added advantages of force sensitivity. Don't be fooled though, Royal Guards were still extremely well trained. Royal Guards were selected from the best the military had to offer, usually Special Forces Stormtrooper divisions. Then they'd be put in very small classes, usually of 50 students of less. Then these numbers would be whittled down even further, often to just one student. It truly was a survival of the fittest environment. Students were not only trained by Darth Vader, but were also often put in head-to-head battles to the death. And remember, this is after candidates have been screened for fitness and loyalty to the Empire. Upon graduation, troopers would be completely loyal to Palpatine, even willing to kill other troopers if necessary. Given the structure and intensity of their training, they're also able to fight together extremely effectively, able to work together to protect the Emperor from any number of threats, whether internal assassins, Jedi, or traditional assault by rebel forces. Weapon-wise, Imperial Guards wore a red robe with full armor underneath. They typically would wield a force pike, as well as vibroblades and blasters for ranged combat. There's not a lot known about the armor other than that it was inspired by previous warrior castes. I will say, while the guards do seem to have almost unmatched training and loyalty to the Empire, their weaponry and armor is modest at best. I imagine the idea is that their body is the most dangerous weapon possible, and that everything else was just an extension of that. Next up, we have the Galactic Republic and its Senate Guards. Similar often in appearance to the Imperial Guards, except clad in blue rather than red. Senate Guards were not only the personal protectors of senators and those within the Senate district, but also played a somewhat investigatory role when safeguarding against threats against democracy and the Republic generally. Because the Republic was far less militarized than the Empire, Senate Guards were not selected from the military, but rather from law enforcement agencies. That being said, by the time of the Clone Wars, the selection process had become somewhat corrupted, and persons were chosen often for their family connections rather than their skill in serving the Republic. Not much is known about the Senate Guard training, but unsurprisingly, it does seem like the process is much less rigorous than that of Imperial Guards. It is also worth noting that, like in the Empire, certain Senate Guards would be selected for a higher position, specifically Senate Commandos. However, it does seem like these ranks were more common than the Imperial equivalent. Onto equipment, Senate Guard outfits came in two varieties, one that was very functional and one that was more ceremonial. Now, even in their robes, they were still capable of fighting. However, if anything serious needed to be done, they would likely switch over to their armor, which provided additional protection and was less obtrusive. Senate Guards were also trained in a form of martial arts and typically used blasters and force pikes. Next, we have the Confederacy of Independent Systems and their IG-100 Magna Guards. Magna Guards were an extremely advanced form of battle droids, capable of even fighting Jedi. Now, a single Magna Guard probably wouldn't take on and beat a Jedi in one-on-one combat, however, two or more would have a chance. IG-100s were actually designed to fight Jedi, and because of this, they used lightsaber-resistant force staffs and could survive even decapitations. That being said, because Magna Guards were much more intelligent than standard battle droids, they could easily pick up and use other weapons without more programming. What's more is that the guards were actually individually trained by Grievous, not only in standard combat, but in the 7 lightsaber forms. Now, being a droid in the Star Wars universe does mean that you always will be at somewhat of a disadvantage when compared to organics. However, you'd be foolish to ignore the impressive programming of the Magna Droid, as well as their incredible build quality. Next, we have the First Order and their Praetorian Guards from Star Wars The Last Jedi. Now, if you have not seen the new movie yet, I very highly suggest that you stop watching right now. Based on their appearance, the Praetorian Guards seem to be a much more powerful, efficient, and practical version of the Emperor's Imperial Guards. Whether that's exactly true, we don't know for sure. We We've only seen the Praetorian Guards in The Last Jedi. We don't know anything about their training, but we can talk about what we do know. The First Order has generally emulated the Empire, making improvements where possible. We don't know for sure, but it does seem like the Praetorian Guards are an improvement on the Imperial Guards. We don't know about their training, but at least equipment-wise, they are given more to work with. They aren't weighed down even a little bit by a ceremonial cloak, and they have very practical, very powerful weapons. I also will assume that their training is the top of the line. In The Last Jedi, if anyone so much as motions towards Snoke, the guards snap in action, showing literally no fear. We also see that though they eventually do lose to Kylo and Rey, they put up a hell of a fight, and Kylo and Rey seem to be a new generation of very powerful Force users. At various points throughout the fight, Kylo and Rey seem close to death, and Kylo throughout is so overwhelmed that he is unable to use his very advanced Force powers to hold them in place. However, we cannot ignore that even with an 8-2 advantage against Kylo and Rey, they are eventually killed. The fight does show us that they have very powerful armor and weaponry. We see various Praetorians take lightsaber strikes and continue without even so much as showing a cut. And each guard seems uniquely trained in their own weapon type, which adds an interesting mix for anyone trying to assault someone that they're protecting. All in all, I wish I knew more, but I think now we should move into the ranking stage. Which one of these guards is the best and which one is the worst? Well, I think the best guard is the one we just recently discussed, the Praetorian Guard. By all accounts, the First Order improves upon the design of the Empire. As I mentioned earlier, the Praetorian Guard seems like a more practical, or at least equally as practical version of the Imperial Guard. However, I do think that they have better equipment and armor. Whether their training is as good, I think, has not been seen yet and perhaps will not be seen, but it is clear that the Supreme Leader is very capable of inspiring devotion in those who follow him. Sure, they were beat by Rey and Kylo, however, these two have something incredible going on, and I don't think that any of the other guards on this list would have lasted nearly as long as the Praetorian Guards. That brings us to number 2, and I think there's no denying that if the Praetorian Guards are number 1, the next best has to be the Imperial Guards. When training Imperial Guards, you take the best of the best and then make them kill each other. The ones who survive get to protect the most important man in the galaxy, Emperor Palpatine. Sure, we've never seen these guys in action, but I mean, just looking at them, you can tell that there's something special. They wear red in an otherwise white and black empire. They surround Emperor Palpatine when no one else seems to. They're even with him in his private chambers when he's otherwise alone. Admittedly, we do see Yoda just throw 2 royal guards against the wall, but I'm not going to hold that against him. Yoda is the most powerful enemy that the dark side has ever seen, at least by the time of the Clone Wars. The only real thing holding the Imperial Guards back from the number 1 spot is that they seem to have worse armor and weaponry than the Praetorian Guards. I mean, admittedly, we don't see the armor underneath their robes, but it does seem to be significantly less bulky, and their weapons are admittedly fairly simple. Still, I think they're an excellent guards unit and certainly worthy of the number 2 spot on this list, if not number 1. Number 3 is the IG-1000 Magna droids. These are basically as good as battle droids could get, at least for the time of the Clone Wars. Magna Guards were leagues ahead in intelligence when compared to the average B1, and they had nearly indestructible armor. This armor, as well as their ability to continue fighting, even despite suffering otherwise grievous injuries, did you guys see what I did there? Puts them second to none in terms of durability on this list. The only thing holding them back is the fact that generally in the Star Wars universe, droids will never be as good as organics. I don't think programming in the Star Wars universe can ever equal selecting the best of the best and then giving them the most difficult training imaginable. Still, these guys were a real force to be reckoned with, and they could even at times defeat a Jedi in one-on-one battle. Finally, in the last spot, we have Senate Guards. Now, I don't think Senate Guards were bad or anything like that, but they certainly couldn't match the training of, say, the Imperial Royal Guards, and their equipment didn't seem to match that of either Praetorian Guards or IG-100s. There's also the fact that by the time of the Clone Wars, corruption had entered into the service, and training and regulations probably weren't up to where they needed to be. Finally, keep in mind that the best Senate Guards were selected to be Senate Commandos, which in a way weakens their ranks. So, in my mind, we have Praetorian Guardsmen, Royal Imperial Guards, IG-100s, and then Republic Senate Guards. Shipyards are a vital part of any galactic war machine, not only for building new ships, but for performing refits, post-combat repairs, and even routine maintenance. The Empire created perhaps thousands of mobile shipyards like the Black 15 facility to perform the latter functions, but major shipbuilding planets have no substitute and are extraordinarily important. Unsurprisingly, we see planets like Fondor, Bilbringi, Mon Cala, Corellia, and Kuat rise to galactic prominence because of their powerful shipyards, while other major planets like Coruscant create their own installations. So, the thing about shipyards and the topic of today's video is that they're very, very difficult to capture, especially with the most important assets intact. This is something Jason Solo learned as he assaulted Fondor, which had declared neutrality and left the Galactic Alliance during the Second Galactic Civil War. Planets like Fondor are not valuable without their orbital facilities. I mean, Fondor is basically a polluted garbage pit. It's the facilities in orbit that people stay for. Facilities which are usually staffed by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of workers. It's almost like an entirely second planet that you have to take over, which presents a variety of difficulties. First off, to hold a shipyard, conventional wisdom states that you also have to capture the planet itself. So when talking about a major world like Fondor or Corellia or Kuat, this involves bypassing or destroying planetary shields and launching a prolonged ground invasion. If you don't take over the planet, then you risk them pointing a ground-based turbo laser at the shipyards or just generally organizing some sort of insurrection. So the shipyards make all of this more difficult because not only do you have to invade on planet, but you also have to take the shipyards themselves. This means the attack will take a lot more time, or you'll need double the assets so you can accomplish both objectives simultaneously. It's also worth noting that orbital facilities were often spread out. During the attack on Fondor, Jason's plan was to take each structure one by one. And even with hundreds of thousands of troops, it was anticipated that this would take an extremely long time. Prolonged invasions of this sort are problematic, mostly because you've got a bunch of assets tied up in a single place and the enemy can take advantage of that, or they can plan a counterattack. If you are targeting shipyards or other important assets like a galactic capital, it's very unlikely that your enemy will allow you to attack without any sort of retribution. And your ships have to stay there, perhaps weathering several battles. And even if you manage to capture all of the assets perfectly, it will still be a long time until the planet can defend itself. But there's more. Aside from the defending fleet, which will usually be significant and involve, if needed, half-completed ships, shipyards themselves will usually have internal security systems. What's more, because ships and the facilities are so valuable, there is a serious risk of the faction underseas scuttling their assets to prevent them from falling into enemy hands. This wasn't a serious risk for Fondor because the planet was held by its own government, which wouldn't destroy the one thing that made it galactically relevant. However, even in that case, Jason was worried about workers sabotaging the station. His strategy, which again was to take the facility piece by piece, would have allowed a lot of time for sabotage as well. Other military options include a blockade, which the GA tried to do around Corellia, but it's very difficult to accomplish this over a long period of time, especially in the middle of a war. Another option is to mine the space around a planet, which sort of acts as a blockade in and of itself, while also negotiating for a peaceful surrender of the assets. But there are also ways to neutralize that tactic. And because of the general difficulty of taking a shipyard by military force, I'd argue that it was much more common for a faction to simply destroy or neutralize their enemy's production facilities. In New Canon, for example, the New Republic was satisfied with breaking the Kuat orbital ring after weeks of prolonged fighting. In Legends, plans to capture the Empire's major shipyards were non-feasible, and they were usually satisfied instead with launching raids or bombing attacks. There is, however, one way that shipyard captures are possible, but they rely on several things coming together. Primarily, there has to be a sufficient divide between the faction currently controlling the shipyard and the organization or planet which physically controls it, i.e. which supplies the workers and the defensive systems. On top of this, the shipyard also has to have a reason to go neutral or join the opposing faction. Now, this probably doesn't make sense, but essentially we're talking about negotiation, and a good example is the taking of Kuat in Star Wars Legends. The New Republic first neutralized the Protective Fleet and essentially forced KDY, which operated the shipyard, into surrendering. KDY then helped oust the Empire and voluntarily changed sides. If the Empire hadn't been stretched so thin and had placed more troops on the stations, this never would have been possible. But even in this perfect example, the shipyards themselves were partially scuttled by the Empire, who didn't want them to follow into New Republic hands, and they were offline for quite some time, perhaps years. Even had they not been scuttled, the New Republic would have had to find new sources of resources and set up all the logistics that goes into such a crazy operation. Other shipyards like Corellia would seek independence on their own if given the opportunity, and although they wouldn't be captured per se, if the system was brought into your greater government, ships could be requisitioned as a form of tax or mandatory asset production. But overreach by the GA in that respect also caused Corellia to start the Second Galactic Civil War, so it's certainly not the same as owning the shipyard yourself. I think a good understanding of the galaxy generally might be helpful to discuss this topic, and we'll work from the center of the galaxy and move outwards. At the very center is the deep core. The deep core has lots of really dense objects like stars, it's very difficult to navigate, and it generally wasn't a very nice place to be. Because of the constant movement in the area, hyperspace maps needed to be constantly updated, so we saw, for example, Imperial Remnant factions hiding in the deep core after the Battle of Endor and the fracturing of the Empire. The core, however, is a much more pleasant place. It's the most civilized part of the galaxy. It houses the birthplace of many common species, including humans, and just generally most of the galaxy's major banking and social and cultural infrastructure is headquartered in the core. The further you move away from the core, at least from a core-centric position, the less civilized and less explored things generally become. We have the colonies, which despite their modern name were explored tens of thousands of years ago when compared to the Battle of Yavin. Then we have the Inner Rim, and the Essential Atlas really describes a very distinct cultural divide between the galaxy, with the general core extending out into the Inner Rim, and then the Rim itself being comprised of the Expansion region, the Mid Rim, the Outer Rim, then of course the Unknown regions, Wild Space, and beyond. So as I said, there's this cultural divide, but the further you get away from the center of the galaxy, the also less explored things are. The Essential Atlas also points out that the Outer Rim territories are the largest region of the galaxy, but also the least explored. And I will add my own asterisk to that. I would say technically the Unknown regions is larger, but we'll get to that later on in the video. So the core-centric nature of the galactic governments that have existed throughout most of Star Wars is the first real explanation for why so little of the galaxy has been explored. On one hand, there's the easy to understand idea that because the dominant aliens and species in the Star Wars galaxy originated in the core and have been there for the longest, that part of space has seen the most discovery, despite its relatively limited size. However, wider exploration was very difficult and usually limited to near major hyperspace lanes. There's a map in the Essential Atlas which shows this, and basically, most exploration expeditions were based off of the proximity to major hyperspace lanes, especially the Perlemian trade route and the Corellian Run. The space between the Perlemian and the Corellian Run was known as the Slice, with the tip of the Slice core world being planets like Coruscant. So this area was a hotbed of exploration. Much of the galaxy's commerce took place within the Slice, but if you look on the map, it's actually a rather limited part of the galaxy, and in older Star Wars expanded universe texts it was even smaller. So we have lots of hyperspace routes, which makes exploration and travel and commerce easier. We have connections to major core planets, and we have the fact that the Slice, despite being a small portion of the galaxy, is still tens of thousands of light years in area, so there's more than enough space to explore here, and as such, the galaxy dedicated a lot of time to the Slice to probably the neglect of other areas. But the circumstances of the Slice and the Perlemian and the Corellian Run can actually be used as an analogy for the Star Wars galaxy at large. Basically, if you're not near a super stable, well-traveled hyperspace lane,
then your planet is probably not going to get that much attention. And just to be clear, I'll explain this to you guys. There are hyperspace lanes going across the galaxy. They're not man or alien made. They're sort of natural phenomenon, probably due to the presence of major stellar bodies or whatever else. And some of these are really big and really important, like the Hydian Way, which stretches across the galaxy, and you can travel very fast on these hyperlanes without very much difficulty. Sometimes these big ones are also called hyperroutes, but off these there are also the smaller hyperspace lanes, which aren't always or even frequently represented on maps, and these are just discovered by people exploring. One thing you'll notice if you look at this map is that all of the major hyperspace lanes in the galaxy, these sort of super hyperroutes, are on what we would call the galactic eastern side. That's also reflected by this map, which looks at galactic population. And yeah, the major population centers are very, very close to major hyperspace lanes, which is sort of why the population of the galaxy is much like you'd expect with, say, ancient cities being very close to water sources like rivers. So the fact that only one side of the galaxy has these established hyperroutes has really limited exploration on the other side. And I mean, just look at this map here. Why is this the case? Well, it's not because there aren't these hyperroutes on the other side of the galaxy. They very well might exist, but they haven't been found yet. And to understand that, we have to go back to what I said about the deep core. It's almost impossible to travel straight through the deep core, and traveling generally through the area is very, very difficult. So with some of the very major early planets being Coruscant and Duro, who was known for their explorers, and Corellia, it makes sense that exploration would be largely eastward, especially given that that's how the Prolemian and the Corellian, which both terminated at Coruscant, run. There's a paragraph which speaks to this in the Essential Atlas, and it says colonization of the core created a semicircular ring that extended down to Abrogado Ray in the southern quadrant. This arc is still considered the cream of the core, with its worlds displaying a positive digit in their coordinate that indicates a location east of Coruscant. There was a second western expansion later on, but not to the same degree as the first eastern one, and thus the true core is often considered to be, as I said, east of Coruscant. So yeah, when you look at a map, the galaxy is actually more than you would think, almost completely split between fairly well colonized, but less so depending on how close you are to the outer rim, and on the western side, pretty much still in no man's land. So that's half the galaxy right there. But to truly justify my title, I think there's more we can talk about. One, there's lots of planets, even in the inner rim and beyond, which just haven't been explored. But even more than that, there's the whole issue of the unknown regions and wild space. So the unknown regions is basically the name for any area that hasn't really been explored or mapped, so that does include most of that western space that I was talking about earlier, but it also includes the areas beyond the outer rim, off the map as you'd say, but still technically within the galaxy itself. Wild space similarly is sort of a frontier area between explored and colonized space and the beyond. As the name suggests, it's sort of the lawless frontier. The unknown region had smaller, what's called stellar halos and globular clusters, which are like collections of stars which are within the galaxy or just orbiting outside of it. Some calculations put almost 75% of the galaxy in the unknown regions, so well over half. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that there were as many stars on that side or as many habitable planets. So that's the basics, but there is one last thing I wanted to bring up. Perhaps there's a reason why part of the galaxy has been segmented from the rest. According to the Atlas, passage was actually made difficult by a hyperspace anomaly, perhaps connected to the one that also surrounds the galaxy. Only later did it become clear that westward passage was in fact barred. A tangle of hyperspace anomalies west of the deep core essentially stitched the galaxy in half. Theorists could not pin the singularity's existence on any real space phenomena, but most agreed that the tangled braid formed the midline of the galactic barrier that enveloped the galaxy in a shell of hyperspace turbulence. Hypotheses regarding its creation have speculated on natural origins, hyperspatial gravitic ripples, and the remnants of ancient conflicts, a purported barricade between the Celestials and the upstart Rakata. Despite its reputation as the hyperspace equivalent of a jagged-edged reef, the anomaly line was demonstrably permeable. So yeah, there's also something blocking exploration of the western side of the galaxy. Although you can go around it to the south, I imagine, and it seems like there are some ways through. So what's being hidden there? Is it a natural phenomenon blocking passage? Is it something that the Celestials did? Let me know what you think down in the comments. There's not a lot that I can say here that you guys probably don't already know. The Empire focused heavily on cheap, expendable starfighters, especially when compared to the Republic, which focused on space superiority fighters. The primary attack fighters for the Empire are the TIE Fighter and the TIE Interceptor. Though maneuverable and possessing decent weaponry, were completely unshielded and relatively fragile. Now, while they weren't awful for fighting enemy starfighters, the typical TIE variant struggled against capital ships. Even the TIE Bomber, which most would expect would be well suited for the role, was relatively useless in space battles. It had no shields, was very slow, and was somewhat of an easy target, and more suited for fighting ground units or undefended hardpoints. That being said, the Empire did make use of some specialized TIE models, including the Avenger and the Defender. However, because of the cost of these fighters, and because the Empire was relatively stretched thin, having to police an entire galaxy, they didn't see nearly as much action as the 3 standard variants. The focus on expendability and cheapness would have been fine had the Empire actually focused on sheer numbers when fighting space battles. However, Imperial Star Destroyers were not dedicated carriers, and given that they were the most common ship in most fleets, the Empire traditionally did not have the numbers needed to make up for the lack of quality starfighters. In my opinion, this results in a relatively poor starfighter corps, which is only occasionally supplemented by true space superiority fighters. This is surprising given the Empire grew out of the ashes of our next faction, the Galactic Republic. In my opinion, the Republic Navy has an excellent mix of fighters. They have a different craft type for each given role, and they have a mix of space superiority and expendable starfighters. One of the most ubiquitous fighters in the Republic Navy was the ARC 170. The ARC was a heck of a fighter. It was fairly heavy, it brought a lot of firepower to bear. I'd say the only real weakness is it did lack some speed and maneuverability when compared with other mainline starfighters. It was an interesting mix of a space superiority fighter and a heavy bomber, and it was somewhat unique given it was crewed by multiple people and had a rear-facing gun. That ship was accented well by more heavy, dedicated bombers like the Y-Wing and lighter fighters like the V-Wing and the Torrent. The only thing that I would have liked for the Republic to have that it doesn't is a highly maneuverable, high firepower, shielded starfighter. The closest thing they have is the Z-95. However, that ship was a significant step back when compared to the modern X-Wing. The ARC 170 could do many of the same things that the X-Wing could, however was significantly heavier, slower, and less maneuverable. Admittedly, the Delta does somewhat fit this role, however it was used almost exclusively by Jedi and was fairly rare within the Republic fleet. One thing worth noting is that because of the heavy presence of Venator-class Star Destroyers within the Republic fleet, starfighters were often fielded en masse. The Republic was also not afraid to use heavily specialized starfighters like Y-Wings should the situation require them. Next up, we have the Rebel Alliance, and I just want to say the Alliance has the serious benefit of coming after the Republic and the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The Alliance built heavily off Republic-era designs. The less common Z-95 and the ARC 170 were hybridized into the X-Wing, an excellent space superiority fighter. The X-Wing was shielded, carried decent firepower, and was relatively fast and maneuverable, a great balance, and really effective against every starfighter available to the Empire. I do also think there's something to be said about having a space superiority starfighter being the mainline craft in your starfighter corps. The heavy use of the X-Wing gave the Alliance a flexibility which matched their ragtag nature. The X-Wing, however, was also well supported by specialized vehicles. On one hand, we have the bombers. There's the Y-Wing, which is a subtle upgrade over the Republic-era vehicle, and also the B-Wing, which operated in the very unique specialized heavy bomber role. Then replacing the myriad of Republic interceptors was the A-Wing, itself an improvement on the Republic-era V-Wing. Given the resources of the Rebel Alliance, I would certainly not call this vehicle expendable, but it was certainly lighter, faster, and more like a TIE fighter than any of the Rebel Alliance's other ships. Admittedly, the Alliance did not have as many starfighter types as the old Republic. However, I will say that I think it did everything it needed to very, very effectively, and having the X-Wing be the main starfighter in your Navy is a great choice, better perhaps even than the ARC 170. The inclusion of a heavy bomber also makes the Alliance Navy somewhat unique. It was the quality of these ships along with vulnerabilities in Imperial design philosophy which allowed the Alliance to win the Galactic Civil War. plus with some help with the Force. Finally, we have the Confederacy of Independent Systems, which is, in my mind at least, an interesting mix of these previous three factions. Like the Empire, the Confederacy was fairly specialized, but made use of cheap fighters. The main difference being that the starfighters of the Confederacy were either autonomous or controlled by droids, typically the former. Now, using droid starfighters does come with a whole array of positive and negative effects. On the positive side, you have droids that can react extremely quickly to situations and which can pull off incredible maneuvers. On the other hand, you lose some of the creativity of organic starfighters, your Wedge Antilles, your Luke Skywalker, your Han Solo. However, the Confederacy did use droid starfighters in the right way, through swarm tactics. I will say I do wish the Confederacy had like one killer starfighter, a shielded starfighter, some sort of tank, something like the TIE Avenger or TIE Defender. I do really like the droid TIE Fighter, but even that is not shielded. Still, I guess it works with the way that they use their starfighters, again, in heavy numbers. So with this brief understanding of each faction, let us now rank the list. Coming in at number 1 is the Rebel Alliance. They needed good starfighters to win the war, and boy did they ever get them. The X-Wing, which was the backbone of their fleet, is an incredible multi-purpose and space superiority fighter. Although they do have less ship types than the Republic, they seem to be able to fill each specialized role with a great fighter. Next, and only just barely in second place, is the Republic. I do like most of their starfighter designs, including the ARC 170, but I do think they miss out by not having a common space superiority fighter with the speed and pure functionality of the X-Wing. Coming in at third, we have the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and don't get me wrong, they still had an excellent starfighter core, given their focus on swarm tactics. However, I think that I just personally prefer organic pilots to droid pilots, and I think I prefer high-quality starfighters to cheap ones, but again, that's just a doctrinal decision on my end, but at least they use their cheap starfighters correctly. I will say, droid starfighters did have some limitations when it came to things like refueling and how long they could operate for, which would impact overall tactics, but generally they were well-made fighters. Coming in at number 4, once again, is the Galactic Empire. The Empire had some serious issues. They focused on cheap starfighters but didn't make enough of them. This was largely because the Empire and the Navy was spread out across the galaxy, but that doesn't save them from having the worst starfighter corps on this list.
Going against the First Order flotilla here will be the Imperial fleet at the Battle of Endor. I'll be doing 2 rounds, one where the Empire has their ships only, and the second where they also have the Death Star. So let's talk about both fleets, taking a look at the number of ships, the technology those ships use, and the total firepower at play. We'll start with the First Order fleet, because I think that's where you guys are most interested. The center of Snoke's flotilla was his 60-kilometer wide Mega Star Destroyer. This thing is an absolute behemoth, serving as not only the largest ship within the First Order fleet, but also their mobile government and base of operations. The Mega Star Destroyer really earns its name. Without spoiling anything, we see that the ship really has firepower befitting of its gigantic size. Given its purpose as the mobile command center for the First Order, I think it's also safe to guess that it probably had tens of thousands, if not more, TIE fighters available for action. A ship like the Mega Star Destroyer is basically undefeatable just due to the sheer magnitude of the thing. We see in The Last Jedi that it's also been equipped with up-to-date technology. It has one new feature that I won't discuss because it's related to the plot, but also seems to have top-of-the-line turbo lasers and defense systems. The one key weakness of the Supremacy is just how slow and immobile the thing is. It's almost like a space station. That also slows down any friendly ships which are attempting to stay in formation. However, in a straight up slugfest, I can't think of too many ships that would be able to successfully take down the Supremacy. Escorting the Supremacy were Resurgence class Star Destroyers. These ships are no joke themselves, coming in at just under 3 kilometers in length and outfitted with the best possible technology. Given their role as battleships, they're designed for ship-to-ship combat and are bristling with turbo lasers and weapon emplacements. All First Order ship types take inspiration from the Galactic Empire, however, try to fix some of the key issues suffered by the Imperial Navy. For example, both the Mega Star Destroyer and the Resurgence class Star Destroyer have less prominent bridges than the Imperial II or the Executor. We also know that the First Order Resurgent and presumably the Supremacy focused heavily on point defense. unlike the Imperial II class Star Destroyer, which ignored laser cannons totally in favor of more turbo lasers. Each ship is also significantly larger and more well armed than its Imperial counterpart, and as I mentioned, they both made use of cutting-edge kyber crystal technology. The First Order also had better starfighters than the Empire. Both the standard TIE FO and the special TIE SF variety used shields, and the SF had a rear gunner, which was relatively unique in modern starfighters. In total, the First Order fleet had 1 Mega-class Star Destroyer and about 10 to 15 Resurgence-class battlecruisers. I couldn't count how many, the Star Wars wiki says 12, so that's the number I'll go with. Going against the First Order is their predecessor, the Galactic Empire and their fleet at the Battle of Endor. The largest ship at this battle, and truly the most powerful warship within the galaxy for some time, was the Executor-class Super Star Destroyer. Although this ship was king back in its day, the Mega Star Destroyer is likely of similar length and has a wingspan of 60 kilometers. Supporting the SSD were various Imperial Star Destroyers of various designations, chiefly ISD-1s, 2s, and Tector classes. Unfortunately for the Empire, these 30 ships probably carry a similar amount of firepower to the 12 Resurgence-class Star Destroyers. This is because of the size difference. The ISD is about half the size of the Resurgence, and the difference in technology. Along with that, the Empire would have likely had several higher tonnage battleships and escort ships like corvettes or frigates. That being said, the Executor and the 30 or so Star Destroyers made up the vast majority of the Empire's firepower here. In addition, the Imperials also made use of standard TIE fighters, TIE interceptors, TIE bombers, and likely some TIE defenders and other advanced models.
All in all, I think it's fairly clear which way round 1 will go.
The Mega Star Destroyer itself almost outweighs the entire Imperial fleet. When you add in the 12 Resurgence-class Star Destroyers, it really just becomes a slaughter. This is ignoring the fact that the First Order is specifically designed to be better than the Empire. Each starfighter type is better, the ships are more smartly designed, and a First Order fleet just generally has less vulnerabilities than an Imperial fleet. Although the Empire has numbers, which offers a lot in the way of strategic possibilities, the First Order just has sheer firepower, and I don't see any way the Empire can stand up to this. I'd say at max, the First Order loses 5 Star Destroyers and the Mega Star Destroyer makes it out unscathed. Let's look at the second round though, where the Death Star is active. When the First Order fleet jumps in, the Mega Star Destroyer will be the absolute obvious target, and unless Palpatine is playing some sort of mind games, it will be taken out right away. This leaves the dozen or so Resurgence-class Star Destroyers, which will be picked off one by one. As long as the Empire is smart, unlike they were at the actual Battle of Endor, they should have no problem repelling this force. They keep their Star Destroyers along the weak parts of the Death Star and just let the battle station pick off ships one by one. I do think it is possible that the Death Star itself is lost because of the superiority of the First Order fighters, but that's assuming that they know where the weak parts are and that the shield at Endor is down. However, even if that does happen, by the time the Death Star has been destroyed, it will have taken out at least the Mega Star Destroyer and likely a few of the smaller ships. That leaves the Executor and its accompanying fleet to take down and clean up the rest of the First Order, which I think it should be able to do, although not without difficulty. I think both rounds of this matchup are fairly obvious. In round 1, where the Death Star is not in play, the First Order has an advantage in tonnage, in technology, in starfighters, and basically every other metric other than sheer number of ships. In round 2, with the presence of the Death Star, the Empire will be able to immediately do serious damage to the First Order fleet by taking out the MSD, and I don't think there's anything the First Order can do to stop that. It's not like you can shield the Mega Star Destroyer with Resurgence-class battlecruisers because it's just too large. While the First Order may successfully be able to take down the Death Star, they won't be able to clean up the rest of the Imperial fleet, including the Executor-class Dreadnought. For that reason, I give the First Order round number 1 9 times out of 10. I give the Empire round 2 also 9 times out of 10. You're probably going to be unsurprised to find out that battle droids in the Star Wars universe have a very, very long history. Class 4 droids, i.e. those meant for direct combat, were some of the earliest droids to actually see service in the galaxy, and they were very, very prominent. So when examining several thousand years worth of history in this video, my main goal will be to look at trends. And everything starts with the beginning era. Now, we know very little about the early years of the galaxy. We know that the Celestials existed and may have employed war droids for their use. I mean, they certainly had the capability, given that they were creating things like Centerpoint Station and moving entire star systems. But arguably the faction which made battle droids most prominent and relevant for later history was the Rakata. Much of Rakatan technology was powered by the Force itself, but they also plundered tech from other civilizations that they encountered, like the Gree or the Qua. It's very possible that one of those civilizations or another actually created the first of the post-celestial battle droids. We just don't know. However, it's very likely that the Rakata, through the Starforge and other means, created many battle droids, which they would have used alongside their slaves. After the fall of the Rakatan Empire, much of their technology was reverse engineered, which would pave the way for technological development across the galaxy. That brings us to our next era, which I'm simply going to call cycles. And there's an interesting quote from the New Essential Guide to Droids, which I think well describes how droid armies operate in the Star Wars universe. Droid armies become the norm until their opponents learn that mechanical warriors could easily be outthought. The basic lesson has been forgotten and relearned countless times, and the popularity of droid armies has ebbed and flowed throughout history, much depending on the willingness and availability of trained organic populations to wage war. So basically what that quote is saying is that battle droids are created in times when planets or civilizations do not want to use their own warriors to fight their battles. However, battle droids are almost always beaten by organic warriors, so they fall out of disuse. However, given enough time, the cycle will begin again. I'd also like to add an addendum to that. Sometimes it wasn't that battle droids would be outsmart by organics, but that truly competent battle droids ended up being just far too expensive for their worth. The cycle arguably started with Zim the Despot and his Guardian Corps, which arguably fell into the latter category. The Guardians were very effective, and being one of the earliest battle droid armies was a little bit surprising. However, eventually, the droids didn't prove flexible enough for Zim the Despot, and that was one reason why he and his empire would fail. As the Republic would grow to prominence and would face resurgent Sith threats, both sides would develop battle droids with different levels of effectiveness. Basically, each time the Sith would reappear, it seems like both it and the Republic would have a new battle droid type to throw into action. One example that I like is the Basilisk War Droid. The Basilisks were actually used by the Mandalorians when they were aligned with the Sith, and were a sort of all-purpose battle droid created by the Basiliskian race. Another common battle droid type was the Sentinel droid, which was used primarily by the Republic as basically a foot soldier, but also served with the Sith and other factions. However, alongside humanoid droids, we also have droids of different design. Many of these were created by major corporations like Zerka, and we can assume, based on common sense and what we read earlier, that droid models like this would re-emerge during major periods of combat after having undergone some advancements before declining in usage again. Like I said, cyclical. I don't think it's necessary to go over every droid model of this period, and it's very difficult, especially when it comes to pre-Mandalorian War droids. But it is worth noting that because of droid uprising and just generally the fear of rogue class 4 battle droids, including assassination droids, the Republic strictly limited advancements in droid AI. However, as explained by the New Essential Guide to Droids, those had mostly elapsed by our next era, the Golden Period, which I'll say started about 100 years before the Battle of Yavin. This era of course includes the Clone Wars most prominently, but was also defined by corporations gaining massive amounts of power and the dwindling influence of the Republic. These two factors came together to allow the creation of major droid armies. By the time of the Battle of Naboo, the galaxy was already fairly wary of battle droids, not only because of their long history, but also more recent events, including the Arcanian Revolution and the events of the Kalhuru system. That being said, none of that would hold a spark to the Clone Wars, which featured the galaxy's most sophisticated and largest droid army of all time. the one used of course by the Confederacy of Independent Systems. The CIS droid army was not only larger than any which had come before, but also far more varied. Corporations by this point had grown to tremendous sizes, and each were producing their own battle droid models. So the Seppies had droids doing everything. They had droid starfighters, they had droid field commanders, they had droid vehicles, they had different battle droid models. However, even still, they were well opposed and eventually defeated by the Galactic Republic, although really a true discussion of the merits of each side is difficult due to the influence of Palpatine. General Grievous, of course, is also a central figure during this time, although he wasn't strictly a droid. Grievous's ferocity and his cruelness would partially affect cybernetics and cyborgs through many years to come. Still, this era was arguably an end to the cycle that had been perpetuating for thousands of years. Finally, droid technology had appreciated to such a point where a droid army fully threatened the entire galaxy, and the Clone Wars would be used by Palpatine in this next era, which I'll call the Dark Era. Now, it is kind of funny to discuss a lack of battle droids as being a dark era, but as explained by the new Essential Guide to Droids, battle or war droids essentially disappeared after the formation of the Empire. This is due to the fact that there was incredible stigma against them, and because the Empire ruled most of the galaxy. There weren't really the same competing factions or corporations. It's my theory that Palpatine actually preferred an army created mostly of organics because of his ability to use the Force and influence them over extreme distances, but that's a topic I've covered in prior videos. However, it was also the Dark Era because during this time, the Empire heavily experimented with cybernetics. This brought us, for example, the Dark Trooper. Although the Dark Trooper project originally started out as a way to keep aging clones combat ready, it eventually molded into a program which created top-of-the-line, incredibly deadly battle droids and combat suits. The Dark Trooper project would eventually be discontinued, however, it's my belief that much of the research that went into it would further inform Palpatine's Dark Empire, which used droids very heavily, from droid starfighters to cyborg fighters to a wide array of ground automata and arguably even world devastators. I'd say the Dark Empire is the beginning of a bit of resurgence. However, it's still a break from the cycle because at this point, besides for Palpatine I guess, battle droids weren't envisioned as leading armies. Rather, they were mostly treated as extremely expensive, extremely effective warriors. I think the best example of this is the YVH, the Yuuzhan Vong Hunter, of course created when the Yuuzhan Vong invaded. And it's kind of ironic that an extremely technophobic alien race would actually spur some of the greatest droids in the galaxy. The Yuuzhan Vong were not used with swarm tactics like with say a B-1 battle droid, rather they were meant to fight Vong warriors in direct one-on-one combat. They were incredibly successful, and after the war, were adapted to all aspects of public and private life. We see, for example, the Galactic Alliance use Vong Hunters during the Dark Nest crisis, although they were modified. We see them used in private service as bodyguards, and just generally, they certainly made Lando Calrissian a lot of money. And that's basically it. We don't know as much about the Legacy era, especially the late Legacy era, but I would assume it's basically the same, with the reborn Sith Empire also using their own form of droid starfighter. Blockades are common in the Star Wars universe. The principle is pretty simple. Put some ships in space around a blockaded planet and prevent anyone from coming or going. However, when watching The Phantom Menace, you might notice that the Trade Federation only blockades a portion of the planet. And the obvious question is, can't you just go around or avoid the blockade altogether? That's what we'll be trying to answer today. First, let's take a closer look at how hyperspace travel actually works. Hyperdrives do not allow a vehicle to enter hyperspace and just willy-nilly travel between any 2 points in the galaxy. Major sources of gravity like planets and black holes complicate jumps and can either pull ships out of space or just destroy them outright.
Traveling through hyperspace ain't like dust and crops, boy. Without precise calculations, we'd fly right through a star or bounce too close to a supernova and that'd end your trip real quick, wouldn't it?
Thankfully, the galaxy also had millions of hyperspace lanes, routes which were clear of hyperspace shadows or other threats and were thus safe for travel. The largest of these were called super hyperlanes, and some, like the Hydian Way, stretched through the entire galaxy, and travel was generally limited to hyperlanes. As a side note, for those interested, I've done entire videos on how the formation and discovery of hyperlanes helped shape the demographics of the galaxy. But back on topic, hyperlanes were natural things, and new hyperlanes could be discovered, but the process was generally limited to galactic governments, who had not only the computing power, but usually the automated drones to do the process, and it took a long time. Regardless, it's not something that would be done on the fly. Many hyperlanes were also kept secret and used for military or commercial purposes, while others, like the Endor pipeline, were artificially held open by technology, though this was an extremely difficult and expensive process. Hyperlanes were fixed, and to enter a lane from a planet, you would need the correct trajectory, orientation, and data for your navicomputer. This data would have to be constantly updated due to the movement of stellar bodies, which made travel in certain portions of space, like the deep core, very difficult and even impossible without up-to-date data. Hyperlanes comprised multiple planets, which were almost like stops along a bus route, and a ship's navicomputer would set the exit point. Many planets were serviced by only a single hyperlane, while others, planetary hubs, saw multiple lines converge. These planets usually grew to prominence within the galaxy due to the trade naturally brought in by spaceships leaving one hyperlane and jumping on another. But practically, let's say you want to leave a planet. First, you have to get clear of that planet's gravity well, as it prevents travel. Then you approach the hyperlane entry, which would sometimes be called an egress point. And a great way to illustrate the limits of hyperspace is a closer look at the Battle of Ebac 9 from the Yuzon Vong War. Briefly, the New Republic managed to lure the Yuzon Vong to the deep core planet of Ebac 9. The deep core is an extremely busy and dangerous portion of space, and Ebac only had one well-known charted hyperspace lane into or out of the planet, and the lane didn't travel through the planet but actually ended there. The Vong, thinking they had their enemy trapped, blockaded and attacked Ebac 9, one of Ebac's moons. However, the New Republic had managed to negotiate secret hyperspace routes through the deep core from the Empire. Using these, they were able to attack at the flanks of the Vong, who thought themselves secure from any sort of rear attack. The New Republic also placed mines across the hyperroute, which would pull the Vong out of space should they attempt to retreat. So they secured a major victory because they had a better knowledge of local space and were able to make themselves seem unaware of attack. And I bring this example up because it well illustrates many of the principles that go into blockading a planet. So, in the vast majority of cases, a faction simply won't have enough ships to cover all space around a planet. Thus, what they'll do is sit on the edge of a planet's gravity well, but before the hyperspace egress point. So, the only way for a ship to escape is to actually run the blockade, get to the jump point, calculate the jump, which is an instant even on an established lane, and then leave. This is obviously extremely difficult because they're facing resistance from the blockade. And one of the most common devices used to help a faction prevent an escape is interdiction fields. Interdictors block hyperspace jumps, essentially pushing the egress point even further back. This means that ships have to travel very far at subspace speeds to actually make the jump to hyperspace, all again while facing resistance from the fleet. So if you're the Empire with an interdictor Star Destroyer, just place your interdictor at the egress point. At Dathomir, the Hapes Consortium prevented Zinja's retreat with the use of hyperspace mines, as the New Republic did at Ebac. However, it's also important to note that blockades are meant to stop ships from coming in as much as ships from escaping. Many planets were not self-sufficient and relied on trade. The blockade of Naboo, for example, especially when combined with a planetary occupation, was meant to starve the planet out. Single ships can often slip through a blockade, especially if they're small and fast, but a proper blockade can mostly stop freighters or large passenger vessels from getting through. Let's go back to Naboo. Besides for cinematic reasons, we can assume the Trade Federation ships were placed where they were because that's where the hyperspace lane ran. Now, most maps of Naboo have it as just a point along a longer lane rather than an end, so from a strict lore sense, the blockade should have been on the other side of the planet as well, but I think we can understand why that wasn't shown. Now, one vulnerability here is that ships technically can leave the planet as it's not fully embraced by the blockade, but as long as the hyperspace lane is covered, they won't be able to get off system. So aside from trying to mount a defense, there's not much they can do.
However, a careful faction can even mitigate against this. The Trade Federation, as I said, occupied Naboo itself and kept local populations subjugated and shot down any escaping ships, or at least attempted to. Those in space also have singular control of the area around the planet and should be able to pick up any enemies on sensors and respond with fast movers. Sometimes during a siege, the blockaded world will have a planetary shield. This prevents not only ships from getting down to the surface, but, as we saw during Thrawn's siege of Coruscant, from leaving. As a note, some shields can open specific sections to covertly allow fighters out while maintaining most of the planet's defense, so protecting the exit point is still important. Other technology is often employed during a blockade, including mines, of both the interdiction and standard variety, as well as communication chambers. During the Corellian crisis, Centerpoint Station was used to create a gigantic interdictor field, which essentially blockaded the system by limiting ships to sublight travel. As a note, Star Wars Legends has what's called a hyperwave inertial momentum sustainer, which allows ships to maintain some speed while passing through an interdiction field, allowing them to enter even a blocked off system, like Corellia in this example. However, they can't jump out of an interdiction field, and this still doesn't stop them from having to face the fleet itself. Of course, much of what we discussed can be bypassed by secret hyperspace lanes and egresses, support especially from outside the planet, i.e. if you have another fleet come to destroy the blockade, and more. Nonetheless, they were still a very effective technique in the Star Wars universe.
Humans are everywhere in Star Wars, and more than that, they are the dominant species in the galaxy far, far away. Now, obviously, there's a real-world reason for this. We want to see a movie about humans probably, and humans are much more easy to costume. But let's do what we do best on this channel, and look at the lore reasons for why humans have become the most populous of any alien in Star Wars. First, some background. Over 20 million forms of distinct sentient life originally developed within the Star Wars galaxy, while later crossbreeding, environmental conditions, and whatever else led certainly to even more aliens. Scattered across the galaxy, there are quadrillions of beings, with, as I said, humans being the most populous species. An understanding of what led to this requires an examination of history, biology, philosophy, and more. I think a great place to start is the following quote from Plagueis. It is actually quite long, longer than I'd usually excerpt, but because it is what led to this video, I'll include the entirety. Barbaric meat eaters that they were, humans were a highly evolved species. Given their native intelligence and shrewd faculties, they deserve to be treated with the same deference Munes were afforded. And yet, many of the galaxy's sapient species consider themselves to be equal to humans, who had only themselves to blame. Unlike Munes, humans had no compunctions about lowering themselves to the level of less advanced beings, the slow-witted, disadvantaged, needy, and pitiful, making a pretense of equality and demonstrating a willingness to work and sweat cheek by dewlaps alongside them. Instead of celebrating their superiority, they allowed themselves to be dragged down into mediocrity. A Mune would no sooner accept a position as a starship pilot or a smuggler than he would a career diplomat or politician, unless required to do so for the greater good of Munes everywhere. Humans, though, could be found in every occupation. But what made them especially intriguing was their seeming intent to spread themselves to the far reaches of the galaxy, without any sense of control or planning, at whatever cost, and using up world after world in their insatiable quest, as if their diaspora from the core reflected some sort of species imperative. More important, the Force seemed not only to allow their unchecked dissemination, but to support it. In human hands, Damask suspected, rested the profane future of the galaxy. So that quote is from Plagueis himself, and talks about how humans are quite distinct when compared at least to Mune society, which was largely homogeneous, collectivist, and conservative, at least when it came to colonialism. Munes tended to keep to their home planets. Humans, on the other hand, were not homogeneous. They were based across faction rather than species lines, and there seemed to be some innate human drive for colonialism and exploration. But that's just philosophy, and not just regular regular philosophy, but the philosophy of a Sith Lord. Even accepting that it's the will of the Force for humans to propagate as they did, which I think is certainly up for debate, the history of their rise to prominence is just as interesting, and provides us with more concrete information. Let's start with the new Essential Guide to Aliens, which, unlike the old Essential Guide, actually does cover humans. It tells us some of what we already knew, including that humans were the most populous species in the galaxy, but also ties their commonness with human durability, intelligence, and adaptability. The book also covers more closely the actual historical aspects of human expansion, primarily humanity's birth in the core, hence Plagueis' reference to a diaspora from the same place, and their early adoption of the hyperdrive. More detailed information on these two factors can be found in both the New Essential Atlas and the Star Wars chronology. The Essential Atlas tells us that formal, galaxy-wide colonization post-Rakata was accomplished largely outward from the core. This wasn't absolute, and we do see exceptions like Hutt space, but generally exploration was done core outward. And if we look at this map, for example, which shows population density, most beings are concentrated around major hyperspace lanes, which inevitably led from the core and were established within the core. And that's because those are the planets which were first colonized and which were most successful. Why is this important? Well, let's dive deeper. Humans were believed to have been born as a species on Coruscant, defeating another early rival, the Tongs. As humanity rose to dominance, at least on their planet, the majority of very early interstellar civilizations like the Gree or Colomai were decaying, with really only the Rakatans remaining prominent. As for the Rakatans, despite the width of their empire, they colonized only a few planets, and they too would eventually decline. As this was happening, humanity spread throughout the core, mostly through sleeper ships, which use basic but slow FTL, at least when compared to hyperdrives, alongside cryotechnology. As a note, it is also possible that some human populations, perhaps even the original humans, were placed by the Celestials. We have no idea how or when Corellian humans would have made their way to the system, for example, and given the formation of the 5 Corellian brothers by the Celestials, then it's possible that they were placed there artificially. That would sort of tie into the Force favoring humanity, but that's a discussion for another day. As humans continued to colonize new core worlds, about 25,000 years or so before the Battle of Yavin, they did also encounter the Duros, but remained the dominant species in the core, and even developed new FTL technologies, dabbling into the basic aspects of hyperspace. Sub-factions emerged from Zim the Despot to the Taiwanese to individual planetary governments, but this was still before the formation of the Republic. The Republic emerged conveniently alongside the reverse engineering of the Rakatan hyperdrive. The Republic, made up initially of Corellia, Coruscant, Alderaan, 3 largely human worlds, plus Duro, used their new technology to blaze hyperroutes and discover the galaxy. Planets near these hyperspace routes, which were typically colonized by humans, had better access to trade, Republic security, and of course the core. This essentially meant that they became prosperous, as did their human settlers. The majority of the galaxy's major hyperlanes, including the vital Corellian Run, were not only discovered first by the Republic, but were discovered during a time when humans still had the vast majority of the Republic's population, meaning that they had first dibs on colonization, and we have the beginning of a self-perpetuating cycle. And by the time the other major hyperlanes were discovered, like the Hydian, humans were still the most populous species in the core, and given our natural drive to colonize and our adaptability, we continued to spread across the stars. This was all exaggerated by the increasing prosperity in the core, which saw a much higher degree of security, safety, and commerce when compared to the rest of the galaxy, especially after the formation of the Republic. Not only was the Republic one of the few rich enough factions to actually fund hyperspace exploration, but it was an incredibly stabilizing force in what had been a chaotic galaxy. It was also extremely pro-human, so the rise of humanity is no surprise. Moving away from history and into biology, we've already talked about humans are relatively hardy, especially when compared to some other aliens, but they're also capable of mating with a wide variety of non-human species. This led to many creatures creatures which were somewhat chauvinistically referred to as near-humans. There is a bit of confusion here because technically not all near-humans are actually human offshoots, they could just be very genetically similar, but the Chiss, for example, were likely an offshoot of humanity and thus could probably create hybrid human-Chiss children, and the same can be said of the Zeltron or others. Some near-humans were almost identical and you could only tell if you were really familiar with their biology. I say this because the ability to sort of propagate freely across the galaxy helps increase the survivability of the species and helps humans to flourish across the galaxy, especially when combined with our general adaptability. The last thing I'd like to mention is that there are some interesting issues with being a human in a human-dominated galaxy. First of all, you have, as I mentioned, the chauvinism, or at least perceived chauvinism, of humanity. Aliens which look like humans, for example Twi'leks, are called humanoid. Humans often subjugated what they saw as lesser races, and many of those in the core, who were disliked by those outside the core, were humans themselves. Several anti-human factions have emerged in Star Wars, though to be fair, it's probably much worse to be a non-human, especially during the time of, say, the Empire. In 27 BBY, the Republic launched the Outbound Flight, a colony and exploration ship meant to chart the unknown regions and then travel outside the galaxy. The Outbound Flight was largely a Jedi project and was crewed by 18 Jedi, including 6 Masters. Seeing this as an opportunity to weaken the Order, then Chancellor Palpatine, under the guise of Darth Sidious, ordered his lackeys and the Trade Federation to destroy the ship. This brought the Federation into the unknown regions, and more specifically, into Chiss space. Today, we'll discuss the ensuing battle, which is from one of my top 5 favorite Star Wars Legends books, The Outbound Flight. Now, I highly recommend that you guys experience this without spoilers, so if you want to read or listen to The Outbound Flight, click away now. So, the very sizable fleet, made up of 2 Lucrehulk battleships, 6 hard cell transports, and 7 cruisers, were detected by a Chiss patrol, led by military commander Thrawn. The Chiss patrol was quite small, with only 3 tiny cruisers and 9 fighters. After failed negotiations, the Trade Federation opened hostilities by launching half of one of the Lucrehulk's fighters. The other 3/4 of the droid starfighters were kept in reserve due to both the short operating range of the droids and the underwhelming nature of the Chiss fleet, with perhaps the thought that more ships would be coming. One portion of the fighters was sent forward to engage the Chiss fleet, while the others remained behind in a defensive screening position. Thrawn moved his fleet back, guessing the operational range of the fighters, while also sending one of his own cruisers, armed with an interdictor generator, to sit away from the rest of his assets. He found the point where the droid fighters could not move forward anymore without losing signal from the control ships, and conducted an experiment. Thrawn had 1 cruiser and 1 fighter move briefly into the operational range of the starfighters, then quickly retreat. He did this over and over again, much to the confusion of the Trade Federation leadership. Each time, the starfighters would begin to engage the Chiss, which would then pull back, at which point the starfighters would return to their initial position. Kinman Doriana, aide to Palpatine, on board one of the Trade Federation warships, actually believes that Thrawn is attempting to block the communications between the starfighters and the Trade Federation battlecruisers. However, the Trade Federation leadership replied that their encryption software was extremely advanced. Notably, however, he also reveals that should any starfighter be jammed for more than 2 minutes, it will fully self-destruct. Eventually, once this maneuver has been done several times, Thrawn pushes towards the attacking starfighters. The Trade Federation believes that Mithrod Nirodo has made a mistake and orders the fighters to attack, but there's no response. Now, this is somewhat complicated, but Thrawn had discovered that because of so many fighters, the Lucrehulks were only to use limited encryption signatures. By forcing the droids to perform the same action over and over again, Thrawn was able to dissect the signal, identifying the encryption portion and the command portion. The Chiss responded by sending a counter command, which ordered all fighters to fly off aimlessly into deep space. However, that trick would only work once, and at this point, Thrawn was moving forward towards the ships in defensive position. As the screening ships moved to engage, every cruiser and fighter launched Connor nets, a missile-based shock net system which outright disabled many of the droids, caused some others to crash into each other, and basically made the force small enough that the fighters and cruisers could take care of them without any losses. The Trade Federation leadership, now furious, orders that the other half of fighters which were being held in reserve by the first battlecruiser be launched. Immediately, before
Before all fighters are able to exit the cruiser, Thrawn begins full spectrum jamming. Now, full spectrum jamming blocks all communication. Generally, it's not very useful against the Trade Federation because they spread their starfighters out, and the jamming can only be done in a small area. However, because Thrawn is close enough to the Lucrehulk and all fighters are launching from the same point and thus within the same area, he's successful and the ships are disabled. The starfighters easily mop up the useless ships, with the dust and debris caused by many explosions causing the secondary laser control systems used by the Trade Federation to fail. The hard cell cruisers then engage the nearby Chiss fighters. However, through some fancy piloting and the very smart use of Connor nets, the munitions are disabled, not only allowing the fighters to pull away, but also causing the missiles to collide with the ships that fired them. What's more, Thrawn had identified the same weak spot as Anakin in Attack of the Clones, and the missiles were disabled such that they hit that spot, causing the hard cells to go down with a single strike. Thrawn destroyed the rest of the hard cells in a similar fashion and mopped up the smaller escort cruisers. At this point, the Trade Federation fleet is ready to retreat, but is unable to, as the interdiction technology on the Chiss ship was preventing an escape. It had also now been several minutes since the droid starfighters lost communication with their carriers and were now starting to explode. The first Lucrehulk, which had been in the process of launching fighters when the jamming began, was filled with many partially activated ships, which self-destructed, destroying the cruiser from the inside. The second cruiser hadn't yet launched its fighters, so it was spared, but Thrawn now had it completely surrounded. Thrawn accepts the surrender of the Trade Federation, boarding the ship to discuss their incursion into Chiss space. So this is obviously an impressive victory. Thrawn destroys an entire task force without losing even a single fighter. What's more, the Chiss didn't even really use droids, so Thrawn was relying on the expertise of George Cardass when trying to figure out how the starfighters would work. It's also impressive because Thrawn comes up with several unique strategies which he only uses one time, constantly keeping his enemies confused and on their heels.
Now, if you've just watched the movies or only some of the Clone Wars TV show, you might not even have noticed the difference in clone armor. But there's actually a lot of variation, to specialized armor given to clone commandos or ARC troopers, to Phase 1 and Phase 2 clone armor, and much more. However, I would wager that no clone has customized his armor as much as the clone we'll be talking about today, and that is Captain Rex. So I'll get to the details of Rex's life in a bit, but first we need a bit of background information, and key to this video is the distinction between Phase 1 and Phase 2 clone armor. Now, I've actually covered all of this in a dedicated video, but I'll give you guys the rundown here. Basically, clone armor was made, surprisingly, by the Kaminoans, not some outside firm as was the case with the Republic starfighters and capital ships. Phase 1 clone armor was heavy, it was rigid and uncomfortable, and clones often found it quite unwieldy and even uncomfortable. Still, it offered lots of protection, and it had a uniquely Mandalorian-inspired visor, which really helps distinguish it visually from Phase 2. Phase 2 was rolled out mid-war. It was more ergonomic and comfortable. Clones could more easily move and sit. Generally, the armor was a bit lighter, it was more modular, and it was designed based on the feedback of clones. The Kaminoans, while being incredibly intelligent, didn't really understand all of the nuances of how humans moved, so some of the issues with Phase 1 were improved with the next generation. We don't know all of the details, including the drawbacks. We do know that Phase 2, as I mentioned, was lighter, so probably offered a little less protection, and it seemed to have stripped down some features. Visually, the best way to tell the two armor sets apart is with the helmet. The T-visor on Phase 1 is sort of narrower and longer, as is the mouth. Additionally, Phase 1 has that large antenna on the top of the head, while the antenna on Phase 2 is much more subdued. It's much more similar to a stormtrooper's helmet. And that's not an accident, as it's supposed to represent the Republic transitioning into the Empire from an aesthetic sense. Anyway, almost all clones on the battlefield transitioned into Phase 2 when it was released midway through the war, and with that transition we see lots of highly specialized or customized clone sets of armor. However, Captain Rex took it to a whole nother level, and Captain Rex was basically Anakin's second in command throughout the war. He was a part of the 501st, which was the clone legion attached to Anakin Skywalker, and depending on the battle, he would lead a company within the 501st itself, or lead the entire legion. Given his distinctive appearance, including dyed blonde hair, the position of Anakin as probably the most famous Jedi in the galaxy, and Rex's own extremely high level of competence, he was one of the most notable clones during the Clone Wars. From an out-of-universe perspective, he was also a fan favorite, because he has so much screen time alongside Anakin, and honestly he survives these crazy situations that he's put into because, again, of Anakin. Early on in the war, and for the first 3 seasons of the Clone Wars, Rex wears standard Phase 1 armor, although with blue highlights and often sporting a pauldron and a command skirt. However, as clones began to make the shift into Phase 2, Rex did something very interesting. Instead of making the shift, he actually modified his armor to be a mix of both Phase 1 and Phase 2. Now, unless you know your armor, this isn't really clear, but as this concept arc for the Umbaran arc shows, Rex's helmet is actually made up of the Phase 1 visor, the Phase 2 mouthpiece, and the smaller Phase 2 antenna and helmet top. So it's sort of a mix of both generations, which certainly gives a unique visual style. And you can actually see marks on his helmet where he's welded different pieces together, both on the cheeks and the forehead. However, it's not just his helmet which he modified. You can see this in the Clone Wars, but I think it's more clear in various figures of him, as well as Star Wars Rebels, that he's further welded 2 body pieces together, specifically the chest from one piece and the rest of the body for another. Further making his armor unique was the fact that he counted kills on his helmet, and the distinctive Mandalorian Jag Eye symbol, which was a mark of honor. But let's return to the melding of 2 different armor sets together, because to my knowledge, Rex is the only one who modified his armor to this extent. We do sometimes see clones using highly specialized armor, and as pointed out by my friend Mel's Miniatures, a good example of that would be the helmet worn by clones like Wolf. But with the possible exception of the Bad Batch, who we don't really know a whole lot about yet, no one has done this degree of changes to their armor or their helmet. Why is this? Well, from an out-of-universe perspective, as I mentioned, Rex was obviously a fan favorite, and also a favorite of Clone Wars creator Dave Filoni. The unique design was a way to keep him unique from other clones, especially Fives, who bore quite a similarity to Rex, especially when he became an ARC trooper. In universe though, there's a lot going on here. We know from Star Wars Rebels that one component Rex kept was the Phase 1 chest plate, and when he shot in Rebels, he alludes to the fact that the Phase 1 stands up to almost anything. Presumably the Phase 2 doesn't offer that same protection as we mentioned earlier. It's also possible that visor features of the Phase 1 were scaled down, which is why he maintained that element of the mask, but perhaps Phase 2 offered better circulation or breathing filters, which is why he switched that over. Also, by adopting the Phase 2 bodysuit and the general armor, he's able to sort of customize the degree to which he trades off survivability for more comfort and movement. However, Rex has always been an interesting clone to me. When I first watched the Clone Wars, I actually assumed he was an ARC trooper just because he's so often wearing that pauldron and that battle skirt, more so than even other clone captains or commanders. However, he's not explicitly made an ARC trooper in the show, but canon actually has made him one. ARC troopers have their own weird armor situation, which I can detail in a later video, perhaps even tomorrow if you're interested. Just let me know if you'd like to learn about that down in the comments. But just to summarize, besides for the visual flair that Rex put into not only his armor but also his hairstyle, he literally melded Phase 1 and 2 armor together like no one else. Personally, I think the full Phase 2, especially the full Phase 2 ARC Trooper armor, looks cooler, but it's nice to have someone who is immediately visually distinctive and has a unique backstory behind their armor. It's also cool that his armor was brought forth into Rebels exactly as it was in the Clone Wars, although other sources have said that he buried it after Order 66, so a little inconsistency there, but still very interesting. The rise of the Empire saw the galaxy's most prominent military take on a new face. The Tarkin Doctrine pushed new Imperial-class Star Destroyers to the front lines, as the less aggressive, carrier-focused Venators seemingly just disappeared. But where did the Venators actually go? And more broadly, what happened to all of the Republic's Clone War era vessels? That's what we'll discuss today. So, to my knowledge, we've never been given any concrete numbers regarding the actual size of the Republic's military, though maybe that would be a task for a later video. Regardless, they were fighting a galaxy-spanning conflict, and it's been said that thousands of ships were active during the Battle of Coruscant. It's not like the entire military was just shoved into a broom closet the moment Palpatine activated Order 66 and declared the formation of the new Empire, or at least I don't think so. The actual answer is, well, complicated, and it varies depending on ship class. Nonetheless, I do want to make something very clear. The Empire heavily militarized, and before long, the vast majority of major Imperial fleets were made up of Imperial Star Destroyers, at least as their backbone, while both new and older ships acted in support roles, at least theoretically that is. Practically, because of the advanced nature of the ISD, many Star Destroyers acted independently. So this new frontline capital ship meant that production shifted heavily from Republic-era vessels to the new Imperial tools of war. Naturally, ships were destroyed and thus not replaced. An example of this is the Vindicator, which largely replaced the Dreadnought as an entry-level cruiser, which meant that the Dreadnought slowly fell out of prominence. On the other hand, the Republic-era Carrack was supplemented by the new Lancer as mainline frigates, yet continued to see active service and production. The Empire, of course, added in a bunch of new classes. Battlecruisers and dreadnoughts especially became much more popular, but that's outside the scope of today's video. Let's, however, get into specifics, and we'll start with the most visible ship of the Republic Navy, the Venator-class Star Destroyer. A lot of people don't realize this, but by the end of the Clone Wars, Venators were already being phased out somewhat, mostly by the newer Victory line, which was smaller but more well-armed. By the Battle of Coruscant, the Imperator also entered service, and as the Revenge of the Sith Incredible Cross-section states, midway through the Clone Wars, Venator construction was already slowing in favor of other vessels, and it's clear that by the end of the war, the Venator population was nowhere near its height. However, the ship continued to lead fleets and execute important missions in the months and perhaps years after 19 BBY. However, as the Empire's new style became more closely aligned with the Tarkin Doctrine, which was presented in 18 BBY, the Venator became far less prominent publicly, not only because the new Empire favored firepower over carrying, but also because the Imperial military sought to distance itself from the Republic in the minds of the Empire's citizens. But simply saying they were pushed out isn't very descriptive. As I said, the main question is, where did they go? Now, from an out-of-universe perspective, the absence of the Venator can obviously be explained by the fact most of the Galactic Civil War and post-Galactic Civil War content was created before the prequels, or at least before Episode 3, which introduced the Venator. However, the Essential Guide to Warfare, along with other sources, also gives a pretty convincing reason why. Jason Fry, in his endnotes for the book, summarizes by saying the Venators were largely shipped off to unimportant backwater areas of the galaxy, or fell into private or quasi-private hands. Here's one quote: "The Moff's militias are where a lot of decommissioned Republic assault cruisers ended up after Revenge of the Sith." He later continues, more broadly, after a period of experimentation, the Empire settles upon the ISD as the backbone of its power, but most local enforcement is handled by smaller ships, many of them legacy forces from the Clone Wars. The Essential Guide to Warfare itself has more information on this point. After the formation of the Empire, sector groups were created across the galaxy, and responsible for two duties: escort and superiority roles. Superiority fleets, which were the main muscle of the Empire, were made up mostly of Imperial Star Destroyers, and were the primary source of Imperial power. Older ships, like the Venator after the ISD was fully introduced, were moved to escort forces, fleets mostly responsible for fighting pirates and raiders. Initially, as the population of Venators was still high, the ships would have seen pretty significant use here. However, a Venator is really not well suited for these type of duties. It's way too slow, far larger than necessary to fight off pirate forces or smugglers, and simply requires way too many people to operate. Smaller, more efficient ships for the role, like the new Nebulon B, would have fit much better and would have been heavily preferred. So a Venator doesn't fit well in a backup duty. However, it also wouldn't fit into superiority roles because it doesn't abide by the Tarkin doctrine. No one would have wanted to take crews away from the other more advanced ships like the Imperial Star Destroyer, and just generally it wasn't seen as a good fit. And this is why Venators often made their way into private hands as training ships for Imperial pilots or within individual planetary defense fleets. With no new Venators being created, it was thus only a matter of time until their presence in the galaxy was seriously diminished, especially when already relegated to backwater worlds. When looking at other ships, their diminished presence can be largely explained by the sheer expansion and new doctrine of the Imperial military. The Imperial Star Destroyer became the basis for a lot of the Empire's new ship designs, again as a way to present a sort of cohesive front. So while Clone Wars era ships like the Victory still remained prominent, the Vindicator, Interdictor, and others replaced other Clone Wars vessels. The second most prominent ship of the Republic Navy, the Acclamator, was moved completely off the front line and more properly to a transport role. However, many smaller ships, primarily those fitting in the frigate or corvette category, not only continued to see prominence, but some also remained under production. I include here the Carrack, several of the Corellian gunship or corvette models, and of course ships like the Pelta. Others like the Dreadnought, which were incredibly prominent, continued to see action but weren't produced further. Interestingly, all of these vessels were not unique to the Republic Navy, and some like the Dreadnought were extraordinarily common in the days before the Clone Wars.
Always two there are. No more, no less.
About that. While Sith of the Bane line limited themselves to 2 at any given time, well, sort of, they were not the only Sith in the galaxy. This is recognized even by Darth Plagueis, though he dismisses non-Baneite Sith as illegitimate and irrelevant. Sick burn. That being said, as he stated, there were many other Darksiders throughout the galaxy, but there are a couple specifically that I want to focus on today. The first hails from the largest group of Sith seen in several thousand years, the Lost Tribe. The Lost Tribe of the Sith have an interesting history. Before the Great Hyperspace War, a Sith warship, the Omen, which served Nega Sadow, crash-landed on the planet Kesh in wild space. The ship was too damaged to leave the planet or to call for help. Here is a very brief overview of what happened. Also residing on Kesh was a native humanoid race, the Kashiri. Eventually, due to infighting and reproductive issues, of the original Sith crew, only humans remained, with the Sith species and the Massassi having died off. And just to be clear, what I mean by that is at this point, Sith referred to both the Sith Order and the Sith species. After the crash, the species on Kesh died off with only human Sith remaining. Anyway, they intermingled with the Kashiri and built up civilization on the planet, spreading across to new continents and greatly furthering art and science. Still, the Sith were unable to build spacefaring technology and became only more isolated, trapped on the planet for over 5,000 years. That being said, during this time, they managed to maintain a strong Sith tradition, and by the Legacy era, perhaps numbered over 10,000 strong. Unfortunately for them, even with these numbers, they were not a threat, at least until they met Ship. But that's for another day. The Lost Tribe's structure was based on power and hierarchy, with the most powerful Sith Masters leading not only the Lost Tribe, but the entire planet through the Circle of Lords. The The leader of the Circle of Lords was the Grand Lord of the Sith, a being, sometimes human, sometimes Kashiri, who was incredibly powerful. Although there's no lore to confirm this, if we're going back to the title of the video and looking at who was in power at the time of Palpatine, it was most likely Grand Lord Darish Val. Val was at least 80 by the time of Fate of the Jedi, and was considered very old and experienced for a Sith Master, only surviving so long because of his immense power, which allowed him to defend himself from others claiming the top title. In other words, given the competitive nature of the Sith, even in his advanced age, Val was the most powerful Force user of Kesh, and could still dominate other masters. Val was said to have reigned for a long time, and I think it pretty reasonable that at the age of about 40 during Palpatine's reign, or at least the end of his reign, he would have been the top Sith. If not him, then one of his predecessors. On a bit of a tangent, I do wonder to what degree the Lost Tribe's power deteriorated due to a lack of true threats or exposure to the rest of the galaxy. Luke and Ben, for example, largely dominated Lost Tribe members they encountered in combat. That being said, Vistara, who was an up-and-coming saber, sort of like a Jedi Knight, was also quite powerful in her own right. Back to Val though, he initially led the Sith in tentatively partnering with Abeloth, but nearly had his mind broken by the being after a dream, and she later, while inhabiting the body of Rakari Kim, decapitated the Grand Master. The Lost Tribe was one of two major Sith factions which existed in this era. The other was the One Sith, and although they didn't exist during Palpatine's era, as we'll discuss later, I still think they're worth briefly mentioning. The One Sith was founded by Darth Krayt, and operated from sometime after the Yuuzhan Vong War to the end of Star Wars Legends history. While the group prominently appears in the Legacy comics, it first appeared in Legacy of the Force as a council of strange beings known and communicated to by Lumaya and encountered by Alima Rar. Alima actually thought that they had been operating in secret for some years. Here's a quote. Alima began to understand. They had no intention of actually risking their lives to support Jason. They just wanted to hide here while he did all the work and took all the mortal risks and delivered the galaxy to them on a platter. Is that how it is, she demanded? You create your emperors and just send them out into the galaxy on their own? No wonder all it took to bring Palpatine down was a farm boy and self-absorbed princess. Although her idea that they put Palpatine into power is compelling, it doesn't have basis in reality. The One Sith, as I mentioned, was founded by Darth Krayt, who only took up the Sith mantle after being tortured during the Yuuzhan Vong War. So, while individual Sith Lords existed and were likely powerful in their own right, unfortunately, we don't know any specifics, and we don't learn much about the Council of 30 encountered by Alima. That being said, one Sith in particular, known as White Eyes, does seem to be one of the leaders of the Order. On that note, we have to talk about the other prominent Sith who was active during the Palpatine era, and that was Vergir. Although I dislike the Vergir retcon from Legacy of the Force, which turned her into a Sith rather than a Jedi with complex ideas, it is nonetheless canon, and she was a Sith Lord who briefly studied under Palpatine during the Republic era before being captured by an early Yuuzhan Vong force. Vergir actually had an incredible effect on the galaxy, pushing both Jason and Krayt towards the dark, while communicating with Krayt's One Sith afterwards and training Lumaya. During Palpatine's era specifically, Vergir was among the Yuuzhan Vong, where she not only learned about, but also influenced the extragalactic species. Lumaya in particular would probably be one of her most direct descendants, but Jason was specifically identified as a being who could be turned to the dark side, and made into perhaps the most powerful Sith Lord of all time. But that was all long after Palpatine was alive, and besides for being among the Vong, it's unclear exactly what Vergir did away from the galaxy. So aside from Vergir and the Lost Tribe of the Sith, there are a few other groups that I'd like to briefly mention. Although Palpatine established many dark side entities within the Empire, and others were born from Luke's Jedi Order, there were several sub-factions which existed but in my mind don't quite meet the criteria for this video. One is the Prophets of the Dark Side, who were descendants of Darth Millennial. The Prophets of the Dark Side existed on Dromund Kaas, a world arguably more warped and evil than even Korriban. The Prophets were, unsurprisingly, dedicated largely to predicting the future. One of their members, Chronal, was thus well suited to serve as Director of Imperial Intelligence under the pseudonym Black Hole, but the leader of the Prophets was, during Palpatine's reign, Lord Caden, who also advised the Emperor directly. Other dark side groups existed, like the Witches of Dathomir, but the final one with true connections to the Sith would be the Sorcerers of Tund. They were known to exist into the early days of the Empire, but to what extent was unclear. That being said, their lineage can be traced directly to ancient Sith. We will be talking about content from the excellent Revenge of the Sith novelization. There's so much to unpack from this book, so many details, scenes, and subplots which aren't even mentioned in the movie. One of those is the Jedi's detailed hunt for Darth Sidious, which connects heavily to Yoda leaving for Kashyyyk. Let's give a basic history about the Jedi's hunt for Darth Sidious. By the time of the Battle of Coruscant, the Jedi had identified Sidious as someone from within the Chancellor's inner circle. Not only that, but they also tracked him to 500 Republica, which was the home of Palpatine, and they knew that he was human or perhaps a humanoid alien. The Jedi specifically ruled out Palpatine as the Dark Sith Lord, thinking that he already had as much power as one could hope to achieve within the galaxy. As a fun fact, both Sate Pestage and Mas Amedda were prime suspects. Everyone seems to hate Mas Amedda in this book. Anakin, for example, on multiple occasions says he's disgusted by the alien and wants to cut his head off. Another plot that runs throughout this book is a fear from both Jedi and Senators that Palpatine will not give up his many executive powers at the end of the war. The Jedi in particular think that Darth Sidious may be interacting directly with Palpatine and controlling him. They do, however, know that the capture of General Grievous and the soon after end of the war will bring a turning point. Either Palpatine will give up his powers or he will not. With Grievous trapped in the Outer Rim and then later found on Utapau, they know that Sidious's time to act is very limited. To that end, the Jedi devise a multi-pronged trap. The first prong is the use of Anakin Skywalker, the Chosen One. Palpatine had already requested Anakin to be his liaison on the Jedi Council. The Jedi see this as an opportunity for Anakin to become closer with and to monitor the Chancellor. The Jedi believe two things here. One, Anakin is one of the most powerful Jedi ever. He is one of the only within the Order who could actually survive a direct engagement with the Dark Lord. They also believe that when the time comes, he will do what's right. Although he may not listen to every order of the Jedi Council, his moral code and his sense of loyalty is still very strong. So it's very important that Anakin remains on Coruscant. He remains with the Chancellor, which is one of the reasons he's not allowed to go to Utapau with Obi-Wan Kenobi, and he's not allowed to lead any attack on the Separatists in the Outer Rim. The other prong of the Jedi's trap is luring Sidious into a false sense of security. This is where Yoda leaving for Kashyyyk comes in. Sidious's greatest ability was his clouding of the Jedi. Given his immense strength, his wisdom, and his connection to the Force, Yoda is probably one of the only Jedi who could hope to break through this cloud. By having their greatest Jedi leave for a faraway planet, the Jedi paint themselves as vulnerable, trying to get Sidious to attack while Anakin is close to Palpatine. The entire Jedi Council actually devises this plan while Anakin is waiting outside the room for his first ever council meeting. After that, Anakin comes in, he flips out about not being given the rank of Master, and Yoda offers to lead the attack against the droids on Kashyyyk. In the book, Anakin actually offers to lead the attack himself and thinks it's a little odd when the Jedi just assume that Yoda will do so without actually putting it to a formal vote. Obviously, the trap set by the Jedi ends up exploding in their face. Not only does Anakin not stop Sidious when he has the chance, but he kills Mace Windu. This is sort of ironic. Mace specifically stays instead of going to Kashyyyk because he's such a powerful warrior, and he may have been able to defeat Palpatine himself, but because he was never very patient with Anakin and because the Jedi failed to handle Anakin properly at a very sensitive time in his life, he ends up being killed and the Jedi Order ends up being destroyed. The point of this video is really just to highlight that while the Jedi seem to make good plans on a grand level, they failed to notice the minute details. They knew Anakin was getting close to the Chancellor, but they didn't realize how disillusioned he was getting with the Jedi Order. They failed to notice Palpatine despite the fact that, well, he was kind of in their faces the whole time. Maybe most importantly, there's also the failure by Obi-Wan to protect Anakin from the dark side, despite the fact that in the book we learn that he's known about Anakin and Padme for some time, and presumably he knows how much he loves her, and he also knows how loyal Anakin is. The Revenge of the Sith novelization is a manifesto detailing the flaws of the Jedi Order. It's also a great book, and I highly recommend you guys check it out. The first way the rebels could have destroyed the Death Star, and this is in no particular order, is by taking it down with another super weapon. Sure, the Death Star was an offensive juggernaut, but it was certainly not invincible. Other super weapons in the galaxy could have easily taken the space station down. The one that I think would have been most useful is Center Point Station. To be fair, the rebels didn't at this point know how to use it or its potential, but it would have been incredibly deadly and would have easily swatted the space station out of the sky. The Empire itself would have also likely had many super laser prototypes. We know the rebels, the Empire, and the Zon Consortium had a battle for the Eclipse 4 years after the Battle of Yavin. The Eclipse was likely in its prototype stages at about the time of 0 ABY. The Death Star prototype was also completed before the first Death Star, and while it didn't have the same destructive potential, I believe that it could have easily destroyed the DS-1 without too much difficulty. All in all, there were many powerful super weapons around the galaxy at the time of the Death Star's construction. All the Rebel Alliance needed to do was steal one of the 3 that I just mentioned, or one of the various others that existed like the Omega Frost, use it against the Death Star, and there you go. The second way the rebels could have destroyed the Death Star without the station's plans is by infiltrating it with a small strike team. We see that Han, Luke, and Obi-Wan are able to not only survive undetected within the Death Star for some time, but Obi-Wan himself also gains access to critical station components. I see no reason why a Force-sensitive being like Kenobi or perhaps a highly trained squad of rebel commandos couldn't sneak into an even more sensitive part of the Death Star, inflicting major damage on, say, the super laser array or the general control station or the engines or something of that sort. They could at least cripple the Death Star for some time, I believe. I won't say more about this, but I am curious of what you think. Say you're a rebel general tasked with taking down the Death Star from the inside with a small infiltration force. How do you do it? What are your goals? And who do you select? The third way the rebels could have blown up the Death Star contains some spoilers from Star Wars The Last Jedi. If you haven't seen that movie yet, feel free to skip ahead. I'll put time down on the screen where you can go and safely avoid spoilers. Give you a second. Alright, let's go. In The Last Jedi, we see the Raddus, which is one of the Resistance's warships, do a hyperspace jump into the Mega-class Star Destroyer, taking not only it down, but several ships in its accompanying fleet. I see no reason why, if this is a thing now in the Star Wars universe, that the Rebels couldn't do the same. We know for a fact that on at least one occasion, the Rebels actually assaulted the Death Star with Lucrehulk-class battleships. This was in Star Wars Legends. I see no reason why the Rebels couldn't have procured a few of these ships and maybe some other cargo ships, just hyperspace jumped them straight into the Death Star. Now, I don't actually think this would work, and I think that this scene was kind of a plot hole in The Last Jedi. For one, we've never seen this tactic used before, when really who wouldn't trade a 3-kilometer long battlecruiser for a 60-kilometer long dreadnought? Also, in Legends, the Executor-class Super Star Destroyer is hit by several ships coming out of hyperspace, and although its shields do flicker, it survives with no problem. So on my end, it doesn't really make any sense, but it's been in a Star Wars movie, so perhaps it would have been worth trying. The fourth way the Rebels could have destroyed the Death Star is kind of similar to number 2. I think they could have taken the station down from the inside in several ways. I think the most realistic possibility is they use an Imperial turncoat. We know, especially after the destruction of Alderaan, that many Imperials became disillusioned with the Empire and the way the Death Star was used. This includes Imperials on the station itself, such as Ator Reen from the Death Star novel. There are so many ways that you could, with access to the proper systems, destroy the station from the inside. I mean, simply perhaps it has a self-destruct sequence, but you could also just hyperspace jump it into a star or a black hole. You could also set the droids on board to kill organics. You could have the Death Star fire on the Imperial fleet, as we see in one of the Star Wars Infinities comics. Or you could just vent the atmosphere from the entire station and have the Rebels take it over. There are endless things you could do with a sufficiently high-ranking Imperial on the Rebel Alliance's side. After the destruction of Alderaan, and assuming that the Rebels weren't successful at the Battle of Yavin and the destruction of other planets, I think that eventually a high enough rank Imperial
would turn. Finally, we have the fifth and, in my opinion, riskiest option, a direct full attack on the Death Star. We know that the Rebels, at least on one occasion, tried to attack the Death Star with 500 X-Wings, and they lost pretty much all of them in the Lucrehulk class battlecruiser. With the Death Star operational, any assault is going to result in lost ships. That's especially when you consider the turbo laser emplacements, the fighter support, and everything that the Death Star can offer. That being said, besides for the exhaust port, I do think the station does have one weakness: the gigantic weapon array. We see basically a micro version of the attack that I'm suggesting here in the Malevolence arc of the Clone Wars. Fighters focus all of their fire on the weapons dish and the ship is crippled. I think perhaps with enough firepower, a similar thing could happen to the Death Star. By the Battle of Yavin, however, the Rebels did not have enough resources to pull this off. They would have had to unite every Rebel cell within the galaxy and convert several entire systems with their own navies to the Alliance's cause. Again, I think just by the nature of the Death Star that people would start turning against the Empire once planets start blowing up. I mean, we saw this specifically with Alderaan. The Rebels would have to keep moving, but I think perhaps with enough time, they could eventually secure enough forces to do a direct assault on the Death Star's dish. Could they actually take it out? I don't know. Likely there would be a shield protecting it, maybe they would have to take it down in some other way. And really, I think that this is the worst of the 5 options on this list, but still worth considering if the situation was dire enough. And those are the 5 ways that the Death Star could have been taken down without the Death Star plans. Through the use of a super weapon, through the use of a small infiltration squad, through a hyperspace jump, through Imperial turncoats, or through a grand assault on the super laser dish. I will also say, if you want to get into the weird side of Star Wars Legends, there are other ways that you could do it. You could ask the Bedlam Spirits for help, you could use the gigantic 50-kilometer long droid race known as the Silentium to help you assault the Death Star. You could use powerful Force Storms or other abilities, interdimensional hypergates, or just any number of things to help you take down the Death Star, but I think that the 5 that I mentioned before now are really the main ones. Today we're talking about a story arc called The Return of Ben Kenobi from the old Star Wars daily newspaper series. For those that don't know, the Los Angeles Times did used to post a daily Star Wars comic strip. These stories were considered part of the official expanded universe, and The Return of Ben Kenobi was the story arc featured between May and July of 1982. I really love these stories, and I think the thing that I appreciate the most is just how beautiful the artwork is. The characters look exactly like you'd expect them to. They use traditional comic book style art instead of digital art. Al Williamson, who is the illustrator, really has an amazing style that makes these a true pleasure to read. The art also has a pulpy kind of 1950s fantasy vibe to it at times, which I think mixes well with the stories, which are never too serious and can at times border on outrageous. As a brief note, when the strips first ran in paper, they were in black and white. However, if you look at any collected versions now, you can find them recolored fairly easily. I've included a link in the description where you can buy one of these collections, which includes many of the daily Star Wars comic strips, including this arc. The story starts out on the planet of Auritas. There, a squad of stormtroopers is attacking a rebel base. Out of nowhere, a cloaked man appears from the desert and defeats the stormtroopers with a lightsaber, calling himself Ben Kenobi. News of this reaches the heroes of the rebellion on Yavin 4, and of course Luke Skywalker wants to go investigate. It's sometimes easy to forget that Obi-Wan was an instrumental part of Luke Skywalker's early years. In the expanded universe, Luke would often find himself, especially before he met Yoda, asking what Obi-Wan would do and wishing that Obi-Wan were there to provide guidance. Luke wants to go to the planet to try to find Obi-Wan. Everyone from the rebellion, including his sister and Han Solo, basically says no, but he goes anyway. Along with him come R2-D2 and C-3PO, who have stowed away on his ship. At this point, I just want to mention how beautiful the vehicle designs are. We see, for example, the Star Destroyer in orbit, and it looks really good, as does Luke's ship here. We also see an Imperial hover train, which looks appropriately sleek and futuristic, and then we see what's called a Wind Runner, which has a very cool, fantastical vibe to it. When they reach the planet, Luke discovers that the inhabitants are trying to take down the aforementioned hover train. They don't have the munitions to do it themselves, so Luke helps by using explosives, but in the process is injured himself. In a scene which mirrors Obi-Wan Kenobi's introduction in A New Hope, Luke regains consciousness to find the old man looking down at him, with C-3PO at his side. We then find out that this whole plan has been orchestrated by Darth Vader. The Obi-Wan that appears before Luke is not who he appears. He is, in fact, an actor. This is one of Darth Vader's many schemes to capture Luke, which, as a whole, pervade the Star Wars expanded universe at this point. Darth Vader is relying on Luke's lack of sophistication in the Force, along with Imperial technology and surgery, to trick Luke. This is kind of an outrageous scheme, admittedly, but if you think about it, Luke only really knew Obi-Wan for a couple of days, depending on how long they were in the Millennium Falcon together. Darth Vader's plan specifically is to have Obi-Wan lead Luke to a place called the Iron Tower. Obi-Wan will tell Luke that they're there to attack it and to take down an important Imperial communications array, while in reality, Darth Vader will confront the young Jedi. To further gain Luke's trust, the imposter uses technology to mimic Obi-Wan's Force powers. He uses, for example, a shield to block oncoming laser fire, saying that he instead did it with the Force, also taking out Imperial squads who are feebly blocking their journey to the Iron Tower. In typical Darth Vader fashion, the Sith Lord has absolutely no problem with this. As he usually does, he treats the Imperial soldiers as totally expendable resources. Along the way, as they face various Imperial forces, Luke Skywalker seems ready on multiple occasions to throw down his life to protect Obi-Wan. He's got great love for the old man and a realization that an active Obi-Wan would be a vital resource to the rebellion. He's literally ready to die at certain points and ready to give his life just so Obi-Wan can be successful on the mission. Throughout this, the imposter is totally struck by the love, the admiration, and the total affection that Luke has for the man that he's pretending to be. On one hand, he is impressed by his acting skills, but on the other hand, he's impressed by the strength of Luke's character and the good man that he is. The cracks in his resolve start showing very early, and at one point he asks, what would the real Obi-Wan do? As he continues to feel guilty, Darth Vader nonetheless appears at the Iron Tower, leaving his Star Destroyer in a shuttle. In another nod to A New Hope, when they reach the tower, they split up. Luke trying to reach the communications array at the top, and Obi-Wan going to turn off the tower's defenses. Instead, however, Obi-Wan Kenobi meets with Darth Vader. Throughout this, however, Luke starts to sense the presence of the dark side and of Darth Vader himself. Still, Luke continues on. In another part of the tower, Darth Vader tells Kenobi that to summon Luke to the trap, he has to pretend to be injured. The false Kenobi refuses, saying that he's come to believe in the part that he's been playing, basically saying that he will no longer do this, he is going to do what is right as the real Ben Kenobi would. Striking against him, Darth Vader pushes Kenobi with the Force, injuring him. However, Kenobi realizes that this was a great mistake. Luke will surely feel the dark side energy and will realize it's a trap. Darth Vader leaves Kenobi, turning to chase after Luke before he escapes. Kenobi, however, in a stroke of comic book luck, is lying next to a main control switch. He somehow easily manages to rig the control switch to explode, causing serious damage to the tower. The explosion appears to consume both the Sith Lord and the imposter. Obi-Wan is thrown from the tower and lays mortally wounded on the ground outside. He reveals his deception to Skywalker, stating that surely you've realized I'm not your old mentor, just an imposter who came to love the part. I only hope I played it well. With that, he dies, and Luke and the rest of the Rebel Alliance are left wondering about the fate of the Dark Lord. Obviously, Darth Vader would survive this encounter. We get one final shot of him sitting on a steel girder, looking, as he often does, out at the distance with anger and frustration. Luke Skywalker has once again escaped his grasp. And that's it. That's Obi-Wan Kenobi's return from death in Star Wars Legend. I will say that this video did have a lot less analysis than I usually bring, and it was more just a retelling of a story that I think some of you guys wouldn't be familiar with.
The Sorcerers of Rand were first introduced in Luke Skywalker and the Shadows of Mindor. Now, this is sort of a weird book because it's not quite clear which parts of it are strictly true and which aren't, but regardless, the book is about Chronal, otherwise known as Black Hole, who I've covered in the past. Chronal was one of Palpatine's closest dark side advisors, and he worked very highly within Imperial intelligence. He was also raised among the Sorcerers of Rand, and here are a few things the book has to say about the group. Deep in the unknown region, there was a vast cloud of dust and rock and interstellar gas that pulsed with a bloody and forbidding scarlet glow as it radiated away the energy of 12 stellar clusters within. This was the Piran Nebula. The 12 clusters that it surrounded were known collectively as the Nile Retreat. The absolute rulers of the Nile Retreat, dreaded masters of dark magics beyond the grasp of even the Sith, were the Sorcerers of Rand. So the Sorcerers of Rand believed basically in the one truth, and the one truth stated that the only true power in the universe was the power to destroy, and that everything eventually would be destroyed. Civilizations would fall, even stars themselves would burn out. That's why they're sometimes described as worshipping entropy, and this general philosophy is known as the Way of the Dark. Now, although the Sorcerers of Rand certainly believed in elements of the dark side, they weren't necessarily strictly a Force cult or anything like that. They didn't believe in the battle between light side and dark side, they simply believed that destruction and entropy were the only real powers within the universe. So Sorcerers of Rand dedicated themselves to destruction, and they also used a power known as dark sight. This seems quite similar to many other Jedi and Sith powers. Basically, it allows them to see the future, and they believe that they can manipulate events to drive towards a specific branching outcome that they like to achieve. It was Chronal's gift with Darksight which led him to the service of Palpatine, but it's really unclear to me just how different this is than the Force visions experienced by Luke Skywalker or Anakin or countless other Jedi and Sith. And this is where it seems somewhat like Shadows of Mindor is highly exaggerating things. The book suggests that Chronal essentially shaped the current state of the Star Wars galaxy. Palpatine thought that his predictions were just really accurate, but in fact, he was dictating the progression of things in the galaxy. Anyway, another key distinction between the Sith and the Randites, or the Sorcerers of Rand, was that they didn't believe that the dark side served them. They didn't attempt to harness dark side powers or bend it to their will. Rather, as we've been discussing, they believe that destruction is the ultimate goal, and thus they sort of immerse themselves in the dark side and, if anything, serve it. So those are all basics from Matthew Stover's book, but we can also look to the Unknown Regions RPG guide for more actual and concrete knowledge about the Sorcerers of Rand. One thing that I found really interesting is that the Sorcerers themselves don't have any sort of unique appearance as a group. Rather, they are in, and I quote, some type of disassembly or decay. One lacked skin and oozed bodily fluids with every step. One was merely a blackened skeleton. Another appeared to have been turned inside out with clean white teeth poking jaggedly from a raw mass of a head. A fourth existed as a long ribbon of flesh that swirled and coiled throughout the Randite receiving chamber. They don't seem to be made up of a single species or being. The true similarities are their presence within the Piran Nebula and their dedication to the dark. But let's talk a bit more about concrete information. We know that the Sorcerers of Rand are basically within this very small portion of space, and they are almost impossible to reach, which is a good thing because their philosophy would be extremely tempting to any Darksider, and their powers too could be very, very deadly. Although they don't care for the Jedi or the Sith, and they don't really understand the Force as the rest of the galaxy would, the Sorcerers of Rand still employ Force powers. Aside from Darksight, they also use battle meditation and can even control lesser beings. Well, offensively, they can also attempt to channel the dark, which will cause their target to decay quite rapidly. For example, if they hit your heart, it might age 30 years in an instant. The sourcebook also deals with history and explains that the sorcerers are really the joining of three ancient philosophical groups, each of these being of course very extreme in their individual practices. One of them, the Knell of Mispili, for example, were trying to summon apocalyptic gods from the middle of space, which is, not super cool. Over time, in their secluded parts of space, these groups would eventually join together, but to be honest, wouldn't ever have too much effect on the galaxy at large, despite for the emergence of Chronal. So, put generally, the Sorcerers of Rand are not a very pleasant group. However, it's things like these that make me super interested in the unknown regions, and I just love the idea of there being this vast quantity of space that has never been explored, and which is full of these really really dark and unimaginable threats. One of these is the Sorcerers of Rand, but there are certainly many, many more, and some even stranger things. We're looking at the ship originally called, in Star Wars lore, the Corellian gunship, which would later get the designation the DP-20. It probably won't surprise you to learn that the DP-20 comes from original Star Wars concept art, and I think that's partially why it fits that OT design aesthetic so nicely. It's got the same genesis as the Blockade, where it was originally envisioned perhaps as a good guy ship, the Millennium Falcon, before being envisioned as the Blockade Runner, although in the end the role would of course go to the CR-90. However, the design similarities make a lot of sense in universe because both the CR-90 and the DP-20 are Corellian designed vessels. The DP-20, however, is very unique in that it's one of the few purpose-built Corellian warships. I did a video last year, I believe, on why Corellians may have been the best shipbuilders in the galaxy. So unsurprisingly, when they set out to build a pure warship, it worked really well. We'll get back to that in a second, but the Corellian gunship was brought into lore pretty early. It appears in issue 12 from the original Marvel comic run of 1977, which is unsurprising given that that comic relied heavily on concept art and was largely made before the movie came out. One thing that I like about the comic is that there are several scenes where there are various Corellian-looking ships shown to be a part of the Rebel Alliance. This scene, for example, has what looks to be DP-20s and things that are in between that and Corvette size. Anyway, the ship first got its lore in the Rebel Alliance sourcebook, and it states, as I said, that the Corellian gunship differed from its slightly larger cousin, the CR-90, in that it's got almost no storage space, with its engines taking up almost half of the ship's area, and the remainder being taken up by shielding and gunnery stations. There's actually an RPG sourcebook called the ISIS Coordinates, which gives a full deck plan of the DP-20, and it holds to this concept pretty faithfully. If you look, pretty much the entire ship is sensor suites, gunnery control stations, the actual turbo lasers themselves, and the engine. One thing I will note is that this diagram calls every one of the weapons a turbo laser. That's often just how sourcebooks treated Star Wars ship-based weapons back then. The Star Wars sourcebook, however, gives it 8 double turbo lasers, 6 quad laser cannons, and 4 concussion missile tubes. That is a lot. Quad laser cannons are great at screening against enemy starfighters, while the turbo lasers allow the DP-20, especially with its maneuverability and very powerful engines, to inflict damage on even larger capital ships. The way the sourcebook describes the DP-20 is almost like a moving flak screen. When the ship is working at its optimal efficiency, the gunners can, and I quote, surround the ship with a nearly impenetrable barrier of laser fire, doing real damage to any starfighter or squadrons who dare attack. However, there's a big caveat. Notice I said when operating efficiently. Like many starships in Star Wars, the guns are manually operated on the DP-20. So there's no computer optimizing how the ship is firing, and an untrained crew is not going to be able to use the ship's many weapons successfully. And ideally, you're not talking about just one DP-20. Corellian gunships worked really well in swarms. Individually, a single DP-20 is going to suffer at the hands of a larger capital ship. It's just not large enough or powerful enough to survive sustained fire. But with speed, maneuverability, and multiple ships, and of course good communication, you can make it so that no single DP-20 is taking fire for too long while still doing damage with your turbo lasers and concussion missiles. Obviously, DP-20s also worked very well in an escort role, protecting larger capital ships. Rebel starfighters already do that job pretty well, but with the DP-20, you can help ensure that you really have the advantage in that your capital ships are safe from bombers. One interesting bit of lore in the Starships of the Galaxy guidebook, which may seem obvious but is probably worth repeating, is the fact that Corellian gunship informally didn't just refer to the DP-20 but also captured other small Corellian ships. That's sort of a nice explanation for that Rebel fleet we see in the Marvel Star Wars comics. The book also mentions that the DP-20, again, not used for cargo purposes. That's actually somewhat of a downside, as I've covered in a prior video. One of the reasons the Corellian Corvette was so successful for the Rebels is because it was an extremely common cargo vessel, and there's sort of a plausible deniability there. I'm not a rebel. Sure, I'm using their most common ship, but so do lots of people. The DP-20, on the other hand, was only really used by the Rebel Alliance, select planetary militias, and pirates. According to the Starships of the Galaxy guide, the DP-20 was used until the Yuuzhan Vong War. You can definitely see its bones in the vessel that likely replaced it, the Ranger-class gunship. That was a small, fast Corellian ship armed to the gills with laser cannons, but probably with more of an anti-starfighter role rather than this sort of hybrid role of the DP-20.
As you guys know, I love the weird stuff within Star Wars Legends, and I'm just going to say right now that this video was a ton of fun to make because many of these creatures are truly, truly bizarre. I will say there is kind of a downside to this, and this video is going to be a little bit shorter today because many of these creatures are only mentioned once or twice in Star Wars Legends, often in a card game or an RPG pack. I'll still tell you guys as much as I can and give you all of the information that I have, but often that's not going to be a whole lot, and we probably will never actually get any more in the future. And that goes back to my other video I made a couple days ago, but how it is kind of a shame that Star Wars Legends isn't being continued concurrently with the Disney canon. Number 5 is the Colossus Wasp, and as the name would suggest, the Colossus Wasp was an extremely large wasp that could survive in space indefinitely. And when I say extremely large, I mean it as in over a kilometer long. And at that size, the wasp was not only, dangerous to medium-sized spaceships, but even things like smaller space stations. One thing that I actually kind of find really funny about these wasps is that once they died, their bodies were often hollowed out and used as mining ships. And I think that that's a deserved fate for a species that has a name that is so hard to pronounce for anyone with a lisp. Number 4 is the Dween-Uogin, or the Dween-Uogwin, or the Dween something, I don't know. I'm just going to call them space dragons because that's essentially what they are. And these space or star dragons were pretty much exactly like the dragons of legend in our universe. They're just like you'd expect them to be. They're extremely wise, extremely smart. They've got a sort of mythological aspect to them. And of course, they look really cool. And yes, for those who are wondering, star dragons actually could, of course, live in space. I mean, they're on this list, aren't they? And while they couldn't survive forever, they could definitely stay out in the vacuum of space for weeks on end. And I will say that these creatures aren't quite as obscure as the other ones on this list, and they actually appear in one of the Thrawn trilogy books. And I know you guys are wondering, and I'll just say it right now, yes, there are dragon Jedi. So I'm sure at this point you guys are all blown away, and what could be crazier, what could be more outlandish than space dragons? Well, Anakin Skywalker can actually tell you.
Are you an angel?
What?
An angel. I heard the deep space pilots talk about them. They're the most beautiful creatures in the universe. They live on the moons of Viego, I think.
And as those of you who had watched the Clone Wars would know, Anakin's stories of angels aren't exaggerations and they aren't just legend. Angels do exist, and although they do kind of take some different forms within Star Wars Legends, there is one that I like the most. And that's the version of the angels that are made out of pure energy, almost like some sort of cosmic force, and no Star Wars pun intended, who would fly through space, guide ships along, interact with travelers, but not really have any sort of other function or society. Almost like what we would consider angels to be like in the real world. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie Titan AE. It's kind of obscure, at least compared with Star Wars, but in it there are these creatures called wake angels, and they kind of just live in space, fly around, and are supposed to be good luck for travelers. I like to think of the Star Wars angels being a lot like that. And again, I know that's not really the way that the Clone Wars took it, but it's how I would have done it. Number 2 is one of those ones that despite there not being a whole lot of information about, I still find really, really interesting, and that's the still sail. The still sail are interesting to me because they're probably the largest creatures in the Star Wars universe, and they act as some sort of a cosmic membrane, and yes, they are biological, and they do grow in the vastness of space, and if allowed to grow freely, they can actually get to be over 100,000 kilometers wide, and that is huge. We don't really know much else about the still sail, and I have a few questions that I would wonder what happens, say, if a ship were to run into them. Can they move or control themselves in any sort of way? Are they truly sentient? I find them really interesting too because they kind of serve as a biological version of the things that actually make up our galaxy. So things like galactic superclusters or galactic walls or filaments. These are all the things that take up the voidness of space within the universe, within our universe at least, presumably within the Star Wars universe too. So it's kind of neat to have like an analogous biological superstructure, albeit at a much smaller scale. So number 1 is the Star Weird, and I'm just going to say there has never been a more apt name for a creature within the Star Wars universe than the Star Weird, because these things are truly bizarre. Star Weirds lived only in space and appeared as a very ghastly, very ghoulish humanoid. They looked very deprived. They were very long but very skinny. They almost looked more like a skeleton than an actual living thing. They also had a very creepy white hair, which would look like it was flowing in the wind despite the fact that they are in space where there's obviously usually not any wind. What these things are, I really don't know. They're almost like some sort of force ghost because they can actually use the force. They can use force grip, force lightning. few other dark side moves, and they can seemingly travel through solid objects. Starweirds hated Jedi for some reason, and they hated Force users in general, and when they stumbled across one, they would attack it with this vicious and this frightening scream, and only the strongest could resist fear from it. After basically screeching at them, not unlike what Palpatine did in Episode 3, they would attack them with powerful dark side powers. All in all, just the physical description of these things, the fact that they only really exist in deep space and that they have dark side powers and scream at you if they're attacking you, all make these things incredibly bizarre. Not only that, they make them, in my opinion, the weirdest space race in the Star Wars universe.
The early years of history in Star Wars Legends are fascinating, but very, very muddy and sometimes confusing. The Sith, for example, seem to turn up, get defeated, have a bake sale fundraiser, then attack again in another 100 or 1,000 years. That's partially because so many Star Wars stories of the Old Republic and earlier era wanted to tell stories with Sith that ultimately they ended up contradicting each other. On the other hand, when you talk about things like the formation of the Republic, although there is a little bit of continuity mixing in there, I find the stories to be easier to digest because they're often laid out, sometimes singularly, in reference books. Anyway, to summarize some very early galactic history, about 30,000 years before Star Wars started, several advanced species existed, including the Rakatans, the Gree, and the Killiks. Ultimately, the Rakatans became the most dominant civilization at that point in the galaxy, using unique Force-based technology. This is where we see the Infinite Empire formed. However, that empire itself would eventually crumble. The remnants of the empire would serve as more than just museum pieces for those who came after, and the Republic itself would get its start as newer civilizations reverse-engineered Rakatan hyperdrives. Some of the species which thrived during this era had actually previously been slave races to the Rakatan themselves. One example of this is the Taiwanese, and I bring them up because when talking about early weaponry in Star Wars, well, it's good to mention them because the Essential Guide to Warfare has an entire section dedicated to their early pre-Republic tech. So we all know that when someone says laser or turbo laser in Star Wars, the thing that they're referring to isn't actually a real-world laser. Rather, it's some sort of plasma launcher, a blaster, it's probably more accurately called. That was somewhat the case when it came to early weaponry in Star Wars, but we can also see how turbo lasers and the like probably got their name. First of all, heat-based weapons like plasma launchers certainly were used alongside slug throwers or projectile weapons, but we also get a hint at what the early blaster would have looked like. The Essential Guide to Warfare describes beam tubes as ancestors of the blaster that required larger reserves of actuating gas to function and needed two hands to wield because of their large reservoirs. Ship-based weapons may have been even more like what we understand in the real world to be lasers, as in defense to them, early technology saw capital ships essentially using mirrored hulls to reflect and dissipate the attacks. The Essential Guide to Warfare also says explicitly that the galaxy's first capital ships use guided missiles, torpedo launchers, and microwave lasers for offense. Now, obviously, reflective hulls will only work against certain energy-based weapons and will do nothing to stop a guided missile unless it interferes with the guidance system or torpedoes. And thus, as probably in the real world, the advancement of Star Wars technology saw a push and pull between offensive weapons and the defenses that were created to counter them. Early on, it was very difficult for even a medium-sized capital ship to generate enough power to actually protect itself with shields. So instead, alongside countermeasures like point defense missiles or special particles, ships would often rely on both a reflective hull and very thick armor. Obviously, it was conflicts that spurred the big jumps in technology. The Republic, for example, was in an on and off conflict with Alsakan for over 10,000 years. No doubt that kept everyone on their toes. But the Republic's conflict against, for example, the Wayman Hollow also saw the opportunity to reverse engineer more efficient power generation technology, and that's where shields and turbo lasers would have started to see more regular use. This is somewhat interesting, and taking it to the more modern era of Star Wars, both Legends and canon have had factions which are simply behind the times because of a lack of opportunity to reverse engineer technology. In Star Wars canon, for example, the Chiss do not have traditional turbo lasers or energy shielding, and in Star Wars Legends, although the Hapans do have turbo lasers of their own, they haven't haven't perfected the fast firing process, so have to get creative in order to compete with other contemporary warships. Other than that, over 10,000 years, naval doctrine obviously changed quite regularly. For a period, large capital ships would be in favor, then the focus would move to fighter craft and small corvettes, and by the time of the Rusan Reformation, the status quo in the galaxy was that large capital ships were essentially outlawed. That held somewhat for about 1,000 years, but even before the Clone Wars, people were getting a little bit squirrely, and Kuat, for example, was kind of giving winks and nudges as they were building dreadnoughts while technically still abiding by Rusan reformations by not including hyperdrives. Then you have the Clone Wars, the toppling of the Republic, and eventually the Empire, where Palpatine went all out and built the largest capital ships that he possibly could, probably nearly bankrupting the Empire. Things would have gotten even wilder had Palpatine not died, given we know that he did want to explore other galaxies in Star Wars Legends and was readying tools like the World Devastators and the Sovereign-class dreadnoughts to do so. The New Republic ultimately did end up creating a somewhat hybrid fighting force, using ships usually smaller than a Star Destroyer, but after run-ins with the Imperial Remnant, eventually even building some of their own very large dreadnoughts. We know, however, from again the Essential Guide to Warfare, by the Legacy era, very large capital ships, dreadnought-sized ships, battlecruiser-sized ships were falling out of favor, although Star Destroyer vessels and the like were still quite popular. But that's a basic summary of early Star Wars technology and how it would influence what came later. I really love the Incredible Cross-Section series of books. You guys know me, obviously, as a kid I spent a ton of time poring over not just the ships, but also the location books as well, which I just thought added such a cool dimension to the Star Wars universe. However, there's one line in one specific Incredible Cross-Sections book that I've always found very, very interesting, and I actually have a pretty interesting theory about why it might be in there, so let's talk about it. First of all, whip out your copy of Revenge of the Sith's Incredible Cross-Sections and turn to page 5. There you'll see a discussion of the Venator-class Star Destroyer, and the paragraph of note here is the one titled The Kuat Legacy. It discusses how the Venator was really the first true Star Destroyer and led to many other vessels, including, of course, the Imperator, what would later be renamed the Imperial. I'll just read, and I think you guys will be able to pick out the interesting part. The construction of Venator-class vessels is already slowing in favor of more robust, mild-long Imperator-class, renamed Imperial-class, and hangarless Tector-class Star Destroyers. These ships will see service for decades to come as the Republic is transformed into the Empire. The Imperial Starfleet will justify its existence in unending wars against separatist holdouts, dissident rebels, and even, it is rumored, deterring barbarian invaders from outside the galaxy. Now, of course, it's that last part I want to talk about. Now, Palpatine using either nebulous or concrete threats as a justification to further militarization is nothing new. I mean, that was really his playbook during the Clone Wars. But as far as I'm aware, and I think I would be pretty aware, this is the only real reference to the use of barbarian invaders as a justification for new ships. Now, I'll note that this is very specifically labeled as a rumor, probably something disseminated person to person rather through official channels, but what does this mean? Where's this rumor coming from? I know a lot of you guys, when you think of Star Wars Legends, barbarian invaders, you probably think of the Yuuzhan Vong. Now, barbarian wouldn't be the word I would choose, at least first, to describe the Vong, but they certainly were barbarous, and it's not really a bad choice of word. However, the existence of the Yuuzhan Vong at this point, really before their invasion, was only known to a few people. Really, Thrawn, a few other Imperials, and the Emperor himself, plus a few Jedi. But regardless, unless Palpatine was trying to covertly filter the Vong's existence down to the public, I don't really think they're the invaders the book is talking about, although the Yuuzhan Vong would have been an excellent rallying cry for Palpatine when it came to building more ships. Not only that, but he could have used the Vong to further vilify the rebels, like, hey, I'm building these Death Stars to face off against an incoming armada, and the rebels keep blowing them up. I think Palpatine didn't invoke the name of the Vong because he wanted to get rid of the rebel threat first, and also just wasn't really that that worried. But no, I think although it's possible, there's a far more likely candidate that this line is referring to, specifically the Toph. The Toph were a civilization of, well, barbarians, Vikings maybe, from outside the Star Wars galaxy. Specifically, they were from Fire Fist. Now, if you're not familiar with the Toph, well, I can't blame you, but their history is somewhat interesting. I talked about this when I did my review of Marvel Star Wars 108, but this was actually before the days of monopolies, when Star Wars and Marvel were owned by the same thing. Back in the late 70s to mid 80s, there was a Star Wars comic, and it was an interesting mixture of new stories and comic adaptations of the movies. Anyway, after Return of the Jedi, the story goes that Marvel wanted to continue making issues, but were limited in that there were strict limitations on the topics they could write about. Again, I talk about this in my Marvel 108 video, which I'm sure you can find, but that all led to the creation of an extra galactic invasion storyline. Completely new factions were invented, one of those being the Toph. The Unknown Regions sourcebook actually has a really nice description of the Toph. It explains that they were known by those within the main galaxy, but didn't traditionally interfere or care with what was going on outside their borders. Physically, as mentioned, they're barbarians, near humans, but incredibly powerful. They can grow up to 2.5 meters in height. They have what's called an intentionally anachronistic and violent culture, and they willingly rampage, destroy, and siphon the resources out of any planets they choose. And I mean, this is the perfect enemy for Palpatine to vilify. They're nearby enough that they're not an unknown entity like the Yuuzhan Vong. They're almost comically violent, but they also have enough mystery that their actual status as a threat is not easily capable of being determined. What's more, the Tophs actually would invade shortly after the Battle of Endor in the last issues of the Star Wars Marvel comics. And funny enough, as was the case with other factions like the Sirook, they took the implosion of the Empire as a sign that, hey, the galaxy is ready for taking. Now, back to Imperial Star Destroyers. Would these have been a capable match for the invading barbarous Toph? Well, certainly. The Toph fly giant sailboats. Like, there's no other way for me to put it. Now, despite their appearance, these actually were quite effective vessels, but the Unknown Regions guide says that a traditional ship of the line for the Tophs would be the Royal Fortune Light Clipper. These were small frigate-sized vessels with a few laser cannons. I don't know. I just don't think even their most powerful ship, the Merryweather, which was the Toph flagship, is standing up to an ISD. So, is there a deeper meaning to this segment being included in the Incredible Cross Sections guide? No, I don't think so. It's just these books are written by nerds. Curtis Saxton, certainly a nerd, and he probably wanted to give some love to a comic that he enjoyed. I would do the same thing. It is also a nice bit of world building, and it totally fits in line with what the Empire would have done. Now, it's also possible that I'm reading too much into this, and the barbarians were just invented. Interestingly, I also kind of think about the Amaxim warriors from Star Wars canon. They were a warrior race which just straight up pieced out of the galaxy, but I've talked to them before, and I think that's all I've got for today. Alright, I will end today's video with a hashtag AskEck. This one comes from Lightspeed Victory. It says, was the Death Star shot that was being aimed at Yavin 4 a full power shot like the one used against Alderaan, or a low power shot like against Scarif? And he makes the assumption that they were just trying to wipe out the Yavin 4 base, and it's true that it's a moon, but I really think the Empire would have put their entire back into this one. They wanted a show of force for the entire galaxy. This would have been the Death Star fully unveiled. It would have been all over the HoloNet. I think they were cranking this thing absolutely to full power, eviscerating the planet. But I mean, that also brings up the classic debate of, well, why didn't they just blow up Yavin itself, the gas giant, instead of waiting till they had full shot at the moon? Could they not have just recharged the gun or let it fly off into space like a marble? I don't know how physics work. But I do know another thing is that I, as a kid at least, never imagined the Death Star having multiple power levels. Maybe the Death Star 2 when it was firing off those quick capital ship killers. But yeah, I think they were, like I said, putting their full back into it. Rogue Squadron, probably the most famous starfighter squadron in the entire Star Wars galaxy. Arguably not the most skilled. I think Luke Skywalker's Twin Sun Squadron from the Yuuzhan Vong War probably has it beat, but when it comes to squadrons with, well, one or less Jedi, I think then that Rogue Squadron has to be near the top. Rogue Squadron's fame, or I suppose infamy if you're a dirty Imperial, comes not only from its achievements during the Galactic Civil War, but also its numerous successes after the Battle of Endor, including the capture and liberation of Coruscant, participation in the Thrawn campaign and other wars, and more. But you may be surprised to learn that it wasn't actually Rogue Squadron's pedigree or skill which made it so important to the New Republic. It wasn't even the fact that they were basically an ace in the hole whenever the New Republic needed something done. No, it was actually Rogue Squadron's fame itself which made it so important, especially in the early days of the New Republic. This is discussed in depth during the X-Wing novels, and is even a major plot point of X-Wing Book 1, Rogue Squadron. In that novel, Wedge Antilles is reforming Rogue Squadron after the creation of the New Republic, and one of the major considerations for the group is the representation of different alien species. Here's a direct quote. Wedge bit back a sharp comment. Admiral, I've spent a good deal of 2.5 years since the Emperor died, touring worlds new to the Alliance because someone decided our new allies needed to see we had heroes, that we weren't all the bandits the Empire made us out to be. I gave speeches, kissed babies, had holograms taken with more world leaders than I ever knew existed. I was there as our propaganda machine built Rogue Squadron up into the needle that exploded the Emperor's Death Star balloons. Then you do understand why it is important that our allies have representatives within our most celebrated squadron, General Somm responded. So basically, when reforming Rogue Squadron, the pilots had to be made up from not just humans or Corellians, but also important allies like the Bothans, and I think most patently ridiculous, 2 Typharans representing the 2 major Bacta conglomerates in the galaxy. It's pretty ironic, in fact, that Rogue Squadron, which is meant to be this elite, get-things-done starfighter unit, is being so hamstrung by the politics of the New Republic, that it's so important for key allies and member worlds to see representation among the famous starfighter unit. This was especially difficult for Wedge because other surviving members of Rogue Squadron, like Jansen, were off on other missions, so he was left to reform the group on his own. After, of course, the aforementioned year-long publicity stunt. His reformed squadron would have the following roster. Wedge himself, the Typharans Bror Jason Arisi Delart, the latter who would end up being a traitor, Corran Horn, famous Corsac agent and future Jedi, his wingman Oral Quirg, a Gand pilot who would be very important in Rogue Squadron's history, Twi'lek lawyer Noir Aven, one of my favorite Rogue Squadron characters, Lujani Forge, who wouldn't be long for this world, Razadi Yener, the Shistavanian Wolfman Riv Shiel, Bothan Prishk Vissak, the Rodian Andorni Hui, and finally, one of my other favorites, Gavin Darklighter. Gavin was a very interesting pick because he comes from a nowhere world, Tatooine, but was also the cousin of famed rebel hero Biggs Darklighter. Another, well, very controversial pick, to put it lightly, was Tycho Selchu, who would serve as the squadron's XO, but in the beginning would not fly active combat duty. Tycho Selchu was controversial because he had been captured and had spent time on the Imperial prison ship known as the Lusankya. Lusankya had a really nasty habit of breaking people's minds and causing them to turn traitor against the New Republic, so there was the fear that that would happen. However, Tycho eventually earned the trust of not only Wedge, who he always pretty much had, but also the New Republic. From that point on, Rogue Squadron would play a major role in the New Republic and later the Galactic Alliance, and really would serve throughout the rest of known Star Wars history in Star Wars Legends, continuing to be not only a crack starfighter squadron, well known as the best in the galaxy, but also a political tool. And really, it's incredible what Wedge ended up accomplishing with all of these restrictions. It is true that Rogue Squadron did see, well, some turnover. Pilots died, some were killed out of action, many were killed in action, but the average life of a starfighter pilot in Star Wars is not very long. The Battle of Coruscant is an absolute spectacle, and although I do have some issues with it, it's hard not to appreciate the sheer scope and size of the engagement. Various diverse legend sources have given both the CIS and the Republic thousands of capital ships, and really the fact that Revenge of the Sith starts with the CIS attacking Coruscant, the heart of the Republic, really shows the progression of the Clone Wars between movies. That being said, there are some oddities. First of all, when the Invisible Hand goes down after its exchange with the Garlara, notably, it doesn't impact on the Coruscanti planetary shield. Now, one explanation could be, well, the Coruscant shield was down because the Separatists had just raided the planet and had either overwhelmed the shield or destroyed the shield generators. Another option, and this is one that I will be refuting throughout this video, is that Coruscant itself didn't have a planetary shield. Logically, I guess that would make some sense. Coruscant is an absolute hub for traffic. Perhaps it would be too difficult having to raise and lower the shield to let commercial, personal, and industrial vehicles through. However, we know from Book 2 of the X-Wing series and other more recent source material that Coruscant did in fact have a shield. It would be fully activated at times of war, or even when threat levels were high. For example, the Empire was at risk of being attacked by the New Republic after Endor, so they kept the shield lit the entire time and simply took down portions to let traffic through. Obviously, with thousands of ships above your planet, raining debris, and well, perhaps turbo lasers, you would want your planetary shield active if at all possible. And we know in fact that the lack of the shield did cause serious damage to the Ecumenopolis' surface. So, what's going on here? Well, interestingly enough, the Revenge of the Sith Incredible Cross-Sections book, which I know I have criticized in the past, does offer what I believe to be a compelling answer. As a bit of background, we know that the CIS was able to launch essentially a surprise attack on the center of civilization because of secret hyperspace routes that Chancellor Palpatine was more than happy to supply. Because of the weirdness of the deep core, and I guess the lack of Republic presence, the Separatists were able to collect thousands of warships, which they then used to assault the planet. They left hyperspace, moved in and destroyed the orbiting Republic fleet, then sending troops to the ground to capture Palpatine personally. However, and this is where things get interesting, before the CIS forces could flee, the Incredible Cross-Section tells us, and I quote, that thousands of Republic warships engaged the Invisible Hand within Coruscant's atmosphere. At that point, the planetary shields were raised, and given the fact that the ships were technically fighting in atmosphere and were under the shield, they were prevented from escaping. So this not only explains why the Invisible Hand was able to crash on the planet without bumping up against a shield, but also why the CIS couldn't just leave upon securing Palpatine. Well, that and the fact that his capture was clearly meant as a test for Anakin Skywalker, so he didn't want to run anyway. I will say though, because there is some confusion about planetary shields, you can't just fly through one. Any sort of contact will most likely destroy your ship. The X-Wings don't fly through a planetary shield when they approach the first Death Star, for example. That's something completely different. However, when they approach the second Death Star, they have to pull away from the station at the last minute because they're being jammed and the shields are still up. If they had kept flying, the impact would have destroyed the ships. We see something similar with the Lusankya, which of course was trapped under the shields. It was able to blast its way out, but the general principle is that planetary shields deflect both energy and physical objects, making not only things like orbital bombardment impossible, but also the landing of troops. That being said, a lot of the stuff here just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. On a basic level, the Republic Commando novels tell us that Republic forces were continually arriving to supplement the Republic Defense Fleet, which was mostly wiped out in the initial engagement. Well, was the shield up at that point? Was Coruscant taking portions down so the fleets could just reinforce their allies? What was going on here? Also, under what guise did the CIS invent for staying over the planet for multiple days? Because again, we do know that this was a prolonged engagement, maybe even up to a week. Obviously, the orders came on high from Sidious to Dooku to make sure that nothing happened until Obi-Wan and Anakin boarded the Invisible Hand. However, even General Grievous in the Revenge of the Sith novelization is just like, we should get out of here. Sure, it did take some time to actually capture the Chancellor, but after that, you've basically got the two fleets just slugging it out, and it doesn't seem like the CIS made any active effort to capture the planet, nor did they, for very long at least, have a ship advantage or a real chance
chance of crushing the Republic military in one blow. I mean, even if they are trapped by the planetary shield, well, the shield generators are on the ground. They've got many capital ships, they've got many troops, there's no way they couldn't blast their way out. Again, the behavior from an out-of-universe perspective can be explained by Palpatine, but the fact that no one thinks this is a little bit odd is just confusing to me. If I were the CIS and I was spending days under the planetary shield, I would be bombing the crap out of the planet. You know, the Senate you've made various attacks on throughout the Clone Wars? Well, you can probably take it out with the well-placed turbo laser. And on that note, we have to wonder, of course Palpatine is an important person, but is it really worth having a battle with thousands of capital ships in the atmosphere of your most important planet just to protect one man? Trillions and trillions of people lived on Coruscant. Every single capital ship that is destroyed is heading towards the planet. Sure, some will burn up in atmosphere, but many won't. Straight turbo lasers, torpedoes, missiles, whatever else, if they're pointed towards the planet and they miss their target, well, that's an apartment block gone. Yet, in the movie, we see that there's still a battle raging as the invisible hand goes down, but everything seems to be a-okay. I guess what happened is once Palpatine was saved, the Republic lowered the shields completely, then the CIS just left. Logically, I guess you can make a timeline that works with Coruscant having planetary shields. Just like logically, you can make up excuses for why the CIS wouldn't leave, but practically, from an in-universe perspective, I think it would be clear that something was up. And either way, it doesn't make sense that Coruscant has this massive battle overhead, but hasn't been completely ravaged just across the planet. I mean, look at one ship that was well landed manages to do. I don't know, it just really to me shows a disconnect between the expanded universe and the movies. Most likely George never thought about the planetary shield whatsoever, but then from an expanded universe perspective, it makes no sense why Coruscant being invaded wouldn't have the shields raised. However, when you have the shields brought into the mix, well then there's a whole host of other problems, which could probably be explained by some lore saying that the generators were mostly destroyed, or that they weren't working at that point for whatever reason. But I don't know.
How does Palpatine come back? Where does the gigantic fleet at the end of episode 9 come from? What more is there about our main characters and the Sith Eternal, etc, etc. And besides for Reylo stuff, which obviously hit the internet first because of how Reylos are, one of the main quote-unquote leaks was regarding the return of Emperor Palpatine, and I really do not like how this ends up. I'll just read you guys the exact quote from the book, and again, obviously spoilers. All the vials were empty of liquid save one, which was nearly depleted. Kylo peered closer. He'd seen this apparatus before too, when he'd studied the Clone Wars as a boy. The liquid flowing into the living nightmare before him was fighting a losing battle to sustain the Emperor's putrid flesh. What could you give me? Kylo asked. Emperor Palpatine lived, after a fashion, and Kylo could feel in his very bones that this clone body sheltered the Emperor's actual spirit. It was an imperfect vessel though, unable to contain his immense power. It couldn't last much longer. So they decided basically to go with the Dark Empire approach, which is Palpatine's soul, or his spirit, is inhabiting a clone body, presumably moving there after the death of his original physical form. And, well, I hate this. Dark Empire 2 and Empire's End really exposed the issue with using a cloned Emperor. Dark Empire 1 is basically written as a self-contained story with the Emperor being killed, or his returning body being killed, but we see in Dark Empire 2 and Empire's End, which I'll call Dark Empire 3, that the problem with this is once you kill one clone body, there's literally nothing, even sometimes an absence of bodies, which would prevent Palpatine from returning to life. If he inhabited one clone body, well, he can just go into another one. And we see in Dark Empire 2 that if Palpatine is smart enough to make one clone, he's probably got many more waiting in the wings. And beyond that, killing a clone body just isn't very satisfying. Sure, he's sort of returned, but to me it's the same issue that lessens Avengers Endgame. Killing something other than the original host just feels like a lesser version of destroying a great evil, and that's even without the continuance problems that I've mentioned earlier. And this even goes so far as to copy the exact issue that Palpatine's clone in Dark Empire has, i.e. that physical bodies have a lot of trouble maintaining this great power.
And that's weird for a few reasons. Dark Empire, which was written before most of the Star Wars expanded universe and before the prequels, deals with this by saying that Palpatine has actually died before his death at Endor, and that basically he often had to transfer bodies because of the destructive power of the dark side. But why wouldn't this new version of Palpatine be able to contain his power? I mean, it's a physical copy of his body. Most Force powers seem to be related to the spirit, so I just don't like that the Force and that his spirit can be transferred to a new body, but that body is not able to sustain his power. It gets into issues with midi-chlorians, and it's just not how I imagine the Force working. Canon has also repeatedly emphasized that the dark side leads to a sort of separation from the spirit, especially after death. Dark side users can't become Force ghosts in the new canon. That's very explicit. That seemed to be something that George Lucas cared about. So to me, this doesn't really jive with the general way that Darksiders are treated in new canon. It also seems 1000% clear to me that this is not what the movie intended. If Palpatine was meant to be a clone, I really think that he would have looked like one. We see Snoke being cloned, and all the bodies there look exactly the same as the one that we saw in episodes 7 and 8. Palpatine, however, is clearly meant to be the dead version of what we saw in episode 6, at least in my opinion. I mean, even from an Occam's razor perspective, the simplest answer for why the body is destroyed is because his physical flesh was somehow saved, he was reincarnated, or he managed to hold on to life as he should have died. The machines are clearly some sort of life support technology, they're barely keeping him alive, and to me it's just obvious that it's supposed to be because of the traumatic injury that he experienced. Some people on Reddit also pointed out that when Palpatine is returned to full power after he takes the life essence of Rey and Kylo, that he still has his injuries from the prequels. Now, those are caused by his fight with Mace Windu, they're not genetic, so it makes no sense for the clone to have these injuries as well. There's also the issue of Palpatine's fingers. In my opinion, his fingers are clearly charred because the last thing he was doing as he was thrown down a big-ass pit was shooting off Force lightning, which destroyed his fingers eventually. I'm also not really sure how stealing power from Rey and Ben helps reinvigorate what is essentially a clone body. I think it will just fail again in the future. And to me, it's just a really dumb decision. Cloning in Star Wars, in my opinion, is already lame and overused, and this essentially does the same thing that we have in Episode 6. Palpatine is killed in another form. There's no finality to this. This isn't Palpatine's ultimate form being destroyed. His spirit is still alive. As I've been saying, he could move to a new clone body, or perhaps even take over another being. There's no character like Impatijehos Brand who sacrifices himself to keep Palpatine locked in hell, basically. And yeah, it's just a dumb and lazy conclusion, and that mixed with other things I've seen of the novelization so far doesn't leave me to have a whole lot of hope that this will significantly improve the experience of Episode 9, which, to be fair, a novelization should not be expected to do anyway, though has on occasion with, say, for example, the Episode 3 version. But let's finish off this video with a discussion of clones generally, and one of the most maligned aspects of the old Star Wars expanded universe was cloning of Force users. Palpatine returning in a clone body in Dark Empire was controversial at best, and of course he's killed and returns again, and a lot of people found that pretty silly. Corey and I, during our discussion of Dark Empire 2 and Empire's End for our podcast, Tapcaf Transmissions, which I'll link below, noted the same thing. When you bring clones into the mix, there's no real understanding of how the rules work, what can finally kill a spirit, and more. So of all aspects, I don't understand why they'd be bringing this back from Star Wars Legends. But the issue with cloning to me is beyond just there were some questionable stories in the past, but just the fact that cloning Force users is a bit of a dangerous precedent. With the Thrawn trilogy, we got the characters of Jaruus Sabayoth and Luke, and I think if Force users are cloned, it really takes away from the sort of specialness of real Force users. And that's one of my only complaints about the Thrawn trilogy. It's the same with Starkiller in the Force Unleashed series. To me, it's a little too video gamey. This one is a little less bad because at least the spirit of the original being is needed to inhabit the clone. It's not like in Legends, where you could have essentially made an army of crazy Lukes just by getting a hold of his DNA. Or is it? Because it could be exactly like that, given what we see of Snoke at the beginning of Episode 9. So while I don't think The Rise of Skywalker takes away from the sacrifice of Vader, and I've covered that in prior videos, it does sort of continue the effect of having the sequel trilogy just sort of be an unnecessary addendum to the story told in the original 6 films. This isn't a final killing of Palpatine, with his spirit and his body having been weakened by Anakin. This is simply killing him in a new and perhaps weaker but still pretty powerful form. I just don't get it. I think clones are really lame. After this novelization, we could have a sequel trilogy in another 30 years, where Palpatine again has found another stash of hidden clones, and this just is not a satisfying ending, and I think it's a really poor choice that I would not have made. This would have been literally my least preferred option for Palpatine coming back, and I just really have to wonder what Lucasfilm was thinking. I hate making negative videos. I don't like ripping on episode 9, even though I had a lot of problems with it. So this brings me no joy, but it's also just so strange to see the most hated aspects of the expanded universe be brought back in, and have things that probably should have been explained in the movie instead brought up in a book, and done so, in my opinion, quite poorly.
Rather than looking at all Force users, I'm going to pick the best for each faction and compare those. Best will not mean solely most powerful, although obviously that will have an impact, but rather which is the best in the context of leading a faction. Let's start off with a look at Emperor Palpatine, and as always, I will be using Star Wars Legends information in this video. Previously, I've placed Palpatine at number 2 on my list of the most powerful Force users of all time, and I think that that's a relatively reasonable position. The actual physical power he leads is extraordinary, and the things that he can do with the Force, including hiding his presence from thousands of Force users at the peak of the Jedi, is almost unmatched. Palpatine's Force powers directly benefited the Empire in several ways. First and most obviously, he could use his powers offensively. Although we only really see him do so in the Dark Empire series, he's capable of, for example, summoning gigantic force storms capable of annihilating entire fleets. He also uses the Force to control people, predict events, and without his extraordinary power, he never would have risen to the position of Emperor at all. Although later Luke Skywalker would become more powerful than Palpatine, Luke at the end of Return of the Jedi was, in my opinion, not even close. I also believe Palpatine was more powerful than Yoda, which puts him as the most powerful user on this list. The question is then, did Palpatine really use his power in a way that made him an effective leader? I've already talked about things like Force storms, but Palpatine also was an expert in battle meditation. We see at the Battle of Endor that once Palpatine died, the Imperial forces became totally unraveled because of the loss of his influence. He also operated as a sort of divine leader, guiding Imperial policy and direction from afar, while sometimes also taking an interest in more personal matters like the hunt for Luke Skywalker. I don't think we've seen anyone in Star Wars use their power as cunningly or as efficiently as Emperor Palpatine did. He managed to totally dismantle a Republic institution which had stood for thousands of years, putting himself in charge of a new government. However, as always when operating with the dark side, the Force does have somewhat of a corruptive effect on the user. This manifests through flaws found within the Empire, a high degree of cronyism, corruption, xenophobia, aggression and hatred, which in turn fueled rebellion, and at the end of the Galactic Civil War, overconfidence, which ended up with the loss at the Battle of Endor. So while Palpatine does bring a lot to the table from a positive note, he also too has some weaknesses. Let's move now to the Republic and their most powerful Jedi, Grand Master Yoda. Now, Yoda is in sort of a weird position because the Jedi are technically an organization within the Republic, but he still held a lot of influence, as the Jedi did, especially during the Clone Wars. For me, Yoda is sort of a mixed bag. We know that like Sidious, he was extraordinarily powerful. In the Revenge of the Sith novelization, it said that Yoda was the greatest enemy to the dark side that the light had ever produced. However, despite this power, Yoda was an extraordinarily flawed individual, something I think recognized by canon within The Last Jedi. First, despite a suspected re-emergence of the Sith, the Jedi were not able to identify Darth Sidious, Darth Plagueis, Tenebris, or countless others as practitioners of the dark side. This is despite the fact that many of them held extremely public offices within the Republic, no more so than Sidious himself. This is especially troublesome given the fact that the Sith had at most
2 members at any time. The Jedi Council, under the leadership of Master Yoda, should have devised a plan to pierce the darkness which was hindering their vision. The Jedi of this era were also far too tied to Jedi doctrine. This resulted most prominently in the turn of Anakin Skywalker to the dark side. The Jedi's refusal to acknowledge natural things like fear and attachment because of the boogeyman, which is the dark side, ended up causing destruction for the entire order. If you remember, Anakin came to Yoda looking for advice because he had fear over the loss of someone that was very important to him. Yoda tells him to ignore his fear, something that realistically for most people just is not possible, especially when it surrounds the death of a loved one. Love, happiness, and connection are supposed to be positive things within the Star Wars universe. I mean, nothing paints that more clearly than the original trilogy. The Jedi, and in part Yoda's ignoring of this in favor of ancient doctrine, caused the Jedi to become completely insular and allowed Sidious to rise to power, plunging the galaxy into darkness. Next we have the Confederacy of Independent Systems and the venerable Count Dooku. Dooku for me is sort of a mixed bag and pretty difficult to judge. He was an extremely powerful Jedi, he rose to the rank of Master within the Jedi ranks, and his departure was a serious blow to the Order. He was very powerful. We see in Episode 2 and Episode 3 that he's capable of at least temporarily fighting off several Jedi at the same time. But he was essentially a puppet. Tyrannus was used by Sidious to make the Confederacy enough of the threat that the clones ordered by Sifo-Dyas would be used by the Republic, and that the Republic would become militarized and eventually transitioned into the Empire. Not much of anything done by the CIS was for any reason other than that. So, although Dooku was technically the head of state and did have a good degree of power, it's not like he was wielding it in a particularly notable way. Again, everything he did was basically at the whim of Sidious. I don't really know what else to say about Dooku. He was a high mid-level Force user. He did have some good leadership skills. I think he was very, very wise. Probably the best thing about him is that he saw the Jedi Order had some serious issues, but then he allowed himself to be manipulated by Palpatine and eventually beheaded. Finally, we have the Rebel Alliance and Luke Skywalker. It's my opinion that by the time of Return of the Jedi, Luke has not reached anywhere near his full power, at least in Star Wars Legends. That being said, he still manages to accompany a lot, and I think that he represents what a Jedi really should be, still bringing forth the virtues of goodness and the light side while not being shackled down by the doctrine of the Jedi Order. I think this is what makes him such a good Force user. He still has attachments but doesn't fall to the dark side. In Return of the Jedi, for example, we see that basically he comes as close as he could to falling but manages to rein it in at the last moment. And of course he uses that attachment and the connection he has with his father to bring Darth Vader back to the light side. Luke's power here is kind of questionable. We see that he defeats Darth Vader in a lightsaber duel when he channels his anger, but on other occasions it doesn't seem like he would be powerful enough to take down, say, Count Dooku. Still, he uses the Force very effectively. He takes down the Death Star, again he turns Darth Vader, he shows extreme bravery when confronting the Emperor, and most importantly he leaves himself open to the Force, and the Force flows and acts through him. With all of that being said, let's now attempt to rank these Force users, and I think that this is going to be very controversial and very difficult. Coming in at number 4 is Yoda, likely the second most powerful Force user on this list, but one who at least during the Clone Wars era is full of flaws. Yoda and the Jedi generally were totally overpowered by the dark side and failed to notice Sidious gaining power. Because of their adherence to Jedi doctrine, they also allowed Anakin Skywalker to turn to the dark side, which would end up with the elimination of the Jedi Order and the Republic, which had both stood for thousands and thousands of years. And again, all of this comes back to the way they use the Force, so I don't think there's any way that you can say that Yoda was the best Force user for his faction. Coming in at number 3 is Darth Tyrannus, Count Dooku. Now, Count Dooku wasn't bad, but to me there's nothing really that makes him stand out, as is the case with Luke and with Sidious. He's more or less a pawn of Palpatine throughout the Clone Wars, and although he does appear to be fairly wise, and he does awaken himself to the errors of the Jedi way, he just doesn't do a whole lot for the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Yes, he is their head of state, but ultimately he leads them towards their downfall, a planned downfall at that. which transitions well into number 2, Palpatine. Palpatine is a real mixed bag. Some of the things he does with the Force, for example, concealing himself in darkness, overthrowing the Republic and creating an incredibly militarized and relatively tight empire, are very impressive. But on the other hand, the way he uses the dark side also brings disadvantage. The Empire is full of issues, including cronyism, corruption, and just general evilness. And in the end, a big part of the Empire's loss at Endor was due to his oversight. Still, you cannot ignore the fact that Sidious was extraordinarily powerful, from using his battle meditation to his force storms to just generally being able to see into the future and plan. Palpatine was extremely useful for the Empire. That brings us to the Rebel Alliance and Luke Skywalker. Before I did this video, I actually thought that Luke would come in at about 4th or maybe 3rd, but then I thought about it. Really, in the Star Wars universe, Luke is everything you want from a Force user, at least in the original trilogy. He's not manipulated or corrupted by the dark side of the Force. He doesn't have the crazy Jedi code holding him back from doing things like forming attachments, and really, he just lets the Force flow through him. Again, yes, he isn't the most powerful, but he makes perhaps the biggest impact, turning Darth Vader to the light side and helping to destroy the Empire. And that's ignoring things like how he rescued Han Solo and destroyed the first Death Star, etc., etc. Luke Skywalker is the true hero of the original trilogy, and I think no one was more useful to their faction than Luke Skywalker was to the Rebel Alliance. While the Rebel Alliance struck the first blows against the Empire, it was the New Republic which destroyed Imperial warlords, defended the galaxy from the Dark Empire, and also fought off a Yuuzhan Vong invasion, ultimately managing to restore democratic rule. The New Republic's successes can be largely explained by their phenomenal navy, which managed to secure key wins at Ebak, Bilbringi, Coruscant, Dornick 319, and countless other battles. Why was their navy so dominant though? Well, that's what we'll be discussing on today's video. First of all, and this is a relatively minor point I guess, a fairly significant part of the New Republic's success was due to their inheritance of Imperial technology, and a tradition that spanned from the hours after the Battle of Endor to the formation of the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances and beyond. The New Republic readily made use of captured Imperial vessels, especially Star Destroyers. These ships, however, were used more sparingly than the Empire had, of course, and were typically well supported by many small vessels and top-of-the-line Rebel starfighters. The typical configuration was 3 Star Destroyers, a pair of carriers, 4 escort ships, and 7 scout or support ships. This allowed the extraordinarily powerful Imperial capital ship to flourish, now used properly in a specialized role. The New Republic, but to a much greater degree the Galactic Alliance, also heavily modified Imperial Star Destroyers, commonly adding heavy, long-range turbo lasers, hidden interdiction bulbs, high-tech communication or sensor systems, and more. But, as I said, the New Republic's use of Imperial technology was just a very small reason for their overall success. Arguably, the New Republic's most impressive feat was that it was able to quickly militarize and defend the tens of thousands of new planets which were constantly joining the government. The many independent alliance fighting forces which had existed were formally unified, reorganized, and split into 4 discrete fleets. These fleets were then dedicated to a specific area of the galaxy. Now, this is not dissimilar to what the Empire did, however, the New Republic was much more flexible. One of the ways this manifested was through a greater willingness to designate individual battle groups within fleets, or within the Navy as a whole, which would be deployed to perform special functions, usually to a higher degree of independence. The Empire did do this with, for example, Death Squadron, which was very effective in its own right, but the New Republic was more willing to tear forces away from territorial deployments. As the Essential Guide to Warfare explains, one of the best examples of this is Solo Command, while another would be Rogue Squadron as they work to capture Coruscant. The 4 main New Republic fleets were intelligently organized without the vying of power that lessened the effectiveness of Imperial sectors and oversectors, which were guarded by politicians and officers, often unwilling to work together as they were always jockeying for power. Not only did New Republic admirals have less independence, with no reason not to communicate with other fleets, but intra-sector organization was also much more nuanced. Each of the 4 fleets was broken into sub-fleets, these units sometimes even further broken down. In sectors where the Empire maintained a presence, sub-fleets would be dedicated to patrolling the borders, while others would maintain peace within New Republic space. We'll talk more about this later, but one of the main benefits of the New Republic was that they weren't subjugating worlds, rather, they were just providing defense. This significantly lessened their need for ships. Anyway, subfleets were, as I described earlier, balanced with the mix of cruisers and lighter ships, with no single force being too heavy or light, and thus each being able to respond flexibly to threats. Now, there were some examples of this. For example, any fleet which was given a battlecruiser or a Star Dreadnought would have extra power, but as a general rule, the New Republic didn't rearrange fleet composition to respond to threats. Rather, if more force was needed, multiple sub-fleets or task forces would join together as a means to group together resources. However, eventually, as the New Republic consolidated territory, a 5th fleet was developed. 500 plus capital ships meant to respond to threats across the galaxy without being held down to a specific area of space. The 5th fleet was essentially a roving one and could bring a serious amount of pressure down to any single threat. At its conception, the 5th fleet was also made up totally of nuke-class ships, which transitions nicely into my next point. Not only was the New Republic fleet and navy very well organized without falling into the same traps the Empire had, but the ships which made up the fighting forces were also phenomenal. New Republic starfighters were probably the greatest of all time, and easily outclassed those used by the Empire. For that reason, they were usually the star of their battle groups, with almost all large New Republic capital ships having a ton of dedicated carrying capacity, with a focus more on long-range engagements while covering for starfighters. The New Republic Navy was also incredibly innovative. Mon Cals drove progress. As soon as Endor was won, the process of designing the MC-90 began, while, in the meantime, the MC-80B, a heavier Mon Cal variant, was developed and introduced, meant to engage more competently Star Destroyers and other large vessels. Further starship lines were developed, culminating with the New Class project. New Class ships were arguably the greatest the galaxy had ever seen. They were incredibly powerful, but also small, efficient, and speedy. The New Class gave us the Nebula Star Destroyer, a vessel almost without flaw and capable of handling entire Imperial fleets with only light support, while its cousin, the Endurance, was similar to the Nebula, but more heavily dedicated to carrying fighters. New Class ships were designed to work together, so while the Nebula was incredibly effective in its specific role, it had to be accompanied by smaller ships, which, thankfully, it always was. Arguably the greatest thing about the New Class project was that it helped galaxy-wide fleet standardization. There were essentially 8 ships based on 4 different design bases, from gunship to Star Destroyer class. These 4 designs, with slight modifications yielding 8 ships, had lots of similar design elements, but could come together to face basically any threat. This really lessened logistical strain while creating hyper-efficient, very well-balanced fighting forces. Unfortunately, production of the Nebula and Endurance line was limited, but the New Republic continued to innovate and create new vessels, including the commonly used Bothan Star Destroyer and the phenomenal Ranger gunship. All as shipyards across the galaxy continued to pump out tried and true designs. And as we learn in the Corellian trilogy, the New Republic Navy was constantly being refitted and upgraded, especially during times of peace. This allowed ships like the Home 1 and MC-80 class to remain in active service throughout the Yuuzhan Vong War and beyond. So we've got ships which could operate beyond their initial life, but also a faction which produced a remarkable amount of ship classes in 20 years, perhaps most impressively the Viscount class Star Defender, while also innovating with starfighter designs. This combination of an incredibly flexible and well-organized navy caused Admiral Akbar to say the following: "The New Republic has the best navy I can imagine. It is modern, streamlined, and high-tech, unbeaten in any conflict since Endor. It has liberated the galaxy from the worst tyranny in known history, and is capable of handling any threat that the New Republic could imagine." And although the galaxy was beat around a bit by the Yuuzhan Vong, largely because of poor management on the political side of the New Republic, the good guys did admittedly win out in the end. And a final thing I'd like to discuss is the use of planetary defense forces within the Republic. Unlike the Empire, which was actively subjugating and maintaining a presence to scare their member planets, the New Republic encouraged individual systems to make their own defense fleets. So not only does this lessen the burden on your ships, but it also gives you allies like the Bakurans, Bothans, Corellians, and much, much more. We are covering one of the most interesting parts of the Star Wars prequels, and of course, one of the most tragic parts, Order 66, the Great Jedi Purge. And we're actually talking about one key detail that you can see in the movie that points to the depth of Palpatine's plans and his evil, and how quickly the Republic was reorganized into the
Galactic Empire!
Alright, so a bit of recap. I'm sure you guys have seen the movie, but it's important to get some context. By the time of Revenge of the Sith, the galaxy is in full-blown total war. The Republic is desperately hunting down the leaders of the CIS in an effort to end the Clone Wars in one fell swoop. The Republic, as led by the Jedi, are fighting the Outer Rim sieges, and as we find midway through the movie, have tracked General Grievous and other members of the Separatist Council to the planet Utapau. Now, despite the CIS presence on Utapau, Utapau itself was not a Confederate planet and had remained neutral throughout the entire lore. Now, admittedly, some of that information does come outside of the movie, but it's pretty clear when you watch the film that the Separatists are not there with the consent of the Utapau government. Utapau as a planet, by the way, is inhabited primarily by two separate species, the Pauans and the Utai. The guy that Obi-Wan talks to is a Pauan. Anyway, through cooperation with the planetary government, Obi-Wan is able to confront General Grievous, land Republic troops, engage the CIS, and ultimately secure a major strategic victory with not only the death of General Grievous, but a routing of Separatist forces. Then, of course, we get Order 66. The Jedi Purge begins across the galaxy, and we see clones turn on their Jedi comrades, killing the vast majority of the Jedi Order. Where does that leave Utapau? Well, you'd think with the planet's civilians having rebelled against the CIS that the Republic would probably just leave and move on to secure a new objective, maybe even give something in thanks. Well, let's watch the movie, because that's not what happens. Revenge of the Sith is filled with little details. I've done a video on many of the background ships that you won't notice unless you're paying a lot of attention, but in one of those scenes featuring a mysterious background ship, one where Obi-Wan is trying to escape the planet after his presumed death, we see Republic clone troopers effecting mass arrests to every native being on Utapau. Now, admittedly, only every native being in the shot, but this isn't arresting a few criminals. This is mass arrests of the civilians on the planet. Again, after they had just helped rout Separatist forces and almost end the war. Keep in mind, too, this is before Palpatine is formally declared Emperor, so the Order 66 powers weren't just to purge the Jedi, but generally transferred total power to Palpatine, and we can see that even without the legal power making him Emperor, he was going to assert dominance on the galaxy, perhaps if the Senate were against him, through the sheer might of the clone army, which was fully under his singular control. And I just really like
this scene. It's one of the reasons why I love this movie so much. It's just a shot of what's going, and instead of just having the clone troopers stand around, George Lucas and the team behind the movie showed that, yeah, a switch was flipped. These guys are no longer the clones who fought alongside the Republic and who helped liberate the planet. These are stormtroopers now. This is a manifestation of Palpatine's ultimate goal. The Force, which was initially created as an army, or at least justified as an army, is now being used as a police force to keep people in line. I mean, we get a more clear shot of this with the scene featuring Bail slightly earlier on in the movie, but I mean, you can justify that as the clones trying to cover up what they're doing. Here, I don't think that's the case. The clones are just subjugating the planet because they can. It could be a part of a greater Order 66 cover-up, I guess, but Palpatine wasn't really trying to cover up Order 66. He was very clear in that he ordered clones to attack Jedi based on some supposed attack against the state. This also was not the only place in the galaxy that this happened. In Star Wars Legends, at least, we don't know all the details for canon. The Empire immediately conquered Kashyyyk after defeating the droid forces on the planet. We know in Star Wars canon as well that after the siege of Mandalore, the newly minted Empire occupied the planet, and presumably this is what happened throughout the Outer Rim and anywhere else that the Republic was fighting. Order 66 is launched, and suddenly the clone forces begin conquering territory for the newly formed Empire. Making their job easier, of course, is the fact that the local populations have been run down because of the Clone Wars, and now the droid army is being taken offline. So Palpatine conquered a load of planets using what were military troopers but had rapidly become a sort of police and subjugation force. This was really genius. And again, what's crazy is that the Mad Lad didn't even wait until the declaration of the Empire for most of this, and he had justification. Not real justification, but political justification. He could simply say that he was securing the planets to help protect against chaos, or the Jedi saboteurs, or whatever else was needed to ensure galactic stability. That still brings us to the question of why, though. Why would Palpatine do this? Well, there are a few reasons, some of which I alluded to earlier. I think being able to clamp down on some of the important planets in the Outer Rim, which would naturally be more likely to be battlefields, helps Palpatine and helps secure the Empire against early rebellion. I mean, if you've got a planet subjugated, you can also build military bases, you can do whatever you want, and the local governments will not be able to resist. They'll be under your eye the entire time. We also see that aliens, especially like Wookiees, were frequently drafted into slavery or experimented on or whatever else, and just generally, the Empire aggressively pursued all territory available to them. So it makes sense that when given the opportunity, Palpatine would lay the hammer down on these planets, which thought they were a part of the Republic, which was supposed to be protecting them. Anyway, I thought there was a little interesting detail how the clones immediately transformed into stormtroopers, and I think that's something interesting we might see explored in the Bad Batch. At least I hope it's something we see explored in the Bad Batch. We see it a bit in Star Wars The Clone Wars Season 7, where Commander Cody, for example, basically changes personalities immediately. The searching for Yoda scenes on Kashyyyk as well can certainly be read as the clones immediately starting to slaughter the Wookiees, but we can talk about that in another video. If we really want to look at this issue, the first question we need to answer is whether Palpatine actually knew about the Yuuzhan Vong invasion before his death. The answer to that can be found fairly clearly in the novel The Outbound Flight. The Outbound Flight details an ultimately failed Republic project bearing the same name, which had been created in order to bypass the unknown regions and the hyperspace disturbance at the edge of the Star Wars galaxy, in order to find out what's beyond and perhaps eventually settle another galaxy. The book deals fairly heavily with the Chiss, the machinations of Darth Sidious, and the Jedi Council during the time of the Republic before the Clone Wars. There are a few passages worth note here, all which detail conversations between one of Darth Sidious's closest aides and Thrawn. In order to convince Thrawn to strike out against the Outbound Flight project, Sidious's aide says this: Palpatine is on a plane far different from the ones where beings like you and I exist. What's important right now is that Lord Sidious has access to information sources that the Jedi don't have. Thrawn responds by asking, and what do these sources tell him? There's an invasion coming, a massive assault force of dark ships, shadowy figures, and weapons of great power based on organic technology of a sort we've never seen before. We believe these far outsiders, as we call them, already have a foothold at the far edge of the galaxy, and even now have scouting parties seeking information on worlds and peoples to conquer. He continues, saying no one else in the Republic has knowledge of this, with the exception of the Jedi Vergier, who has disappeared in the unknown regions and presumed to be among the far outsiders. Thrawn understands this point, and this is in part why he agrees to attack the outbound flight. He says, while a single prisoner can only give hints of their origin, an entire ship full of them can provide all that would be needed for a successful invasion. This made it clear that Palpatine knew about the Yuuzhan Vong invasion before even the time of the Clone Wars. Not only that, but it seems like he acted in some measure to protect the galaxy against the Vong. Although admittedly wiping out a large contingent of Jedi Knights and Masters was likely also a very attractive possibility. However, at least at this point as Supreme Chancellor, there's no denying that he recognized a problem that the galaxy was not prepared for. It is admittedly unclear how Palpatine gained knowledge of the Yuuzhan Vong, but it is worth noting that he was the one who personally approved the outbound flight project. Unless he gained information about the Vong between the approval of the project and the order of its destruction, it seems like the killing of Jedi was at least equally important as protecting against the Vong. On the other hand, it should be noted that by the end of the book, Thrawn reveals that the Chiss do have knowledge of the Yuuzhan Vong and have actually fought successfully against them on at least one occasion. Later, when Thrawn was exiled by the Chiss and presented to the Empire, Palpatine recognized that his tactical knowledge of the Vong could be of use in the upcoming invasion. Still, what we've talked about so far kind of avoids the question. We've established that Palpatine did in fact know about the Vong. It makes sense given that he is a powerful ruler that he would want to protect the galaxy. However, was protection of the galaxy really his key motivation for militarizing the Republic and converting it into an empire? An in-universe text called Myth Ra Niroda Reconsidered, A Patriot's Perspective, argues that very point, saying that all of Palpatine's efforts were in order to protect the galaxy from the eventual invasion. However, in my opinion, that text is without real basis. First off, I think it's clear that many of Palpatine's actions, perhaps even most, don't actually forward the possibility of protecting against an invasion. Sure, it makes sense to build a powerful fleet and perhaps even Death Star super weapons. However, what does not make sense is the subjugation of people, the removal of individual rights, and the destruction of the Jedi Order, who were perhaps the greatest weapons against the Vong. The second, and in my opinion more definitive point, is that Palpatine's motivations, and really the motivations of all Sith, are clearly spelled out in the Plagueis novel. Palpatine wanted extraordinary power concentrated totally in himself because he believed he was a divine being who deserved to lead the galaxy. His main and ultimate motivation for converting a democratic republic into a militarized empire was the subjugation of people and the concentration of all power into himself. Palpatine was evil, there's no denying that. He killed for pleasure before he even became a Sith Lord. Ascribing his actions to a desire to protect the galaxy is a misunderstanding of his character. He desired power and did whatever possible to gain it and to not lose it. Changing his agenda to protecting against the Vong also retcons the Star Wars story in a way that misunderstands the artist's original intention. It is true that some of the actions of Palpatine would have protected the galaxy from a Yuuzhan Vong invasion. However, that was not his purpose, it was more of a pleasant secondary effect. The presence of the Vong really had no impact on the way he formed the Empire, and he likely would have done the exact same thing had the Vong not even been a consideration. If anything, he likely saw the Vong as a benefit, an excuse to further militarize the government, gaining more power for himself, behind a common enemy as he did with the Jedi and during the Clone Wars. To summarize, although Palpatine was aware of the Yuuzhan Vong, in creating the Empire he was fulfilling his own interests, not trying to protect the galaxy. In fact, he did several things which actually weakened the galaxy and negatively affected their chance of preparing for a Yuuzhan Vong invasion.
From space slugs to the always bigger fish to whatever this thing is, there's absolutely no shortage of deadly creatures in the Star Wars galaxy. However, it would be the extragalactic Yuuzhan Vong who would create perhaps the deadliest species ever seen. Certainly, as we'll discuss today, the species that Jedi feared the most. So, a bit of history. As the Vong invaded and crushed formal New Republic resistance in the galaxy, the only faction that really won battles consistently against the invaders were the Jedi. At the Battle of Ithor, one of the Praetorian Vong's greatest warriors, Shade Shai, was slain by Corran Horn. And the Praetorian Vong itself, which was an advanced scouting force, had also been decimated by Jedi-led resistance at the Battle of Helska IV. And that was only the beginning. Once the full fleet arrived, the Jedi scored several crucial victories, and in response, the Vong came up with a bunch of solutions. They infiltrated the New Republic and helped push forward anti-Jedi policy, they targeted Jedi specifically during battle, and they released an edict attempting to turn the galaxy against their greatest protectors. However, none of these really slowed the Jedi down, so the Vong turned to what they did best: creating weapons. Enter the Voxen, a terrifying creature made of the combined genes of the extragalactic Pharazin and the Vornskr, both deadly creatures in their own right. Voxen first appear in Star by Star, Book 10 of the New Jedi Order. They're described as, and I quote, "not higher than a human waist, but more than 4 meters long, with a flattish head and an undulating body covered in black scales. A line of coarse, sensory bristles ran down its spine, and a white barb protruded from its flickering whip of a tail." In that book, the Voxen appear first on a ship which is secretly harboring Jedi. I'll get to their specific feats later, but there is a quote that I'd like to read for you guys. As Almina neared her sister, the creature swung its broad snout in her direction and sprayed a jet of brown saliva through the hatchway. Prepared by the attack on her sister, she opened herself to the Force, and with an almost unconscious wave of her fingertips, sent the stream washing back towards her attacker. The Voxen, fast as a blaster bolt, closed its eyes and turned away before the mucus struck. Almina hardly cared. She grabbed her sister beneath the arms, smearing her own fingers in the burning mucus, and tried not to think about what the stuff was doing to Numa's face and eyes. Almina cried out and started to look down, then felt the mucus burning into the bones of her fingertips. The Voxen's snout turned towards her and opened half a meter. A deafening shriek filled her ears, then the fist of a powerful compression wave slammed her in the stomach. She suddenly felt dizzy and sick, and in the next second, she was slumped against the escape pod, cradling her sister's dead body in her arms. The Voxen are, to put it lightly, not pleasant, and this is one of the most unpleasant scenes in the New Jedi Order. Sisters Almina and Nuna are set upon by one of these beasts, with the latter killed. Almina also loses half of her hand just by accidentally touching some of the Voxen's spit. But with the stage set, let's now talk about some history. From core worlds like Kuat, to escorts on Yuuzhan Vong ships, to frontline battlefields, Voxens were specifically bred and trained as Jedi hunters. The training took place on Vong ships, which acclimated the beasts to the numerous environments they could expect to encounter Jedi. These creatures learned, and they were very intelligent. We see in Star by Star that a Voxen is able to understand a turbolift and manipulate its controls. They were more than capable of listening to Yuuzhan Vong commands, likely due to the fact that they were half Vornskrs, which were basically large dogs. However, the training is only the tip of the iceberg. Voxens were truly deadly because of their biological gifts. First of all, they had the unique ability to track Jedi through the Force, and upon detecting a Force signature, would hunt it relentlessly. Even techniques like going small in the Force and hiding your presence were relatively unsuccessful against the species. Their range was also incredible. As the Jedi surprise attacked the Vong at the Battle of Ebok, Voxen on the bridge of various command ships began to screech wildly. What's more, they could also counteract a Jedi's own Force sensing abilities and were able to minimize their own presence, and of course would do so when hunting Force sensitives. However, even from a conventional sense, Voxen were just incredibly gifted. As illustrated in the above quote, they possessed a spit which could easily melt through organics, killing them. Even something like an accidental splash to the legs or arms would be more than enough to incapacitate a victim. They also possessed fangs and claws, which were augmented with poison, and a tail, which was known to cut victims apart. Alongside that was their screech, which operated somewhat like a Force push, disorienting and hurting a victim while also destroying their eardrums. And even upon death, Voxen released noxious blood, which would cause those in the vicinity to become violently ill. On a defensive side, they were incredibly resilient. Famed Jedi healer Silgal could find no weakness in the species. During the raid on Merkur, some were unfazed by lightsaber strikes or blaster attacks, or even being too close to explosions from thermal detonators. While hunting Jedi in their first canon appearance, one also survives being crushed under a bulkhead. They could lose limbs and were even known to rip off their own body parts if stuck during the hunt. But don't forget, they were also very, very fast, able to keep up with a Jedi in combat. The Queen whirled away from the silver ball, found her handler in the way, and slapped him aside. Jacen saw an arm fly in one direction and the rest of the Shaper tumble in another. Then the Voxen was racing towards him, head rising to belch acid. She disgorged her acid at 3 paces. Jacen launched into an airborne roundoff and the brown spray shot below. Then the detonator crackled behind him and he found himself swinging at empty air. He landed lightly and sprang into a half twist that brought him around facing the same direction as before. And his heart rose into his throat. No Voxen. This species, as I've illustrated, was so deadly that the Jedi Order feared that they would actually drive them to extinction. One of the only times you see Jedi scared during the Yuuzhan Vong War, even when fighting an already terrifying invader, is feeling the presence of a Voxen somewhere nearby, hunting them down. However, the Voxen also had a weakness. There was only one hybrid, and the individual creatures were not able to reproduce. All Voxens were based off this one queen and would actually quickly deteriorate after time. The removal of Voxens from the galaxy was so important that Han Solo and Luke Skywalker accepted a plan which would see all the Solo children, as well as many other young Jedi Knights, sent on a suicide mission. The Voxen Queen and cloning samples would successfully be destroyed, though Anakin Solo would be killed in the process, with Jacen taken captive. The remaining Voxen would slowly die out, either through direct combat or deterioration. Thrawn. From pushing back the New Republic with a ragtag group of Star Destroyers, to winning the most unlikely of battles, to preparing for the future like no other, Myth Ra Nirodo was the greatest military mind the Star Wars galaxy has ever seen. Unfortunately, his legacy was cut short by the betrayal of his most loyal servants, the Nogri, and specifically his bodyguard Rook, who assassinated him on the bridge of the Chimera. But what if Thrawn hadn't died? How would the Chiss military savant have changed the galaxy moving forward? Today, I'll examine briefly how Thrawn would have impacted the following 20 years of galactic history. We'll assume that everything up until the Battle of Bilbringi happened exactly as it did in the Thrawn trilogy, but a stormtrooper on the bridge of the Chimera was able to subdue Rook before the alien could complete his assassination. We'll also assume that the Vong invade around 25 ABY as they did in Legends. Now, this is 100% a theory, but I will be basing it on lore, and not just Thrawn as he appears in the trilogy, but also the character as he was expanded on in later works like The Outbound Flight and the Thrawn duology. Let's start with the Battle of Bilbringi. To be honest, I think those who say the New Republic had an equal chance of winning here are mistaken. We know that, most importantly, Thrawn had seen through a deceptive New Republic feint and had dedicated substantial resources, including 24 Star Destroyers, several interdictors, and over 60 cruisers to destroying the New Republic. The New Republic fielded a mere dozen Mon Calamari cruisers and a small escort fleet, and were clearly outgunned. The New Republic really only planned to encounter minimal resources and hoped to assault the station, steal the crystal gravfield trap, and then remove the asteroids Thrawn had placed around Coruscant. They were not geared for a full attack against the might of the Empire, even though they were dedicating much of their available resources and one of their best commanders, Admiral Ackbar, to the battle. There's not much Thrawn could have done to prevent the New Republic's piercing of the Golan defense platform screen and the actual stealing of the trap itself. That was more or less unpredictable. However, that was really nothing more than a very minor setback. The stealing of the trap is immaterial if a retreat can be prevented, which we know is possible, given that Thrawn has 8+ interdictors stationed and ready for battle. I think Thrawn accepts the loss of the base at Bilbringi and continues assaulting the New Republic formation, which we know was beginning to crumble. The destruction of the base is worth the serious military and morale loss inflicted on the government. And really, as Thrawn told Pelion just before his death in Legends, the loss of the base itself was really nothing more than a setback. Let's be clear, with the number advantages that Thrawn has here, he does win, but he allows a portion of the New Republic fleet to retreat. However, with the loss of this size of force and Admiral Ackbar, Thrawn is able to push through the New Republic's held territory, with thousands of planets willingly joining his cause, as was the case, by the way, before the Battle of Bilbringi, as Thrawn began to develop a real cult of personality. His status as an invincible, near godlike military commander is only cemented by seeing through the New Republic's feint at Bilbringi and by his killing of one of the New Republic's greatest war heroes. He eventually captures Coruscant, effectively ousting the New Republic. However, with the faction on the ropes, what does Myth-Ra Naruto do? Well, Thrawn's not truly interested in re-establishing the Empire as it once stood. That may be how he's portrayed in the limited scope we see him in the original book trilogy, but we know from later material that Thrawn didn't inherently support the Emperor's beliefs and instead saw the Empire as the best available government to fight off the incoming darkness of the unknown regions. In bringing the New Republic to its knees, Thrawn does not execute New Republic High Command or purge the Jedi. He does not re-establish the former Empire exactly as it stood. He doesn't necessarily hate the New Republic because of ideological differences. He despises the fact that they rebelled against his established military, and he perceived them as weak. So he creates a new government, a new quasi-empire, what I'd perhaps call a friendly autocracy, under a more or less benevolent ruler himself. We know that the Empire of the Hand was ultimately totally under Thrawn's control, but wasn't cruel or xenophobic, and the same can be said of Thrawn himself, who was always effective, always deadly to his enemies, but ultimately fair, honorable, and valuing of those under his command. This manifests in his new government. However, this is a time for the new empire. An autocratic government is ultimately unstable in a galaxy that had recently turned to democracy. However, Thrawn is being propped up militarily at this point by supporters of the Empire, who are expecting, well, an empire. So he's got the difficult task of trying to create a strong and unified galaxy without the Empire's resources or political will. He puts forward a set of actions which basically result in the opposite of what happened after the Orinda campaign in Legends, with his new empire taking large swaths of the galaxy, and the rebellion being given a small portion of space, but not outright destroyed in a long campaign. Thrawn clamps down hard on those within his territory, but not cruelly, leading with the rule of law and of fairness not present in the old empire. In return, he promises and delivers safety from other warlords and distributes resources. He maintains diplomatic relations with a small New Republic and begins pulling resources from the Empire of the Hand, which is formally joined with his new government. Without the passions of the Galactic Civil War, and with an empire without the level of oppression or hate of Palpatine's, I believe both factions could live peacefully within the galaxy, for a time at least. Remember, Pelion, who led the Remnant during Legends and was Thrawn's protege, was actually the first one who pushed for galaxy-wide peace, and did receive the support of the Moffs within the Empire, so it's not that implausible. Most of our main trilogy heroes at this point, aside from those killed at Bilbringi, are still alive. The war is ended by the signing of the Thrawn-Mothma Treaty, and the Grand Admiral reveals the oncoming Yuuzhan Vong invasion to the New Republic, who begins to prepare. Thrawn's much larger empire also begins to militarize, re-establishing shipbuilding at major planets like Fondor and Kuat. This brings us to the time of the Dark Empire. The months between the end of Thrawn's campaign and the beginning of Operation Shadow Hand are often glossed over or just not covered, but they're actually very important. Let's dig into Legends before speculating about the future. The Empire largely united behind the ruling council after Thrawn's death and pushed the New Republic back across the galaxy, somehow capturing thousands of worlds, including Coruscant. After this, however, the Empire turned on itself. We get the following quote from Dark Empire. "It was the striving of a single individual to imprint the galaxy with his own mark. that drove the Empire. Now that mark was fading, and it was up to his followers to find the will to survive the disaster of his passing, with him there referring to Palpatine. Prior to this, for half a year, Imperial supporters allowed themselves to remember the glories of the past. Thrawn was emperor in all but name. So after the campaign, the Empire was without an emperor, either Palpatine or anyone else, which caused a mutiny, with various individuals and sub-factions fighting for power. The Imperial Civil War blossomed from this mutiny, with full-scale fighting across the galaxy, pushed on by a reborn Palpatine from the shadows. During the war, Palpatine probed Imperials and invited those worthy to the deep core to join his soon-to-emerge Dark Empire, which would attack Mon Calamari and other planets in a devastating blitzkrieg. So, what if Thrawn survived? Well, Palpatine would have targeted him early on, as the galaxy is far too small for two wannabe emperors. I do believe, however, that non-Palpatine aligned Imperial factions, and specifically Thrawn's, would have been much more powerful. The mutiny would have been less widespread, with a single Imperial to rally behind. What's more, the New Republic would not have been Palpatine's first target, and thus would have surprisingly done better in this scenario, despite not being the dominant government, with less ships destroyed during pre-Shadowhand campaigns and the initial Blitz itself. I think any non-defecting elements of Thrawn's empire who survived the initial attack, as well as Thrawn himself, would join up with the New Republic to fight the Empire, or rather the Dark Empire. Thrawn is not a Sith. He wants security for his people and the galaxy. A Dark Empire is the antithesis of that, with the entire galaxy totally the pawn of a single man who would rule with darkness. With Thrawn's military genius and the greater combined forces of the New Republic and his empire, as well as of course Luke and the Jedi, Palpatine is defeated and rogue elements of the Empire destroyed. The galaxy is essentially a clean slate at this point, and a new government is formed. Thrawn's forces and the New Republic create the Galactic Federation, a distinct government from both the former Empire or New Republic, predicated on the rule of law, a strong military with a degree of separation from the government in times of war, voluntary planet membership, and a democratically elected Senate and Chancellor. Basically the strength of the Empire with the democratic institutions of the Republic, finally representing the fact that this model of government presents the strength to counter the Yuuzhan Vong, at least in Thrawn's eyes. Leia Organa Solo, running on a pro-democracy platform, is elected Chief of State and supported by soon-appointed Chief of Defense, Grand Admiral Thrawn, who oversees specifically fleet building and the creation of outposts in the Outer Rim and unknown regions. Many domestic matters and the overseeing of local Inner Rim fleets is left to Garm Bel Iblis and other leaders. Local defense fleets are encouraged, and the Federation mostly fields Imperial-style sector fleets. Thrawn closely monitors the creation of new warships, emulating Empire of the Hand style Chiss and Imperial hybridization, with New Republic designs also encouraged. Thrawn, who had always been a fan of Mon Calamari designs, also encourages Leia Organa Solo to put forward a strategy of heavy investing and expansion of the Mon Cal shipyards. With the galaxy, or at least those in charge of the galaxy, aware of the oncoming Vong invasion, militarization is of the utmost importance. Planets are strip-mined as they were during the Imperial era, though resources are used primarily for ship creation rather than superweapons. Recovered Dark Empire era world devastators make this process that much more painless. The unknown regions are shorn up, and the Chiss Empire joins the Federation. Several Imperial warlords still roam the galaxy, though are dealt with in time, and some unknown region factions, angered by the Federation's new presence near their territory, strike out. Still, unlike the New Republic, there is no break from shipbuilding, and the shipyards of the galaxy move to pump out a few effective starship models. The Dark Fleet crisis is dealt with easily, although Centerpoint Station is lost as Thrawn reacts decisively to the Corellian uprising. By the time of the Vong War, the Federation has heavily fortified the Outer Rim and unknown regions. The Vong run into garrisons early on in their invasion, As they appear, a state of war is declared, and Thrawn assumes direct control of the Federation's military. The Vong do manage to overwhelm several planets, but soon, major Federation defense forces move in to stop their advancements. Thrawn is able to recognize that, with no planet of their own, and the need of fertile planets to grow their technology, any captured planets by the Vong must be razed and orbitally bombarded, something he does regretfully. Planets near Vector Prime are evacuated, preventing the refugee crisis which crippled the New Republic. Thrawn, with the help of Federation scientists, also develops anti-Dovin basal technology. The Federation still loses some battles due to the effectiveness of Vong Yamosks. However, anti-warbrain technology is developed, and with little territory, Vong tech cannot be replaced. As a counter to Yamosks, Thrawn asked the Jedi to use outbound flight-style ships and command forces during battle. This creates internal strife over the uncertainty of using Jedi and the Force aggressively. Luke and Jacen Solo lead one faction within the Jedi, while Kip Duran and Kyle Katarn lead another, with the latter being pro-aggression. This wound is not healed by shared losses during a prolonged war, as it was in Legends, and sparks a full-scale Jedi civil war in the future. Thrawn recognizes and implements counters to several Vong weaknesses, building battle droids and mechanized starfighters using Dark Empire technology. The war is ended a year later. The Vong hardly establish a beachhead and are killed off. The war is only stretched out because of the continuing Vong reinforcements arriving in the galaxy. The aliens do manage to inflict some losses on the Federation, but civilian deaths are seriously minimized. 5 years later, Anakin Solo, who has fallen more closely into Kip Duran's sect of the Jedi, assassinates Thrawn, leading to the beginning of the Jedi Civil War. Kip Duran and others within his sect believe in a Joruus Sabaoth-style ruling of the few enlightened. This leads to a war more terrible than any other. First of all, I have to say one thing. Are Star Wars walkers cool? Absolutely. Am I happy that walkers are a part of the Star Wars universe? Also absolutely. However, there's no ignoring the serious design flaws plaguing the Empire's walkers. Specifically, I've identified 3 things that I'd like to talk about. There is, however, one thing a walker does very well. It is super intimidating. If you see a pack of AT-ATs from across the battlefield, that's pure fear and a tangible psychological effect. And my first point actually ties into this. Walkers do not have enough guns. They talk the talk with their appearance, but don't walk the walk. AT-ATs, for example, are drastically underarmed for their size, with most only having 4 weapons and only laser cannons. This means they lack the necessary firepower to be truly effective frontal assault vehicles, both in power and especially flexibility. Most of the walkers we see also have a ton of blind spots and struggle against fast-moving targets, something made worse by the slow, lumbering nature of the beasts. If I were an engineer working for the Empire and I knew we had to keep walkers, but I wanted to make them better, I would make sure that my larger variants, like the AT-AT and up, were used purely for assault, rather than some weird assault transport hybrid. There's no reason why dedicated transports, even transport walkers, can't come in after a line of AT-ATs. I would then take a bunch of that interior walker space that's no longer being used for storage and house extra power generators, which would provide a light shield and energy for extra weapons. Perhaps the walkers would need to be made a little bit bigger to compensate for this extra weight, but maybe not. I would then use this extra energy for point defense cannons on the flank and rear of the vehicle, while some would also be given larger, more powerful assault weapons. The First Order's AT-M6 is a good model to strive for. My point is, if you want to be a terrifying symbol of power, you need to back it up with your firepower. My second point is that there's almost always a better alternative for every niche a walker could fit. My main problem with walkers is that I really see no reason why you choose a legged ground unit. In most cases, the best way to, for example, transport troops is through the air. On Hoth, for example, there's no reason why you wouldn't use a large to medium-sized gunship or actual transports to move troops into battle. Honestly, throw a few cannons on those Titan transports or the Gazanti cruisers walkers and baby, you got yourself a stew going. And again, this all comes down to the Empire's removal of specialization from all of their assets, but why would you ever bother using an AT-AT to transport troops? It's tragically slow, so tall that disembarking troops is not easy, and super inflexible. Why not use something like, say, the Republic Juggernaut, which is nearly 3 times as fast, larger, likely just as tough, and probably more well armed? Walking things into battle just doesn't make sense to me. Legs are very vulnerable targets, and taking even one out can cripple the machine. Legs also have a ton of moving parts, and for that reason, walkers are likely very maintenance intensive. And for 4-legged, hinge-jointed walkers, including the AT-AT, lateral movement is also very difficult. Again, combining this with the general preference for front-facing weapons, you have a very inflexible asset. Having some walkers is probably okay, but in my opinion, traditional tanks, air support units, and wheeled vehicles are chronically underused by the Empire. The argument that I often hear is that walkers are used where the terrain is too complicated for wheeled vehicles to navigate, or in environments where repulsor lift vehicles cannot be used. Now, I think the second one has some merit, but I don't know about the first. For one, I'm not really sure that there are many environments that something like a Juggernaut would find more difficult to navigate than an AT-AT. For two, this description of a specialized walker doesn't really match the practical use of the vehicles, which are basically employed on all terrains as a main battle tank. And for three, you could easily use repulsors to replace the wheels of tanks, which is something the Empire did in canon with the Occupier line, depending on the terrain. There is supposedly something called a repulsor lift jammer, which can stop repulsor lift vehicles from working, but frankly, I don't buy that that was any sort of common technology. As we see in the latest Thrawn novel, starships use repulsor lifts when flying in atmosphere, and if a technology like that was more prevalent, in atmosphere battles or battles over a planet's surface would be much different. But even if we accept for some reason that walkers are necessary, there's still a huge step back from those used by the Republic, which is my third point that I'd like to talk about. That's not saying that Republic walkers didn't have issues. For example, there's the AT-OT. Why not put a roof on it? But Republic walkers were more specialized, with actual fast-moving recon transports, light assault walkers, artillery, heavy assault walkers, and even transport walkers. The Empire took these dozen or so models and seemingly put them into 2 or 3. We have the AT-ST, which, because of its use as both a scout walker and a battle walker, performs both roles poorly, neither being fast or well armored enough to do any job particularly well. The AT-AT tries to be more of a transport walker, which, as I discussed, gimps it in other areas. The Republic's AT-TE, on the other hand, was low to the ground, with more legs and stability, more varied weaponry, and faster movement, is a much better frontline assault walker because it is more specialized. If you want something that's scarier, fine, scale that up, but keep everything else around too. Over-hybridization and a lack of specialization is an issue the Empire grappled with throughout its reign, likely due to the need to mass-produce assets in an effort to meet the needs of a very large galaxy. But I don't think that's an excuse, and to me, Imperial walkers just don't make a whole lot of sense. Today, we'll be talking about the Battle of Umbara. Now, before some of you get a little too excited, today's not the day I do a full battle breakdown of Umbara. Instead, I want to tackle some of the ethical issues that this arc of the Clone Wars exposes. And I think what we talk about today is one of the reasons that the Umbaran arc is one of the best of the Clone Wars and why the show itself is so good. And I mean, there's a lot of nuance here. These episodes expose a lot more than the fact that one Jedi, Krell, is a bad dude, but actually expose the major cracks in the Republic and to me show why it needed to fall. I mean, the Empire probably shouldn't have replaced it, but in my opinion by this point the Republic was no longer fit to lead the galaxy. So we will talk about Pong Krell later on, and especially his treatment of clones, but before that I want to look at the actual Battle of Umbara itself. And in my opinion, the invasion of Umbara by the Republic is not justified in any way whatsoever, and I think you can say a lot of that about the Clone Wars as well. Let's look at this. And of course Palpatine's influence is ever present, so it's hard to really look at the separatist movement. However, the main thing that connects the member states of the CIS is the fact that they no longer want to be represented, governed, or subject to the Republic and its rules. And based on what we've seen in the prequels and in books like Plagueis from Legends, I think that that's quite reasonable. The Republic was full of corruption. Ironically, they were far more influenced by mega corporations and banks than even the CIS, as Senator Bonteri points out. And just generally, it makes sense why lots of states would not want to be under Republic control anymore, why they'd want to either form their own government together or determine their own futures. I've done a whole video on why the Separatists legally couldn't just secede from the Republic, and there are a lot of nuanced, complicated issues there, but I think it's fairly obvious that war never should have happened. And the Republic, in allowing Palpatine to totally manipulate themselves into fighting what was essentially a group of systems that just no longer wanted to be in the Republic, shows the true depth of corruption, cronyism, and other serious issues that had infected the government by this time, and the Jedi Order, but we'll talk about that in a bit. But let's look at Umbara specifically, and the interesting thing about this planet is they actually were, for a time, part of the Republic. In fact, the quite evil-looking Medici from earlier episodes of the Clone Wars was the Umbaran senator. Now, he seems like a bad dude, and admittedly, he does carry many of the pro-war ideals and probably other issues with corruption that I was just talking about earlier. However, he was also a patriotic Republic senator, and although he's presented as a villain, ultimately he isn't a CIS puppet or anything like that, and probably didn't do a whole lot that was strictly illegal, or at least outside the norm of what Republic senators of his era were doing. However, he was murdered, which must have been one of the factors that led to Umbara deciding to secede from the Republic and join the Separatists. And I think that's understandable. The Republic at this time is completely chaotic. They're arguably fighting a war without any sort of moral justification, albeit one being engineered behind the scenes, and their senator has just been assassinated. Basically, they now think the Republic can't even protect their own interests. How does the Republic respond to a system simply wanting to leave? With a massive invasion that devastates the planet, as we see in the Umbaran arc. It would have been one thing if the Umbarans separated from the Republic and then immediately started to furnish war secrets or advanced technology to the Confederacy, but in fact there's absolutely no evidence of that happening. In fact, even though the Umbarans have incredible technology, state-of-the-art starfighters and weapons, we never see any of that actually used outside of the local Umbaran militias. The Separatists had protected the planet, that's true, but the Republic managed to get through that pretty easily, and there were no bases or droid factories or anything on the surface. Umbara was simply being protected by its residents, and the only real justification we get is that it had some strategic value as a supply line. Basically, the Republic believes if a planet chooses to secede from the Republic, then they have the right to go in and dominate it and basically make it their own. Now, it is true that they did join the Separatists and that there was an open state of war, but I think the Republic makes a major mistake by not differentiating between the war aspects of the CIS and the more civilian aspects. And I mean, that's kind of going back to the fact that the Republic should have just negotiated a secession in the first place for any system that was interested. I mean, yes, it will damage the Republic, but they're a republic, not an empire. They shouldn't be forcing their will upon systems that don't want to be governed by a central body. Anyway, the fighting begins. Several Jedi, who are supposed to be keepers of peace, are now leading legions and legions of stormtroopers. Sorry, they're still calling them clone troopers now. Against a planetary militia, a planet's citizens who had seceded from the Republic because their senator was killed and now was under a full-scale invasion. And no one, not even supposedly best of the Jedi Obi-Wan Kenobi, takes a second to question the morality of the invasion. And that's only the tip of the iceberg when we get to Umbara, because everyone else knows how difficult things get when General Krell is introduced. So let's move on. We'll ignore the fact that the Republic went in, captured the Umbaran capital city, probably subjugated the rest of the planet, took people prisoners, etc., and look at the fact, and look at the issues of clones, Jedi generals, and of course, Pong Krell. First of all, I'm sorry, but there is zero moral justification for the Jedi and the Republic using a clone army. You're essentially creating slaves who are forced into servitude, killed by the millions, and bought and sold. They're created for the sole purpose of fighting a war, and although some Jedi are truly respectful and even really like some of them, while Ultimately, the clones have no self-determination, as we see with Domino Squad are valued only for their fighting abilities, and are essentially treated like battle droids made out of meat. Anyway, the Jedi, for some reason, supposed keepers of peace, are given command over clone legions, and ignoring all the wider issues with that, let's look specifically at Pong Krell. So, Krell's a real asshole, and there's no denying that. He was looking to gain the attention and favor of Count Dooku, and one of the ways he did so was by sending clones, who remember are engineered to have to fight and follow orders to absolutely certain death. Not only are his tactics terrible, but he outright attempts to kill as many clones as possible, as we see in the situation where two clone armies begin fighting each other. The thing is, Umbara is not the first time that Krell displayed these attributes. Now, it's not really covered in the expanded universe, but the show itself states that Krell has for a long time been the Jedi with the highest clone casualties under his command by far. Yet, we have no evidence that the Jedi have any reservation about putting him in command of troopers, or that the Republic has even reviewed these statistics, despite the fact that they represent real living beings dying under his command. And I mean, all of that is obvious. I don't need to explain it to you guys. At least not why Krell is evil, but I really think it's important that we recognize and examine how the other Jedi around him treat Krell. He's seen as a bit of a hard ass, but it might as well have been droids dying under his command. He's totally unfit for any sort of leadership position. He's unfit for being a Jedi. He's unfit for being in war. Yet, the Republic puts him in command of a major operation against a planet that dared to secede after their senator died. The Republic by this point was a shadow of its former glory. The Clone Wars exposed every single thing that was wrong with the Republic, and in my mind, the Umbaran arc is a really good microcosm of what was going on across the galaxy. Yes, it is true that Palpatine engineered all of this, but the Republic and the Jedi allowed this to happen. Yoda realizes this, at least in the Star Wars canon sequel trilogy. They basically went as far as they could from what it meant to be a Jedi, upholding only the dogma while failing totally to see how far astray they were being led. And for all of these reasons, the Umbaran arc is one of my favorite in the Clone Wars series, but that's all I have to say about that. The Battle of Endor saw the death of Palpatine and the fracturing of Imperial power throughout the galaxy. Unlike in the old expanded universe, in canon, the remnants of the Empire more quickly and drastically weakened as the New Republic aggressively hunted down Imperial fleets, and fragmented Imperial factions were bogged down by infighting. However, the Empire's quick demise was also planned. First of all, thousands of ships were hidden out of sight by the mysterious Admiral Rax. Some of these ships would re-emerge in time for the Battle of Jakku, while others would disappear permanently, making their way to a secret rendezvous in the unknown regions. Rax was enacting Emperor Palpatine's contingency plan, a concentrated effort to purge the Empire of the unworthy, which Palpatine believed, in the case of his death, would be almost everyone. Besides for hiding resources, Rax also ordered a large portion of the Imperial fleet to rendezvous at Jakku. How many ships actually show up and what portion of the Imperial fleet is it? I'm not sure. Some have suggested that almost all of the Empire was there. I don't think that's the case. Rax talks about several nebulas, each of which are housing hundreds of Star Destroyers and thousands of support ships. I think most, if not all of those, were hidden away in the unknown regions, while much of what was left is what was summoned to Jakku. The New Republic, of course, learns of the massed fleet, and after some political maneuvering, sends a very large portion of their navy to deal with it. Before we look at the battle itself, let's talk a bit about the New Republic Starfleet. Now, the New Republic is famous for its demilitarization, but that didn't occur until long after the Battle of Jakku. After Endor, it seems like the New Republic actually militarized quite heavily, and they were spread out across the galaxy, fighting the Empire. We know, for instance, that they were able to capture 3 Super Star Destroyers and destroy 5 others. Most of the Navy was present for Jakku, likely including hundreds of capital ships, including 3 new Starhawk cruisers. Starhawks were made out of the parts of old Star Destroyers However, were augmented with the best available technology, providing them with bleeding-edge turbo laser, tractor beam, and shield technology, better than anything else in the New Republic fleet, and far better than any old Imperial designs. Upon arriving at Jakku, the New Republic fleet was met by the forces of the Empire. It's impossible to cover all battles that took place. The fighting was extensive, both in atmosphere and above the planet, so we'll instead focus on the Ravager, the Empire's only available Super Star Destroyer. According to early scouting, the Ravager was accompanied by dozens, if not more, Star Destroyers. The New Republic fleet actually had a numbers advantage for once, but had a very hard time taking the ship down itself. The Empire used a fairly intelligent strategy. First off, both fleets launched fighters. The New Republic was likely able to gain the advantage and push towards the Imperial fleet. However, a large flotilla of Star Destroyers were grouped around the Ravager, using their overlapping shields as well as sheer firepower to protect the Dreadnought. The protective circle occasionally opened up so the Ravager could fire off salvos of proton torpedoes and turbo lasers. This effectively blunts the New Republic attack, and the Ravager can destroy most ships in a single volley. Instead, the New Republic circles the formation and slowly chips away at the Star Destroyers. Notably, the 3 Starhawks that I mentioned earlier, and we don't really know whether these were the only Starhawks at the battle or just one battle group, is over working away at a set of Star Destroyers. A captain of one of the Imperial Star Destroyers panics due to the firepower, and we get the following, and this is a direct quote from Aftermath Empire's End. One of the Star Destroyers, the Punishment, turns its nose drastically starboard. It turns right towards the Starhawk Amity. The Amity has little room to maneuver given its proximity to both a Gates Concord and to the battle raging all around it. The Punishment's nose is like a sweeping blade, and it crashes into the blunt force of the Amity, shearing through it. Fire blooms in space, bodies drift, and the Punishment keeps going. So the Punishment rams one of the Starhawks, perhaps trying to take out all 3, and in its destruction is actually effective in injuring one of the other ones, the Concorde. However, with that, the defensive perimeter around the Executor-class Super Star Destroyer is breached. The Concorde, under the control of Commodore Krista Agate, pushes towards the Ravager, firing its weapons. Now, although this is a very high-tech ship, it certainly can't compete with the Ravager in a one-on-one contest. It does cut through, however, a portion of the shields and even destroys some of the Ravager's hull, but the Super Star Destroyer orders all available weapons in that direction to fire, easily disabling the Concorde. However, this was all part of the plan. By now, the gravity of Jakku has started pulling on the Starhawk, which now can no longer fight it without full engine systems. Agate pleads with Ackbar to order his fighters to target the Ravager's engines. He doesn't understand the Ravager is just sitting there, so has no need for engines, but he takes a leap of faith and complies. As this is happening and the Concorde continues to fall towards the planet, it grabs the Ravager with its top-of-the-line tractor beam. Blade Squadron, along with many other rebel ships, makes a run against the Ravager's engines and manages to disable them. With that, the Super Star Destroyer has nothing keeping it into position, and the Concorde is now pulling it too towards the planet's surface. Before long, physics takes over and there's nothing that can be done. The Ravager is completely doomed. As the ships fall to the planet, raining debris on rebels and Imperials alike, the other Star Destroyers become completely disoriented and through a lack of central command are overwhelmed by the New Republic. The final Starhawk, Unity, leads an attack on the other Star Destroyers, now without the Executor Star Destroyer to back them up, and the New Republic's overwhelming numbers allow them to gain the advantage. This would be the beginning of the end. Although the battle would rage on for months, Imperial forces on both the ground and in orbit would eventually fall, as planned by Gallius Rax. This would spell the end of the bloated, inefficient Empire. However, it would soon be reborn in a new, pure form. Although countless works have shown people staring off into hyperspace without any sort of trouble, the Death Star novel discusses a supposed mental condition known as hyperrapture. Here's the quote. Darth Vader stood on the bridge of his warship, staring out the forward viewport at the kaleidoscopic chaos of hyperspace. The effect was akin to tumbling down an endless tunnel of amorphous whirling patterns of light, starlight, and nebula, smeared into impressionistic blotches by the ship's superluminal speed. He knew that even experienced spacers and Navy personnel often hesitated to look at it. Standard operating procedure was to keep the thick slabs of transparent steel opaque while traveling through the higher dimensional universe. There was something profoundly wrong about hyperspace, composed as it was of more than the 3 spatial and 1 temporal dimensions that most sentient species were used to. Looking too long into hyperspace promised madness, so the stories went. He had never heard of anyone actually succumbing to hyper-rapture, as it was called. Nevertheless, the legends persisted. Vader enjoyed staring into it. In a companion quote from the Shadows of Mindor, we have the following. Chronal loved gazing into hyperspace, the nothingness outside the universe, the place beyond even the concept of place. Ordinary mortals sometimes went mad, succumbing to the delirium of hyper-rapture from gazing too long into the emptiness. Chronal found it soothing, a glimpse into the oblivion beyond the edge of things. On a lighter note, Kedron from the novel Crosscurrent at one point wonders whether he's looked through too many ship viewports during hyperspace and went mad. So let's evaluate what we've just read and see how it fits into the greater Star Wars universe. Obviously, hyperspace madness or hyper-rapture isn't a very well fleshed out or understood phenomenon, even from within the Star Wars universe, and that's if it even exists. However, we do know that the dimension of hyperspace itself is extraordinarily strange. As explained in the above quotes, it's a realm different from real space, yet somehow related. No one really understands how hyperdrives work and how ships can actually travel through hyperspace. Just again that the 2 dimensions are somehow connected, and that travel through hyperspace allows one to move vast distances in short periods of time. The Force Unleashed 2 novelization, funny enough, actually touches on these points well. It talks about the weirdness of hyperspace, the impossibility of the realm, the angles which shouldn't exist, the disorientation, the paradoxical light, and the swirling madness. What's more, we know that related to hyperspace is other space, often described as a pocket dimension. I've done a whole video on other space, but we know that that realm can certainly drive species insane, as was the case with the Charon, who accidentally landed there after a hyperdrive malfunction. They turned violent and dark, and tried to wage war on the galaxy after escaping. In an unreleased legend story, Supernatural Encounters in the Star Wars universe, other space would have been home to Lovecraftian creatures, banished there by the architects of the galaxy. Here's a quote that describes the creatures that the protagonist encountered while in other space. Then it started to grow, to spiral and fall inwards, turning inky as it spun in sulphurous swirls. From out of the vortex, the ruinous avatars of my darkest visions stormed into view. 3 floating, cyclopean shapes of grasping, tentacled arms that swarm out from underneath a cube of iridescent gilded shields. They were followed by an array of tremendous revolting annelids wearing absurd faces like the ceremonial dust masks of the Hendian. So other space being at least closely related to hyperspace, with the latter perhaps a gateway between other space and real space, adds to the mystery and bizarre nature of hyperspace travel. In canon, we also have stories of those attempting travel outside the galaxy falling into insanity due to the overwhelming void. It's not the same, but the madness of hyperspace seems to have an element related not only to the unexplainable nature of the dimension, but also the vast nothingness. Whether hyperrapture is actually a thing or not, it certainly fits in well with some standard motifs in science fiction. As is the case with Warhammer, faster than light travel typically takes place in a dimension that's unknown and usually weird and scary. If it does exist, I feel really bad for Nil Spar, leader of the Duskon League, who, as punishment for the crimes of the Yvathan, is put into an escape pod and launched in the middle of hyperspace and left to drift and starve. The final few days of his life will be very, very scary. Still, despite all this, we never actually see someone inflicted with the condition, and people seem to have no qualms with looking out viewports while traveling, though perhaps it's the call from the abyss, one actually staring deep and losing themselves in the void that causes hyperspace madness.
In-universe, there is something called the Anaxis War College system, which is one way to classify starships based on their length. That system does have a few limitations, probably the most notable one being that it only deals with military capital ships. So I'm not going to follow it exclusively, but you will probably notice if you're familiar with the system that I've categorized the ships in a very similar fashion. We're going to start by looking at the smallest ship classes, and I will be fairly liberal with what I consider a ship. If it can fly, I'm basically going to call it a spaceship. On that note, let's start, and the first entry into this list is one that really stretches the definition of spaceship because, well, they don't actually operate in space. But I still thought it'd be good to include them just for the sake of completeness. I'm talking about repulsor lift vehicles, and that's kind of a generic term for any vehicle which is powered by a repulsor lift. Repulsor lift vehicles come in two flavors. The first are essentially ground-based. They don't fly more than a couple of meters in the air. Think about speeder bikes or ground-based vehicles like Luke uses in A New Hope. In the real world, these would be things like trucks or trains or cars or motorcycles. However, you also have air-based repulsor lift vehicles, things like the V-Wing or transports that you see flying around on Coruscant. I'm not going to go into these too deeply because a couple of days ago I did a list looking at the 5 most deadly repulsor lift vehicles, so if you want to learn more about that class, check out that video. Just generally though, repulsor lift vehicles come in a variety of sizes. On the small end you have the STAP, which is the vehicle that you sometimes see battle droids flying around on. On the large side you have the Conqueror class Dreadnought, which is essentially an atmospheric battleship. One step up from repulsor lift vehicles you have starships, and I think most people are probably pretty familiar with what a starship is. They come in various classes, from bombers to strike craft, but generally have a few common characteristics. They're relatively fast when compared to larger capital ships, their occupancy is limited to only a few people, and they're relatively small. The most notable starfighter variants are probably bombers like Y-Wings or TIE bombers, transports like the U-Wings, gunships like the Lad gunship, space superiority fighters like the TIE Interceptor or the X-Wing, and then shuttles like the Lambda class shuttle, or the various other models that we see ferrying people around. Of course, there are variants on each one of these starfighter types, and many starfighters are kind of a mix between 2 or 3 of them. For example, the B-Wing is a heavy bomber, but can also operate in an anti-starfighter capacity. And especially in Star Wars Legends, where there are thousands of starfighter types, you could basically find a ship for any given role. Let's now look at the civilian side. The most common ship type would be transport ships, whether for transporting people or for transporting cargo. I'd say more often we see the latter, and freighter ships play a relatively important role in the Star Wars universe. They also vary greatly in size. On the small end, we've got ships like the Millennium Falcon, which obviously are meant to transport very small loads. They have great speed and can outrun Imperial ships or blockades. Then on the large end, we've got ships like the LH-3210 cargo freighter. These are more like modern day cargo ships. They're so large that the Trade Federation converted them to warships during the Clone Wars. Let's go back to the military side and continue classifying ships based on their size. Most likely the smallest common military ship would be the gunship. The most famous gunship model is the Braha Tak gunship, which you can actually see during the Battle of Endor if you look carefully. Ships like the DP-20 can also fall within this classification. The point of a gunship typically is to protect larger ships against starfighters. As such, these ships are typically very small, very fast, and their weaponry is dedicated to anti-starfighter laser cannons instead of turbo lasers, which would be more useful against larger ships. You wouldn't really see a gunship any larger than, say, 150 meters. Once it gets past that size, it's probably more accurate to classify it as a freighter or a corvette or some other ship. Speaking of, next we have the corvette. These ships are extremely versatile. They can, like gunships, be used to screen against starfighters, but typically will also have some sort of offensive capabilities. The most famous corvette is the CR-90, the Rebel blockade runner. You also have ships like the Hammerhead or the Carry-On Spike. Again, very small, very fast, and very versatile. Ships like this were very common in the Alliance Navy because they were very common in the Star Wars universe. But typically for any serious navy, you will have heavier capital ships. Along with the corvette and the gunship, you also have light frigates and the very rarely used destroyer. These two classes aren't very common, and destroyer in particular can mean a variety of different sized ships. But the point is that all of these classes are basically the small, fast ships present in most navies. Now would probably be a good time to mention uglies. Uglies are any ship which is made of multiple other ships. Typically, they're put together in some way that's, as the name would suggest, not very aesthetically pleasing, and basically a Frankenstein ship. Typically these would be starfighters like the TIE Wing or the Y-TIE, but I see no reason why you couldn't do the same thing with larger ships. These are basically surplus ships, they're very ineffective, and you really don't want to be flying them. We're now entering light/medium ships, and the most notable category here is probably the frigate. A frigate is a capital ship which, while it would typically still be used to protect larger ships, also has more offensive potential than something like a corvette. It should be noted that frigate is one of those words that Star Wars authors will often attach to the names of ships without really thinking about the classification. For example, a Munificent class frigate is probably more properly classified as some sort of cruiser. Probably the best example of a frigate is the Nebulon B. It's around 300 meters long, it has heavy anti-starfighter capabilities and can transport some starfighters into battle itself, but also packs somewhat of a punch. Other examples would be the smaller Lancer class frigate or the larger MC-30. Moving up now, we have what is probably the broadest category, that of the cruiser. In many sci-fi universes, cruisers are the heaviest ships, or at least some of the heaviest ships. The same is true to a degree in the Star Wars universe. While you do have larger ships like Star Destroyers or even Dreadnoughts, those would be exceptionally rare compared to cruisers. The most famous cruiser type is the confusingly named Dreadnought class heavy cruiser. That ship is neither a dreadnought or really a heavy cruiser, but kind of exemplifies what you should expect in an ordinary cruiser. At 600 meters long, ships like this would have made up the majority of most fleets. They are very well armed with large weapons made to take down other ships. The Anaxis War College system differentiates between cruiser and heavy cruiser based solely on size. I think that distinction is kind of meaningless, so I don't choose to do the same. In my mind, everything from a Munificent class frigate to an Acclamator class assault ship to even an Immobilizer 418 I would consider a cruiser. There's not really a specific cutoff, you just want to look at a ship designed to take on other capital ships that is medium sized. And unless you're dealing with a serious galactic power like the Empire, this will be the largest ship in most fleets. I think it's important to note that some of these larger capital ships could also be classified as a carrier, which basically means that one of their central roles is to bring starfighters into battle. Similarly, some ships would have also been an interdictor, which means they use gravity well generators to prevent other ships from jumping to light speed. Between the larger ships and cruisers, there are also some ships right in the middle, which are hard to classify. An example would be the Recusant class light destroyer. It's over 1 kilometer long, it's quite deadly, but it's not really as powerful as, say, a Venator. Ships like that or a Victory class Star Destroyer are what I would consider to be a heavy cruiser. Next up, we have a classification that's kind of hard to name. The Anaxis War College calls this size ship a Star Destroyer, but that is largely because of its imperial bias. These ships are basically anything that's larger than a heavy cruiser, but not much larger than, say, an Imperial II class Star Destroyer. I'll call the classification a Star Destroyer as well, but keep in mind that not all Star Destroyers will fall within this class, and that there are many other ships other than Star Destroyers which will fall in this class. For example, most Mon Calamari cruisers would be considered within the Star Destroyer class. Larger than that, we have battle cruisers. These are the second largest class of ships, but really not very common in the Star Wars universe. These are ships that were not quite big enough or powerful enough to be considered a dreadnought, but were still larger than a typical Star Destroyer. Battle cruisers were most commonly upsized Imperial Star Destroyer variants, for example the Allegiance class battlecruiser or the Praetor Mark II. These ships are typically larger, more well-armed, and just generally more deadly than the standard Star Destroyer or Star Destroyer variant. On the New Republic side, we have the Mediator class battlecruiser, however that might actually be more properly classified as a dreadnought. We can't be sure because the size and the armament has never been specifically laid out. I think ships like the Subjugator class heavy cruiser, which was almost 5 kilometers long, fits well into the battlecruiser subtype, as does I think a Lucrehulk class battleship, just due to its sheer tonnage. The largest starship classification would be the Dreadnought. Anaxis says that this is any ship over 5 kilometers in length, but I would probably bump that up to 10k or at least 7.5k. Anything smaller is probably more properly classified as a battlecruiser. Dreadnoughts would be exceptionally rare and would really serve only as the flagship in important fleets. The most common subtype of dreadnought was the Super Star Destroyer. This is basically any Imperial dreadnought with the traditional wedge shape. We have the Bellator, which would be on the low end for a dreadnought, all the way up to ships like the Assertor or the Executor, or even the Eclipse. We also have the New Republic Star Defender line, including the Viscount class Star Defender, which was a behemoth of a ship. The main category for these vessels was extreme power.
A single dreadnought could typically hold off a fleet on its own. They're also very important logistically, and you could control or dominate an entire planet with a single dreadnought with ease. I would create a further subtype, and that would be the Super Dreadnought line, and this would only go to a few select ships. The Eclipse classes, the Assertor Super Star Destroyer, the Sovereign Super Star Destroyer, and the Viscount. These are basically the dominant, super heavy ships, which I see as without equal. So that's it. That's every spaceship type in the Star Wars universe. Keep in mind that I haven't looked at space stations or defense platforms or things like that. Also keep in mind that the classification would depend heavily on the era. So for example, during the Old Republic, ships didn't get nearly as big as they did during the Galactic Civil War. So a dreadnought would be a ship that was only a few kilometers long, whereas in the modern era, that would be something more like a cruiser. Also, in the Legacy era of Star Wars Legends, factions returned to using smaller ships, so the same could be said about that when compared to the Galactic Civil War. Also, I haven't specifically talked about the Yuuzhan Vong, but their ships could typically be made to fit within these classes, although their technology and their unique ship design kind of made that a little bit more difficult.
Today we're examining the Battle of Endor, and for a ship junkie, one of the most iconic moments of Return of the Jedi is when brave rebel pilot Arvel Krynid kamikazes his A-Wing into the bridge of the Super Star Destroyer Executor, leading to the vessel's demise, and that really sets off a lot in the Star Wars galaxy. Not only does the Battle of Endor continue to turn for the Alliance, with the Empire getting a major morale loss, and generally becoming disoriented as the rebels make their final attack on the second Death Star. But even after the battle was lost and the Death Star was destroyed, the Imperial fleet was left without a clear flagship, and although command did eventually move to Captain Pelion, the lack of a symbol like the Executor caused many Star Destroyer captains to take their ships and sort of do their own thing. This would be emblematic of the coming decade. What's more though, the Executor was also the home of many of the Empire's brightest pilots, officers, and personnel. Heir to the Empire talks specifically about the sheer loss of talent associated with the Executor's destruction. I mean, this was meant to be the greatest ship leading the greatest fleet in the Imperial Armada, so the results were devastating. That, however, is off topic. The real question is, well, how did the ship go down? Was the destruction of the bridge by that A-Wing really enough to doom that vessel? Is the Super Star Destroyer really that poorly designed that a strike against the bridge from a single kamikaze fighter will be fatal? And no, there's actually a lot that had to go right for the Rebel Alliance in the situation to actually destroy the Executor, so let's talk about it. And a lot of this information actually comes from both the full and junior novelizations for Return of the Jedi, but I also think just generally they make a lot of sense. First of all, we know that the Executor was actually overwhelmed by the Rebel fleet. Now we get this in Return of the Jedi, and this is the thing that people always mention. Before the A-Wing crash, we hear Admiral Akbar order the Rebel fleet to engage the Super Star Destroyer, and it seems like this was a significant portion, if not all, of the Rebel fleet. However, even before this point, it seems like the Executor may have taken some damage, as the novelization explicitly mentions that the ship was having some issues with its guidance systems. To be frank, the Super Star Destroyer is an extremely powerful enemy. However, all Super Star Destroyers with all of their power in one place can absolutely be overwhelmed by more numerous craft. You can take advantage of a Super Star Destroyer's lack of maneuverability. You can put large cruisers near the rear of the ship to engage without getting a lot in the way of damage, and when it comes to the Rebel Alliance, one of their most effective strategies was the trench run defense. This basically involves starfighters getting as close to the superstructure of large ships as they could, where the capital ship guns would have a hard time taking them out. So Rebel starfighters and capital ships were swarming the Executor, and eventually they managed to overwhelm several shield projectors, including the one covering the bridge. So that, I guess, is the first aggravating factor against the Empire here. The second would be the fact that the A-Wing is basically the perfect craft to kill a Super Star Destroyer. This was always one of my favorite facts as a kid reading Star Wars books, but basically the front of the A-Wing was built in such a way with shielding and I think extra fuel reserves such that any sort of ram maneuver would be extraordinarily successful. And on that note, Arvel's suicide run was not a mistake. Yeah, he was shot down and his ship ship was probably going to crash, but he aimed it specifically at the bridge, hoping to disable the Executor. Again, all stuff you might know, but let's move on. The next major factor was that the Executor, at least in Star Wars canon, had severely damaged engines by the time of its destruction. So not only had the Rebel fleet managed to somehow damage the Super Star Destroyer's guidance systems, but according to Lost Stars, the Executor's engines were also disabled. And again, this is what happens when the ship is under a sustained fire from multiple Mon Calamari cruisers. So with the engine dead, the Executor was not able to fight against gravity, or at least not successfully, which definitely contributed to its demise. And this is a tactic the Alliance would also use at the Battle of Jakku with the Ravager. Before the Starhawk took that dreadnought down to the planet's surface, an attack run was ordered against the ship, which saw its engines destroyed, and I really like this detail. We know that it was Krista Agate's plan to take down the Ravager, and I like to think that maybe she partially learned from the Battle of Endor. There's more though. As the Executor was crashing, we know that it actually took out several other ships on the way down, and this would have exaggerated the situation. The novelization specifically mentions 10 fighters, 2 cruisers, and an ordnance vessel, but by far the most serious factor was simply the Executor's proximity to the Death Star. In any ordinary situation, the loss of an Executor's bridge would not alone be enough to disable or destroy the ship. The Executor and all Super Star Destroyers have several auxiliary stations, secondary crews, damage control crew members, and more. However, in this case, the Executor was so close to the Death Star that there just wasn't time to get everything in place, and again, that's explicitly mentioned by the junior novelization of Return of the Jedi, and that's a major tactical error made by Admiral Piet, and maybe that's why we get the Piet you fool quote in Star Wars Battlefront 2. Not only was the Executor so close to the Death Star that it was immediately under its gravitational pull, and I guess the loss of repulsors or whatever else caused by the bridge's destruction was enough to allow the Death Star's gravitational pull to take over, but the distance between the two ships was just so small that there simply was not enough time. So the loss of one of the Empire's greatest vessels was caused not only by great tactics on the part of Admiral Akbar and the Rebel fleet at the Battle of Endor, including some real bravery, but also by real Imperial stupidity. To be honest, there's no reason to have the Executor that close to the Death Star. Keep it, on the rear line, firing at the enemy fleet. You've already overwhelmed them with Star Destroyers. Use the Executor to maintain a perimeter or something.
We are looking at the 5 scariest droids in Star Wars Legends. And just for the record, when I say droids, I'm also including cyborgs in this list. I'm going to keep today's episode to Star Wars Legends content only, so although Mr. Bones is fairly scary, I'm not going to include him in this list. Alright, number 5 is the B3 Ultra Battle Droid. And as we'll see throughout this list, some droids are scary because they're just creepy, and others are scary because they'll kill you and there's nothing you can do to stop them. So the B3 is essentially an upgraded version of the Super Battle Droid. I mean, the Super Battle Droid is scary enough. It's not funny or silly like the regular Battle Droid. It can shoot rockets out of its arms. It's pretty deadly. The B3 was 4 meters tall. That's over 12 feet and over twice as high as just a regular Super Battle Droid. Also, along with blaster cannons on each of its arms, it also had a rocket launcher like the B2, a plasma cannon, and a flamethrower. Honestly, this thing is like a smaller version of the Iron Giant. It also had a density projector, which allowed it to drastically increase its weight, making it almost impossible to move. I mean, all in all, these things were extremely deadly and extremely hard to kill. And if you want to know just how deadly they are, look to the Star Wars Essential Encyclopedia. There it talks about the Battle of Iktoth, where Mace Windu and Syaz Tin were only able to defeat a B3 by working together, and individually they probably wouldn't have been able to win. And if you want to see that battle in whole, you can also read Volume 1 of the Star Wars Clone Wars Adventures comic book. Nonetheless, the fact that this thing is so huge, so massive, and so deadly puts the B3 Ultra Battle Droid at number 5. Number 4 is something that's rather than deadly, more creepy, and we're looking at the BT-16 Perimeter Droid. And funny enough, this is supposedly what the two stormtroopers on the first Death Star are referring to when they say, hey, have you seen that new BT-16? And the other one says, yeah, some of the other guys were telling me about it. They say it's quite a thing to see. And well, this thing would have been quite the thing to see. And actually, we do get a chance to see it at Jabba's palace. We see it walking in the background during one of the scenes. And just seeing these things walk around in the darkness is pretty creepy, but when you find their backstory out, it gets even creepier. You see that little jar that's hanging under the body of the spider? That supposedly houses the brain of monks which lived in Jabba's palace. The brains were removed from these Bomar monks after they had achieved enlightenment. Now, the brain is still alive while in that fluid, and the main job of the spider is pretty much to carry it around the palace, take it to the room of enlightenment where the brains would typically stay, and do whatever else is needed of it. I think in the future I'll do an entire video about the Bomar Order, these spider droids, and the brain. But I mean, for the purpose of this video, I think it's clear that it's really creepy. So for that reason, I'll call it the 4th scariest droid in the Star Wars universe. Alright, so number 3 goes away from creepy and back into the deadly category, and we're looking at the Dark Troopers. Dark Troopers were the Empire's attempt to create extremely advanced and efficient battle droids. And there are actually 4 classes or phases of Dark Trooper. Phase 0 was taking old clones and putting them into a cybernetic body. And then after Phase 0 came Phases 1 through 3, where the project focused less on cyborgs and more on pure droids. Each of these phases got larger and more deadlier. Phase 1 was pretty much just a skeleton with a shield and a sword. Phase 2 was the standard Dark Trooper. It had a stormtrooper-like body shell, along with a jetpack, cannons, and other weaponry. Phase 3, on the other hand, was envisioned to be the ultimate Dark Trooper. And although only a few of these were actually made, it would have been one of the ultimate droids in the universe. At almost 3 meters tall, the Phase 3 Dark Trooper used dozens of different weapons, including a rocket launcher which locked onto you based on your heartbeat. And it's kind of like there's nothing you can do to stop this thing, and it will follow you until it kills you. Interestingly, the Phase 3 could also be worn as an exoskeleton and was made out of almost impenetrable armor, and even things like lightsabers wouldn't be effective against it. Interestingly, the Dark Troopers also had their own quasi-super Star Destroyer called the Arkhammer, which was 10 kilometers long. All in all, the Rebel line should be very thankful to Kyle Katarn for not only destroying the Arkhammer, but for getting rid of most of the Dark Trooper prototypes. Because of their sheer size, weaponry, and indestructibility, made them the 3rd scariest droid in the Star Wars universe. Number 2 is IG-88, the ultimate assassin droid. Now, perhaps not as deadly as the Dark Trooper or even the Ultra Battle Droid, IG-88 was extremely ruthless, smart, and merciless. I mean, let's just look at his creation. IG-88 was intended to be very intelligent and totally sentient. After his creation and his activation, IG-88 immediately recognized that he was an assassin droid and killed all of the human creators in the room. At that point, the original IG-88 created 3 clones in his image, and the 4 of them designated themselves IG-88A through D. These 4 models became obsessed with killing, and well, they were well suited for it. IG-88's unique head allowed him to see in all directions at once. He also had blaster cannons built into his arms, was extremely strong, carried dozens of weapons, and had a very, very scary voice. I mean, just listen. And I mean, especially when compared with almost all of the other droids in the original trilogy, IG-88 seems almost like a completely different thing. But I mean, that's not even all of it. The droid also created a plan to take over all other droids in the Star Wars universe. And not only did he do that, but he also took over the 2nd Death Star, and before its destruction at Endor, he was able to control all of the station, including its super laser, by himself. So all in all, IG-88 is perhaps not the strongest droid on this list, but he is extremely deadly. Not only that, he seems to enjoy killing. And I mean, the galaxy should be very thankful that the Rebel Alliance was victorious at the Battle of Endor, because without them, all mechanical beings may have been in control by the 2nd scariest droid in the Star Wars universe, IG-88. Alright, so number 1 is a combination of terrifying and deadly. It's the Sith Alchemic Techno Beast. And these creatures are both extremely disturbing and interesting. They were created 1,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. A Sith Lord named Belaya Darzu created what was called a techno-virus seed. This seed was extremely tiny and was used to transform organic beings into these techno beasts, which were pretty much cyborgs. The technovirus seed would touch the scanner body of an organic creature and then start growing these metallic tumors. These tumors would basically latch on to the neurons of the infected person, eventually making its way to their brain. At that point, it would lobotomize the victim, taking over its body. The rest of the body would slowly be replaced by metal and would often grow in extremely bizarre ways. Many technobeasts would replace their arms with saws or knives, grow second heads or pincers. They'd basically all just turn into abominations. And what's even worse, a single technobeast could release a swarm which would transform hundreds of others into these monstrosities. And oh yes, this virus didn't just take over humans, but could be also used against larger creatures like rancors or banthas to create lumbering war machines. Although an individual technobeast probably wasn't that deadly unless he released his toxin, like zombies, a swarm of them could overwhelm even a skilled Jedi. And I mean, if you're infected with the virus, unless you're extremely strong with the Force, you're basically screwed. The way a technobeast transforms its victim is disturbing. That, combined with their deadliness, especially in numbers, makes them the #1 scariest droid in the Star Wars universe. Anyways guys, those were the 5 scariest droids, in my opinion, present in Star Wars Legends.
After heavy fighting both on planet and in atmosphere, the Confederacy of Independent Systems has successfully blockaded the planet Ryloth, starving out the planet's citizens and dominating remaining forces on the ground. After successfully defeating a Republic strike group, the CIS has sole control over the space around the planet. Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, supported by Republic Admiral Yularen and Ahsoka Tano, is tasked with breaking the blockade. Initially, this blockade consists of 1 Lucrehulk command ship and 2 munificent frigates. The Republic responds with a fairly light force of only 3 Venator-class cruisers and no support ships. Upon exiting hyperspace, the Republic launches a squadron of V-19 fighters, which are countered by the more numerous droid starfighters of the CIS. Still, losses are very light on the Republic side, and the initial plan is to have Ahsoka and the clones both clear out enemy starfighters and soften up the capital ships so the Republic cruisers can attack the blockade without major damage. While this is happening, the cruisers themselves are remaining outside of firing distance. As Ahsoka's starfighter squadron appears to break the Confederate lines, 4 more munificent frigates appear, reinforcing the blockade and launching more starfighters, which now not only overwhelm the V-19s, but also make bombing runs against the unprotected Republic cruisers. The 3 Venators are seriously damaged, 1 is lost, and Anakin's command ship, the Resolute, is nearly crippled after a droid starfighter hits its bridge. The Republic retreats, having lost a Star Destroyer and most of their fighters, while the CIS takes very little losses. Instead of giving chase, however, the Confederacy chooses to maintain the blockade and not push the attack. Now retreated, the Republic moves all personnel and starfighters to the Resolute, with Skywalker taking personal control over the damaged Defender, the 2nd Venator. He quickly jumps back to Ryloth and offers his surrender to the CIS. As the 2nd Republic ship re-enters the battle, Anakin jettisons from the Defender and sets it to crash with the Lucrehulk command ship. The tactic is successful, and the Separatists are now left with not only 1 less capital ship, but also significantly less droid starfighters and a lack of centralized command. Now singular battle droids are the highest ranking officers on the 6 remaining munificents. The 2nd ship, which is outgunned by 6 well-armed munificent frigates, utilizes the Marg Sable technique, rotating and using its heavily armored ventral side to soak up fire, while bombers are launched from the dorsal hangar bay. The munificent frigates, totally without fighter support, are absolutely eviscerated by Republic heavy Y-wings. The Separatist fleet is, for all intents and purposes, destroyed, Anakin is recovered, and the blockade is broken. Soon, Jedi-led reinforcements in Acclamator-class assault ships arrive, a great win for the forces and citizens of Ryloth. So, what went wrong here for the Confederacy? I think their first major mistake was not heavily pursuing Anakin's forces. We directly hear that the CIS knew that Anakin would return. By the end of the first attack on Ryloth, the Republic fleet is literally on the ropes. The Confederacy has absolute air superiority with their starfighters, and they heavily outgun even 3 healthy Venator cruisers. 2 heavily damaged warships would have been absolutely no problem. They basically give the Republic a chance to catch their breath while holding the blockade, which at this point has absolutely no purpose. What's more, Anakin Skywalker's flagship, the Resolute, is identified. So a loss here would have not only harmed the Republic war effort, but also killed one of their greatest heroes. Preventing retreat, I think, would have been fairly easy. The capital ships had no more shields. All the starfighters had to do was either target the engines or the prominent bridges, but instead they just back off and give the Republic time to retreat. What about the mistakes of the Republic, however? Well, this one is pretty obvious, and it has to do with the first attack. The Republic horribly managed their starfighters, sending out only 1 squadron of V-19s. First off, they knew they were facing a droid control ship, so they should have expected a high starfighter complement. We also see later on that they actually had many more starfighters on board. Why not send 1 group to attack the fleet, and leave a second group to screen against starfighters and protect the Venators? What's more, I get using V-19s in the initial attack. They're so fast, and the Republic kind of wanted to just punch through, but why not go for Y-Wings instead? They pack a lot more punch, and they're very sturdy. Ardif looked out the viewport. It's still not over yet, sir. But it was. And deep down, Pellaeon was sure Ardif knew it as well as he did. 1,000 systems left, out of an empire that had once spanned 1 million. 200 Star Destroyers remaining from a fleet that had once included over 25,000 of them. Spectre of the Past, Book 1 of the Thrawn duology, does a good job of setting up the dire straits of the Empire at about 19 years after the Battle of Yavin. The Empire has crumbled, and even the ultimate symbol of their power, their massive starfleet, has now dwindled to 1/100th of its former power. But how is that possible? How, in less than 2 decades, did the Empire manage to lose over 20,000 Star Destroyers? There's no one clear answer. Rather, it was a variety of factors which caused the Empire to lose the majority of their fleet. From mismanagement, a lack of a central leader after Palpatine, Imperial infighting, defections and ship captures, and of course major events like Operation Shadow Hand. I think it makes most sense to examine the losses chronologically. Let's start first with the Battle of Endor. And Endor, like with the destruction of the first Death Star, represented a serious loss of leadership for the Empire. Not only, of course, was the Emperor killed along with Lord Vader, but the second Death Star was destroyed, as was the Executor and a fairly large portion of Death Squadron. All of these assets would have had the best of the best within the Empire stationed on them, and thus this sort of brain drain would make the loss of ships even more common, just because the officers, whether commanding the ship or performing secondary duties, would have just been of, well, lesser quality. On several occasions, Pellaeon in the Thrawn trilogy and later remarks at the young age of those on the bridge of the various Star Destroyers, and later the Empire more heavily takes on women, and later even allows aliens into their rank. That being said, the loss of Palpatine himself was the much more serious issue. When it came to the Imperial throne, there was no line of succession. There was no one who could step into Palpatine's position and command the loyalty of the Imperial Starfleet. For example, after the Battle of Endor, the remaining Imperial ships first heeded the orders of the ranking officer due to deaths, Captain Pellaeon, but after the escape, they basically broke up and went their own separate ways. This basically represented how all Imperial Starfleets acted. While some did fall to the ruling council, which was perhaps the most legitimate successor, the majority of resources went elsewhere, whether the deep core, back to their home systems, or perhaps falling into the service of the now dozens of warlords which were beginning to claim power. The creation of warlords and mini-imperial states was incredibly important to the New Republic anyway, because although it meant that the New Republic did not have another head of state that they could quickly kill and weaken the Imperials further, it also meant that the thousands of fleets across the galaxy were no longer unified under a single leader. We had fleets which swore loyalty to the Deep Core warlords, or Artus Kane and the Pentastar Alignment, or Warlord Zinj. or dozens of others, as I said. But not only were they not attacking the New Republic in any sort of coordinated way, the warlords were also jostling against each other. Zinj, for example, would often encroach on the territory of both smaller and other large warlords. And the key is, many didn't see themselves as a second empire or a continuation of the empire, rather their own new thing. So their first primary goal wouldn't have been continuing the war against the New Republic, but rather establishing and protecting their own territory. So right away, ships would have been bled due to infighting, by being prey to larger New Republic fleets without the support of other Imperials, and just lost due to essentially falling into private hands and disappearing. Interestingly, this loss of ships is kind of similar to a strategy used by the Rebel Alliance. Even when Palpatine was alive, the Empire was heavily fractured, and the Alliance would sometimes attack on the edge of a territory belonging to a certain Moff, knowing that because high Imperial officials guarded their assets so closely, it was unlikely that a Moff in a neighboring sector would send out any ships for support. The post-Endor era was sort of like this, but magnified, because now there was a massive power vacuum and the Imperials were killing each other basically to try to gain that position. By 2 or 3 years after the Battle of Endor, the New Republic was making inroads to the Inner Rim and the Core, managing to attack smaller warlords, or even planets not formally under control of a warlord, but which had a small Imperial defense force occupying it. One good example of this would be Bakura, which the Alliance of Free Planets, as the New Republic was called at the time, managed to essentially free from the Empire. And one of Bakura's major problems was that no Imperial defense forces were nearby to aid them. What does this have to do with losing Star Destroyers though? Well, essentially the point is that even though the New Republic had only a few ships, it allowed them to be the dominant force in many of the battles that they engaged the Empire in. In the first few years, and especially before the Battle of Coruscant, they weren't really hitting up against any large Imperial forces. This was also a period of defection, and I think people really underestimate the amount of Star Destroyers and other ships that the Empire either lost or had captured. For example, the Hapan Navy managed to secure several dozen Imperial Star Destroyers in the years after the Battle of Endor, and they were a pretty small and certainly very isolationist faction. The New Republic's early years were focused on diplomacy, and many planets flocked to join their ranks. Many of these would have had ships belonging to the Empire, technically under their command, and one of the major things that Mon Mothma pushed for was what was called the Defense Declarations, which was an executive order basically denationalizing planetary security forces. And what that means is that if a planet like Corellia had a defense fleet, instead of that belonging to the Empire, it would actually be in control of Corellia. Here's what the Essential Guide to Warfare says about this pivotal decision. The Defense Declarations devolved control of planetary security forces nationalized by the Empire to their sectors. New Republic member sectors would be expected to support the military Starfleet, but would retain command of their local forces. Word of the Defense Declarations rippled through the galaxy. Sectors loyal to the Empire, or at least by powerful Moffs, dismissed the measure as illegal, but for others, it was the deciding factor that led them to break with the Empire or join the New Republic. And some sectors' loyalties proved sharply divided, leading to hundreds of battles between rival Imperial task forces that further diminished the Empire's ability to wage war. So yeah, not only did planets and their defense forces join the New Republic, that would have included some Star Destroyers, but it also caused further infighting. As the war progressed, another major issue for the Empire was the loss of their major shipyards. Fondor, for example, was seized very early, while other planets like Corellia and Kuat joined the New Republic. This meant that not only did the Empire lose its ability to make ships, something that the Thrawn trilogy really explores, but the New Republic was now heavily militarizing. Mon Calamari and the defense forces generally created several new ship designs, and cruisers were being pumped out. At this point, the New Republic would have been able to take on the Empire at a larger scale. The New Republic was not only capturing Star Destroyers at this point, but even dreadnoughts like the Lucentia and the later Guardian. A common tactic, as we'd see during the Battle of Endor, would be to overwhelm the enemy and then just require surrender, then taking the vessels. And this seemed to be so successful that even the New Republic's successor state, the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances, was still relying heavily on old Imperial-class Star Destroyers to make up much of their navy. One of the largest warlords at this time, and the largest for sure after the death of Zinj, was Grand Moff Ardis Kane of the Pentastar Alignment. Kane had a lot of resources at his disposal, including a Super Star Destroyer, but he was almost completely non-aggressive against the New Republic. So basically, he had a lot of ships tied up doing nothing as, and I quote, patient diplomacy and the defense declarations had divided the Imperial military, with many deciding that their loyalties lay with their home sectors, not the vacillating ruling council, as Moffs and admirals with Imperial ambitions of their own had begun battling over territory. Kane really kind of squandered an opportunity because he had the opportunity to attack Mon Calamari in force and was in position to do so after Endor, but instead he withdrew to essentially secure his holdings. And it wasn't until Thrawn that we see a real coordinated effort amongst various Imperial sub-factions. That being said, Thrawn didn't really pull from Imperial resources across the galaxy. He did take some from the Pentastar alignment, but most of his resources came from the remains of Death Squadron. He purposely left other Imperial fleets in defensive positions. Notably, however, Thrawn's death brought chaos across the galaxy, and the New Republic used that to take large swaths of territory, attacking, for example, Krenel and his hegemony. However, by this point, the Empire on a totality still held the balance of power in the galaxy. This would change with Operation Shadow Hand. There were two main factors that led to ship loss. First of all, ships began mysteriously leaving their posts and heading towards the deep core. New Republic intelligence thought that one of the warlords in that area had gained prominence, as even important planets were left undefended. Then, however, an invasion fleet led by 12 dreadnoughts and presumably a similarly massive support fleet took the core as the Empire united for the first time to flex its power. However, shortly after the Blitz, there was a massive Imperial mutiny, which shredded the Empire's fleets and killed many capable officers. It's very likely that thousands of ships, including the majority of the Empire's remaining dreadnoughts, were destroyed at this time. As the Essential Guide to Warfare says, the Empire would limp along under a succession of leaders after this point, but its dreams of reconquering the galaxy were dead. The New Republic would also use this point to claim territory that was under the control of the Empire, including even more shipyards. However, the Empire would have also lost massive resources during the destruction of Biss, which was blown up by the Empire's own galaxy gun. Here is where the scales tip. Even as the warlords unified at Toss Beacon, or rather they were killed, and a large portion of the Empire was unified by Dala, the New Republic now was more powerful than the Galactic Empire. Dala squandered Imperial command, losing perhaps dozens of Star Destroyers and one of the Empire's last Super Star Destroyers. Then command moved to Admiral Pelion, who completely changed Imperial doctrine, deciding to move out of the core and into the Outer Rim. He realized that the Empire was now not powerful enough to fight the New Republic directly, and instead went on the defensive. However, his Council of Moths argued for one last offensive, which led to the kind of disastrous Arinda campaign. Although the Empire did secure some victories, in the end they lost even more dreadnoughts and bled Star Destroyers. This essentially leads us to the position of the Empire in the Thrawn duology, a much smaller faction which now can't even make its own TIE fighters. The Empire would gain a bit more power as they made peace with the New Republic and took some more territory in the aftermath of the Yuuzhan Vong War and the later Second Galactic Civil War. However, they wouldn't truly gain power again until the Legacy era. Today, however, we will be talking about disturbances in the Force, and the most famous one of these is probably in Episode 4, as Obi-Wan Kenobi senses the deaths of billions on the planet Alderaan. However, that's far from the only example, and disturbances came from big to small, and I mean another much smaller example would be how Leia reacted upon the death of Han in Star Wars canon. When you watch A New Hope, you do get a sort of feeling of what Obi-Wan's going through, almost like a brief flash of extreme pain and sorrow that he's feeling from other people. However, the Star Wars Legends EU really dives into what experiencing a disturbance in the Force was like, and it is quite horrific. So probably the best example of this comes from iJedi. iJedi is unique because it's written from a first-person perspective, so we see the thoughts of Jedi in training Corran Horn. iJedi also takes place, for at least part of the book, concurrently with the Jedi Academy trilogy, so while the events of those three books are happening, we're getting Corran Horn's perspective wherever he is in the galaxy. One of the major plot threads of the trilogy is Kip Duron's theft of the Sun Crusher, an extremely powerful Imperial superweapon. Kip, who is under the influence of Exar Kun, goes to the Kurita system, which is home to a military base and presumably other populated planets, and destroys the star, causing it to go supernova, killing billions upon billions of people. Now you have to keep in mind that this happened nearly a decade after the Battle of Endor, as Luke was setting up his Jedi Praxium and was teaching his first class of students. So this is a time period where, for the first time since Order 66, Jedi were beginning to come together. So as the Kurita system is destroyed, we get the reaction of those in the class, and specifically from iJedi, the internal thoughts of Corran Horn. Now I will give you a warning, there are several parts of this next excerpt which are fairly graphic, especially for a Star Wars book, just in time for me to scream. Luke Skywalker had told us that at the moment of Alderaan's destruction, his master Obi-Wan Kenobi had said he felt a disturbance in the Force. Anyone who could label when I felt a disturbance could think of Hutts as cuddly. The hollow shock one feels when told of a close friend's sudden death slammed into me at light speed. My conscious mind searched in vain for an identity to match to that feeling, finding a way to contain it, but the hollowness opened into a bottomless void. Not only did I not know who had died, but I would never have a chance to know them, and this seemed to be the greatest tragedy possible. Flashes of faces, snippets of dreams, laughter aborted, and the sweet scent of a newborn's flesh undergoing a greasy transformation into roast meat all roared through me. Thousands upon thousands, millions upon millions. These images and impressions came in a whirlwind that screwed itself down into my belly. Hope melted into fear, wonder into terror, innocent into nothingness. Bright futures, all planned, proved the ultimate immortality when a fundamental truth in these lives proved wrong. I heard Streen scream that there were too many voices for him to handle before he slumped to the floor. I envied him. In the dozens of seconds I was awake, I watched a vast parade of dead flicker through my consciousness. A mother, acting on instinct, sheltered a child in the nanosecond before both of them were vaporized. Young lovers lying together in the afterglow of the moment, hoping what they felt would never end, got their wish as they were torn into their constituent atoms. Criminals, triumphant in some small success, were reduced to fearful pulling animals, their world evaporated. After this, Corran Horn basically blacks out and comes to as he's vomiting on top of the Jedi Temple. And this scene really shows us that it's not only a feeling of destruction and devastation that you get when you experience a disturbance in the Force, but for Jedi especially who practice conscientiousness and empathy, they feel the actual experiences of the people who are dying. I think especially for Corran Horn, who was newly training as a Jedi, and for many of the other students, they were assaulted with these images and they really lost themselves in the experience. And I think the best sentence here that really describes how he's feeling is the hollow shock one feels when told of a close friend's sudden death. So he's feeling that horror, and I guess you could even call it unreality, but times a billion. It's so bad that he passes out and gets sick just because of the pure mental and emotional onslaught. And the destruction of Kurita was so bad that even the Jedi twins, Jason and Jaina, despite still being infants, also could feel the disaster. But iJedi is far from the only book to cover this type of thing. Another example which sort of talks about the empathetic connection that Jedi have to others, especially upon death, is The New Rebellion. This is not really an obscure, but definitely a less popular Star Wars Bantam era book. The story gives us several great acts of terror. One of them is massive destruction like on Kurita, but there's also a bombing on the Senate which kills dozens of people. Luke experiences all of those personally, and afterwards, when he travels to the Senate, he can still feel the last thoughts of the people that were there. Not only just vague pain, but specific pain. What they were thinking about when they died, who they were trying to reach out to. So this greater connectivity comes with a price. And yeah, it's true, Obi-Wan does take the destruction of Alderaan pretty well, but we have to remember, this is not the first time that he's experienced a massive galaxy-wide distress like that. We saw Order 66 almost knock Yoda on his ass, he was so distressed. We didn't see what happened to Obi-Wan, but presumably it was pretty similar. When bad things happen in Star Wars, the Force Force reacts in different ways. The Force probably created Anakin because of the dark work that Sidious and his master were doing. Similarly, massive catastrophes like the one at Malachor 5 left a wound in the Force, and when very powerful Darksiders like Palpatine or even Darth Vader as discovered by Kip Duron died, there was always sort of a marker there, and we get some of that in the Thrawn trilogy where Leia passes out after going through the area where Palpatine died. And again, I keep using the word empathy, and this all ties into the fact that the galaxy in Star Wars is very connected. Living beings create the Force, and when something happens to one of us, it affects the Force, and when something happens to many of us, it affects it on an even greater scale. And I do like that. I think it's sort of a good message, and it definitely points to the Jedi ultimately being probably in the right, but I think there's a lot that also points to that. The Empire spent a lot of money on the Death Star, over 1 trillion credits if we're being specific. And hey, why not? It could have potentially not only ended the Rebel Alliance, but through sheer fear, solidified Imperial control on the galaxy for centuries to come. With this steep price, and of course the battle station's importance, one would assume that the station would be protected at all times. I mean, you don't want to take a risk with something so valuable. In both canon and legends, the Death Star was protected during its construction by an entire fleet of Star Destroyers, with roving TIE fighters continually checking for Rebel spies and maintaining an active perimeter around the station. Yet, we get to the Battle of Yavin, and not only does the Death Star not have any sort of escort fleet, but TIE fighters aren't even launched in response to the Rebel threat, and we all know how that ended. So why did the Emperor let his new baby die? Sure, maybe a Star Destroyer escort wouldn't have protected the station from the Rebel assault, but it couldn't have hurt, right? And this is even more true given the fact that the Empire knew the Alliance had a hold of the station's plans, and could have found a vulnerability, as explained by General Tagg.
Until this battle station is fully operational, we are vulnerable. The Rebel Alliance is too well equipped. They're more dangerous than you realize. If the rebels have obtained a complete technical readout of this station, it is possible, however unlikely, that they might find a weakness and exploit it.
I mean, tracking the rebels is important enough that Darth Vader himself is dispatched to do so. One would think that protecting the station is at least as important. Going back to the Clone Wars, we see something very similar with the Malevolence, an incredibly powerful separatist superweapon sent to attack Republic targets across the galaxy without so much as a single frigate accompanying it. And again, we also know how that turned out. I'm starting to see a bit of a pattern here. Anyway, back on topic. With the Death Star completed, we know not only that no fleets were sent to protect it, but in canon at least, some Star Destroyers like the Devastator, as we see in Lost Stars, were actively sent on other missions. Again, why? The new canon reference book, On the Front Lines, has a good analysis of the Battle of Yavin, which I think answers this question in a way that will satisfy both Legends and canon fans. If the Imperial loss could be traced to a single cause, it would be overconfidence. Grand Moff Tarkin had assumed that his Death Star did not require a naval escort. He launched no TIE fighters in the battle station's defense, and Vader had launched only a single squadron. And that's all it is. The Imperial leader, who we'd seen be extraordinarily cocky throughout the entire movie, continued to be overconfident.
There is a danger. Should I have your ship standing by?
Evacuate? In our moment of triumph? I think you overestimate their chances.
Tarkin had Titanic syndrome. He thought his state-of-the-art, galaxy-changing weapon was unsinkable, and the Empire, along with he himself, paid the price. However, if we're really being honest with ourselves, can we blame him? The book precedes that quote with the following: "By any honest accounting, the Rebel Alliance's chances were infinitesimal. Yet, those odds were decidedly in their favor. Rebel tacticians had projected that small starfighters would have greater rates of survival against the Death Star defenses than heavy capital ships. However, even with this sound analysis, their win was incredibly lucky.
In my experience, there's no such thing as luck.
Or at least the Force was with them. Tarkin most likely really liked the idea of the Death Star eliminating the Rebel threat and doing so without any sort of reinforcement. And there's no better way to get your new toy destroyed than by trying to show it off. Something similar happened with the Endurance, the first of the New Republic's Endurance-class fleet carriers. While participating in the Battle of Arinda, Admiral Aretta Bell only wanted to launch the ship's E-wings after the Resistance had been whittled down a little bit, so that the ship and her fighters would look great. However, once you know it, the Endurance is destroyed, and with it went down a whole hangar of unlaunched fighters. In another similarity, after the Battle of Arinda, the New Republic changed their strategy so that carriers launched their fighters immediately upon entering battle. The Empire, on the other hand, changed by no longer underestimating the Rebel Alliance. They took with them overwhelming firepower to every engagement. I mean, look at Death Squadron and the attack on Hoth. But we also have to ask, practically, would a support fleet have actually helped? And I think the obvious answer is it depends. Knowing the Empire, they most likely would have thrown a couple of Star Destroyers along with the Death Star and called it a day. I'll come back to that, but imagining they did just add Star Destroyers, would they have helped really? Nah. The Death Star was already created to be a capital ship killer. Not only did it have an incredibly impressive super laser, which in Legends we see destroy the rebel ship the Fortressa, but its surface was also dotted with thousands of turbo laser towers. There's no capital ship that can stand up to this station. So how could a Star Destroyer, primarily another capital ship fighter, have added that the Death Star didn't already have? Not much. And this comes back to the main problem. Arrogance. We know the Empire did not consider single snub fighters to be a threat to the station.
Well, the Empire doesn't consider a small one-man fighter to be any threat.
If they did, they would have thrown in some escort ships, some frigates, some corvettes, something. I mean, that's understandable from a point, I guess. They didn't know about the weak point in the station structure, but they did know the Alliance had plans and had been combing them over. And here's the real answer. The Death Star already had everything it needed to repel the Rebel threat. Sure, a Star Destroyer fleet could have, I guess, launched TIE fighters, but guess what? The Death Star already had thousands on board. At the Battle of Yavin, the Empire had all the assets it needed, but none of the leadership. On that note, I appreciate how the new canon recognizes this, and Palpatine actually promotes General Tagg, as he was one of the only Imperials to actually fully recognize the Alliance threat.
I thought it'd be a good time to do a basic overview of the difference between starfighters and speeders, of which the TIE Striker is one. Well, there's actually a bit of a caveat there. The TIE Striker is not a true speeder because it can operate in space, albeit not very effectively, where something like a Snow Speeder or like a New Republic V-Wing operates in atmosphere only. So, how were speeders used? What were the benefits? What were the drawbacks? Why did the Empire not employ TIE Strikers in the most recent episode of Andor? Getting back to the original question, well, let's start with the advantages. The main advantage of a speeder is that it usually has a singular role, operating in atmosphere. Something like an X-Wing or a TIE Fighter is primarily designed to work in space, and thus is not necessarily the most efficient in-atmosphere vessel. For example, the Y-Wing isn't the most aerodynamic ship. Of course, it can still fly through the use of repulsor lifts and other technology, but it won't be able to achieve the same top speeds as a comparable bomber designed for in-atmosphere flight. Having a speeder also gives you a lot more in terms of design leeway. Things like hyperdrives, astromechs, they're certainly not needed because, well, you won't be going to space, much less hyperspace. The vessel also doesn't need to be sealed in the same way. There's probably different rules around radiation shielding. Just imagine how different, say, a jet fighter in the real world is to something like a space shuttle. Obviously, the size and the purpose is different, but a space shuttle has a ton of built-in protection for the people on board because space is a harsh mistress. So with this design leeway and extra engineering room, you can make something like the TIE Striker. And let's talk about about that ship a bit because it's a good example of how a good in-atmospheric craft can actually excel in a given role. And again, just a reminder, the Striker could technically operate in space, it just wasn't designed for that purpose. Anyway, because of its aerodynamic design, the TIE Striker managed to be much faster in atmosphere than an ordinary TIE fighter. That made it perfect for defending Scarif on the surface. It also managed to sport 4 laser cannons, which is a lot, and a bomb chute, giving it a good degree of versatility. Another really good example of a purpose-built air fighter would be the V-Wing. No, not this one. No, not this one. This one. The V-Wing also comes with a different advantage. It's much cheaper and easier to manufacture than a starfighter. Remember how I talked about all those advanced components starfighters need to go through hyperspace or protect themselves from outer space? Well, the V-Wing doesn't need that, and it's still an incredibly competent fighter. It still did, however, excel in atmosphere, and the new Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels points out that the New Republic actually relied on airspeeders because they were so good at helping to defend planetary surfaces against Imperial bombing runs. The V-Wing was great because it had an extremely high flight ceiling, basically able to start intercepting fighters at the edge of outer space, while also through smart design and, of course, aerodynamics being very fast, especially with the use of its jet booster. The last paragraph on the V-Wing in the new Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels actually has a really nice description of how airspeeders like the V-Wing are best used. V-Wings are versatile and can be used for many different types of missions. They are excellent patrol craft and are often instructed to defend planetary installations from enemy starfighter attack. V-Wings prove especially devastating to slower and less maneuverable bombers. Because of their speed and their ability to remain hidden in an upper atmosphere, they are instrumental in surprise raids and ambushes. At the Battle of Mon Calamari, V-Wings ripped apart Imperial forces, destroying countless TIE D fighters, that's TIE droid fighters, and water-based amphibians. And yeah, where an X-Wing cost 150,000 credits, a V-Wing could come in at about 26,000. So we're talking literally 5 or 6 of these ships for the price of one X-Wing. You can definitely see their use case there. But those are the good things. I promised there would be downsides to airspeeders, and there certainly are. Let's talk about them. For one, airspeeders are, I think, more naturally situated to operate in defensive roles. I mean, the reason for this is obvious. They can't transport themselves. In fact, they can't even attack from a parked ship in orbit. Again, something like the Striker is an example of a counter to that. But with the V-Wing, for example, if you want to use them on an opponent's surface, you need to actually transport them down in specialized carriers. That's just extra logistics, where an X-Wing can move from defending a planet in atmosphere to traveling through hyperspace to leading an attack on an enemy installation without having to stop except maybe to refuel and rearm. V-Wings, for example, would not have been effective at protecting Yavin from the Death Star because they wouldn't have been able to get to it. However, even defensively, you can see how not being able to go into space does limit tactical options. You'll have a tough time responding to an enemy bombarding your planet from space. You can't engage enemy fighters on your terms. You have to wait until they enter the planetary atmosphere. You can, of course, control for this in various ways. That's why planets have big guns on the surface, and the V-Wings can do a great job at helping to protect that. But still, I think you can understand the weaknesses, and that's actually a good segue into my discussion of Andor Episode 6. Why didn't Aldhani use TIE Strikers? Well, it's not likely that they had any sort of space station providing extra defense. The TIEs on the ground would have been needed to ward off all sorts of threats, protect any ships coming into the planet's surface, maybe fight a battle in space, while also, of course, doing their ordinary duties on the surface. I think it would have made sense perhaps to have a couple of TIE Strikers in with the rest of the ships, but really, you're not going to get into a situation, I think, where you're going to be fighting anything advanced, so really a TIE fighter just makes more sense. There is also the fact that the TIE Striker was considered to be an experimental craft. It may not even have existed at this point. It seemed to be pretty new by the time of the Battle of Scarif. But guys, that's all I have for you today on TIE Strikers and other atmospheric craft, including, of course, things like the Snowspeeder, or everyone's favorite, the Cloud Car. If the Cloud Car is your favorite, please seek some sort of help. There are resources available to you.
For those of you who don't know what an Ugly is, it's basically a starfighter cobbled together from multiple different ships. It's very difficult to get a hold of a brand new starfighter in the Star Wars universe. You either have to be a government or some other faction large enough to produce their own fighters, or you have to steal them. Especially when the Empire was in power, it's not like you could, at least easily, just go to the starfighter store and buy a fully militarized X-Wing. This means that smaller factions specifically have to make use with what they have. Sometimes that means using old fighters that they've managed to recover, but sometimes it means using the parts that they've recovered from various battles, hobbling them together, and making a sort of Frankenstein fighter. These, as I mentioned earlier, are called uglies. Some uglies actually aren't that bad. When you use a fighter that is on its own fairly decent and just make some small modifications to it, you're not going to have something that's as effective as a stock fighter, but you'll probably have a decent fighting machine. For example, the X-Scepter, which you can see sort of in the background of this image, is a combination of the X-Wing and the TIE Interceptor. It replaces the S-foils of the X-Wings with the wings of the TIE Interceptor, so it still has the basic components of the X-Wing and also the decent firepower of the TIE Interceptor. I'd still probably take a stock X-Wing, but that ugly is certainly serviceable. All in all, the key to a good ugly, and good is in quotation marks because again, the best ugly is still far below a military grade starfighter, is that you want to use the best components of your composite ships. However, when you're really desperate, sometimes you scrape the bottom of the barrel, and you make abominations and terrible starfighters like the one we're looking at today. The TIE Fighter and the Y-Wing are both purpose-built starfighters which excel because they are very good at doing specific things. The TIE Fighter is very fast, very maneuverable, and can deliver a decent amount of firepower quickly. However, with that in mind, the ship greatly lacks shields and is very brittle. On the other hand, the Y-Wing is a very durable but also very slow bomber. It can inflict massive damage, it has very powerful shields, but it's not great at doing any sort of maneuvers or avoiding enemy fighters. There is actually one way to combine parts of these ships to make a decent starfighter. You take the wings of the TIE Fighter and the body of the Y-Wing, and you have a decent, high-tolerance bomber. However, if you don't have those parts, you get to make the worst starfighter in the galaxy, the TIE Wing. The TIE Wing, or as it's known by others, the TIE Y, or what I personally call the Y-Wing, is just a terrible starfighter. It emphasizes the worst parts of both the TIE Fighter and the Y-Wing. Because the ugly is built around the body of a TIE Fighter, it is unshielded and very brittle. The ship also uses the engines of a Y-Wing, which makes the ugly comparatively slower, less maneuverable, and just generally a lot less effective than a standard TIE Fighter. So basically that gives you a TIE Fighter without its speed and a Y-Wing without its armament or protections. The TIE Wings see most of their action in the Rogue Squadron comic books. In issues 27 and 28, Rogue Squadron faces off against a group of uglies. At one point, Hobby has 3 on his tail and asks for help from the rest of the group. Jansen responds that if you can't shake a T-Fighter, then you deserve to get vaporized. I think that line basically well represents the capabilities of the worst starfighter in the galaxy. You'd never scoff at being chased by 3 TIE Fighters, but even 4 or 5 of these uglies are no match for a single X-Wing starfighter. Don't get me wrong, it's better than nothing, and of course, any ship with a good pilot can do some damage as long as it's mechanically stable, but I would never choose to fly these things if I were a pilot in the Star Wars galaxy, and in my mind, these are the worst starfighters ever present in Star Wars Legends.
What if Mace Windu had defeated Palpatine during Revenge of the Sith in their one and only duel? What would have happened to the Republic, to the Jedi, and more? Everything up until the point of the duel will be the exact same. The main change will be that Anakin will not be present to save Palpatine at the last moment. And before you jump in and say, well, Palpatine was just putting on a show for Anakin, he wasn't actually too weak. Maybe that's true, but given the fact that we're working off a theory of Windu winning, I don't think it really matters. So we'll look at what would have happened to the Jedi, to the Republic, and more, and I will do some theorizing, almost like some fan fiction. However, the interesting part about this video is I'm going to be tying basically everything I predict to actual lore and actual text within Revenge of the Sith, its novel, and other expanded universe sources. So I want to give a lot of background to as I talk, but I'll also paint a bigger picture of what the state of the universe will look like at the end of everything. Alright, so Palpatine is killed, Mace Windu is standing standing in the window with the Chancellor's body in front of him. What's his next move? Well, the really interesting thing is that despite Palpatine being dead, Mace Windu and the rest of the Jedi will still be facing the enormity of his plans. Palpatine's genius was the way he manipulated half-truths and gaslit, and basically twisted the narrative to his own desire. One of Palpatine's greatest accomplishments during the Clone Wars was the way he changed attitudes towards the Jedi, both within the Senate and among his close friends, but also across the Republic. Palpatine in the late days of the Republic had been painting the Jedi as power-hungry and looking to take control over the Republic, and his lies were effective because there was a kernel of truth within them that he manipulated in his own ways. And this is important. I need to explain this for the theorizing, so I really want you guys to understand. The crazy thing is, the Jedi were considering a coup against the Republic. They were considering taking control of basically everything. That fact alone will work against them because it plays right into Palpatine's plans. What am I talking about? Well, we get this scene in the movie, but it's greatly expanded in the novelization. After Palpatine is asserting more direct control over the Jedi Council through the appointment of Anakin as a permanent member and more, the Jedi think they're about to take a fatal blow, as is the Republic. Not by Palpatine himself, but by a Sith Lord that they believe may be within Palpatine's inner circle and is manipulating the goings-on of the entire Clone Wars. We know what the Jedi Council's moves would have been if Palpatine or anyone else moved against them. And here's a quote. Palpatine may be about to do what the Separatists cannot, bring down the Republic. If he tries, he must be removed from office. In a later conversation, the Jedi Council together recognizes that removing Palpatine will not be the first step. Yoda himself says that the Jedi will essentially need to cleanse the Senate, and this is incredibly shocking. This is the line from Revenge of the Sith, the novelization. Controlled they must be, until replace the corrupted senators can be, with senators honest, and at that point the quote is cut off by Mace Windu, who basically is just wondering how the Republic has fallen to this point. The point is that the Jedi are disturbed by the fact that Palpatine's reign could have even gotten to this point, that it was legitimized and legalized. I think they'll be even more disturbed if it turns out that Palpatine was a Sith Lord and that they'll immediately move against the Senate and the Supreme Court. The problem, as I said, is that this plays exactly into Palpatine's plans. He'd been pointing out that the Jedi were looking for more and more power, and now they're set to take basically total dictatorship within the Republic. So a lot of people will immediately be against that idea, and the Jedi will certainly have their work cut out for them, but I do believe that that will be their plan. Making things more difficult for the Jedi is the fact that most of the galaxy doesn't really understand the Sith. This is something else we get from the novelization. To a lot of people, if not the vast majority of people within the galaxy, if they know of the Sith at all, they would basically just understand them as another type of religion. They don't realize that the Jedi and the Sith are both sort of representatives of the light side and the dark side, and thus good and evil. They basically see them as another group of monks operating within the galaxy, and definitely a bit of a boogeyman given the fact that the Sith have been gone for 1,000 years. So saying that Palpatine was a Sith Lord is something that will go over the heads of a lot of people within the Republic, and then a lot of people will also just not care. So what if he's a Sith? He's allowed to practice whatever religion he wants. That's something that's touched on in the novelization. Being a Sith isn't strictly illegal under Republic law, so whatever. Palpatine was also extraordinarily well-liked, probably the most well-liked man in the entire galaxy. People are crying in their homes as he's captured during the Battle of Coruscant. He's seen as the one man sacrificing it all to hold the Republic together. So these Jedi which sit in their ivory towers come and assassinate him for believing something else. Well, that's not really a good look, especially where there is no evidence of him doing anything beyond that. What evidence does exist? Well, a doctored tape from Palpatine's office, one that becomes even more effective if Palpatine is killed. You can read the entire tape within the novelization, but basically, before turning the tape off, Palpatine is collecting evidence for the Senate and is really manipulating Mace Windu at this point. He frames it as being arrested on a bogus charge, May says, "We're not here to argue with me." Palpatine says, "No, you're here to imprison me without trial, without even the pretense of legality. The Jedi are taking over the Republic." May says, "Come with us now." Palpatine says, "I shall do no such thing. If you intend to murder me, you can do so here. How could I possibly resist? This is murder, you Jedi traitors. How could I be any threat to you?" He's saying that, by the way, as he's murdering the other Jedi. He's basically turning the recorder on and off, and I think this entire plan is actually far more successful if he's killed in battle. Because Palpatine surviving was always one thing that was a bit iffy, like how does this man survive an intended Jedi assassination? But with just Mace Windu around, who is arguably on the low end of the likability scale for Jedi, then you can paint this 100 different ways. It's far more likely, for example, that Mace Windu kills the other two Jedi and Palpatine as a sort of cover-up than some feeble old man almost surviving a Jedi assassination. So with all of that context, what I think that happens is that the Jedi defeat Palpatine, they attempt to assert control over the Senate and the Supreme Court and other institutions of democracy, and ultimately, I think that they are unsuccessful. Yoda recognizes that the public has already lost faith in the Jedi. Mace Windu, being the one to emerge from Palpatine's office, has a really bad look. I mean, we know how Mace Windu is. The Jedi have been set up perfectly to look like they're trying to effect a coup, and although the Jedi are powerful, they've been weakened by the Clone Wars, and there are trillions upon trillions upon trillions of beings within the galaxy. Now, I don't think the Jedi will be wiped out in the way that they were during Order 66. There will be no instantaneous switch across the galaxy, which changes the control of clone troopers, but I do think eventually resistance to the Jedi will become too much, whether that's armed or within whatever remains of the Senate, and the Jedi will become enemies of the Republic as they were under Palpatine. And again, that's the genius of Palpatine's plan. He manipulated everything so well and painted the Jedi as traitors before he even stood on that Senate podium that it's basically a win for him no matter what. I actually think Anakin would be an interesting character if he's still alive in this scenario. I don't know where he would come down though. He may support the Jedi because in this situation, I think Padme probably lives, but he may also go mad with grief and sort of serve as a figurehead for the anti-Jedi establishment movement. Either way, I think the Jedi is expelled from Coruscant, they're expelled from the Republic as a whole, and are forced to reestablish themselves somewhere else. I think the Republic in this situation may actually be able to recover. I don't think there will be a figurehead necessarily to charismatically affect their transformation into an empire. There will be people looking for power, for sure, but I think the Republic continues to survive, and this is one of their worst scandals, but not a fatal one. At this point, Dooku and Grievous are also dead. The CIS is losing the Clone Wars, so I do think the Republic wins. My biggest question is, what happens to the Jedi down the line? Interestingly, this will still be a fairly bad loss for the Jedi because they will completely have lost public trust, but I do think with more Masters still alive, that they will be able to sort of gain back the galaxy's love through acts of good and standing up against evil. Although without some big evil figurehead they can top like the Emperor, it may take them longer to get back in the Republic's good graces. I don't think they'd be hunted down to extinction though, unless Anakin really ends up going crazy because Padme still dies, but I don't think that's very likely.
To defeat an enemy, you must know them. Not simply their battle tactics, but their history, philosophy, art.
Thrawn's right. One must know an enemy they hope to defeat. So let's first examine Thrawn's strengths as well as his notable losses. Let's get the strengths out of the way. And Thrawn's most impressive asset is his ability to almost tell the future, to analyze events and predict how his enemies and allies will react. A great example of this was when he neutralized the New Republic's feint at the Battle of Bilbringi. He was the only Imperial who wasn't fooled by the New Republic's fake attack on Tangreen. Thrawn's foresight is so extreme that it causes his enemies to second guess both every action that they take and everything the Empire does. Under Thrawn, every Imperial move seems infallible, and every action is assumed to have a purpose behind it. Related is his understanding of his enemies. Thrawn has an incredible memory and absolutely insane pattern recognition ability. In almost every engagement, Thrawn's first move is to identify his opponent. He will then recall past or determine likely strategies and respond effectively. While this does seem sort of obvious and even easy, Thrawn is able to identify his enemy's likely moves based on somewhat strange factors, like a pervasive culture amongst a species, the personal attributes of a commander, or how an enemy perceives his strength. Often his predictions and his understanding is so far-fetched that his contemporaries or underlings will question his hunches. However, Thrawn is at his best and almost unbeatable when he's able to know his enemy and develop a strategy. This skill is useful for both developing tactics after encountering an enemy in battle or for creating the strategy for a grand war campaign. One of Thrawn's most underappreciated strengths is his creative use of technology and resources. Thrawn makes the absolute best use of everything available to him. During his campaign against the New Republic, he brought the government to its knees with only a very small percentage of the Imperial fleet, less than 50 Star Destroyers in total. We see he uses the ships he does have very well, while also gaining an advantage through the creative use of technology or circumstance. For example, Thrawn found the lost Katana fleet and crewed it through the novel use of Sparti clones and the force bubbles created by the Ysalamari. He then used Jorah Sabayoth's battle meditation to not only make his forces more effective, but also to coordinate simultaneous attacks across systems and generally confuse his opponents. He used interdiction Star Destroyers heavily, not only to stop enemies from retreat or to pull them out of hyperspace, but also through novel strategies like the Thrawn Pincer. The point is that having a numbers advantage against Mithra Nirodo is certainly not enough to guarantee victory, and it's this creativity, along with his incredible foresight and his ability to know his enemy, that makes him so dangerous. However, as I mentioned earlier, Thrawn is not infallible, and what's more, I believe that when looking at his failures, we can spot a common thread. At Bilbringi, Thrawn's forces are surprised by the Smugglers' Alliance, which gives the New Republic fleet a chance to strike back. Thrawn also misunderstands the Noghri and ends up being assassinated by his bodyguard Rook. This was in part due to not understanding Noghri culture and not tracking closely enough Princess Leia. At the Battle of Sluis Von, Thrawn is defeated after Lando uses a device to disable his stolen mole miners. I think the clear trend that we see here is that while Thrawn clearly understands his enemies and spends a lot of time analyzing his enemies, he's less skilled at anticipating attacks or even just the actions of third parties. He really should have anticipated the actions of the Smugglers' Alliance given his brilliance because of his interactions with Talon Karrde. Also, given the degree to which he utilized and repressed the Noghri and his ability to understand culture, he never should have allowed himself to be assassinated. And really, it's the same at Sluis Von. Thrawn anticipated the actions of the New Republic, he put his plan into motion, but didn't think about how Lando Calrissian himself would impact his plans. So when facing Thrawn, I think it's a good idea to make use of mercenaries, spec op groups, or just forces that he's not aware of. Again, his best asset is his ability to prepare and foresee events. So by withholding information, you have your best chance at defeating him. Now, it still won't be easy because Thrawn can adapt quite quickly, but in my mind, this is one of the cracks in his armor. Another weakness I think would be the general incompetence, or I guess more accurately lack of perfection, of those around him. Even Captain Pellaeon was nowhere near Thrawn's tactical genius. We see, for example, Luke Skywalker manages to escape a tractor beam trap because of the incompetence of one of Thrawn's bridge officers. Now, admittedly, the man was executed immediately after Luke's escape, so the incompetence didn't last for very long. But the fact of the matter is, due to his position as a Grand Admiral, no matter how skilled Thrawn is, by necessity, he relies on tens if not hundreds of thousands of people to help him complete his plans. So to summarize, Thrawn probably understands what you're doing with your forces even better than you are. At least your traditional military forces. I still think best practices would be to use some third party. During the Thrawn campaign, the New Republic should have actually paid off the Smugglers' Alliance to help at Bilbringi, because had the group decided not to, the New Republic very well may have lost the final battle. Also take advantage of the fact that, well, he may not be human himself, those around him are.
Both of these ships were found at the Rebel battle at Scarif and played similar roles. A CR-90 named the Tantive 4 was the first ship ever seen in a Star Wars movie, while Hammerhead corvettes have been featured in Star Wars Rebels and Rogue One and were based off a cruiser design from Knights of the Old Republic in the Old Republic era. So we're going to be taking these two ships and comparing them in 3 different categories: firepower, defensive systems, and fighter complement, although neither of these ships actually carry fighters typically, so we're going to ignore the third one. However, we're looking at this matchup overall, when we'll also be considering intangibles to try to figure out which ship is holistically the best. The rules are simple. This is a one-on-one matchup and we're focusing on the ships, so the pilots are presumed to be of equal skill. Also, usually we take these ships as they ordinarily existed without any upgrades. However, there are several versions of the Hammerhead, so we'll take the one featured at the Battle of Scarif. Let's start with weaponry, and this is one of the areas where the differences between various Hammerhead classes becomes apparent. The Hammerhead, as featured in Star Wars Rebels, is very lightly armored. It has only 3 laser cannons. Although it's not immediately obvious, the Hammerheads in Rogue One are upgraded. Attached to the sides of the ship are 2 modules, each of which have laser cannons on the top and the bottom for 4 extra weapons in total. So, is this combat version of the Hammerhead now well armed? No, it's not. Laser cannons are not very effective for fighting against larger ships. Think of, for example, the guns on the Millennium Falcon. Those are quad laser turrets. Those are great against starfighters, but not against larger enemies like capital ships. Those are also quad laser cannons, and upgraded ones at that. The ones on the Rogue One Hammerhead are only double laser cannons, and some of them appear to be quite small. The Hammerhead is not well designed for combat. It's got very few flat surfaces where turrets can be placed. Also, the front Hammerhead portion of the ship blocks the field of view for some of its turrets, decreasing its effectiveness in certain areas. We see, for example, if the first ridge on the ship were extended, it could probably add a turbo laser or some sort of extra large weapon. However, that would probably take away from the speed of the ship, limiting its effectiveness in other ways. The Alliance likely took these Hammerheads to Scarif to help protect their larger ships from fighters. Corvettes are often meant to serve in an escort role, and the anti-starfighter weaponry on the Hammerhead make it effective in a very specialized way. Interestingly, the CR-90 is built in an opposite way, and instead of having laser cannons such that it would be specialized against fighters, it has large turbo lasers. The CR-90 has a dorsal and a ventral double turbo laser, as well as 4 single turbo lasers on each side of the ship. The main cannons appear to be quite heavy, and even the secondary ones look like they can pack a punch. The ship is well laid out for standard combat and can hit most targets ahead of it with both of its main cannons and at least 2 of its single cannons. However, due to the size of the engines, there was a blind spot in the back which could be exploited by a smart foe. Although the Hammerhead does have more weapons than the CR-90, with 7 against 6, it is much less well prepared for capital ship engagements. And the CR-90's turbo lasers, and in particular its quad turbo laser, are much more effective for fighting against large ships. Just to put it simply, the CR-90 packs much more of a punch, so I'm going to give this category to the Rebel Blockade Runner. Let's now talk about defense, and the first thing I wanted to do when evaluating these 2 ships in this category was look at the size difference. However, unfortunately, the Hammerhead does not yet have an official size. However, there is a nice scene near the end of the Battle of Scarif where you can clearly see the 2 ships next to each other. The Hammerhead is a little bit longer and a little bit bulkier than the Rebel Blockade Runner. While size and bulkiness often indicate durability, they're certainly not determinative, especially in the Star Wars universe where ships often use shielding technologies. So let's look at the feats of the 2 ships. The Hammerhead obviously rammed a Star Destroyer, and not from close up, it didn't just nudge it and push it, it actually hit it at full speed. What's even more impressive is that the Lightmaker, which was the name of the Hammerhead which did this maneuver, was already badly damaged by the time it rammed the Star Destroyer. And it hit it, bounced off, and kept going. This, to me, is really impressive. But I don't really want to sleep on the Blockade Runner either. The Tantive 4 took at least a dozen shots from the Star Destroyer at the beginning of A New Hope before its shields failed and it was disabled. This is impressive, and while the Empire was likely trying to disable the ship rather than destroy it, it still tells me that its shields were pretty impressive. Still, it doesn't quite stand up to what the Lightmaker does, ramming another capital ship. Very impressive, and I have to give this category to the Hammerhead. Now is what I would normally do fighters. All I want to say here is that while the CR-90 could be outfitted to carry 2 A-Wings or another fighter on its side, it didn't typically do so I'm not going to consider any here. Alright, so let's now look at intangibles, and there's really only one that I want to mention here, and that's the speed of the Hammerhead. As I mentioned, the Hammerheads we're considering in this video were upgraded for the Battle of Scarif. The first thing done was the adding of the weapons modules, which I already mentioned, but the Rebel Alliance also added on a 4th engine and moved the position of the secondary gun. Going back to my theory that the Hammerheads were meant to screen against fighters and protect large capital ships, this makes a lot of sense. You want a ship that is nimble, agile, and able to keep up with other fighters. And we see that these engines are exceptionally powerful. I mean, the Hammerhead literally pushes a Star Destroyer into another one and through a shield gate. So these things are putting out a lot of energy and probably move the relatively small ship very quickly. I mean, I don't want to discount the CR-90 either. Its name is a blockade runner, it's got very large engines, it's pretty clearly fast. However, even briefly outrunning the Star Destroyer at the beginning of A New Hope is not as impressive as what the Hammerhead does in Rogue One. That, especially when combined with the Hammerhead's specialized, in my opinion, anti-fighter role, tell me that it must be a faster ship. Let's take that knowledge and go now into the actual matchup. We have first the Hammerhead, a ship that looks very bulky, almost like a transport ship with some rockets and anti-starfighter weapons attached to it, going against the smaller but kind of more agile looking and more heavily armed CR-90 Corvette. So the question is this: which ship wins? I'm going to keep this one short because in my mind, the Hammerhead is totally inappropriate for this kind of one-on-one large ship engagement. Let's be clear, both of these ships are Corvettes. However, one of them is clearly meant to screen against fighters, that's of course the Hammerhead with its laser cannons, while one is meant to directly attack larger ships. That of course is the CR-90 with its turbo lasers. Only one of these ships is operating in its specialized position. That's the CR-90, and its turbo lasers just give it too big of an advantage here. And those double turbo lasers especially are just too powerful for the Hammerhead to deal with, high durability or not. The Hammerhead is going to have serious difficulties injuring the CR-90. Its lasers are, well, fast, quite weak, and will not be able to successfully penetrate the ship's shields. I will admit I have assumed that the extra weapons added to the Hammerhead during the Battle of Scarif are laser cannons and not turbo lasers, but I think that only makes sense. I find it hard to believe that the ship would have the energy capacity to support not only 4 extra turbo lasers, but also an extra engine when it wasn't designed to house those things. Also, turbo lasers are usually quite large and distinctive, while these turrets are quite small. I mean, I literally had to pause Rogue One to make sure that it did in fact have turrets on the top of it. Even so, the double turbo lasers on the CR-90 are just much heavier and, like, look at the size of them, than anything on the Hammerhead. Finally, I don't think the extra speed of the Hammerhead will give it an advantage either. The CR-90 does have a weak spot right behind the ship, but both of these ships are speedy Corvettes, so the little bit of extra speed by the Hammerhead is not going to be a big enough of a game changer to really change the outcome, which is that I award this matchup to the CR-90. Its heavy weapons are just too much for the Hammerhead. I think the Alliance Blockade Runner wins 9.5 times out of 10. Truly, I believe the only chance that the Hammerhead has is if it can ram the other ship, but space is big and both of these ships are very fast, so it will somehow have to disable it first, and it just doesn't have the weapons to do so.
Grey Jedi. Oh boy, this is a controversial topic in the Star Wars fandom, and I've been seeing it almost every day lately because I'm addicted to Twitter, and it's embarrassing. No, but for real, I actually saw this most recently today when someone tweeted, "Grey Jedi are not a thing. It was invented by people who don't understand the Force to make themselves still feel like a hero despite having graphic violence fetishes." That's pretty strong language. What are Grey Jedi? Are they actually complete nonsense? Well, let's talk about that. And the post the user was retweeting is one I've seen a ton. It's a little bit crude, but it has the Grey Jedi code sort of as a mixture between the Sith and Jedi code, and that's what a lot of people assume and state that Grey Jedi are. Sort of a well-meaning Jedi-like hero who will tap in and throw Force lightnings occasionally. And practically a lot of this comes from video games, the Jedi Knight series, KOTOR, Force Unleashed. These are all games that
allow you to be a good character if you want while still using any Force power, because it's more fun that way. And the real argument against Grey Jedi is that these gameplay elements have simply been conflated to the actual lore and philosophy of the universe. If we examine the truth of that, it's not quite so cut and dry, and to be fair, Grey Jedi would have been a controversial thing in universe, because one of the great philosophical discussions among the Jedi especially is what makes something bad. Is Force lightning bad just inherently, or does it depend on the intention of the user? I'll get to my thoughts on this in a moment, but let's continue to explore this topic because it's really key to the Grey Jedi discussion. And you'll be familiar with it if you've read The New Jedi Order, Legacy of the Force, and certainly many other stories in the old Star Wars EU. The novel Plagueis, for example, mentions the Potentium theory, and I'll read that passage verbatim. No doubt the texts I've provided contain references to the so-called Potentium theory, that light and dark depend on the intention of the user. This is yet another perversion of the truth perpetrated by those who would keep us shackled to the Force. The power of water and the power of fire are entirely different. Glaciers and volcanoes both have the potential to transform landscapes, but one does so by burying what lies beneath, where the other spews forth new terrain. The Sith are not placid stars, but singularities. Rather than burn with muted purpose, we warp space and time to twist the galaxy to our own designs. The Potentium first appears in the Unifying Force, and it's described as an order of would-be Jedi who professed a belief in a force not divisible into light or dark. The New Jedi Order also gives us the character of Vergir, who talks a lot about the true nature of the Force. She says light and dark are no more than nomenclature, words that describe how little we understand. What you call the dark side is the raw, unrestrained Force itself. You call the dark side what you find when you give yourself over wholly to the Force. To be a Jedi is to control your passion, but Jedi control limits your power. Greatness, true greatness of any kind, requires the surrender of control. Passion that is guided, not walled away. Leave your limits behind. So there, Vergir is advocating not for integrating Jedi teachings with the use of the dark side, but something different. Vergir's comments are connected to what's known as the Unifying Force. Vergir said that the Jedi had a shameful secret, and that secret was that there is no dark side. The Force is one, and since there is no separate sides, the Force can't take sides. Our notions of light and dark only reflect how little we know about the true nature of the Force. What we choose to call the dark side is simply the raw, unrestrained Force itself. The argument is that by not incorporating this raw power of the Force into a Jedi's awareness, that they fail to tap into the Unifying Force. Vergir is obviously a proponent of these teachings, as does Jason become somewhat, but it obviously flies in the face of what Luke learns from Obi-Wan and Yoda especially.
Once you start down the dark path, forever will it dominate your destiny.
And that's the other side of the argument. Yoda makes it very clear how he sees the Force, how even dipping your finger into the dark side starts a very terrible chain of events that always ends in the same way. So there's really two questions. One would be, well, who's right? The second would be, given what we've said, are there and should there be true Grey Jedi in universe? Well, I think most of the evidence is that Yoda was probably a lot closer than Vergir when it comes to what's the more accurate view of the Force in the universe, and later works actually retcon Vergir into actually being a Sith Lord. A lot of people don't like those retcons, I'm included in that, but I think the consistent story Star Wars tells us is that even those with good intentions who do bad things end up becoming evil. That's the story of Anakin Skywalker. It's also the story of Jason. Now, to be true, their journey to the dark side was more than just the occasional tapping into dark side powers, but it was still based on those fundamental emotions that fuel the dark side, especially that of fear in both men's cases. Arguably, that's the entire lesson from Return of the Jedi and the most important lesson in all of Star Wars. And it's also true that Palpatine seduces Anakin specifically with the promise that understanding both the dark and the light is the key to achieving true power. Given that fear, anger, hate, passion are the cornerstones of the dark side and are required to wield these dark side powers, it seems obvious that Yoda was probably right. As you use these powers in turn use you. Are there counterexamples? I mean, we do know that lots of good guy characters occasionally use dark side powers. I referred earlier to video game characters like Kyle Katarn, but we also see similar things from Jaina Solo. When it comes to organized groups, I think the best example is probably the Jensari, who tried to integrate Sith and Jedi teachings. Now, I don't like the Jensari, and you can argue that they are a deviation of what George Lucas envisioned the Force to be. However, if you're a supporter of Grey Jedi, they're probably your best example. Unless you look at another definition of the word. Grey Jedi can be argued to mean those who operate outside of the traditional auspices of the Jedi, but still are forces of good. Jolee Bindo from KOTOR 2 is often considered a Grey Jedi by this definition. We also have, most famously I think, Qui-Gon Jinn, who, while still within the Jedi Order, often directly flaunted the regulations of the Jedi and the Jedi Council itself. Bindo's a bit closer to what that meme image called a Grey Jedi, because he did allow himself to be run by his emotions a little bit more, but I still don't think it's quite the same as the Jedi who wields Force lightning, like many proponents of the Grey Jedi would suggest. So that's my feeling on the topic. Did Grey Jedi really exist in Star Wars Legends? I mean, sort of. I personally don't consider them a part of my headcanon. They don't really work very well in the universe as I see it, but I also really want to push back against the idea that people who like Grey Jedi are those who have a violence fetish. That's a little bit silly. I think it's okay to like Star Wars because it's a cool universe, and if you want to be a guy who fights for good but also uses Force lightning, or you want to imagine a character like that, I think that's okay. I also gotta say, I think a lot of the pushback against the tweet is really silly and just misguided. You're not better for liking Star Wars for some philosophical reason than people who like it because it's a cool action movie / video game franchise.
There's no ignoring the similarities between ships which are thousands of years old and the Imperial Navy, which even itself still used the Invincible class Dreadnought, which was over 3,000 years old. In other words, despite some improvements, something has happened. The Essential Atlas, I think, states it well. Technology has advanced at a steady, albeit slow pace over the eons, with dramatic periods of rapid technological progress, almost always forced by conflict, and that last part is very important. But before I get to the lack of wars in Star Wars, let's go back to the very beginning, and in doing so, I will make some assumptions. So, we know various civilizations independently, and I say that with air quotes, developed both blaster and hyperdrive technology. However, we also know that before these civilizations emerged, species like the Rakata had advanced tech of their own. Now, this is somewhat substantiated, but it's my opinion that hyperdrive technology, and really the foundations for basic science, were mostly developed across the galaxy from discarded, reverse-engineered Rakatan technology, which is why we see a real lack of divergent science, despite the fact that Rakatan contemporaries like the Qua had, for example, different methods of FTL travel. Their technology was developed on their own. However, because it was lost, Rakatan technology was really what influenced the emerging civilizations. And I think this is true for even isolationist species like the Hapans or the Chiss, because they were building their tech, again, off the same foundation. I attribute this not only to the prevalence of the ancient Rakatans, but also the fact that the Republic was the singular greatest force on the distribution of civilizations in the entire galaxy. The Republic not only explored the galaxy, but also met and traded with civilizations, which were almost always less advanced. So they're sharing this technological base by opening other species up to trade and science. This means that everyone is starting from the same point and researching along the same lines, rather than having collaborative development which was built off differing scientific principles. Everyone is sort of just making the same stuff. But the effect of the Republic was actually far more than that. Where prior ages had seen early hyperspace warlords and tyrants raiding planets and common intersystem conflicts, the Republic offered a degree of stability and introduced complacency. Here's a quote from the Essential Atlas which summarizes the prior 2 points. Over the next several thousand years, the Old Republic reached out to civilizations, and although not all became part of the Republic, the government's existence ensured a semblance of order and allowed a steady flow of technology from the core to the outer rim. The Old Republic introduced unparalleled prosperity and contentment, leading, over time, to complacency. The relative absence of conflict meant that civilizations did not need to find new ways to fight one another or defend themselves. This effect can be corroborated by looking not at periods of technological stagnation, but at periods of change, times which actually sparked major advancements, and those are almost totally tied to either war-mongering governments or major conflicts. One example would be the Unification Wars of 25,000 BBY, which saw the creation of personal shields, planetary defenses, and even battle droids. The Wayman-C Storm, taking place 7,000 BBY, saw major advancements in power generation, while other wars, including the Great Sith War of 4,000 BBY, had similar effects. As an interesting side note, the Republic's conflict with the Wayman-C Storm brought upon technological change because the Wayman-C, in isolation from the rest of the galaxy, was able to develop different, hyper-advanced power generation. But anyway, the Republic stood for tens of thousands of years, and the vast majority of time was peaceful. That takes us to the modern era and the Clone Wars, which saw the two largest armies in galactic history fight in full-scale war. And wouldn't you know it, despite claims of stagnation, this era saw incredible advancements in space warfare especially, allowing for the basics of the Imperial Navy, including its dreadnoughts and superweapons. Massive vessels like the Super Star Destroyer had never been seen in recorded galactic history, and Palpatine himself, after forming the Empire, was also always pushing the limit, with never before seen droid models, ship types, and more, showing that the limiting factor to technological change was not something inherent to the universe, but rather the people who lived there. Unfortunately for the galaxy, the Empire mostly spent their time and resources experimenting. Although some technology had wider practical use, much was discarded or applied only limitedly. What's more, after the Empire fell, the New Republic was generally unwilling to use many of the Empire's discoveries, in particular their super weapons. The later Vong invasion arguably saw the greatest era of advancement in galactic history, as the New Republic and later Galactic Federation of Free Alliances was not only continually adapting to technology never before seen in the galaxy, but later introducing Vong biots to galactic civilization. However, there is a non-political aspect to all of this. Star Wars technology has developed in a unique way. Power generation is incredible, as are some individual technologies like inertial dampeners, hyperdrives, or droids, but long-range communication, true self-improving AI, and certain aspects of computing seem seriously limited in comparison. Undoubtedly, these aspects are holding back the Star Wars galaxy from developing certain technologies which we might expect to see emerge. All that being said, I think technological stagnation is somewhat of a myth, at least in the modern universe. Slow technological improvements can be traced largely to the Republic. As that government fell and factions militarized, we saw the rise of Imperial Star Destroyers, Mon Calamari cruisers, and even dreadnoughts like the Eclipse, which were basically untouchable by any prior technology. This can be tied to an individual with the desire for improvement, Palpatine, and it's clear that the ships of the New Republic, for example, vastly outperform anything from the Clone Wars. Canon has also given us a clear increase in weapon size and sophistication, again due to one faction being determined to destroy the other, while also introducing new tech like hyperspace tracking. Near the end of their duel on Mustafar, Obi-Wan loses the will to kill Anakin and allows himself to be struck down. Anakin, on the other hand, survives, uninjured. And there are several key aspects of the lore we need to examine in order to fully understand this scenario. What was the effect of Anakin's injuries on Anakin himself? What are Anakin's motivations? And how would the relationship between Anakin and Palpatine, and perhaps Anakin and Padme, change in this situation? Most importantly, how would things change from a galactic geopolitical point of view? So let's start first with an examination of Anakin's injuries. And the best resource for not only this question, but the entire scenario, is the Revenge of the Sith novelization by Matthew Stover. We get the following passage detailing the first time Anakin awoke as Vader in his new suit. This is what it feels like to be Anakin Skywalker. The light burns you, it will always burn you. Part of you will always lie upon black glass sand beside a lake of fire, while flames chew upon your flesh. You can hear yourself breathing. It comes hard and harsh, and it scrapes nerves already raw, but you cannot stop it. You can never stop it. You can't even slow it down. You don't have lungs anymore. Mechanisms hardwired into your chest breathe for you. They will pump oxygen into your bloodstream forever, and you rage and scream and reach through the Force to crush the Shadow who has destroyed you. But you are so far less now than what you were. You are more than half machine. You are like a painter gone blind, a composer gone deaf, and you can remember where the power was, but the power you can touch is only a memory. And so, with all your world-destroying fury, it is only the droids around you that implode, and equipment, and the table on which you were strapped shatters, and in the end, you cannot touch the Shadow. The Shadow is all you have left, because the Shadow understands you, it forgives you, it gathers you unto itself, and within your furnace heart, you burn in your own flame. This is how it feels to be Anakin Skywalker, forever. The book tells us that Anakin Skywalker, once injured and in his suit, was a shadow of his former self. A broken man, not only physically, but emotionally and spiritually. Vader is thus only able to wield a fraction of the power he once could. However, Anakin's loss to Obi-Wan also taught him something. To call onto the dark side in a measured sense, to only use its blinding rage, emotions, and anger sparingly while not letting it consume him, as he did against Obi-Wan. And Anakin, who wins at Mustafar, doesn't learn this lesson. If anything, he sees the successes of giving himself fully to the dark side, and begins to do so more often, becoming more powerful perhaps, but without the wisdom to harness the power correctly, like Sidious can. We'll come back to this. Right now I want to examine the power imbalance that existed between Sidious and Vader after the latter's serious injuries, and this was ultimately a defining aspect of their relationship. George Lucas has stated the following: Anakin ended up losing his legs and an arm and became partly a robot. So a lot of his ability to use the Force, a lot of his powers, are curbed at this point, because as a living form, there's not that much of him left. So his ability to be twice as good as the Emperor disappeared, and now he's maybe 20% less than him. Vader was forever a pawn and underling to Sidious, not only due to his difficulty harnessing the Force to his true potential, but also the life-saving electronics within his suit, which made him vulnerable to Sidious's Force lightning. This is why Vader sought out apprentices like Starkiller or Luke to help him destroy the Emperor. And destroying the Emperor was one of his main goals, not only because he sought power, but primarily because he wanted revenge. Everything Anakin did, his entire fall to the dark side, was because of his wish to save Padme from childbirth. He was manipulated by Palpatine with false promises of everlasting life. He made a pact with the devil and gave up everything that he held dear. And when Padme died, he realized that it was all for nothing. The full extent of Palpatine's deception is made very clear in the Revenge of the Sith novelization. For example, Anakin needed access to parts of the Jedi library only accessible to Masters. Palpatine engineers his placement on the Council, knowing that he will nonetheless be denied the rank of Master, in order to further sow discord between Anakin and the rest of the Council. At the heart of this is Anakin's possessive, obsessive love of Padme, a love that's mutual, but not equal. Anakin covets Padme, which is used by Palpatine. However, that also means once she's taken away from him, that obsession is replaced with pure anger. In the quote I read earlier, we know that Anakin's first move upon waking up was to try to reach out and destroy the Shadow, which had taken everything away from him. This Shadow does not represent broadly the dark side of the Force, rather it's Palpatine himself. The table slowly rotated to vertical, and the Shadow leaned close. Lord Vader, can you hear me? The official script for Revenge of the Sith also revealed that Palpatine was forced to protect himself from Vader's rage, and only through the Force was he not crushed by the nearby medical droids. In a scenario where Anakin wins his duel on Mustafar, but Padme still dies, I believe his first step will still be to confront Palpatine, although this time he will not be shackled by his lessened Force abilities, nor the literal table he's attached to. That brings us to the obvious question of whether Padme would have actually died in this scenario. In my opinion, probably. Anakin first attacks Padme in anger, and in a situation where he defeats Obi-Wan, he will only be further emboldened and blinded by his rage and the dark side of the Force. Let's be clear, even if she survives, there is no situation where Padme will join Anakin. She is too protective of democracy and the Republic, and she abhors fascism and the dark creature, which Anakin has turned to. But I don't think she will survive, because in my opinion, Padme's death is meant to coincide with the figurative death of Anakin Skywalker and the formation of Vader. She loses hope and the will to live. I think this is made pretty clear symbolically in the film itself, and if Anakin actually kills his brother Obi-Wan in anger, I think his transformation will be fully complete, and Padme and her children will be left to die on Mustafar. So now we have the confrontation between Anakin and Palpatine, one again that I think is inevitable upon Padme's death. Anakin, in a fit of rage, travels to confront Sidious, again unshackled by injury, but also blind with rage, as he was against both Dooku and Obi-Wan. Does he win this confrontation? An alternate scene for the Revenge of the Sith game tells us yes, but I don't think so. As the Chosen One, Anakin does have the highest potential of any character in Star Wars, but that's only when he's achieved balance, not as he's twisted by the dark side. Again, in his fights against Dooku and Obi-Wan, when giving into the dark side of the Force completely, Anakin suffers. This, however, is not the case for Sidious, who can harness the power and control it. Sidious is powerful because he is a master of the dark side and an embodiment of the dark side, while Anakin will always be manipulated by it. Anakin may be the greatest Jedi or Force user of all time, but Palpatine is the most powerful Sith, and we've heard that again and again within the lore. So if Anakin tries to fight him alone on his terms, he loses. Palpatine is the devil, and in any fight involving evil, Anakin will always be his underling. We also know that after his transformation to Vader, it was not only his physical injuries which held Anakin back, but as Palpatine recognized, also his mental and emotional scars. These will still be weighing him down during the final battle. But what if I'm wrong? Say Anakin is able to overpower the Sith Lord. He will obviously seek power himself, and Anakin has shown a desire to control people in both Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith. However, Anakin is brash and does not possess the strategic mind, especially at his current age, to not only manage but oversee the founding of the Empire. I find it difficult to imagine that the infrastructure Palpatine created, from a clone army that responds only to his secret commands, to a close circle of manipulators and advisors, to the Senate itself, would follow this supposed killer of Palpatine. Not only a killer, but a Jedi. Remember, Palpatine had recently told the Senate of attempts against his life, and had long been poisoning public opinion against the Jedi. I don't see any realistic way that Anakin just assumes the mantle of Emperor with the rest of the galaxy following along. However, even if he did, the Empire would crumble under his leadership. We know that because the Empire was based on authoritarianism, and the galaxy was extremely large, too large to actually police conventionally with a military, that law and order was based largely not only on the Tarkin doctrine and fear, but on Palpatine's dark side powers. We have the following quote from the Dark Empire sourcebook. Palpatine knew precisely why the Empire couldn't last without his power. He had designed it that way. No one ever suspected how much he relied on the dark side of the Force. He shaped those of his government by using the Force against them. He used it to control his fleets and to drive his soldiers on to victory, to destroy his enemies from a distance and learn of conspiracies against him. Without him, there was no way the Empire could endure as he had designed it. The dark side flowed through him like some primordial ichor and was the key to his power. What's more, from Biss to Coruscant and other planets across the galaxy, we also know that Palpatine used the dark side to pacify those who would stand up against him. Anakin, on the other hand, did not have the decades of study, the natural inclination, or the teacher like Hugo Damask, which would provide him with the knowledge and skills necessary to use these Force techniques. Also, I don't believe he had the intelligence to run a galaxy-spanning empire. In my opinion, after the death of Palpatine, Anakin would be assassinated, and power seized from his dead hands. But again, I think it's more likely that in the case of conflict between Emperor and Vader, Palpatine comes out ahead.
Let's get started by looking at the Republic and their efforts at the Battle of Geonosis. And I know this is sort of maybe a questionable pick for me because the Republic did technically win the Battle of Geonosis. However, they did so with the cards stacked in their favor, and the win really wasn't the decisive knockout punch against the Confederacy of Independent Systems that it could have been. So let's look at what actually happened, and I'll keep it pretty simple. The Republic, as we see in Star Wars Legends, brought their fleet to Geonosis. There was no planetary shield, there was no real defense fleet. Their main resistance was in the form of planetary-based cannons, which were destroyed by a Jedi strike team, which opened up the planet for a large-scale invasion. The Republic had two main objectives, the first being the rescue of Padme, Anakin, and Obi-Wan at the Geonosian Arena, and then later the recovery of the Jedi forces sent there in advance, and secondly the destruction of droid foundries, CIS assets, and separatist leadership, which was basically placed across the planet. I don't really want to talk a whole lot about the Republic's rescue effort because I think they did basically as well as they could have there. However, the other part of the invasion of Geonosis just went terribly in my opinion. We see that the vast majority of separatist leadership actually makes it off planet. The Republic really struggles to take down core ships, and although it's a victory for the Republic, it's not a decisive one. Geonosis will be a battleground for the majority of the war. So what happened? Well, in my opinion, the Republic did not play to their strengths, as we'll see with most of the battles on this list. The Acclimators in space had total space superiority over the CIS, and the planet was unshielded. However, instead of engaging in some sort of orbital bombardment against the Geonosian ground forces, the Republic instead chose to launch a full-scale ground invasion. Now, whether that was because of Palpatine's manipulations or the Jedi being bad leaders, it's hard to say, but what we do know is that they engaged the CIS on their terms instead of dictating the battle based on their strength, in this case being their space superiority. What's more, we see that the Republic don't even maintain an active blockade over the planet. It would be one thing to start the ground invasion, but drop your troops to the planet's surface through transports or whatever else, or even to cycle acclimators down to the planet's surface, but to still leave the majority in space to stop the rats from running. But no, basically everyone went to the planet's surface, and it almost makes me wonder whether in Attack of the Clones, the acclimator was not envisioned of having any weapons. Maybe it was initially just supposed to be a transportation vehicle. Either way, that oversight points to just really bad tactics by the Republic, because they had what you really want in a military campaign like this. They had all of the separatist facilities, resources, and leadership essentially at one planet. This is not the kind of battle you rush. And I mean, you can even do most of this without violating Jedi principles. For example, you can bomb the mostly automated transports and facilities without killing life needlessly. So those are my thoughts on the Battle of Geonosis. Let's now turn to Andrew with a discussion of the Battle of Hoth.
Thanks, Eck. So next up, I'll be covering the Battle of Hoth. Everyone knows the Empire really screws up at the Battle of Hoth. I mean, we hear explicitly in the movie that Admiral Ozzel brought the fleet out of hyperspace too close to the planet.
Rebels are alerted to our presence. Admiral Ozzel came out of light speed too close to the system.
Meaning that the rebels were able to raise their base shields and protect themselves from a bombardment or precise strike, which would have outright destroyed their base or shield generators. But that's only a little taste of the Empire's screw-ups here. Let's start from the very beginning. Death Squadron, the fleet we see in Episode 5, was envisioned as a mobile task force meant to hunt down Luke Skywalker and the Rebel Alliance. However, they were terribly suited for the job. First of all, Imperial Star Destroyers are great at killing large capital ships, but as we see in the movie, struggle to chase smaller ships like the Millennium Falcon. The Rebels excel at hit-and-run attacks and remain extremely mobile, so Death Squadron, which was anchored by the massive and cumbersome Executor-class Star Destroyer, is probably not the best choice for Rebel hunting. Notably missing from Death Squadron were Interdictor Star Destroyers, which had entered regular Imperial service useless by this time. Interdictors prevent ships from jumping to hyperspace and could have stopped the rebel retreat even if the shield had been unassailable. Although the Millennium Falcon was able to survive against Death Squadron without a hyperdrive. Other ships like the Vital Rebel transports would not have been able to do this. So as of now, we have two major mistakes: poor fleet composition and most notably no interdictor, and coming out of hyperspace too close to Hoth. Vader was forced to adapt to Ozzel's mistake, and I think the fleet really had two options: surround the planet and hold out as the rebels eventually starve, or as the shield is pounded away by turbo laser barrages, or invade and try to destroy the shield generator from the ground, which is what they did. The Empire is very lucky that the rebels had an umbrella-style shield array, which allowed units to pass through underneath, otherwise the Empire would have been stuck in space. The Empire, of course, chose to land a ground invasion force, and that went okay. Of course, the Empire did technically win at Hoth, but it wasn't the decisive victory that it should have been. Realistically, a lot of the Rebel High Command could have been wiped out in a single battle. So let's talk about some of the issues that prevented this from happening. 3 walkers of the Imperial Blizzard Force were needlessly lost during their trek to Echo Base. Another, starfighters weren't used. This seems obvious, but I find it hard to believe that there were no Imperial starfighters which could have operated in Hoth's conditions, either to target the shield generator or provide cover to the walkers. Had the shield been destroyed quicker, either with fighters or perhaps with some form of artillery assault, the fleet could have begun bombing the planet before all the transports had left. Another issue is how the Empire blockaded the planet. First of all, they should have deployed fighters or assault shuttles to patrol the space above Hoth to intercept the transports and X-Wing or anyone leaving the planet. Second, they should have predicted ground-based weapons. The ion cannon could have been avoided had the fleet held position further back from the planet. There appears to be only one hyperspace lane leaving Hoth, though it may have been 2. The Empire should have placed the fleet further back, well outside the range of the gun, because as is, all the Alliance had to do was poke a hole in the fleet arrayed around the planet. Alternatively, the planetary shield had to open for the cannon to fire. I think a better Imperial commander could have taken out the big gun. All in all, it is a bit weird to call Hoth a tremendous military failure. Perhaps Endor would have been a better choice for some of you, but to me, the Empire's mistakes at Hoth were even more blatant and ruined what could have been a quick end to the Alliance.
Alright, so next up we have the Confederacy at the Battle of Coruscant, and I chose this battle because it's a major Confederacy loss and one of the largest battles of the Star Wars universe, so I thought it deserved inclusion on this list. Alright, so I'm going to say it straight up. The CIS's efforts at Coruscant weren't necessarily bad, they're just really strange. It's sort of hard to parse an actual timeline here or even general strategy, and that's because a lot of this battle just doesn't make sense from a logical perspective, and I've covered this in a prior video called, well, Why the Battle of Coruscant Doesn't Make Any Sense. So we know the CIS used secret hyperspace routes to attack Coruscant through the deep core, which first of all is a good move. They're able to wipe out the defending fleet of the Republic, another good move, and then they actually successfully steal Palpatine from the planet's surface. The real question is, well, why didn't they just leave? And there's been some different sources on this. There's some indication that the CIS may have been trapped under the planetary shield, which would have been raised after the kidnapping of Palpatine, and then basically the CIS were just held in position as more and more Republic reinforcements showed up to the planet. Otherwise, it is a bit confusing why we don't see the invisible hand at least leave, other than the fact that we know Palpatine wanted to force a confrontation between Obi-Wan and Anakin. That may have even been the stated goal to General Grievous. It may have been a trap to lure the 2 Jedi onto the ship so that Dooku could kill them. Either way, there's not actually that much to criticize here. The CIS were dealt a really bad hand. The war, of course, was being manipulated by Palpatine. The only criticism that I would make is, why didn't they at least threaten to bomb the hell out of the planet, or take a shot at the Jedi Temple or something? All in all, though, I don't have a whole lot to say about this battle, other than it's really not that bad.
Alright, we're here with Hoth Part 2, otherwise known as the Battle of Crate from The Last Jedi. I did really enjoy this battle from The Last Jedi. I think it's definitely one of the better ones from the sequel trilogy. The ski speeders I think were pretty cool, riding over Crate's salt lakes, very cinematic looking with all the red salt flying everywhere. And I think this battle is all about its conclusion, with Luke facing off against Kylo and that epic moment where all the walkers fire down on Luke and he's still standing there untouched. Without spoiling our rankings too much, I really do feel like the First Order's tactics at Crate are even worse than the Empire's at Hoth, and this is probably because of Kylo Ren. Vader was a madman, but he was at least able to act rationally most of the time. Kylo Ren let his emotions get the best of him on Crate, and it completely shows. The First Order had none of the limitations of the Empire at Hoth here. There was no planetary shield, the Resistance wasn't armed and wasn't very mobile, there was no planetary cannon, and the First Order had absolute space superiority. Despite so many more tactical options and a weaker enemy, the First Order essentially decided to go with a Hoth-style ground invasion. The First Order could have bombed the Resistance into submission with their Star Destroyers and ended the war in an afternoon. To be fair, they had just lost several capital ships, including their massive dreadnought, the Supremacy, but that's not really an excuse, is it? They could have glassed the surface, they could have destroyed the cave entrances, anything but what they did. The First Order here deliberately played to the strengths of the Alliance. They fought on the ground where the Alliance was dug in. They sent all their forces to one location and didn't use the purely overwhelming power that they have. They only assaulted the mouth of the cave. The fleet somehow wasn't able to intercept the Falcon as it left the planet, and they gained very little at the end of the day. To be fair, I guess the First Order also didn't lose anything, besides maybe some Tabana gas from firing so many Walker blasters, which, you know, can be valuable stuff, but I think the Battle of Crate can definitely be classified as a First Order failure.
Alright, so finally we have the rankings. Which Star Wars faction used the worst tactics in these given battles? I think we'll start with the best of the worst, and with the least bad tactics today, we have the CIS at Coruscant. It's true, they lost, unlike, say, the Republic at Geonosis or the Empire at Hoth, but they lost really due to no fault of their own, and I can't pick out a whole lot that was bad with the actual strategy. The battle itself is a bit of a cluster, but I'm not gonna blame them for that. Next up, we have the Republic in the Battle of Geonosis. Now, basically these next three battles have the faction that we're discussing not properly using space forces. That's most evident at this battle and the Battle of Crate, but unlike, say, the Battle of Hoth, the Republic didn't really compound their error here by making a ton more. Yeah, the fleet should have been in position, but they also launched basically a perfect surprise attack against a CIS stronghold. They were going into the war not really knowing what to expect, and they did destroy at least a portion of retreating ground units. Hoth, on the other hand, which is number 2 on the list, has the Empire just committing a ton of errors, from failing to use their fighter superiority or their space superiority, to losing walkers on the trek to Echo Base, to coming out of light speed too close to the planet and not anticipating the ground-based defenses, unlike the Republic. Still, none of that compares to number 1, which is the First Order's dramatic failure at the Battle of Crate. There's really not a whole lot good you can say about this battle. The First Order was led by Kylo Ren, who was being almost totally emotional without a whole lot of logic, and that led to an unnecessary and protracted ground battle, which just makes not a whole lot of sense.
After the Ruusan Reformation, the Galactic Republic largely demilitarized, or at least moved responsibility for defense to individual systems and planets, as the military was largely decentralized. The Republic itself, as a central authority, was mostly concerned about peacekeeping, and had no real standing navy or army. So, with the start of the Clone Wars, the responsibility for defending the galaxy fell to, well, clone troopers. The clones had been commissioned by Jedi Master Sifo Dyas, who had been manipulated by Plagueis and Palpatine, who played on Sifo Dyas' fear of a crumbling republic. The order was submitted 32 years before the Battle of Yavin. Humans were chosen as the base for the clone, and bounty hunter Jango Fett was eventually picked to be the template. I've covered why Camino cloning was so good, especially when compared to other methods in prior videos, so I'm not going to focus on that in today's video, but I will say that clone troopers were among the best fighters the galaxy had ever seen. They came from a great genetic stock, they received basically the best of the best training from a very young age, and their singular purpose basically was to fight a war. Individual trooper specializations were formed, with Jango Fett and other Mandalorians, remember this is Legends, being personally involved in the training of clone commandos and ARC troopers among others. As the war progressed, clones were continually pumped out, but I would argue that over the war, the main aspects of clone troopers didn't change significantly. However, their armor was upgraded several times, most notably from Phase 1 to Phase 2, and specialized clone groups and trooper types emerged. Clones were really interesting, and they generally operated on a spectrum of obedience. The general rank and file trooper was obedient to pretty much all orders, but still able to fight creatively, while special forces squads, especially ARC troopers, were given far more freedom. Troopers were encouraged to personalize their armor, they took nicknames, and fought valiantly and successfully throughout the Clone Wars. However, towards the end of the conflict, Palpatine introduced new templates and cloning methods, meaning both that clones were grown on places other than Camino and were of different quality, and that some were based on other templates rather than Jango Fett. This takes us to the post-Order 66 order and the formation of the Empire. The Empire moved heavily away from clone individuality as the Stormtrooper Corps was formed. The earliest Stormtroopers were simply clones put into a slightly new role, but pretty quickly things would change significantly. Stormtroopers were the face of the Empire. They were meant to represent its overwhelming force as a body of faceless and infinite killers. However, in fact, Stormtroopers were relatively rare, and especially later on in the war, you'd be much more likely to run into a standard Army or Navy trooper. The earliest Stormtroopers were simply Camino clones put into a slightly new role. However, after the rebellion of the Camino cloners, the Stormtrooper Corps instead would be dominated by clones grown through other methods which were typically much less effective than Kaminoan cloning, resulting in a lesser trooper. The Empire, however, was now also basing their clone troops off an even broader array of templates. We saw this a bit towards the end of the Clone Wars, but by now standout recruits were being selected for cloning. But that recruits thing is really key there, because at this point, the Empire was relying more and more on forced conscription, and the Stormtrooper Corps was being made up largely of regularly born humans. Between that and the lesser cloning methods now being employed, the effectiveness of the Stormtrooper Corps was quite diluted. Arguably though, that was an acceptable price to pay, as the Empire wasn't really fighting a traditional war like the Republic was. Instead, they were focused largely on policing and quashing rebellions, through, as I said, the threat of overwhelming and infinite force. Aside from the increasingly non-clone makeup of Stormtroopers, not much changed until after the Battle of Endor, which we'll touch on in just a second. However, as the war progressed, more and more elite Stormtrooper units did emerge. The Empire arguably moved even further into heavily experimental fighting forces, relying on, for example, more extreme types of training, resulting in Royal Guards, which were picked from Stormtroopers, or new or rare technology, like we saw with the Dark Trooper program, which was initially designed to keep aging clones in fighting shape, and sometimes we even saw the use of the dark side of the Force. But that takes us to our next era, which is the post-Endor Empire. The Empire at this point was not the dominant force in the galaxy, and that's reflected perhaps more clearly than anywhere in the Stormtrooper Corps. The Empire was also dominated by factionalism. There wasn't one unified empire anymore. There were dozens, perhaps even more, smaller imperial factions. While it's true there was arguably one main imperial successor state, we saw the emergence of warlords and pretenders to the throne. Many of these wannabe rulers attempted to model themselves after the Empire, relying on its aesthetic to try to remind people of its fear and authority. So we see most warlord groups use stormtroopers, albeit usually of a lesser quality. Generally, especially the longer-lived warlords would have some troops that would come with them, but almost all needed to secure new assets as they lost various battles, especially due to Imperial infighting. We also saw newly specialized units like Warlord Zinja's Raptor Squad, which were basically stormtrooper variants not tied to the old Empire. Thrawn himself, arguably leading a legitimate Imperial faction, also turned more heavily to clones, using the Sparti method and even integrating secret clone sleeper cells across the galaxy. However, as I mentioned, this period was dominated by Imperial decline, and as the Empire went down the drain, so too did stormtroopers. We see on big capital ships, even important ones like the Chimera, that young recruits and even conscripted officers just out of training would be forced into key positions. Well, the exact same thing happened to stormtroopers. Exaggerating this issue was the fact that stormtroopers existed as a symbol as much as a fighting force, so they needed to be present and in numbers for every Imperial warlord and faction. However, we still do have elite stormtrooper units, and what's more, stormtroopers who had served under the original Empire were now causing some problems for the New Republic. For example, the Sovereign Protector, Karnor Jax, opposed the New Republic as a wannabe Sith Lord, and for those who don't know, Sovereign Protectors are basically elite royal guards who themselves are elite stormtroopers. We also have, for example, Grodin Tears, who was involved in the events of the Thrawn duology. Still, with the loss of the Reborn Emperor, the mismanagement of the Imperial fleet by Dala, the losses sustained during the Arinda campaign, and 1,000 smaller events, the Empire eventually was forced to make peace with the New Republic and accepted its place as a secondary faction within the galaxy. Imperial stormtroopers, however, would support the New Republic during the Yuuzhan Vong War, and the Empire worked far more closely with the Galactic Alliance that emerged afterwards. This takes us into a new era, which I'll call the Pellaeon era, because in the subsequent peace, the Remnant was led by Gilad Pellaeon. Pellaeon eventually learns that the Empire he idolized, especially after Endor, never really existed, and as Supreme Commander of the Imperial forces, focused instead on creating an empire which maintained the focus on order and a powerful centralized government, while minimizing the elements of sexism, xenophobia, and cruelty that dominated Palpatine's empire. The new stormtroopers of this era thus saw aliens enter the ranks, as clones now fell almost totally out of use given the loss of cloning facilities and infrastructure across the galaxy. This takes us into what I'll call the Legacy era, and after Pellaeon's death, the Empire was ruled by Jagged Fel. Jag was initially given control of the Empire after the death of Pellaeon, and although he actually gave up the position of head of state during the Fate of the Jedi series, sometime afterward he returned and assumed the position of Emperor. This takes us far into the future with the Legacy era, nearly 100 years later. The Empire, which was still ruled by the Fel dynasty and called the Fel Empire, had been at peace with the Galactic Alliance for nearly the entire time, but partnered with a Sith group, the One Sith, and declared war on the GA, which they eventually won. By this point, the Stormtrooper Corps was more than just a symbol and was again probably one of the most powerful fighting forces in the galaxy. However, the Sith turned against the Empire and was able to establish itself as the ruling force in the galaxy. With the split of the Sith Empire and the Fel Empire, Stormtroopers went to both sides of the conflict, but especially as the Emperor Roan Fel, who was thought assassinated, reappeared, many Stormtroopers chose to side with the arguably more legitimate successor to the Empire. Stormtroopers of this era were basically the exact same. There's not even detail about them in the Legacy era sourcebook, which is disappointing. However, they did have better weapons and armor. That now takes us to canon, and I'm going to be very quick here. After the fall of the Empire, Imperial Stormtroopers still continued to serve for various groups and remnants across the galaxy. However, it wasn't until the emergence of the First Order that Stormtroopers were once again a dominant fighting force in the galaxy. First Order Stormtroopers were largely indoctrinated children, which was an attempt to ensure the highest level of devotion possible, something previously seen only in clones. Speaking of clones, it is worth noting that everything I just talked about regarding clones may or may not be canon. There are too many differences for me to cover in this video alone. However, as the First Order Resistance War was waging, Palpatine on Exegol was also secretly creating his final order with the help of the Sith Eternal Cultists. Here is where we see the Sith Trooper emerge. And this is interesting to me. If you look at the visual dictionary, almost every Sith Eternal officer or Sith Trooper is quite young, under 30 specifically, so that leads me to believe that Palpatine actually started creating this army after his death at Endor. Sith Troopers especially were not only as skilled and dedicated as their First Order counterparts, but loyal not only to the Empire, but the Sith Order itself, which is, I think, unique for them. Today we'll be talking about probably my favorite piece of Star Wars content, The Essential Guide to Warfare, which was a Star Wars Legends reference book basically detailing the entirety of history with a focus of course on warfare. And in that book we get an incredibly interesting prologue which details the execution of Imperial Grand Admiral Oswald Teschuk. Teschuk was notable not only for being one of the Empire's 12 Grand Admirals, but for his last stand at Endor, where he stayed fighting even after the Imperial fleet retreated and managed to hold out in 4 hours in his Star Destroyer. The prologue of the book is actually a transcript of the statement he made before being executed for war crimes by the New Republic. It details basically how Palpatine became unhappy with the Grand Admiral and punished him by sending him into the Hapes Consortium with a small fleet of ships, knowing that he would meet his doom. The Hapans were well known for zealously protecting their borders, as we learn in, for example, the courtship of Princess Leia. Anyway, Teschuk arrives within the Hapes Consortium and his small task force is absolutely devastated by a Hapan fleet. Somehow, as Teschuk's command ship was destroyed and he was ejected into the vacuum of space, he managed to get himself into a life support suit, which allowed him to survive the initial blast, although the suit unfortunately was ruptured. As he's dying in the void, with the Hapan fleet having jumped away, he experiences an incredibly interesting vision. I didn't lose consciousness, I could still think and see, but I was no longer seeing what was around me or hearing the hiss of my ruined suit. I had a vision. I was shown everything at once, everything that had been and everything that will be. I saw great beings made of light, who could be everywhere and nowhere at once. They were vaster than nebula and tinier than cells, and they assembled solar systems like children with toys. I saw strange ships made of whirling, tumbling rods and cones, and heard them scream and moan as they shuddered by. I saw great chrome warships whose mirrored hulls turned sunlight into blinding sheets, and black battleships whose spines were crowned with terrible spiked cathedrals. I saw hammerhead battlecruisers burning, and slab-sided Mandalorian constructs sparkling with rime. I saw Star Destroyers arrowing through the night, and blistered Mon Calamari cruisers schooling, and fighters of all shapes and sizes swarming. I saw ships that seemed built from clumps of multicolored wire, and ones that looked like organs torn from living things. And I knew all these ships were filled with beings whose lives had been given to war. All at once I understood that those of us born to be sacrificed upon the pyre of war became one when we die, mingled smoke, gone up to whatever gods you believe in, for they are the ones who created war, and they breathed it into our hearts when they created us. Eventually the Grand Admiral was saved. Palpatine had a stealth ship in the area watching the battle unfold, and recovered him in his torn suit. He would survive, but would need extensive cybernetic enhancement. That's not really important though. He continues with his vision, saying he knew what had come to pass, the Emperor's demise, the Death Star's ruin. Then he teases the New Republic with what's to come. Shall I tell you what else I saw? Things that are yet to be? I think you will, because you won't believe me anyway. I saw ruined towers on Coruscant, overtopped by curtains of spiked green and purple. I saw the forests of Kashyyyk burning, and the seas of Mon Calamari boiling, and planets ripped in two by the fiery lances of super lasers yet to be built, and other things I'll take with me into the vanishing. So wow, there's a lot to discuss here, and let's first break down the vision that he talks about early on. We have great beings of light. I'm gonna come back to that one. Then a description of ships and conflicts, which are actually told chronologically. Strange ships made of whirling, tumbling rods and cones refers to Rakatan warships, and of course the Rakata were the dominant civilization after the Celestials. I saw great chrome warships whose mirrored hulls turned sunlight into blinding sheets. Those would be Taiwanese warships, and as Corey pointed out to me, a good example of that would be the Zalachai Dreadnought, which was used by Zim the Despot. Black battleships with terrible spiked cathedrals on their spines would refer to the ships of the Pius Dea, and Hammerhead battlecruisers is obviously Hammerhead warships, with slab-sided Mandalorian constructs being Mandalorian warships. Then, Star Destroyers arrowing through the night, and blistered Mon Calamari cruisers refers of course to the Galactic Civil War. Then we move into the future. Ships that seem built from clumps of multicolored wire actually refers, according to Jason Fry himself, to the warships of the Nagai, a species which invaded the galaxy right after the Battle of Endor. The warships were actually made by the Faroon, which were another species from the galaxy that the Nagai came from. I've covered all that in prior videos. And organs torn from living things refers to the Yuuzhan Vong. This is clearly more than insanity, as Teshik accurately describes elements of both the past and the future. More of the future later on can actually be traced to individual events. We have, for example, the Yuuzhan Vong taking of Coruscant when he discusses curtains of spiked green and purple. We also have the bombing of Kashyyyk mentioned directly, and I guess there's a variety of events that could be the Sea of Mon Calamari boiling. But I assume that's the Mon Calamari genocide from the Legacy era. Planets being ripped in two by super lasers yet to be built could refer to anything. Perhaps Jason knew about Starkiller Base in 2012 when he wrote the book, but probably not. But what's really interesting is that there are other things I'll take with me into the Vanishing. Either way, this whole vision ties back to what he talks about at the very beginning. It's thousands and thousands of years of endless warfare, cyclical, with trillions upon trillions of beings being killed. He talks about how war seems to be at the heart of sentient species. He says, "For they, whatever gods you believe in, are the ones who created war, and they breathed it into our hearts when they created us." He's probably being figurative and just talking about how it's in man and I guess aliens' nature to fight, but we also get, from his perspective, a description of the Celestials. The Celestials were an extremely ancient race in Star Wars. They predated all known alien species, and they were extremely powerful. They made things like Centerpoint Station, they assembled star systems at their whim, and performed other feats of engineering on a vast scale. I saw great beings made of light, who could be everywhere and nowhere at once. They were vaster than nebula and tinier than cells, and they assembled solar systems like children with toys. This showed me that the Celestials reach beyond a level that we've even recognized. They've probably abandoned their physical forms almost entirely, and can seemingly manipulate the galaxy at will. And there is a bit of confusion here, because a lot of people believe that the Mortis Ones are Celestials, but if you read Fate of the Jedi, that's clearly not true. They're sort of like Celestials, but there's some key distinctions here. We get the following quote from Fate of the Jedi Apocalypse. Raynar turned back to Tharut and asked, "What are these three beings? Celestials?" Tharut shivered her antenna. "Celestials are in the Force," she said. "The ones are what Celestials become." It's really unclear what's going on here. Everything about the ones is really mysterious, and Tharut is a Killik, and they basically pass on memories somewhat unreliably through a sort of shared memory. But the basic explanation is that the Celestials are sort of the Force itself, and that the ones are physical aspects of that in a way. Even Tharut recognizes that it's almost impossible to explain, saying, "We do not know how to explain the Celestials any better. They are beyond the understanding of mortals." Interestingly, Fate of the Jedi, especially the latter half of the series, it talks about many of the same themes as the prologue. One of those is basically how the galaxy is in an unending state of war, but also that war and the combat between the light and the dark side also somewhat cleanse the galaxy. It's very confusing, especially when Abeloth is sort of involved as a bringer of chaos. Then Anakin killed the ones in the Clone Wars, and it's just a mess, and I've really got to reread Fate of the Jedi before I even try to go more in depth than that. But it's interesting that the description of the Celestials here seems to line up generally with what the Killiks remember. Why did Teshik get this last message before nearly dying to the void? Well, it's hard to say. Maybe he was somewhat Force sensitive. Maybe there's something in that part of space within the Hapes cluster. Maybe there was some greater force reaching out to him before death. Maybe that's what all things see before dying. It's hard to say, but in my opinion, it's one of the most interesting stories in Star Wars Legends, especially given its relatively brief word count. And I highly recommend you guys to check out the Essential Guide to Warfare. This is within the first 10 pages, and there's a lot more stuff in that book that's really worth going over. The Yuuzhan Vong invaded the galaxy in 25 ABY, and in a 4-year war killed hundreds of trillions of beings, including of course Chewbacca, while also devastating the Star Wars galaxy. The question we'll be talking about today is why? We know the Yuuzhan Vong were a highly fanatic and warlike species, so that explains the why somewhat, but what caused them to invade? The New Jedi Order tells us that this wasn't just a small portion of the Yuuzhan Vong civilization, rather the entire race traveled the intergalactic void in massive warships for thousands of years, having abandoned their ancestral galaxy. The intro for the series actually gives us our first little hint, and that is, long ago a devastating war destroyed much of the Yuuzhan Vong's galaxy and cut them off from the Force, sending their clans across the intergalactic void in search of a new home. Now, they are at the edge of the Star Wars galaxy, ready to invade. That is, unsurprisingly, a very, very simplistic representation of what actually happened. Today, I'll share with you guys some additional details. Unfortunately, what I can't give you is exact time frames, how long exactly the Yuuzhan Vong left, how long they were traveling, etc. Trader, for example, calls the time period incalculable millennia. And similarly, the New Jedi Order sourcebook describes the Vong's history as being lost to time, though also mentions thousands upon thousands of years of conflict. It's actually the essential chronology which will provide us with our first look at the history in a broad sense. I'll summarize. Originally, the Yuuzhan Vong faced hordes of ancient mechanical enemies, and we'll touch on them later, but essentially, that war drove their hatred of machines and also made them very aggressive and warlike as a species when they weren't already. Their war against the machines also started their fanaticism as they turned to organic technologies and also the gods which they believed powered that. However, the war wiped out not only the two droid races which were fighting, but also most of the galaxy's other sentient beings, with some minor exceptions like the Chazrak, who served as the Vong's frontline warrior. Subsequently, we get a major event in Yuuzhan Vong history, which is the Kremlevian War, an intra-species conflict, which saw even more destruction across the galaxy as the Yuuzhan Vong, now again one of the only remaining species, killed each other on a massive scale. As we learn in Vector Prime, this is where, for example, the devastating Yogon's core technique was developed. Here's a quote from Vector Prime. Yogond was a legendary general among the Yuuzhan Vong, the one most often given credit for turning the tide in the Kremlevian War and thus uniting the various Yuuzhan Vong tribes in generations lost past. His core tactic had proven a decisive blow in that long ago conflict, destroying Yigzar, the home planet of the most powerful tribe, and killing nearly all of the obstinate leaders in one fell swoop. And for those wondering, the Yogon's core technique is basically what killed Chewbacca. A Dovin basil, which can manipulate gravity, is placed on a planet. It then grabs a moon or other stellar body and pulls it to the surface, causing massive destruction. The essential chronology builds on this description, stating that during and after the conflict, the Vong's warrior society even further became more aggressively religiously fanatic. Then, finally, over thousands of years of minor conflicts, they bled their galaxy dry, were forced to create a fleet of world ships which they could use to travel the intergalactic void, looking for a galaxy to inherit. The Vong's actions and their violence resulted in them being cut off from the Force. The unifying force tells us that when the Vong's original homeworld of Yuuzhan was destroyed during the Kremlevian War, the species was stripped of its connection with the Force. Now I understand that the acts of the far outsiders may have been nothing more than a reawakening of the evil my parent experienced when its symbionts used its creations not merely to defend Yuuzhan, but to launch an era of bloodshed that resulted in the death of countless worlds, among with many latent planetary consciousnesses. But I did not pursue those stirrings, those suspicions, until Zenoma became lost in the unknown regions, and, through Nenyem and Harar, I comprehended that the Yuuzhan Vong had been stripped of the Force. My most grave misgivings were confirmed when I learned of the bioweapon that was being hurled at Zenoma. That quote specifically is also from the Unifying Force and talks about the severing of the connection between Yuuzhan Tar and the Yuuzhan Vong and why they lost connection to the Force. But to summarize at this point, there was a massive war between droid civilizations, with the Yuuzhan Vong caught in the middle. They did eventually win, but they also went on to become evil and genocide their galaxy. Following that was the Kremlevian War, a Vong civil war, which saw unparalleled destruction, including many planets like Yuuzhan Tar, then finally further years of civil war and conflict such that the Vong destroyed most of their galaxy's resources and were forced to leave. So we have covered most of that, but I do want to loop back and talk about the original war which spurred the Yuuzhan Vong into aggression. That's only alluded to a little bit in the New Jedi Order and other source books, but is fleshed out pretty significantly in the new Essential Guide to Droids. According to the Great Heap page, the Great Heap was an Abominor, an ancient and evil droid species, which was malevolent, self-constructing, and from another galaxy. The endnotes to this book confirm that the other galaxy is the Vong, and that the species about to be mentioned too is the Yuuzhan Vong. The Abominor consumed everything, continually growing in size, sometimes even dwarfing planets. They exterminated species across the galaxy while feeding, and eventually fought a war against the Silentium. This war devastated the galaxy until the Vong defeated both. The Silentium were a much more peaceful race, and unlike the Abominor, were dedicated to order. They didn't seem to be outright aggressive, but contributed to the galaxy-wide destruction caused by the war. Interestingly, both the Silentium and the Abominor too fled their galaxy and showed up in the Star Wars galaxy, so I'm kind of curious if, besides for the Chazrak and the Vong, whether other species could have made their way there that we just don't realize are from another galaxy. But that's all I have for today's video. The Yuuzhan Vong have a very dark history, and their galaxy now is very, very dead. It's unlikely that even the thousands of years the Vong spent traveling the intergalactic void was long enough for the galaxy to recover, if such a thing would even be possible. In ranking today's ships, we're not specifically looking for the most powerful or the deadliest vessel, but rather the one that best serves a bounty hunter. So which one has the best combination of speed, weaponry, stealth, prisoner transportation systems, and everything else that would be useful to a bounty hunter. So first I'll give a brief description of each one of the ships, and then at the end we'll rank them from worst to best. First, let's examine the Houndstooth. The Houndstooth is, in my opinion, a fairly ugly vessel owned by Bosk. When looking at it, I don't think you'd assume that it was meant for bounty hunting. It looks more like some sort of transport or freighter. While it's not as fast as some of the other ships on this list, don't let the size fool you. It still has decent maneuverability and acceleration. Weapon-wise, however, it is fairly lightly armed. It had only a single quad laser cannon, not unlike those found on the Millennium Falcon, along with a proton torpedo launcher and an ion cannon. And this is really the weakness of the ship. Quad laser cannons are great weapons for ships of this size. However, the laser cannon on the Houndstooth is at the bottom of the ship. This vessel is a huge target from multiple angles. Anyone attacking the Houndstooth can easily do so from above, where the weapon can't reach. Sort of making up for that is the fact that the ship was well shielded and heavily armored, but I still think if you're gonna go with a ship that big, you might as well make it as effective as possible by putting more weapons on. Other than that, the ship is what you'd expect for a bounty hunter. It had personal defenses on the inside, cells to keep prisoners, etc, etc. It did, however, have another ship known as the Nastasha Pup, which could operate as an escape craft, a scout vehicle, or a landing ship. Next we have the Slave 1, Ship of the Fets. Because we'll be covering the Slave 2 later, we're going to take the Slave 1 as it was in Jango's possession. The Slave 1 was, like the Millennium Falcon, one of the most heavily modified ships in the galaxy, using top-of-the-line military-grade parts. It was about a third of the size of the Houndstooth, but more heavily armed with twin blaster cannons, rapid-fire lasers, concussion missile launchers, and of course the seismic charge layer. Its engines were also heavily upgraded, giving it the speed of a snub fighter despite its size. That, along with state-of-the-art stealth and sensor systems, allowed the Slave 1 to do quick missions and go unnoticed. The Slave 1 could also track ships through hyperspace through special homing technology, and these upgrades were largely responsible for the Fett family producing 2 of the most famous bounty hunters of all time. The interior of the ship wasn't exactly remarkable. It did have special cages for difficult to transport victims, as well as an onboard escape pod, but it's really the exterior modifications which make this ship shine. Let's move on now to the second ship of Boba Fett, the Slave 2. The Slave 2 really only appears in the Dark Empire comics, so we don't see it nearly as much as the previous ship. However, I feel fairly confident in saying that it was a downgrade. First of all, it didn't have 20 years plus of modifications on it like the Slave 1 did. It's also larger, so I think the key area where Boba probably saw a downgrade was in ship speed and maneuverability. The Slave 1 was basically the fastest possible ship for its class. Given the extra 10 meters that the Slave 2 has, I think the downgrade would actually be fairly significant. There was also no stealth systems, so covert operations are already more difficult in this ship. On top of that, the Slave 2 was also less well armed. The greater size, however, can be somewhat of an advantage. It gives you more space to plan missions, carry cargo or prisoners, but overall I think it's just a less effective ship. I do like the rear-facing proton torpedo launcher, but I don't think that's necessarily more effective than the size of charges used by Django. Next we have the Punishing One, ship of Dengar. Punishing One is a Jumpmaster 5000, a ship which is intended to create new hyperspace lanes. It sort of makes sense that a ship designed for one person to spend a lot of time in would be used by a bounty hunter. However, the fact that the stock ship isn't meant for fighting does raise some questions in my mind. We know that Dengar added extra weapons, but we have no information about shielding or extra hull plating that he added. The 7th edition of Star Wars Gamer magazine, which I was lucky enough to have, actually says Dengar made fewer modifications to Punishing One than most bounty hunters feel their ship needs. One thing the magazine explicitly does not mention is whether he swapped out the hyperdrive. It does give hyperdrive stats below. Keep in mind that this was an RPG source book. The standard Jumpmaster 5000 had only a Class 3 hyperdrive, which is fairly slow for your bounty hunting needs. One thing it does mention, however, is that the ship uses an R2 unit to fire the quad laser cannons. The R2 unit is actually immobile, so it can't make changes to the rest of the ship, but that is sort of interesting. Next we have the IG-2000, ship of IG-88. Star Wars Gamer 7 says that the ship type that it's based off of pushed the limits of what could be considered a fighter. At 20 meters long and including 2 decks and a crew of 4, many military experts saw these ships more as assault shuttles or blast boats. As a result, they never sold well, though are nearly perfect for a bounty hunter's needs. I'm not necessarily sure I agree, especially when compared to the other excellent ships on this list, but let's take a closer look. One of the main changes that IG-88 made was a repositioning of the tractor beam system. Originally the ship only had one tractor beam. He replaced that for an ion cannon and added a tractor beam on each one of the ship's mandibles. This makes it very effective for disabling and capturing enemy vessels. Other than that, the ship was fairly lightly armed with only 2 heavy laser cannons, no quad turrets, no missile launchers like you see on most of the ships on this list. I think this ship is really focused more on, as I mentioned, assaulting enemy vessels. The IG-2000 also made use of drones, which could attack and scout out enemy ships which had just been captured, and is full of advanced computer systems which can be used to hack into enemy electronics. While the ship was lightly armed, it wasn't exactly bad in a battle, largely due to its high maneuverability and speed. The ship was likely comparable in both areas to the Slave 1. This is especially true when the ship was under the command of IG-88, who has inhuman reflexes and does not need to worry about inertia. Besides for changes to the ship's engines and weapon systems, it seems like the IG-2000 was more or less a stock aggressor assault fighter. The interior of the ship was also more or less left the same, although some cells were installed to transport prisoners. Finally, we have the Mist Hunter, ship of Zuckuss and Forlom. At 15 meters, the Mist Hunter is the smallest of the ships on this list and is more of a starfighter than an actual transport ship. This can make things difficult for bounty hunting, especially when you have a partnership like Zuckuss and Forlom, as there was extremely limited space. In fact, if you want to take any living prisoners aboard the ship, you have to drug them and place them in smuggling compartments. Like the Slave 1, the Mist Hunter was heavily upgraded with impressive sensor technology and a quasi-stealth system. It was also extremely fast, however not impressively armed even for a starfighter. It does have 2 forward-facing assault laser cannons, however that does put it at somewhat of a disadvantage when compared with the other ships on this list that have movable cannons or quad laser turrets. That being said, due to its small size, it's likely very fast and maneuverable, so I wouldn't count it out in any dogfight. Alright, so let's rank these ships from very worst to very best. And again, we're not seeing which one is best in a head-to-head fight, but which one is best for bounty hunting. In 6th place is the punishing one, Ship of Dengar. I mean, even this ship isn't that bad, but Dengar could have more heavily modified it to keep up with the rest. That being said, I think it's very clear that Dengar prefers to kill his targets on the ground. The punishing one did have decently upgraded weapons, however Dengar didn't appear to touch either the shield, the hull, or the engines, which puts it a step behind the other vessels on this list. Next we have the Houndtooth, Ship of Bosk. This is by far the largest vessel on the list at 60 meters. However, I don't think the size is well used. Good on Bosk for reinforcing the hull and the shield, but he should have added more weapons. Only having a single quad laser cannon and one at the bottom of the ship I don't think really makes sense. I like that it has the secondary scout ship, but I just think overall the Houndstooth is a little too bulky and not well enough armed to be higher on the list. Next is the Mist Hunter, a small ship, only 1/4 the size of the Houndstooth. It's not very well armed, but because it is so small, I think it could be used by a bounty hunter with some real piloting skill. On the other hand, the small size is definitely somewhat of an impediment, and I think you could make a good argument that the Houndstooth, which we just talked about, is actually the better ship. At number 3 is the IG-2000. I like how fast the ship is. I like that it has a focus on capturing enemies while they're in space, but the weapons are pretty meh, as is the shield technology. Still, it was heavily upgraded and purpose-built by IG-88 to be as effective as possible when piloted by a droid. Aside from the addition of a bit more shielding, I really don't think that there's a lot I would change about this ship. At number 2, we have the Slave 2. I think Boba Fett, along with his father, were the best bounty hunters when it came to modifying their ships. Somehow they crammed so much tech and military-grade hardware while still maintaining something that's extremely fast, light, and maneuverable. The Slave 2 just had less of that technology than the predecessor. I don't think its weapons were as good, it didn't have the special stealth system, it was larger, which did give Boba Fett more room, however it was also likely slower. The Slave 2 is amazing, but in my mind, it doesn't stand up to the number 1 ship on this list, its predecessor, the Slave 1 of Jango and later of Boba. The Slave 1 is, in my mind, the perfect bounty hunting ship. It makes use of heavy modifications to every system from shielding to propulsion to weaponry. It's very fast as a strike fighter while not being strike fighter size like the Mist Hunter. Again, every modification was top of the line, the best of the best, and I don't really see any way of beating the Slave 1, which is why it gets the number 1 spot on this list. Although the Battle of Hoth was an Imperial victory, it wasn't the curb stomp needed to take out the Rebel Alliance for good. I mean, there were a myriad of mistakes. First of all, the fleet jumped too close to the planet itself. This allowed the Alliance to put up their planetary shield and prepare to evacuate. However, even with this mistake considered, the Empire could have still saved their desired overwhelming victory. Let's give a brief recap of the battle itself. First, the Empire identifies what they believe to be a Rebel base on the planet Hoth. Death Squadron makes a poorly calculated hyperspace jump, allowing the Rebels to put up a planetary shield over their base. The Empire lands troops on an unshielded portion of the planet and attacks the shield generator directly. However, the Alliance still manages to evacuate key officials and equipment using a combination of GR-75 transports and their planetary ion cannon. So what mistakes were made? And again, it still was a rout of the Alliance, but it certainly wasn't the victory it could have been. So I think the Empire had two main strategic choices. They could have either tried to strike at the Alliance quickly, or they could have been patient and played the long game. What would the long game have looked like? Well, I think a blockade of the planet would have been a good start, calling in additional resources, and eventually starving the Alliance out, perhaps destroying the planetary shield through sheer force, something like that. A quick strike, on the other hand, would have meant going down to the planet's surface quickly, destroying the shield generator, and taking out the base from orbit. Instead, the Empire cut down in the middle. Yes, they sort of went for a quick strike, but they did so in a way that gave the Alliance lots of time to prepare. They landed Blizzard Force, which then made a long trek through canyons and valleys and plains, before slowly mowing through Rebel forces and destroying the shield generator. However, by that point, most of the transport ports were already loaded and escaped. What would have been better? Well, I see two options. First, why not just use TIE fighters? I mean, it's been confirmed that TIE fighters were used during the battle, but they didn't fight in a substantial way. Not only that, but in the Rogue Squadron video game, we actually see TIE bombers fighting in atmosphere. In my mind, the best strategy would have been, instead of using heavy, slow AT-ATs, the second you come out of light speed, launch all the TIE bombers and TIE fighters you have. And we're talking Death Squadron here. That's an Executor class Super Star Destroyer and a whole fleet of smaller ships, so that's likely thousands of starfighters. It is true that the planetary shield prevents flying straight down to the base, but as the AT-ATs did, you can fly down through the atmosphere and then go in through the back. Use those TIE bombers, get in, take out major ground-based structures like the ion cannon and the shield generator. You don't even need to bother with a full ground-based invasion. The fact that the Empire relied on troops and walkers really makes no sense. They're too slow, they didn't take advantage of the rebels' weaknesses in the sky, and they were pretty easy to spot and prepare for. A quick strike on the shield generator would have allowed the Empire to either precisely or totally bombard the rebel base, either taking out key structures like the ion cannon or where the rebels were rendezvousing, or just killing everyone indiscriminately. The other, and I think better option, would have been to just relax and use some patience. Once the rebels were secured, the Empire could have made sure that they didn't escape. Yeah, it wouldn't have been an instant kill, but Darth Vader could have called in some interdictor Star Destroyers, which would have prevented any escapes, and slowly pounded away at the planetary shield. And we know that Star Wars shielding is not infallible. Eventually it would have fallen. The Empire had such overwhelming force that there was really no reason for them to just throw down a couple of AT-ATs and call it a day. Again, they had the entire Death Squadron, that's a Super Star Destroyer, and a fleet of regular Star Destroyers. The actual destruction of the Hoth base itself wasn't really very important. The Rebel Alliance was very mobile, and really what was key was destroying the personnel, which is what the Empire failed to do. Interestingly though, this method still doesn't account for the linchpin of the Rebel defense, the planetary ion cannon. The failure to handle this cannon is another major reason the Rebel Alliance was able to escape. We learn in the Dark Fleet trilogy that planetary cannons do have a few weaknesses. Once identified, you can take advantage of their firing patterns and the fact that a planetary shield has to actually be opened for the shots to pierce through, and you can destroy it with precision turbo laser fire. I just wonder, why was this never even considered, and where was the Executor during all of this? We see Star Destroyers disabled by the ion cannons, then GR-75 seemingly slip through, but where's the rest of the fleet? I think probably out of position because they were too concerned about actually waging the ground assault. Again, this is where patience might have been helpful. My point is, the Empire should have committed to either a quick strike or a long drawn-out affair. Instead, they kind of went in the middle, choosing to land AT-AT walkers. AT-ATs are fine, but I think they work best defensively. They're very slow, it's easy to see them coming, and you can prepare for them. Using some sort of commando team or TIE bombers or something of the sort, I think would have been much more effective, and you could have taken down not only the planetary shield, but also the ion cannon. The Tarkin Doctrine. Big, slow, and meaty capital ships. Rebel X-Wings armed with hyperdrives and proton torpedoes. These three factors led clearly to the downfall of the Empire. The Alliance took advantage of Imperial design choices dictated by the Tarkin Doctrine, striking at weak points within the Imperial Navy. On a surface level, Alliance starfighters could outgun Imperial TIEs 9 times out of 10, while easily avoiding big capital ship guns during most individual battles. This gave them a unique advantage. But it was more than that. The Alliance used their significant starfighter advantage to strike at enemy capital ships, convoys, and bases, with, again, starfighters being the key to the Alliance's waging of perhaps the greatest guerrilla war in Star Wars history. The X-Wing had a hyperdrive, rare for a fighter of its size during the Imperial era. That meant it could jump into battle without any sort of escort fleet, and it could immediately engage the enemy. X-Wings were also shielded, fast, and armed with ordnance which could cripple or even destroy enemy capital ships. As the Essential Guide to Warfare explains, although Rebel fighters were limited in number, the Alliance did a really great job of choosing weak targets and attacking only when they had strength, and only when the results would be spectacular. This meant launching attacks on Imperial Star Destroyers, or bases which didn't have pre-launched fighters. And on that note, TIE fighters were not only ineffective compared to the much better Rebel fighters, but the time it took them to launch allowed the Alliance more than enough opportunity to inflict costly damage. Imperial turbo lasers and laser cannons were the only real defense in this situation, but the latter were largely abandoned in favor of the former, and X-Wings could simply fly around their defenses. Bring in other fighters like the Alliance B-Wing, Y-Wing, and A-Wing, and it's clear why Rebel starfighter squadrons often inflicted hundreds of casualties with only a few losses. Obviously, the deficiency here is the lack of true anti-fighter vessels. Now, there were frigates and corvettes in existence. The Carrack is one example, but like the Nebulon B, was not a true anti-starfighter vessel. It was armed with turbo lasers and was fairly clunky. There was, however, one vessel absolutely perfect for the role: the Lancer-class frigate. The Essential Guide to Warfare explains that the Lancer was pushed into production by the suggestion of Admiral Ilan Drez, and meant specifically as a counter to Rebel starfighter raids after the first Death Star's destruction. However, Lancers were completely underused until Thrawn took control of the Imperial military after Endor. We'll come back to this, but first a little about the ship. Lancers were fast. They were armed with 20 quad laser cannons and could serve with a fairly small crew. The speed is really a bit of an underconsidered feature. Imperial Star Destroyers were very fast in their own right, and often, either during battle or just when in formation, they would accidentally outrun and leave their escort ships behind. This probably wouldn't happen with the Lancer, and although some sources have called it a slow capital ship, when they actually see action in the Thrawn trilogy and X-Wing novels, they're described as fast. So I'll side with the primary sources, which are generally more up-to-date and reliable. Regardless, the ship was incredibly effective in its role, and there's no debating that. One thing notable is that the Lancer didn't try to be a multi-role frigate like the Carrack. It lacked turbo lasers completely, instead dedicating its 250 meters entirely to point defense cannons. The Lancer was so deadly and so good at destroying starfighters that it even scared the Great Wedge Antilles. Here's a quote from X-Wing Rogue Squadron. "Two ships, Carrack-class cruiser and a Lancer-class frigate, are in our exit vector." Wedge felt his stomach begin to fold in on itself. "Control, confirm Lancer-class frigate. They're rare. Maybe this is a mistake. Please let it be a mistake. Confirm Lancer-class frigate. Orders?" Lancer-class frigates had been the Imperial Navy solution to the problem of snub fighters and the threat they posed to capital ships. All of 250 meters long, the boxy ships were studded with 20 gunnery towers, each one sporting a Sinar Fleet System quad laser array. With its speed, which was exceptional for a big ship, and those weapons, the Lancer-class were rankers amid a nerf herd. The thing about Lancers, as we learn in this scene, is if they're situated in a specific position, they can outrange starfighters and easily outfire them, while also standing up to a decent amount of damage. And Rogue Squadron really only makes it out of the situation because of some of Corran Horn's Force-aided trickery. Also, Grand Admiral Thrawn agreed with Wedge about the effectiveness of the Lancer, and actually used the capital ship effectively to cut through Alliance ships during his raids against the New Republic, ironically turning the Alliance's stateless strategy against them. With New Republic fighters neutralized, Imperial Star Destroyers, which were much more powerful than their Rebel contemporaries, at least when talking about turbo lasers, could operate properly in their niche. Not surprisingly, Thrawn didn't lose a straight-up battle during the war, and almost never lost Star Destroyers. Unfortunately, the architects of the pre-Endor Imperial Navy and the individuals responsible for Imperial battle groups didn't have the same foresight as Myth Ra Nurodo. Starfighters, which were cheaper and arguably more flexible than the Lancer, were preferred instead. So, as the Imperial fleet remained largely made up of Imperial Star Destroyers, Lancers were mostly relegated to Outer Rim patrols. The Battle of Endor itself saw a Rebel X-Wing kill the Death Star, a Rebel A-Wing killed the Executor. Squadrons of B-Wings tore through Star Destroyers like paper, and it's clear to me that a more balanced fleet could have done a lot to protect important Imperial targets. It's also clear how more secure Imperial supply lines could have helped the war effort, and although I've given some credit to the Tarkin Doctrine from a philosophical standpoint, there's no excuse for not throwing some of your money towards reasonableness. Cancel Palpatine's ridiculous battle moons and a few of the less important dreadnoughts, and try to give every Imperial fleet a couple of Lancers. I guarantee it would have made a big difference, and had Lancers been present at the Battle of Endor in numbers, I truly think the Alliance would have lost the war. Guard the Executor, a ship notable for being weak to starfighter runs close to its hull with some Lancers. Put one in front of the Death Star opening, and I think things turn out quite differently. The Battle of Seleucami occurred in the second year of the Clone Wars. Fairly early on, prior to General Grievous, had been waging campaigns in the outer rim of the galaxy, with access to droid armies and several fleets. Prior to the battle, Grievous, in a recusant dreadnought, which I'll cover later, managed to capture Jedi Council Master Eth Koth. After the capture, Grievous sent a boasting message to the Jedi Council, promising to wipe out the Order and basically reaffirming his hate of the Jedi. However, within that message, as noted by Commander Wolf, was coordinates to the Seleucami system, passed on through hand movements by Koth. In response, the Republic assembled a task force, boasting 3 Vendor-class Star Destroyers, including the Resolute, an Arquetan's light cruiser, a shuttle, and 3 Consular Corvettes. The task force was headed by Jedi Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Adi Gala, as well as Admiral Wolf Yularen. The battle begins with the Republic fleet, minus the shuttle, jumping into Seleucami, where Grievous was waiting with his recusant dreadnought and 3 munificent escorts. The recusant is actually a really interesting ship. The recusant comes in 2 variants, a smaller one and a larger one. The smaller recusant was very common during the Clone Wars. It was pretty cheap, it was highly automated, and overall, I wouldn't consider it to be super powerful. Tactically though, it does excel in certain situations. We see that it has a few very large cannons pointing directly forward, so in long-range engagements, or if it can keep enemy ships away, the recusant can sort of make up for its lesser durability. It also has lots of point defense cannons, and traditional broadside turbo lasers, and flak guns. However, the model Grievous is using here is much larger, 2,500 versus 1,100 meters. Presumably the ship has a lot more firepower, and we see that, for example, the large forward-facing weapons are scaled up. We also see that Grievous's dreadnought is able to dominate a Venator in a broadside exchange. So this is a very unique vessel, and one the CIS did not field very often. As the Republic exited hyperspace, Grievous claimed to anticipate the engagement, as if he knew that Eth Koth would send out the message, but he was in no way prepared to begin an attack. He hadn't launched any fighters, for example. The fleet was not already in position. And this failure to use fighters will be one of the major issues throughout this battle. As the Republic Venators form a defensive line, the smaller vessels, including the Arquetans and the Consular Cruisers, speed toward Grievous's fleet, somehow avoid turbo laser fire, and Obi-Wan goads the general into fighting him in individual combat. As this is happening, the Republic and CIS fleets begin to exchange long-range turbo laser attacks, but it seems like both fleets are really outside of effective range, and I would guess that only the recusant was doing significant damage here. Anakin and Adi Gala, who had been waiting in a nearby system in a shuttle, are sent hyperspace coordinates for Grievous's flagship. Obi-Wan allows Grievous to catch him in a tractor beam lock, and as a distraction is pulled in towards the ship. Concurrently, Anakin jumps in as close to Grievous's flagship as possible, completely unseen, attaches the shuttle, and begins an assault from the inside. Although ambushed by commando droids, the 2 Jedi do manage to rescue Koth, while Kenobi defeats Grievous in single combat, forcing him to retreat. Grievous, while trying to escape, does get punched in the face by Commander Cody, which is nice, but he orders the gunners on the Recusant to destroy the attached Architens, and himself escapes in a CC-979 landing transport. The Jedi are picked up in Anakin's shuttle and move to pursue Grievous on the planet below. Grievous is tracked but eventually manages to escape, and Anakin leads the space battle, although unseen, and presumably manages to wipe out the rest of the Separatist task force, given the fact that the Recusant was completely abandoned. So this battle, as much as any in the Clone Wars, shows just how purely incompetent General Grievous could be at times. He did show some competency as a military commander, but he's also completely predictable, and overall far too obsessed with killing Jedi in individual hand-to-hand combat. Let's start at the very beginning with the Eeth Koth message. If Grievous knows that Eeth Koth will be sending a message, that's a good strategy, but he's too arrogant to properly prepare for it, either with a larger task force or at least being tactically ready, i.e. fighters ready to go, and fleet in a proper formation. If he did have other plans for Eeth Koth and he didn't use him as bait, then he was arrogant in a different way, sending a message and giving up his position. But those issues are pretty small compared to the actual battle itself. The CIS here is in a very advantageous position. The Jedi aren't going to want to destroy Grievous's flagship, which itself is a very, very destructive weapon. To be honest, those 4 Republic ships should not have been able to break through the CIS line like that. It's just not really consistent with the accuracy of turbo lasers and especially the lighter weapons of something like a laser cannon. I mean, we even see in episode 1 of the Clone Wars that a Munificent comes out of hyperspace and with a couple of shots manages to nail Yoda's Corvette. That being said, the second Grievous got a tractor beam lock on Obi-Wan's ship, he should have just destroyed it. That would have been Kenobi dead right there. Once that happens, I don't think the other small Corvettes are that much of an issue. Just shoot at them whenever you can, and focus fire on the rest of the Republic fleet, which itself is in a very bad position. The Recusant can most likely body one of these Republic Star Destroyers straight up, especially with its forward-facing cannons, but I think there's an even better option. The Republic is going to have a really tough time launching fighters here. If they attempt to open their hangar doors, they'll expose themselves to major damage from the CIS capital ships. The Munificents and the Recusants, however, are able to launch fighters from unseen hangars. What I would do is keep the cruisers in place, hold them down with fire, then just launch my fighters at them. We've seen what Hyena bombers and other CIS starfighters can do against unprotected Republic capital ships. And another good thing is that the Recusant, I think, really shines at range. If the vendors come closer and focus fire on that ship, then they might be in trouble. However, because Eeth Koth is a hostage, they're unlikely to do so. For those who are interested, I actually ran through a pure combat scenario in the new Empire at War mod, Fall of the Republic, which is a Clone Wars mod made by my friend Corey and the same team that made Thrawn's Revenge. Link to that in the description, by the way. And you can see that the CIS fleet at range is able to dominate the Venator line. The Corvettes get shredded very early on, but either way don't really have much impact on the larger battle. For the Jedi, their best strategy is to split their Star Destroyers, get on either broadside of the Recusant, and just pour fire in that way. With that, my scenario actually has the Republic able to win this battle. However, again, the major issue is that there's a hostage on the Recusant at that point. But because Grievous is so predictable, the Republic is able to make this whole strategy, knowing that he won't blow Obi-Wan out of the sky, even though he is more than capable of doing so. Then those Corvettes are able to get the information to transmit to Anakin, and well, things fall apart pretty quickly after this. I mean, Grievous always wants to fight Obi-Wan in direct combat, but he almost always loses, then is forced to run away. You know what would have been a good idea, my Grievous? Flip that around. Pretend to be in the Recusant, maybe have a droid impersonate you or sending a message on your behalf. Have the already highly automated ship and your crew of droids do exactly what you did up until the point where Anakin and Obi-Wan get on board, and then you know what? Just have the goddamn ship self-destruct. Blow all 4 Jedi up, collect their lightsabers in space, add them to your collection. That's a job well done and a good day's work.
let's talk about the ISD replacers, or at least the want-to-be replacers, and we'll start with Star Wars canon. There are two fairly obvious ones here, and the most famous ISD follow-up ship is, well, the Resurgent class Star Destroyer. The First Order, as a successor state, or at least faction to the Empire, would have been well within their right to continue to use ISDs, and we know that a large portion of the surviving Imperial fleet actually fled to the unknown regions to help rebuild the First Order. According to Before the Awakening, the First Order actually did have some ISDs still in service, although many would have been broken down and used to create new ships, including of course the Resurgent class Star Destroyer, their primary warship. I said the Resurgent is the most famous ISD follow-up because, well, it was in 3 movies, but it was arguably also the most successful ship in that it learned the lessons of the ISD and improved on essentially every aspect, something we don't regularly see. In fact, there aren't many cases where you can point to a Resurgent class Star Destroyer being destroyed in typical ship-to-ship combats. The Resurgent, at just short of 3 kilometers long, was almost twice as long as the ISD, and I think just generally had an even more menacing build. It's honestly one of my favorite aspects of the sequel trilogy. The previously overexposed bridge and command tower has been made more squat and protected by dedicated point defense cannons. The ship had hundreds of turbo lasers of varying sizes alongside ion cannons, and unlike the Imperial II class Star Destroyer, rather than going away with point defense cannons, actually had a powerful anti-starfighter system, as of course we see at the beginning of The Force Awakens. It also carried hundreds of starfighters, but it still maintains the role that the ISD had of a ship capable of not only fighting other capital ships, but also blasting a planet from space, facilitating a ground invasion, basically doing whatever was necessary for the First Order to project power. Now, if we want to stick in Star Wars canon, we could also say that the Zeistin is meant to be a replacement for the Imperial class Star Destroyer, but that ship is stupid and I don't feel like talking about it. But let's move on to Star Wars Legends, and as I mentioned, the Imperial Star Destroyer was used by not just the Empire, but many factions, including the New Republic. In fact, the ISD saw regular action for several decades after the Battle of Endor. The thing was always an offensive juggernaut, where Mon Calamari vessels were typically focused more on fighter carrying, overall utility, and of course, endurance and defense. Still, we can point to several vessels which I would say were the New Republic's attempt to replace the Imperial Star Destroyer. You could argue that the MC-90, the first purpose-built Mon Calamari warship, would be a good example of that, but we'll leave that one for a different day. I think an even better choice would be the Nebula class Star Destroyer. So the Nebula Star Destroyer debuted in the Black Fleet Crisis trilogy. It's a part of the New Republic's New Class Modernization program, which was meant to create a fleet's worth of next-generation warships. The Nebula was basically an ISD packed into a smaller package. It was only 1,000 meters long, but essentially matched a Star Destroyer in offensive output. Like the ISD, its carrier functionality came secondary, which is why it was often paired with the Endurance class Fleet Carrier, which was a ship based on the same general design, but with a different configuration. Obviously, the New Republic made many classes of vessels, some of which even eclipsed the Star Destroyer in power, but I really think the Nebula is the best example of a replacement ship in that it operates within a similar function, although the Nebula would never be created at the same scale or even see the same commonality of use within New Republic fleets as the ISD did within Imperial fleets. But we are going to talk about the Empire because, unsurprisingly, they were the faction which tried more than any other to replace the ISD with a successor ship. The Empire's first attempt at replacing the ISD was certainly their boldest, and that was in Palpatine's Dark Empire. The Dark Empire was meant to take the Galactic Empire to a universal scale. Palpatine wanted to move between galaxies, conquering all that stood before him, so his new ship of the line was meant to be the Sovereign class Dreadnought. The Sovereign was essentially a slightly smaller, less massive version of the Eclipse Super Star Destroyer. It would have been armed with a small super laser, but despite its size, writings like the Dark Empire source book confirm that the Sovereign was meant to take the role of the ISD as the main ship within the Dark Empire's navy. That didn't work out, and for a long time, the Imperial Remnant factions would essentially keep using the ISD. I'd say where the next successor ship popped up was probably during the Dark Nest crisis, where we learn of the Turbulent class, including Pelion's flagship, the Bloodfin. Unfortunately, we don't learn a lot about not just the Turbulent, but a few of the ships I'm going to mention later on. But like the Nebula, the Turbulent seemed to be an effort to take what made the Star Destroyer great and put it into an even more small, efficient form. You probably saw some of the same improvements as you did on the Nebula with a more smartly designed hull, better point defense systems, etc., etc. The most widespread final replacement of the ISD, however, would come with the Pelion class of the Legacy era. Now, one thing you need to understand, and this is well described by the Essential Guide to Warfare, is that in this era, factions were moving away from large capital ships being extremely common and things like dreadnoughts also existing to fleets made up of small, more flexible ships. Still, there was the Pelion class Star Destroyer. It was larger than an ISD, it was better armed. I sort of give that notice at the beginning because although the Pelion stood in as a new Star Destroyer, it wasn't created with the same regularity by the Fel Empire as the ISD was by the Empire. Arguably, you could say because of its role as a command ship and generally being one of the largest vessels in the fleet, that it was more akin to something like a Super Star Destroyer. There was also the Imperius, which I've covered in depth in a prior video, basically an even more advanced version of the same general design.
What if the Yuuzhan Vong had kicked off their invasion during the Clone Wars, let's say in the weeks before the Battle of Coruscant? I'll be tackling this topic today by looking at the major advantages and disadvantages held by the Clone Wars era galaxy when compared to 25 ABY. Specifically, I'll be analyzing the following three categories: technology, Force users, and galactic politics. I'll cover each briefly, then present my opinion on how the war would turn out at the very end. First off, we have technology, and this is the major area where I think the Clone Wars era galaxy is disadvantaged compared to the post-Endor galaxy. Both naval and ground-based warfare had been significantly advanced by the Empire's militarization, which obviously hasn't happened in this scenario. First of all, we see significantly less warships in the galaxy, even with the CIS and Republic combined, and ships outside of these two factions were still being severely limited by the Ruusan Reformation. But when looking specifically at the Republic and CIS, we do notice a few things. First of all, dreadnoughts were much less common. The Viscount and Executor model dreadnoughts especially played a key role in the defense of major planets like Mon Calamari, as well as offenses like that at Borlias. Of course, during the Clone Wars, early Super Star Destroyers like the Mandator II did exist, but compared to their later cousins were very, very weak. However, my main concern here is a lack of ship variation. Because of geopolitical factors, there were only a few ship types in active service, at least above a certain weight class. For example, the Republic relied largely on Venator Star Destroyers, and this is because they had no basis for a military before the Clone Wars. Now, Venators were not only conventionally less powerful than Imperial Star Destroyers, which, by the way, would have seen some early use during the Clone Wars, but weren't very flexible. Comparatively, the military forces of the New Republic era were very varied, as individual systems were more heavily militarized. The galaxy was defended not only by the 5 fleets of the New Republic, but also the sector defense forces of the Mon Calamari, Corellians, Bothans, Hapes Consortium, and more. Systems were more heavily encouraged to defend themselves, and there were less regulations when it came to maximum ship power. On that note, one thing worth mentioning when talking about these geopolitics is that while the Chiss still does exist exist in the unknown region, the Empire of the Hand, which was envisioned largely as a defensive buffer against threats within the unknown region and beyond, will not. That's one less powerful ally for the galaxy, a galaxy where individual worlds are less powerful and able to take care of themselves. Just to reiterate, because of the massive demilitarization caused by the Ruusan Reformation. Moving on, however, the Confederacy of Independent Systems should be a very interesting enemy for the Yuuzhan Vong. We saw at, for example, the Battle of Ithor that just the presence of battle droids enraged Yuuzhan Vong warriors into a mindless fury just due to their general hate of technology. Imagine a faction which already has the capability to pump battle droids out non-stop. Besides for just being a huge terror to the Vong, the CIS would also take some heat off the Republic, as the existence of their droid foundries would likely be seen as an offense to the Yuuzhan Vong's religion. But the CIS would be important for more than just that reason. One of the major factors which led to the Yuuzhan Vong's downfall was their dwindling supply of warriors. The Vong had no problem capturing territory and could easily regrow ships and weaponry. However, warriors needed to be bred and trained, and would not be effective until their teen years. The CIS is, especially without Republic interference, very well positioned to fight a war of attrition. Let's look at the Clone Wars. Despite having far less territory than the Republic, they were able to fight a galactic war. They certainly have the potential to overwhelm an enemy who also has little territory. We also know that the YVH model of droids were incredibly effective against Vong warriors, and I think the CIS could probably come up with something almost as good. What's more, as I've discussed in prior videos, because of the Clone Wars and the terrors inflicted by droid armies, the galaxy moved away from battle droid usage and didn't have the same sort of technical capacity that existed during the Clone Wars. What's more, advanced droid production was being somewhat stymied by Palpatine, who didn't want the CIS to get too powerful. Imagine a scenario where these limits do not exist. But we'll come back to this when we talk politics. I do want to now circle back to the topic of ship strength. Republic-era capital ships are seriously worse than what was used by the New Republic and the Imperial Remnant. They had less advanced computers, worse fighters, they had lower yield turbo lasers, and the ships were more fragile. What's worse, as I alluded to earlier, there are perhaps 10,000 less Star Destroyers and however many dreadnoughts not available that were just from the days of the Empire. I really can't overstate just how disadvantaged the Republic and CIS are from a naval sense. Another disadvantage comes in a sort of weird form: the lack of advanced interdiction technology. Interdictors were very important during the Yuuzhan Vong War, and the New Republic very frequently mined hyperspace routes or used interdictor Star Destroyers. Now, interdiction technology did exist at this point, but was much more basic. While anti-Dovin basal technology, like the inertial momentum sustainer, had not been created yet. This makes winning key battles like that at EBAC 9 a little more difficult, but we'll talk about this later. Let's now move on to the topic of Jedi. Force users were one of the galaxy's greatest assets during the Vong War, so much so that the Yuuzhan Vong attempted a second Jedi purge. I think with the Jedi as a more stable presence in the galaxy and with a much stronger centralized leadership, the Yuuzhan Vong will have a much more difficult time turning the galaxy against their greatest defenders. What's more, by this point, though Jedi numbers had dwindled, remaining Knights and Masters were very used to leading soldiers in battle. Also, the government, despite being led by a literal Sith Lord, was less adversarial with the Jedi, which I think really speaks to the failure of Force Kephalia. Now, although the Vong are not touched by the Force, the Jedi nonetheless are extremely effective warriors. Jedi coordinating in battle especially are almost unbeatable. The problem with the Clone Wars was that it was spread out across the galaxy, so Jedi often weren't able to fight in extremely large numbers, just due to their deployments. However, the early Yuuzhan Vong War was essentially confined to a small part of the galaxy, and even as the Vong invaded further, they often dedicated a lot of their forces to major engagements, like those at EBAC 9 or Coruscant. Having perhaps hundreds or thousands of Jedi in a single mind meld would be an incredibly effective tool for the Republic. But on the note of the Force, I do want to briefly touch on Zenoma Sakkot. It's hard to say exactly how the actions of the living planet would differ in this scenario, so I don't want to focus on it too much. However, Xenoma Sakat was missing from the galaxy at this point, but on the other hand, Anakin and Obi-Wan both had experience with the planet, so they'd be better suited to finding and understanding it than any Jedi was during the New Jedi Order. Another hard to define element is the lack of Vergir. Vergir still would have been living with the Yuuzhan Vong at this point, but who knows how she would have played into the war. If she did appear, I think she would have likely tried to contact Anakin and influence him as she did Jason. But let's move on now to the final and arguably most interesting factor: galactic politics. This is a fun one to discuss because you can make strong arguments that the galaxy would either be significantly stronger during this era or weakened to the point that they'd be steamrolled by the Vong. This is because the galaxy was in the midst of the largest war seen in thousands of years. A war orchestrated by a single person who had ultimate control of both factions. Comparatively, the galaxy was, at least from a surface perspective, much more unified during the actual Vong invasion. The New Republic controlled the majority of space and was at peace with the Imperial Remnant. On the other hand, New Republic leadership terribly mismanaged the early stages of the war. Despite being a dominant power, they did not respond to early Vong aggression and went out of their way to interfere with the Jedi Order, which was probably the only faction really doing anything. Comparatively, Palpatine knows that the Vong are a threat, he knows they exist, and he warned Thrawn about them. He's also not as stupid as Borsk Phalia, and has nearly full control of the Republic because of the emergency declaration, and is also the master of Dooku, head of state for the CIS. I believe if Sidious so desires, he could unite the galaxy against the extragalactic invaders. With the war ended, or at least suspended, I think it would be interesting seeing not only how the two factions would operate together, but how the Separatists would gear up their R&D and droid productions, especially if unshackled by Palpatine, who, as I mentioned earlier, killed various secret weapons projects, which would have tipped the tides of war too far against the Republic. So, just to summarize, we have one person in control of the galaxy's military forces who, interestingly enough, doesn't have the galaxy's best interests at heart. Before I move on to my full analysis, I also want to mention that the New Republic, in the early stages of the war, limited their strategies to those that they saw as acceptable. They almost never engaged in orbital bombardment and were unwilling to use superweapons like Center Point Station. The Republic, although a democratic institution, at least in theory, existed before the Empire, and the galaxy was generally less against violent military actions. What's more, the CIS especially had a history of war crimes, and it would certainly not be against their nature to unleash bioweapons like Alpha Red. The war being significantly earlier also means that saboteurs within the government, like Nominor, would be less effective, something bolstered by the fact that Palpatine really runs everything, and he's too strong-willed to be manipulated. But let's move on to the analysis. I think if Palpatine was a benevolent ruler with the skills and assets available to him at this point in galactic history, he would very easily be able to win the Yuuzhan Vong War. Any smart ruler, which Palpatine was, would broker peace with the CIS. An existential threat like the Yuuzhan Vong is far more serious than geopolitical disagreements. Not that much negotiating would be needed, given that Palpatine again controls both powers. He would employ the Jedi, as well as military forces of both factions, to stop the Vong as they pierced Vector Prime. Importantly, the Praetorian Vong would be stopped before they could establish any sort of foothold. The Vong's advantages in space, at least given equal numbers, would be mitigated by the Republic/CIS's effectiveness on the ground, with Jedi and droids fighting together. Winning in space is important, but if the Vong can't actually capture planets, space victories will not be super useful. And remember, the Vong really don't have that many ships, and were really successful because they fought surprise attacks after they were already established within the galaxy. As the war moves on, the CIS creates Vong stomping droids, which are put into full production from secret planets. Basically, the Vong never get too far into the galaxy, are unable to grow new ships, and are pushed out and destroyed in the intergalactic void. The appropriate use of force and the fact that Jedi are now coordinating starfighters in massive numbers more than accounts for the two factions' lack of powerful droids dreadnoughts or star destroyers. And that's my opinion of what would happen if Palpatine was a benevolent ruler. However, we know that was far from the case, and that he was incredibly self-interested. I still do think the galaxy comes out on top in the end. However, a war where Palpatine is acting naturally is much longer and bloodier. Palpatine sacrifices planets in the Outer Rim, not unlike New Republic leadership, and allows the invasion to play out for several years. The CIS remains independent and will be defeated largely during Outer Rim sieges. However, Palpatine will have the CIS creating an unbeatable droid army in the deep core, while the Jedi are slowly whittled down in a war which has now spread across the galaxy. The core, however, is protected, and the loss of key planets will be used by Palpatine to justify even more substantial militarization and a dramatic evolution into the Empire. The Empire's saving grace will be both the delayed use of that CIS droid army and the introduction of a variety of superweapons, which Palpatine had also been secretly constructing. However, the full might available to the galaxy is not unleashed until the Jedi are nearly destroyed. Then, as he did at the end of the Clone Wars, Palpatine fakes a Jedi coup. So, even dramatizing the war, I think Palpatine does a better job managing the invasion than the New Republic actually did, and I think he will always do at least enough to stop it from getting truly out of hand or out of his control. So, even in this scenario, the galaxy wins.